Chapter 391 Mecha Modification Plan. Just as Yang Bo thought, Master Zhang was frightened and decided to live in the city. So he dealt with the things there as much as possible. Yang Bo looked at his new private land, which was 1,200 kilometers long and 600 kilometers wide. Like a rectangle. Yang Bo looked at his land information, and found that the land around him was also occupied by others. After the mutant creatures were discovered on this planet, many companies wanted to explore and develop private land. Because in theory, mutant creatures do not exist alone. There should be mineral veins such as energy stones. Yang Bo also has 200 nautical miles of sea area on this land. And there is a huge safe haven on Yang Bo's private sea area. There are also hundreds of lakes of different sizes on private land. The large ones are dozens of square kilometers. And the small ones are only dozens of acres. And there is also a good policy of no tax increase for 99 years. Who made this March star remote? If the parliament does not formulate such a favorable policy, who will buy the land? Of course, the price of the land is very cheap, because it was obtained at an auction. Only a few billion. And Yang Bo does not have to pay a penny for this money. Because young Master Zhang obtained the naming rights and discovery rights of the mutant creatures. He became famous. The whole galaxy will know about Zhang Boishan. Yang Bo's getting the naming rights is meaningless. And no one knows him. Of course, the real estate company of the fat boss is even more outrageous. It bought a lot of land with mortgage loans, and then waited for the land price to take off. It doesn't cost a penny. Although the transaction tax is expensive after the land price rises. If you don't trade, you can develop it yourself. Cooperate in development. And get the land exploration rights. After a series of operations, you can earn more than the income from selling the land directly. Even if there is only a 10% profit. The huge foundation is still an incredible amount. The speed of construction in the Interstellar era is fast. In 1 week, Yang Bo's Mecha warehouse was built. 3 parallel passages with a length of 3,000 meters and a height of 15 meters are connected. The walls are covered with thick battleship armor. And the 2 entrances are huge battleship armored doors. This kind of procedural construction has the lowest cost. The robot directly digs and builds while digging. There is a section of more than 100 meters of unobstructed space between the 3 passages. Of course, in name, this is an underground fortress under construction. But in fact it is a mecha warehouse, which has a mecha training ground and a place to store mechas. Yang Bo does not need to pay a penny. Young Master Zhang paid for it. Yang Bo looked at the completed mecha hangar and regretted that if he knew that young Master Zhang would pay, he should have chosen the largest one. Uncle Nyo. Yang Bo was waiting here. Waiting for Uncle Nyo to deliver the mecha. Uncle Nyo landed on the platform here in a flying car. Yang Bo, please sign for it. Here is the electronic key. After Nyo Bo got off the flying car, he took out the documents for Yang Bo to sign for. After Yang Bo signed for them, he received 3 electronic keys, which were as thick as fingers and about 10 centimeters long. These keys were the keys to control the mechas. Nyo Bo nodded, and then saw a transport spaceship flying over, 2 meters above the ground. 3 mechas got off the spaceship by themselves. The operation is very simple. You just need to issue voice commands. Here is a detailed operation video. I'll take my leave first. Nyo Bo has a lot of things to do recently. Thank you. Nyo Bo. Yang Bo looked at his 3 mechas, all of which were officially registered on March Star. Yang Bo took the key and gave a voice command, follow me. Then the 3 mechas followed Yang Bo into the 15-meter high gate. After Yang Bo walked in, the gate closed. This thing is intelligent, but it will not be connected to other devices. It is a single-use intelligent device. After the gate closed, Yang Bo hurriedly checked the mechas. First, there were 2 8th-generation mechas. Yang Bo sat in the cab first, and then operated it a little. In fact, he was using the photoelectric superpower to check the system. Master Zhang didn't get a backdoor. Yang Bo sorted out the optical brain of this mecha and came to a conclusion. He turned off the mecha again, and then used sound waves to detect. And there was no equipment that shouldn't be there. Then the second 8th-generation mecha was checked in the same way. At this time, Yang Bo found that his skills in repairing mechas were used. He could clearly know the quality of each part of the mecha, and the degree of wear of the parts. And there is no need to disassemble the mecha. Sound wave detection can directly determine the external wear of the parts. Finally, there is the training mecha. This thing weighs more than 370 tons. while the two flying mechas weigh less than 60 tons. Because the flying mecha itself is mainly about flying ability and high speed. My flying skill should be able to play a role. Yang Bo looked at the two flying mechas. In fact, this mecha is called the rich man's mecha in the industry. That is, it is just a toy for the rich, because it is not very suitable for actual combat. And its flying speed and combat power are not as good as fighters. It is not as good as ground mechas in ground combat. But as a supplement to high mobility, it also has a meaning of existence. Once a mecha grandmaster used this mecha to kill a fighter. And it's okay if the rich like it, although the Alliance has strict management of mechas. This law is aimed at ordinary people. Look at how many mechas Master Zhang has. It's really simple. Yang Bo found that the optical brain reaction speed of this training mecha was too rubbish. And there were only a few simple programs. That is, only basic operations. But let's not talk about the hardware. The internal skeleton of the mecha is strengthened and covered with special energy metal. Even the body of the mecha is made of special metal, which is mainly for resistance. It's okay to hit it with a laser gun. And there is an energy shield. Yang Bo carefully checked that it was fine. So he put the other two mechas in the mecha warehouse first, because it is not used for a long time. The mecha body needs to be propped up to avoid weight on the body. The energy system is turned off. If the energy system is on standby, it can be left unsupported. Then Yang Bo operated the iron lump training mecha and began to get familiar with it. It needs to be modified. The reaction is too slow. Yang Bo operated it for a while, and found that the optical brain reaction speed was too slow. And the response time of some internal drive facilities was also slow. I wonder if there are these things on the black market. Take it apart first. See how good your mecha repairability is? Yang Bo was going to dismantle this mecha, because if it needs to be modified, it will be very troublesome. Control system, stability system, energy system. The optical brain and drive system replacement involve energy, control, and many other aspects. It also involves the strength of the body, the structure of the body, and a lot of things. Why does it seem like there are so many more things in my mind? Yang Bo looked at this mecha and prepared to modify it, and many things popped up in his mind. It seemed that he knew all the systems of this mecha very well. Let's go online first. Yang Bo decided to go online first. He seemed to have seen forums about mecha modification before. Yang Bo put the mecha away and then left the warehouse. Because the warehouse was too big. There was an electric car inside. It was a four-wheeled one without suspension, and it was open. He came to the door of the warehouse and entered the small door next door. This is a normal entrance and exit for personnel. Yang Bo's flying car is here, because it is 5 kilometers away from Yang Bo's villa. He can see his residence here. But if he walks, it will take about 10 minutes because it is on the mountain. Back to the villa. Yang Bo picked up his watch and took a look. There was no information. The fat boss was busy these days. Zhou Rui was busy. Wang Muxue was busy integrating the fleet. And Annie and Xia were also training for free on the mecha game. Yang Bo searched the mecha modification forum online, and found that there were several. Then Yang Bo put on virtual glasses and operating equipment and entered the modification forum. The virtual scene in the modification forum is a huge spherical building. As soon as it appears, there are portals with the names of various mechas on them. This is the room leading to each modified mecha. Yang Bo actually found the door with the words training target drone. Then Yang Bo walked directly into the portal like shopping in a mall, which is a bit like the perspective of a first-person shooter game on Earth. After Yang Bo entered the portal, he appeared in a display hall the next second. The hall was very bright and 30 meters high, with a huge sculpture of a training mecha in the middle. Then, there were modified training mecha models around. And when Yang Bo walked into this model, the model in front of him instantly popped open all the parts of the mecha. And each component was compared with the original data performance. TSK. Yang Bo looked at this high-tech display and understood it at once. What are the modified parts? And which studio produced them? Because most mecha modifications are personal studios. And manufacturers cannot meet everyone's needs. From the drive system, energy system, defense system, skeletal system, optical brain. This mecha modification is very interesting. The two arms look like the two sickles of a mantis. The fighting method is to rely on the high speed of the training mecha and use the arms to cut the opponent. Yang Bo looked very carefully. Although his talent is scum, because he has the ability to repair mechas. Yang Bo understood and remembered it. Then he looked at the second training mecha. When the person came over, the parts of the entire mecha model scattered, just like the previous one. And Yang-Bo also noticed that these mechas would indicate who modified them. Some by studios and some by individuals. The third one modified the two arms of the mecha into two laser cannons and added an energy shield on the chest. It was the first time that Yang-Bo discovered that this modified mecha had a ranking. Rank 365th. After a closer look, I realized that modified mechas can start virtual competitions in an arena. And each modified mecha has a ranking. The higher the modification ranking, the easier it is to be selected by the mecha company and then acquire the plan. However, there are very few who can be selected by the mecha company. Isn't this the routine in the game? A few people benefited, and most of the other plans were taken advantage of. TSK. After Yang-Bo read the ranking, he had some guesses. The ranking is the highest at 500, and there are more than 10,000 plans for modifying mechas. Because there are too many types of mechas. When modifying mechas in virtual battles, the performance of mechas will be limited. That is, the performance of mecha masters will be limited. To ensure that the ranking is fair and objective, Yang-Bo saw this information again. TSK. Yang-Bo looked at more than 20 modification plans for the training mecha. The most bizarre one was to build a mecha into a bouncing can to hit the target. Then Yang-Bo wanted to go to other places to have a look, but found that he had no authority. He needed to authenticate his identity to go to other mechas. He could do real name authentication. Or he could simply do a hand speed test like a tourist. And then he could go in. Discrimination. Yang-Bo was a little speechless. Then he turned back to the training mecha, and then looked at it carefully again. Yang-Bo found that it was very easy to modify in the virtual world. If you need to replace any parts, a series of various parts will be recommended here, with all the parameters required. Even if there is no such part in reality, one will be generated according to your data. Of course, if you want to make a real thing, it depends on whether there is anyone willing to take the order. Yang-Bo became interested and immersed himself in this virtual modification room. From the most basic external armor, this training mecha has an external armor module. Apart from this, the overall skeleton is actually quite slender. The virtual modification room prompts that the time is up and allows visitors to rest for 20 minutes. Yang-Bo realized that he had been online for 5 hours. No wonder mechas are so attractive. Yang-Bo hurried to cook, thinking while cooking, modifying the training mecha by himself. Because there are so many existing accessories. There are 20 to 30 versions of the standard drive system alone. And there are hundreds of open source solutions from some studios. Energy consumption, response speed, peak value of burst, time of burst, service life, torque, hardness, elasticity, anti-detection, cost, price, maintenance, and so on. Not to mention the specific components of the drive system. But this involves a compatibility issue. And the components of large factories are not compatible with those of small factories. Of course, if you force it to use, you will be responsible for any problems. It turns out that there are so many ways. The two 8th generation mechas will also be modified later. With my own forging, plus the superpower of metal, it should be no problem to make these accessories. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make them. Otherwise, I will buy the design drawings later. Yang-Bo pondered in his heart. After Yang-Bo finished his meal, he continued to modify his training mecha in the game. Because this was the only mecha that Yang-Bo could show publicly. How could he not modify it better? With the current response speed, it would reduce his performance. Why don't we look at other mecha modification plans? Yang-Bo spent more than 10 hours in the training mecha and felt that he should see more other modified mechas, which might give him more inspiration. Of course, the reason why Yang-Bo didn't go online now was because of the restrictions. Today, he spent all the time in the modified virtual room. Visitors can spend up to 12 hours a day. High-tech things do have their advantages. Yang-Bo soaked himself in the bathtub and muttered to himself. Chapter 392 Getting Ready. Yang-Bo experienced the convenience brought by virtual reality for the first time. And this convenience made Yang-Bo less disgusted with the high technology of this world. Of course, it is definitely not the case that under the strict monitoring of high technology, there is no way to do illegal things. It is absolutely not the case. After taking a bath, Yang-Bo returned to the room where he surfed the internet and looked at today's mecha modification plan. He found that he still had a lot to learn in terms of modification. Then Yongbo left his home invisibly. And after a round of wandering, he came to the suburban park. And then took out the communicator in a changed appearance to see if Master Zhang had left him a message or something. Master Zhang has recently lived in the city because he felt that the place where he lived before was not safe. Relatively speaking, although the people in the city are complicated, the security facilities are higher. Master, Mr. Jiu replied to the message. Niubo called Yongbo Mr. Jiu because Yongbo's free mercenary account has 3 nines. What did he say? Young Master Zhang asked immediately. He promised to show us his strength. What do you think? Niubo replied immediately. Then tell him about the coming of the Pharmacist Union law enforcement team, and see what good things he can get. Young Master Zhang said immediately, because he had discussed it with Niubo many times. And this free mercenary might have an unexpected effect. Okay. Young Master. Niubo nodded, and sent the news to Yongbo. Yongbo stood in the country park, replying to the message while looking down at a building in Oma City. I didn't expect young Master Zhang to actually move into the city. Yongbo directly used the direct communication signal between the two. Used the photoelectric superpower to pass through the communication base station. And then through the satellite. And then locked the location where the other party sent the message. When Yongbo saw the message sent to him by Niubo, he immediately replied, the things of those guys in the Pharmacist Union are not easy to cash in. If I take them, then I need information about rare collections worth at least 200 million credit points. Yongbo couldn't say that he agreed directly. As a free mercenary, he must be for money or something. This way, he can show his goal. Master Zhang saw Yongbo's reply and said, ask him what he likes? Kung Fu, equipment, antiques, or even other things? After seeing the reply, Yongbo answered directly, no Kung Fu. Everything else is fine. I want rare things. Don't take some junk to fool around. Master Zhang said after seeing this, promise him. As long as he can prove his strength. I will tell him about a treasure room with a collection worth 10 billion. These are all very easy to sell. If they don't work, you can exchange them. When Niubo heard what Master said, he immediately thought of a brother of Master who often showed off in front of his master. After seeing the reply, Yongbo asked the other party to send the specific information of the members of his law enforcement team and the time to arrive at March Star. After receiving Master Zhang's message, Yongbo was also a little surprised. 2A+. More than 16 A-level members. The key is that they are notorious. The information Yongbo got contained a lot. The people of the Pharmacist Union Law Enforcement Group will eliminate all things that affect the interests of the Pharmacist Union, including snatching some rare materials and formulas. These guys will even raid the laboratories of certain companies and kill everyone. Snatch other people's test data, and so on. Of course, there is no substantial evidence for these. And some people have even optimized some potion formulas. If the Pharmacist Union cannot get this formula, they will suppress the other party, or even destroy them in various ways. Scum. Yongbo looked at the specific information from the other party, and muttered 2 words in his heart. The Pharmacist Union is rich and powerful. They take exclusive spaceships, and carry dozens of mechas and fighters. Isn't this sending accessories to themselves? Yongbo was worried that he had no place to get accessories for his modified mechas. The information provided by Master Zhang was also limited. He only knew that the other party carried the 9th generation mecha and registered detailed information. Because mechas are strictly controlled, it is certain that they have been modified. Yongbo asked Master Zhang to provide more information, because Yongbo wanted to know whether the other party's spaceship had any potion materials. Master Zhang answered well. Before entering the airport, the spaceship will report what it carries. Generally speaking, no one will go up to check the exclusive spaceship of the Pharmacist Union. The exemption from inspection is because if anything happens, the other party has the ability to compensate. And of course it must be. So if the inspection is different from the report, then it will be punished. This time, the Pharmacist Union and March Star had a little conflict. If the other party's spacecraft comes to March Star, it must be reported in detail. Otherwise March Star will find fault and not allow your spacecraft to come. So it can't come. Of course, you can also force your way in. And it is certain that the spacecraft will be inspected. If it is different from the report, the people and the spacecraft will be detained immediately. Anyway, there is no Pharmacist Union branch on March Star. Others can't get this information. But Master Zhang can still do it. Uncle Nyo, you go and do this. Master Zhang immediately arranged for the housekeeper to do it. Yes, Master. Uncle Neo immediately went to do it. Because for some things, the fewer people know, the better. Yang Bo was satisfied and turned off the communicator. Then went deep into the park. Found a place to put the communicator in the space storage box. And then went home invisibly. In the next few days, Yang Bo received detailed information. And most of the time Yang Bo was thinking about modifying the Mecha. It's time to make medicine again. For medicine, it all depends on whether there are medicine materials. Yang Bo. How is the control of the Mecha? When he came to the company dormitory, the fat boss saw Yang Bo and immediately asked affectionately, Brother Jia, it feels very easy. Now there is no problem running and jumping. Yang Bo said with some pride. The fat boss was a little speechless when he saw Yang Bo like this. He just used the Mecha to run and jump? That's good. Keep it up. Of course, the fat boss wouldn't say anything. Because the training Mecha Yang Bo used couldn't be considered a Mecha. It was just a movable target. A tin can. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo felt that the title of Brother Jia seemed to have been seen in some movie. Brother Jia seemed to be a social person? Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming and said happily, Yang Bo, my father will be back soon. And I will build you your own exclusive battle armor at that time. Ah, thank you, Sister Rui. Yang Bo pretended to be surprised. We are partners. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be a member of the March Star. Zhou Rui said with a smile. I planned to go to the mountains recently to see if I can find anything valuable. I feel that there are more than one mutant creature on this planet. Yang Bo is going to cause trouble for those guys in the Pharmacist Union. Yang Bo will not take action on March Star, but will intercept and kill the other party halfway. The main reason is that the planetary fleet on March Star is too close. And it is difficult to deal with the spoils. It just so happens that your position in the Environmental Protection Center has been determined. You can freely enter and exit all the wild areas of March Star. If you encounter danger, as long as you stand in an open place, the planetary warning system will protect you at any time. Remember not to go deep into caves and other places. The fat boss heard Yang Bo say this. Although he was a little worried about Yang Bo's safety. But he hoped that Yang Bo could find more valuable things and increase the popularity of March Star. So he said this to Yang Bo. Zhou Rui was a little worried. Isn't it a bit risky? After all, the mountain is not peaceful. Why don't we wait until the armor is made? Sister Rui, don't worry. I also have superpowers. I have trained a lot recently. Yang Bo knew exactly what the two of them were thinking. Generally speaking, Zhou Rui was more humane. As for the fat boss, Yang Bo knew what kind of person he was after running away alone several times when he encountered problems. In fact, this is a normal interpersonal relationship. Don't expect others to pay for you. This is unrealistic. As for the fat boss, Yang Bo felt that he was very happy to get along with him. Because it was not easy to repay a favor. Now he could turn against him at any time. Then be careful. How about I accompany you? Zhou Rui knew about Yang Bo's superpowers. A humanoid laser weapon. Sister Rui, you have a lot of things to do. I'll just go for a few days and run around in my own territory. Yang Bo shook his head and said. Zhou Rui really couldn't leave. On the one hand, she had just received the Mecha sent by Master Zhang. And on the other hand, she was about to become a counselor. And she also had to contact Wang Muxue and the Bounty Hunter Union. There were a lot of things to deal with. When a counselor, you have to participate in frequent social activities and get to know your colleagues. Because every parliamentary vote is actually communicated in advance. So if you want us to raise our hands, you always have to bring something to say. Whether it is an exchange of interests or something else. Social activities are actually opportunities for the exchange of interests. If you reach an agreement, the vote will pass. If you can't reach an agreement, then the distribution of interests has not passed. Okay. Then be safe. Zhou Rui was still a little worried. But she couldn't limit Yang Bo. And she was thinking about sending 2 people to protect Yang Bo secretly. Most of the people in the Bounty Hunter Union have now moved to the open. Some are helping the planet maintain law and order. Some have joined the army. But there are still some in the dark. Because many people can't stand the constraints of the army. As for helping to maintain public order, they are all outsourced. In terms of pharmaceuticals, Yang Bo's genius has made the fat boss and Zhou Rui numb. The success rate of 5-star and 4-star potions is still 100%. Zhou Rui found that she seemed to really like Yang Bo. After all, there are very few men with such genius. Such a talented genius always has a very good life. Moreover, Yang Bo has the ability of light. It's a pity that Yang Bo has no ambition. If he has his own assistants, he will definitely be a big shot in the future. After Yang Bo finished making medicine, he said goodbye to the fat boss and Zhou Rui, and then went home. In the basement of his house, Yang Bo emptied his 3 1-cubic storage boxes, and then emptied the storage equipment of the Mecha. But after thinking about it, he left some electromagnetic bombs. No reaction. Yang Bo checked the energy creature he put in a safe. This guy was attached to the fire attribute energy stone, and had not changed at all. Yang Bo waited for the information from Master Zhang, with the detailed route and time of the spacecraft, as well as the specific reporting information inside the spacecraft. TSK. They even brought women with them. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. There are also a lot of pharmaceutical materials. It seems that they are preparing to deliver them along the way. Isn't this a coincidence? There are actually 20 mechas. TSK. Can these mechas be modified by themselves, and then hidden together with the battleships, and remotely controlled by themselves? It should be difficult to do. After all communications must pass through the space communication beacon on the route. After Yang Bo got the information, he began to analyze it. At the same time, Yang Bo also found the route of the spacecraft, which was the route of the spacecraft that set sail from March Star, and then found a spacecraft 2 days later, and would meet the spacecraft of the Pharmacist Union 3 days after the voyage. The route of the spacecraft is the navigation route stipulated by each country. There are communication beacons on this route. If you leave the route, there will be no signal coverage, and it is not illegal. In this route, spacecraft from any country can sail. Of course, the premise is to report, then set off the day after tomorrow, and wait for the other party in this area. Yang Bo calculated that there were no hurricanes on the planet in the recent period. After Yang Bo confirmed the time, he didn't prepare anything. I wonder how my superpowers work in space. Yang Bo was looking forward to using his superpowers in space. Of course, he had to bring the antimatter battery and charge it at any time. On October 9, 1987, Yang Bo called the fat boss and Zhou Rui, then sent a message to Anisha, and then stepped into the vast mountainous area. Yang Bo turned around and found a cave to go in. This cave led to an underground river, which was connected in all directions. Even if he came back late, he could find a place to appear at will. Of course, the traces left by Yang Bo showed that he had entered the river. Otherwise it would be unreasonable. Yang Bo successfully got on the airport invisibly. After all, it was not the first time he did this. Alas, the officials of March Star are really courting death. That's right. I offended the Pharmacist Union. For the sake of my child's growth, I sold all the properties of March Star. Fortunately, Shabi took over. Those inferior people don't have children. They are single men. It doesn't matter where they live. That's right. These inferior people got a bargain. Alas, I can't come to this kind of undeveloped planet in the future. The assets have shrunk by 70%. Yes, I would rather buy some apartments on a prosperous planet in the future. In the passage leading to the spacecraft, Yang Bo heard people leaving March Star talking, and was speechless. You Shabi will regret it for the rest of your life. This time, Yang Bo did not go inside the spacecraft, but hung outside the spacecraft directly. This kind of mixed passenger and cargo spacecraft does not have energy shields. Beautiful. Yang Bo was invisible outside the spacecraft, looking at the huge airport and Wang Mushua's warship in the distance. The huge warship made Yang Bo drool. What if we can bring this thing back to Earth? Yang Bo felt that if he could bring one of these things back to Earth, he would be the captain of the planet. But it was just a thought. Chapter 393 Boarding. Boring. Waiting is boring. The spaceship still has several hours to leave the port. At first, it was strange to see the surroundings. But it was not strange after a long time. Pure invisibility does not consume much energy. Of course, this is for Yang Bo. After all, he has plenty of energy in his body. The spaceship finally set sail, and slowly left the airport. The mechanical arm of the airport slowly moved away, and the auxiliary engine of the spaceship started. The spaceship must leave the airport for a certain distance before starting the main engine, because the energy impact released by the main engine is very huge, and will cause damage to the equipment. After the auxiliary engine pushed the spaceship for several hours, the main engine started. At this time, the airport was already far away from the spaceship, because the airport moved with March Star. When the main engine started, Yang Bo could feel a vibration, and the spaceship officially set sail. Yang Bo was still invisible, just silently calculating the time. No one thought that someone could hide on the surface of the spaceship. The surface of the spaceship was very hot, and there was space radiation and the like. Of course, if it was too far away from the star range, it would be very cold, and the temperature would reach extreme cold. The energy of superpowers is limited, and it is impossible for them to last that long. Yang Bo, wearing a battle armor, can receive information from the beacon of the channel, which is equivalent to the communication beacon sending a welcome message when you arrive at a certain place. When encountering pirate attacks, the military also determines the approximate location based on the coordinates of the distress signal. As for the pirates destroying the beacon, this is possible, but once it is destroyed, the other spacecraft will not come long ago, and this will only alert the enemy. Yang Bo looked at the stars that were getting farther and farther away, and the light gradually dimmed. He could see that the main engine was already running at low power, because there was almost no resistance in space. These spacecraft would reduce power when they reached a certain speed, allowing the spacecraft to fly relying on huge inertia. Boring. Boring. After more than 40 hours on the spacecraft, Yang Bo finally arrived at the area he was optimistic about. There was an asteroid area nearby. Yang Bo jumped out of the spacecraft. Yang Bo was also flying at super high speed now, but he just changed the direction. Yang Bo flew directly to an asteroid belt tens of millions of kilometers away. At this time, Yang Bo's speed reached tens of thousands of kilometers per second. After a few minutes, Yang Bo entered the asteroid belt. The whole person showed his figure and relied on his own energy to slow himself down. He flew tens of millions of kilometers in a few minutes, but it took more than 10 minutes to slow down. Then Yang Bo chose a piece of stone that was neither big nor small, and relied on his own strength to slowly push the meteorite to the channel. This big ice block can give the other party a surprise. Yang Bo looked at the meteorite with a diameter of 5 meters, which was actually a combination of dust and ice. Yang Bo adjusted his own energy fluctuations to be exactly the same as the meteorite. That is, Yang Bo absorbed the energy waves released by the detector on the channel side, and then simulated the waves reflected by the meteorite. In the channel beacon detection, he was the same as the meteorite, and both were the same meteorite. This kind of meteorite will basically be ignored. The speed is not very high, and it is not very hard, so the energy beacon will only remind the spacecraft in the channel to avoid it. The Qiandai, which was still far away, received this news. The Qiandai is a spacecraft registered in the Crimson Federation and belongs to the Pharmacist Union. The Qiandai is about 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 80 meters high. It is a conventional small spacecraft, but it has been modified. The Pharmacist Union often transports high-value items, so it has some defensive equipment, but no weapons such as battleship laser cannons. It has small laser weapons, because the first choice for this kind of spacecraft when it encounters trouble is to run away, because if it is pirates, the other party has a battleship, and this small spaceship cannot beat the battleship. In the end, they all have to fight with mechas. Some people don't understand why the pirates don't fire cannons and fight with these people's mechas, because the pirates come out to rob, not to play with the spaceship. If they blow it up, the spoils scattered in space are of little value, and there may be radiation. So the pirates rob, and finally they have to fight with mechas. The Chio has received the warning of the channel beacon. The captain looked at the warning information and ignored it directly, because there are too many such situations during the voyage, which is like a small stone appearing on the road. The spacecraft has an automatic avoidance system, and this low speed, dust and ice combination is not harmful to the spacecraft itself. There are too many things like this in the starry sky. After all celestial bodies in the starry sky are moving. The captain only needs to look at the data of the spacecraft to know whether there is any danger. The safety in the channel is still very high, and the Pharmacist Union is very strong. So strong that pirates are unwilling to provoke it, because once they are robbed by pirates, the Pharmacist Union can offer a lot of resources to reward these pirates. As for losing money, it does not exist. If the materials are robbed, just raise the price of other materials directly, and maybe you can make a lot of money. The spacecraft is very luxurious, And the layout inside is like a super hotel, with a garden, a swimming pool, and various entertainment facilities. There are hundreds of staff members, both male and female, who serve the guests on the spaceship. These guests are members of the law enforcement group of the Pharmacist Union. And they are definitely the strongest group of people in the Pharmacist Union. These people enjoy all kinds of super high benefits. The law enforcement group regards this business trip as a tour and enjoys themselves wantonly on this spaceship. In a way, as an A+ level superpower of the Pharmacist Union, has a high status in the Pharmacist Union, and is one of the 16 deputy heads of the law enforcement group. He just came out of the room. The room was a mess. 7 or 8 waitresses were lying naked in the room. Some lying on the big bed, some lying on the floor, and some lying on the sofa. After Inoue went out, other waiters hurried into the room to take away the waitress, who was unconscious in the room, and then clean the room. Inoue jumped into his own exclusive swimming pool. Almost a month of life on the spaceship made Inoue feel a little boring. The waiters on the spaceship had played once, and had lost their novelty. Inoue still felt a little aggrieved in the large swimming pool. After all, for an A+ level strongman, the sea is not very big. I really miss my own alpine lake. After Inoue came ashore, the water on his skin dried up with smoke. The waiter quickly put on a bathrobe for Inoue. Inoue sat on the sofa and sighed in his heart. Inoue has a huge private territory in the Crimson Federation. There is an alpine lake of several hundred square kilometers on the mountain. It is Inoue's exclusive lake. Under the mountain where the lake is located, there is a town. Many people come here every year. Most of them are female members of the Union. All the information, formulas, and materials of the Pharmacist Union are here. Even the laboratory needs points. What should these low-level members do if they don't have points? Of course, they will exchange with higher-level members. As for the payment, it depends on the other party's intention. Inoue likes those low-level female members very much. Because of the difference in physical level, these female members will be ravaged by him like little lambs. Which makes Inoue very excited and fresh. Because there will be many female members waiting for his selection at the foot of the mountain. Of course, the same is true for male members. If you want to obtain formulas, laboratories, test materials, especially some limited materials within the Union, you must have points. Materials that are not available in the outside world must be exchanged for points. So the senior members of the Pharmacist Union use these points to do whatever they want. Of course, when those people grow up and reach a certain level, they will also wantonly exploit lower people. Inoue was also an exploited person back then. Inoue still remembers that he and 7 or 8 handsome colleagues were ravaged by their boss. Although the female boss looked very beautiful, she was ruthless because the boss was wantonly ravaged by other men at the beginning. Inoue looked at his watch and found that there were still nearly 50 hours to the destination. He felt too bored. Others were also enjoying themselves in their own exclusive places. There was a strict hierarchy in the Pharmacist Union. Whether it was food, clothing, housing, transportation or service. Just like these waiters. Only after the A+ level was used, the rest had the opportunity to choose. Inoue picked up his watch and looked at the hundreds of ingredients on the menu. He felt that he had no interest. He had eaten everything for nearly a month. I hope we can get there sooner. I wonder if there is anything fun on this remote and backward planet. I hope that the rubbish that offended our Pharmacist Union is still there. Inoue didn't take this mission seriously at all, because he had himself and another A+ level strongman. Inoue's mental power moved, and the cigar on one side flew in front of him. The crescent knife on his neck flew up with a shining light, and directly cut off the head and tail of the cigar. And the head and tail of the cigar fell to the ground. The waiter next to him looked at Inoue with admiration, then knelt down and quickly picked up the cigar head. He was a little excited. This cigar was produced on the mother planet. After returning, he could sell it secondhand for a lot of money. Inoue held the cigar in his mouth, and then stretched out his hand, and a cluster of flames came out from his fingers. After taking a puff of the cigar, Inoue's keen senses magnified the taste of the cigar 100 times. This feeling was too comfortable. Good stuff. It's worthy of being a cigar made of mutant materials that costs hundreds of thousands. Inoue hummed comfortably. Another A+ was in his room, holding a small whip and screaming while waving it at some handsome waiters. These waiters were beaten and wailed, and the man holding the whip was even more excited. There was no fear of trouble here, because there were many potions, and these waiters could earn half a lifetime's money in one trip. Of course, More points. Most of the waiters were members of the Pharmacist Union. And there was no leakage or other things among the internal staff. Otherwise the union would have a lot of ways to deal with these guys. Inoue had just finished smoking half of the cigar when he suddenly heard the piercing alarm of the spacecraft. Inoue was stunned. And then his figure flashed and disappeared, followed by a loud bang and a bathrobe that was broken into pieces. Mr. Inoue is so amazing. His speed has exceeded the speed of sound. His bathrobe is shattered, a waitress said with a bit of a nympho tone. Another waitress hurried to pick up the pieces of the bathrobe. A few seconds later, Inoue came out wearing a fiery red battle armor, and then shouted loudly, "Koizumi, what's going on?" "Mr. Inoue, there was an unknown collision outside the spacecraft. We are investigating." The captain's voice came from the radio. Waste. Waste. Inoue thought it was a navigation accident and cursed angrily. Ah! At this time, Captain Koizumi made an ah sound. "Koizumi?" Inoue was a little confused and shouted loudly, "Mr. Inoue, I'm fine." The captain's voice came from the radio. And then the alarm sounded. Waste. Inoue didn't doubt that there would be any danger. This was the vast starry sky. But he was a little uneasy. At this time, in the main control room, 2 of the 3 staff members who were operating the spacecraft had collapsed to the ground. Captain Koizumi had a strange scimitar under his neck, which was emitting a bright energy glow. The owner of the scimitar was wearing a red battle armor and looked like a robot. What shocked Koizumi was that this person turned off the alarm system easily. Koizumi? This was Yongbo. Yongbo came directly from the maintenance channel of the spacecraft. It took less than 5 seconds from the spacecraft sounding the alarm to appearing in the captain's control room. Yes. Koizumi found that the other party was constantly operating the spacecraft, and it seemed that he was changing the route. Koizumi cursed Inoue and his group of rubbish in his heart for forgetting this mission. Yongbo carefully checked the situation of the spaceship, and then while operating, he first locked the Mecha cabin, and then locked the cargo cabin. These were his minimum requirements. Sir? Xiaoquan looked at the other party's skillful control of this spaceship, and thought of many possibilities in his heart. This is a high-end spaceship of the Pharmacist Union. The missions are very high-end, and the operating system is independent. The person in front of him is so familiar. Could it be? Then Xiaoquan thought of the remote planet, 3A-level law enforcers, and the SSS laboratory fugitives. A series of information made Xiaoquan think that it was a struggle within the Union, because this kind of operating system has no systematic learning and cannot be operated at all. Yongbo completely relied on his photoelectric superpowers, and could see the composition of this operating system, the location of signal feedback, and the area. Xiaoquan was disappointed when he saw Yongbo close the Mecha cabin. And then he saw Yongbo checking the surveillance again. Of course, there was no surveillance in the area where these guests lived. Yongbo was understanding the structure of the spaceship and seeing where the people on the spaceship were. "Mr. Koizumi, are you willing to cooperate with me?" 5 minutes later, Koizumi completely lost control of the spacecraft, and the most core key was also in the hands of the visitor. Yongbo did not expect that seizing a spacecraft would be so fast and so simple. And he looked at the young captain happily and asked, "I do." Captain Koizumi was already scared, because he could not figure out how this person got in. Why the spacecraft radar and the beacon radar on the route did not detect it. Could it be the meteorite that just passed by? Or was it lurking on this spacecraft in advance? So why didn't he find it? Because the spacecraft's intelligence system was tampered with. And everything about this person would be ignored by the system? Then who arranged it? The top leaders of the Union? No matter which one it was. Koizumi felt that he could not resist. Chapter 394 Make It Big. Pa! The next second, Xiaoquan was slapped by the man in front of him, and half of his face was deformed. Xiaoquan was shocked. What happened? Then, there was a severe pain. Xiaoquan knew that the bones of his face were broken, and then the broken bones were embedded in the flesh. The reason why Yongbo did not immediately start to grab things was to see if there were any good things in this spaceship. Because according to Yongbo's own shameless idea of the Pharmacist Union, the Pharmacist Union must have other means for such an important spaceship. So he decided to wait. And Yongbo did not intend to take the things and leave. The law enforcement team of the Pharmacist Union was so notorious, and he just happened to clean up the garbage. So Yongbo had to find a way to anger the Pharmacist Union. Besides you, there are 2 people here. I will ask you first, and then wake up the other 2 and continue to ask. If what you 3 say doesn't match, He. Yang Bo said lightly. Shaquan was about to cry. The big brother in front of him beat him up without any explanation. He had just expressed his cooperation. Tell me how the rubbish of the law enforcement group enjoys themselves here. Yang Bo decided to ask first to make sure he didn't kill any good people by mistake. Koizumi pointed to his deformed face. And then the energy on his body slowly fluctuated. And soon Koizumi's face slowly recovered. Sir, I am willing to cooperate. But please, I say, Koizumi said pitifully. But when he saw Yang Bo raised his hand, he quickly said, after they came to the ship. Koizumi spoke quickly. At this time, Yang Bo had been keeping one hand on the operating table of the control center, and was actually using his photoelectric superpower to carefully check the internal structure of the spacecraft. Yang Bo heard Koizumi say that most of the male and female waiters here were low-level pharmacists, or apprentices of the Pharmacist Union, and they came here to exchange their bodies for points. 2 A+ level law enforcement team members have priority, and then it is the turn of the law enforcement team members. Moreover, Yang Bo thinks that this point is actually the key for the upper level of the Pharmacist Union to control the lower level. If you want to obtain the formula, data, information, test materials, and laboratories of the medicine, you need to exchange for points. Points can be obtained by completing tasks or from others. These law enforcement team members have a lot of points, which are useless for senior pharmacists, and can only be used on low-level pharmacists. Is this still a so-called academic organization? Yang Bo was speechless. This is too dirty. In 5 minutes, Koizumi said a lot of things. And Yang Bo also found something strange. That is, his spacecraft does have another set of signal systems, which is very concealed. Yang Bo found out from the energy system, and used his photoelectric superpower to directly invade this hidden system. Soon Yang Bo discovered that these hidden systems were actually connected to some places that the spacecraft could not monitor, including all the rooms of the male and female waiters. And the rooms of the guys in the law enforcement team also had them. Yang Bo saw a man whipping other men with a small whip, all without clothes. Yang Bo was speechless. Looking at the accommodation environment, they were undoubtedly A+ level members of the law enforcement team. Then Yang Bo found that he had turned off the spacecraft's communication system, especially the external one. But some energy was still being transmitted to the communication system. TSK. Soon Yang Bo found a good thing. This should be a quantum space communicator. Yang Bo had seen this thing before. He played games and controlled it remotely. He could control the bionic people in March Star and a distant unknown galaxy without delay. It was based on the space quantum satellite. Yang Bo knew what this unique frequency and energy fluctuation was. This is a big treasure. Yang Bo planned to get this device, and then get another 1 or 2 next time. When the time comes, install one on March Star, then one on Green Devil Star, and then install one in the Empire territory. In the future, no matter where it is, I can use bionic people or unmanned mechas to control the territory. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Then he slapped Koizumi unconscious again. Koizumi didn't understand why he was beaten again. Yang Bo found that the monitoring system in the room of the law enforcement team members was independent. And there was also a storage system, which was obviously used by the Pharmacist Union to record the crimes of these people. For those low-level pharmacists who have not grown up, this is also a handle. After growing up, they dare not leave the Pharmacist Union. Otherwise they will be destroyed in minutes. Yang Bo already knew the structure of the spacecraft very well. He came to the engine room familiarly and found a sealed cabinet in a hidden place. To be precise, there was no trace here. Yang Bo directly took out the energy weapon and cut the smooth surface. So it looks like this? Yang Bo saw the space quantum communicator for the first time. The whole thing is a silver-white metal ball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. As for the structure inside, Yang Bo is not very clear, but he can see that there are modules written on it. This ball is placed on a base that supplies energy. Yang Bo pressed a place on the silver-white metal ball, and this place popped out. Artificial energy stone. It seems to be used as a backup energy source. Yang Bo picked it up and saw that it was a polygonal energy stone with a length of 10 centimeters, which was obviously artificial. Yang Bo found that this space quantum communicator was actually welded to the base, and the silver-white metal was very hard. Unfortunately, Yang Bo had metal superpowers. He took the signal communicator down directly. When Yang Bo took the signal communicator down, in a hidden headquarters of the Pharmacist Union far away. It was suddenly discovered that a spacecraft on a mission had lost its signal. When civilians know a certain technology, it proves that this technology has been used for many years at a certain level. Civilians don't know much about space quantum technology, but the upper level is already using it. The hidden headquarters of the Pharmacist Union is responsible for monitoring the spacecraft under the name of the Pharmacist Union, especially the spacecraft carrying out important tasks. They quickly called the spacecraft through the network, but it didn't work. These people tried to contact the personnel on the spacecraft, but unfortunately they couldn't get in touch, so they reported the matter immediately. Yang Bo had already put the dismantled things in the storage space, and then blatantly went to the place where the materials were stored. The people on the spaceship also found that the network with the outside world was disconnected, but it showed that it was a magnetic storm. Everyone was used to this. The spaceship had been disconnected many times during navigation. However, when passing by the hidden monitoring system of the spaceship, Yang Bo went in and connected the independent monitoring system to the system of the spaceship. When my buddy takes the things away, let the world see the true face of these scumbags of the Pharmacist Union. I really look forward to the second spaceship, a few more, and put together the quantum space communication module by myself. Yang Bo smiled. Then he came to the place where the pharmaceutical materials were stored. Yang Bo looked at the materials in the warehouse. These materials were placed in separate test tubes. Hey, who will send a few more space homology boxes? Yang Bo looked at least a dozen tons of materials, including some main materials. It's a pity that it was destroyed. This place is the closest to Wang Mushua's fleet. If something happens, they will definitely come to rescue first. Yang Bo started to move and stuff the materials that he couldn't take and didn't need directly into the escape pods. More than 30 escape pods were filled, including materials of various levels, and the market value should be more than tens of billions. Then release the escape pods. After the escape pods fly out, they will automatically fly to the place where the signal is. What a pity. Yang Bo looked at these dozens of mechas, all of which are good things for modification. Yang Bo only dismantled the things that are useful to him, such as the optical computer and operating equipment. The optical computer version of his training mecha is too low, and the operating equipment response speed is also slow. The optical computer of the 14th generation mecha. Tut tut. Dismantle 3. Yang Bo checked these mechas one by one, and found that 2 mechas were modified very well. They looked like 9th generation mechas on the outside, but the internal system was the 14th generation. However, it didn't look like the optical computer of the Alliance. Yang Bo dismantled the optical computer, energy system, and control system. This thing is the blood vessels and nerves of the mecha. It feels like a miscellaneous wire harness with insulation materials. 2 sets. Haha. Complete. Yang Bo laughed. It would be great to install such things on his mecha. 12th generation. Yang Bo finally chose a 12th generation optical computer and energy control system. Then he dismantled some drivers and used the metal superpower to turn these drivers into pieces of metal lumps. What Yang Bo needs is materials. The drivers of his training mecha must be designed and manufactured separately, because the weight of the mecha is 3 or 4 times that of ordinary ones. So the force it bears in high-speed maneuvers is unknown. Alas, Yang Bo stuffed a lot of metal into the cockpit of his space mecha, but there are still many that have not been dismantled. Looking at these mechas, Yang Bo felt painful. Damn. When will I go to the Dimension Company to take a look? There must be new technology. Yang Bo gritted his teeth and left. Then Yang Bo came to the control room and started to operate, directly opening the signal link in one direction. Fortunately, I didn't leave the coverage of the channel beacon. And then I found a video website and started live broadcasting. The name was The Luxurious Life of a Pharmacist. And then it was stated that the point system of the Pharmacist Union was to exploit the bottom. The staff of the Eden Union Information Security Department felt very boring because the popularity of the intelligence system made the security supervisors drink coffee every day. When a large number of red data appeared on the virtual screen, the staff was curious and hurried to check. Minister, as a person in the Security Supervision Department, I recently received instructions from my superiors. That is, do not limit the flow of negative news about the Pharmacist Union. And what appears now is not called negative news. The minister, who was in the other office, also saw the red data. He opened it and said, "Fuck." Then he decisively used the minister's authority to allow the red data to pass directly. and then amplified the traffic. TSK. Damn. These scumbags in the Pharmacist Union are enjoying themselves too much. That's right. People in the security department watched the live video, which showed 1 man and 5 women. The author also gave the identities of these people. The women were censored, but they were also pointed out to be members and apprentices of the Pharmacist Union. However, the protagonist was not censored, and it was directly shown that it was Inoue Reizo of the Pharmacist Union Law Enforcement Group, the deputy head of the Law Enforcement Group, and a high-definition virtual live broadcast. So the citizens of the Alliance were dumbfounded. When will such a large-scale live broadcast be allowed on the internet? However, after a closer look at the identities of these people, my goodness, they quickly called their friends to watch. And there were dozens of live broadcast rooms. The most explosive one was another man holding a small whip and screaming. Also, the waiters discussed in private in their rooms who they had served this year, who was the most perverted, who was the most gentle, and how many points they had earned, how many experiments they could do, etc. Yang Bo's side was a one-way link anyway, so the outside world couldn't notify the people on the spacecraft even if they wanted to. Then all the news in the Alliance reported this incident. And then the other 2 countries also knew about it. The top leaders of the Pharmacist Union were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The spacecraft was so far away, and if the connection was lost, it would be a disaster. Damn. I want to go to the Pharmacist Union too. Haha. Just wait and see. Didn't you hear what the female pharmacist said? She was gossiped more than 100 times a year. TSK. I've been talking about the Pharmacist Union for a long time. There are a lot of shady things going on in this organization. TSK. The Pharmacist Union also issued a statement saying that it violated personal privacy. Haha. The live broadcast said that these hidden surveillances were done by the top leaders of the Pharmacist Union, and they used these things to control the members below. Shameless. Scum. Yang Bo felt that it was almost time for him to go on stage. There were more than a dozen electromagnetic bombs hanging on his armor. When Yang Bo appeared in the live video, everyone was curious. Why didn't this person have any text? Yang Bo came to a door unimpeded all the way. After opening the door, everyone found that this was the live broadcast room where the man with the whip was. By the swimming pool, a man holding a whip was being beaten. Suddenly, he saw someone coming in and was a little surprised, who came to his paradise without his permission. However, when he saw Yang Bo, he rushed to the room on the side in a flash. But Yang Bo threw 2 electromagnetic bombs into the room as soon as he entered the door. A light flashed on the man's chest, and Lai Kong had to cut the 2 electromagnetic bombs first. But Yang Bo's whole figure also flashed. The other party saw that Yang Bo was wearing armor, and he was not wearing armor. So he tried to avoid Yang Bo in a flash. But he didn't expect that Yang Bo's body turned a strange line in the air and collided directly with the other party. Puff! The man holding the whip was hit directly on the ornately decorated wall and spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this time, the live broadcast heard the roar, and the decoration of the luxurious room was shaken, which means that the speed of both parties broke through the speed of sound. Chapter 395. I abide by the law. The people watching the live broadcast gasped, because the high-definition virtualization made them feel like they were in the room. The man with the whip vomited blood, and also vomited some mincemeat and internal organs. The man with the whip just used the skybreaker to cut the electromagnetic bomb. So Yang Bo had a chance. This guy is very tactical. He has armor and forced the other party to destroy the electromagnetic bomb first. He has a lot of experience and is very strong. The team is awesome. They can control the spacecraft system customized by the Pharmacist Union. This hacking technology is not bad. The people in the Alliance Information Security Department watched the virtual live broadcast while discussing in the communication channel at work. Julian, send a notice saying that hackers have attacked the network, so that everyone can be careful to identify and don't be fooled. The Minister of Information issued an order on the communication channel. Yes, Minister. The announcement of the Union Information Security Department did not make any waves, because this incident directly pulled the Pharmacist Union down from the altar. If the live broadcast does not count, then what are these waiters discussing privately? It involves each pharmacy master. Which master likes what kind of action? Which master is a little perverted? And which master is more gentle? These waiters privately talked about the masters they exchanged with points, as well as some other senior pharmacists in the Pharmacist Union. Anyway, The content is quite explosive. Some masters are masochists, and like to be ravaged over and over again. And there are waiters talking to each other and entertaining some dignitaries, all of whom are brought to entertain by some people from the Pharmacist Union. Some people who were watching the live broadcast suddenly found that they were eating melons on their heads. The live broadcast was divided into many live broadcast rooms, which were divided into many screens. However, the most watched screens were those following Yongbo. These live broadcast rooms were fixed, and when Yongbo walked to a certain monitor, everyone ran to the live broadcast under this monitor to watch. The Pharmacist Union issued many announcements, but it was useless. The Union Information Security Department directly limited the flow. These live broadcasts made all the people who were online feel that their 3 views were exploded. And some of the pharmacists, who looked righteous, were actually like this behind the scenes. Yongbo came to the front of this A+ level person, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's worthy of being an A+ level gene evolver. He was hit by himself and didn't die. The people watching the live broadcast were in a very strange mood now. One of the A+ law enforcement team on one side was dying, while the other side was still enjoying himself and working hard in front of a waitress. There was no way. The space inside the spacecraft was a honeycomb structure, and there was no influence on each other at all. Yongbo took an electromagnetic bomb in his hand and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the man, who was still vomiting internal organs and blood. It can be seen that the electromagnetic bomb is a bit big, but Yongbo stuffed it in. The man's eyes were terrified, but now his bones and internal organs were broken, and he had no way to resist. Many people clenched their fists when they saw this scene, wishing that they were the ones who were stuffed with the bomb. The Pharmacist Union has been working hard to maintain its image and package itself as a high-end academic organization. Although the top leaders of the Alliance and some dignitaries must know the inside story of the Pharmacist Union, ordinary citizens certainly don't know it. When you find that the person you have always admired is so dirty and so unbearable, then you will hate this person even more. Many people gnashed their teeth and looked forward to the following scene, to see these scum die in front of them. Yongbo picked up the skybreaker in front of this person again, and then made an OK gesture to the live broadcast. The waiters in this room had already fainted, because Yongbo and the other party had just broken the speed of sound, and the sonic boom shock wave directly shocked these people to death. The main reason is that this is a closed space, and the sonic boom effect is repeated back and forth, and the power is many times greater than in an open place. The explosive power of the electromagnetic bomb is indeed not great, all relying on electromagnetic shock. But this is in the mouth. Everyone saw the person who was stuffed with the electromagnetic bomb. With the explosion of the electromagnetic bomb, the whole person's mouth and head instantly turned into a bloody hole, because this person was embedded in the wall, like a human-shaped model. So all the tissues in the individual's head were like a fountain, rushing high. Of course, the Security Information Department took action at this time and directly blocked this bloody scene. But many people still vomited and were directly cut off from the live broadcast by the virtual helmet. However, after vomiting, these people still wanted to watch, because after vomiting, everyone felt extremely refreshed. This kind of scum deserves such a fate. Pharmaceutical plus 64. Mind control plus 64. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Pharmaceutical plus 8. Yongbo knew that everyone in the room had died, and he sighed in his heart. He felt sad for those young people who sold their bodies and got points. I didn't expect that A+ would give 2 abilities. Of course, what surprised Yongbo was that he actually gave 264 points. I wonder how many A+ as the Pharmacist Union has. Yongbo happily tap danced on the spaceship channel, and the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. This guy. The top leaders of the Pharmacist Union went crazy, watching the live broadcast to slaughter the law enforcement team. Waste. A bunch of waste. You knew you were going to perform a mission, but you were still so careless. Damn it. Have you found out how these people got on the spaceship? No. We can't read the data, and the space quantum communication equipment can't connect. Damn it. You pigs. Idiots. What's the use of you? Contact the March Star official for me. I want an explanation. Report. We have been blocked by them. Idiot. Quickly contact the March Star fleet. Give money. Give money. As much as you want. Hurry up. The people of the nearest union must bring back the wreckage of the spaceship. Several elders of the Pharmacist Union Elders Council roared. The Pharmacist Union was in chaos. For some reason, even the live broadcast appeared on the networks of 2 other countries. In another luxurious space, Inoue was enjoying himself in the room and was very satisfied with this batch of waiters. Yang Bo, wearing armor, walked into the room where Inoue was. It was a tropical beach layout. There was a white sand beach in the swimming pool, as well as beach chairs. And the surrounding panoramic view was virtual, as if he was on the beach. Who are you? Several waiters saw Yang Bo coming and wearing armor, and quickly picked up a towel to cover their bodies, because these waiters were not wearing clothes either. A guest, Yang Bo said with a smile. What is this guy doing? The people watching the live broadcast found that Yang Bo did not take action like last time. Everyone found that Inoue in the room was already wearing armor, and his speed was very fast, because everyone thought that if Yang Bo adopted the tactics last time, he could easily kill the bastards of the Pharmacist Union law enforcement group. Inoue put on the armor in less than 5 seconds, and walked out of the room in full armor. This guy is a master, and he actually carried the armor with him. What is this person in red armor going to do? Yang Bo's armor is now red, a bit like the shape of Iron Man, but not entirely. Who are you? Inoue, who was wearing armor, held an energy weapon in his hand, and Lycon was also hanging in the air, staring at him, and walked out of the door and shouted at Yang Bo. Yang Bo directly gave Inoue an international friendship middle finger. Inoue sneered, and Lycon exploded instantly. You know, the distance between the two was only more than 100 meters. The next second, Yang Bo burst into flames, and then another red light flashed. Then Inoue flew out, and together with the armor, he was embedded in the virtual projection in the distance, and the whole wall sank into it. The last scene freezes when Yang Bo appears in Inoue, and the split sky falls, because it loses its owner. And he catches it with one hand. TSK. I can use this thing too. Yang Bo felt that this split sky was a fire attribute, and he seemed to be able to use it. Of course, Yang Bo mainly valued the materials, and went back to make a generation of split sky himself. Shocked. Everyone was shocked. Is this person so perverted? The garbage produced by the Pharmacist Union with drugs is really unsatisfactory. It's useless even if you give me a chance. TSK. Yang Bo's voice came out. Of course Yang Bo changed the tone and so on. Ah! Only then did the waiter in this space scream. Fire energy shield plus 64. Mental control plus 64. The power is a bit too much, but it's not bad. It can withstand 50% of my power. It's not that Yang Bo didn't want to give this guy another bomb, but it's a pity that he used too much force, and the opponent was already dead. The people watching the live broadcast hurriedly replayed at this time, only to find that Yang Bo's speed was faster than the opponent's speed of controlling the sky. Inoue's mental power controlled the sky to attack Yang Bo, and Yang Bo did not retreat but advanced, directly colliding with it, faster than the sky, and directly attacking him. The speed exceeds Mach 10. Soon someone calculated according to the intelligent system. Madman. In such a small environment, he actually used this speed. People who saw this data secretly cursed Yang Bo as a madman, who was about to have close contact with the warship if he was not careful. Yang Bo knocked Inoue away, and retreated dozens of meters to catch Inoue's sky. Today is the shameful day of the Pharmacist Union, because Yang Bo's next operation has made Yang Bo's bounty in the killer organization reach 20 billion credit points. Yang Bo went in one by one, and violently broke the limbs and cervical vertebrae of the law enforcement team members who were enjoying themselves, and then threw them together, seeing that many people were shouting that it was exciting, but they couldn't shout it out. These bastards deserved to be beaten like this, because shouting it out would be illegal. Tell me, what's your name, and what bad things have you done? 16 A-level members of the law enforcement team. Each of them had an electromagnetic bomb stuffed in their mouths. And then these people were placed on a row of tables, which were buffet tables. Yang Bo took the electromagnetic bomb out of a person's mouth and asked, "Shameless. You?" This man was still very tough. And then Yang Bo stuffed an electromagnetic bomb into his mouth, and then dragged him to the lifeboat. Then he turned on the electromagnetic bomb and closed the lifeboat. Then everyone appreciated the protective ability of the lifeboat. And of course, the heads of the people inside exploded. I like this feeling very much. Yang Bo threw this lifeboat into space. Nonsense. Yang Bo got pharmaceutical plus 32. It would be strange if he didn't like it. I said. My name is John. I have killed more than 130 people. I was also forced. All of us have handles in the hands of the Union. When we entered the Pharmacist Union, in order to score points, we had to sell our bodies. And at that time, the Union left behind videos of us being bullied. At that time, we were slaves of the Mentor. And the Mentor could ravage us at any time and any place. In the laboratory, in the car, in the hotel, in the wild, etc. The people who bullied me are. Some have passed away. And some are still in their respective. The second person said with a crying voice. The superpower person's broken limbs and spine are not a big deal. Just can't move for a short time. The second person saw what Yang Bo said after the first person died, and knew that he had encountered a pervert, and quickly did what the other party said. The Minister of the Alliance Information Security Department saw Yang Bo doing this, and said a few words in the channel. It's really cruel. Not only this minister. Many organizations have come out to condemn the Pharmacist Union, especially some women's organizations. And the Alliance Ministry of Justice announced emergency intervention. Why don't you resist? I'm a kind person. Although I know you deserve to die. You have no ability to resist now. I won't violate the laws of the Alliance. If you resist, I will have an excuse to kill you. Yang Bo said with a disappointed tone. Many people watching the live broadcast were speechless. You abide by the law and you are kind. You kindly put the electromagnetic bomb in someone's mouth. I broke your limbs and your spine for your own good. You have lost the ability to resist. Legally, I can't kill you in self-defense. You heard what happened just now. He provoked me first. I was defending myself. Yang Bo continued. I'll give you 3 minutes. Who did you kill? Who instructed you? Why? If you can't finish your words, it's a provocation to me. Yang Bo said again. I said that the first person to be killed was Professor Anthony of the Hardy Pharmacist College of the Blue Empire. Because Professor Anthony did not sell the formula to our union. His family of 16, including 9 slaves and 2 children, were named. The man said quickly. The second mission was to the Blue Water Empire. Wait, why is it always the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo asked. Because there aren't many surveillance cameras in the Blue Water Empire. And it's not as chaotic as the Federation. It's very suitable for new members of our law enforcement team to do the mission. The man hurriedly explained. Go on. I'll give you 1 more minute. Thank you. The third time was still in the Blue Water Empire. This time we pretended to be a robbery. And we raped the hostess. Of the 15 members of the law enforcement team, 8 chose to confess. And the rest did not say anything. Yang Bo guessed that it might be related to his family. And this day is called the Pharmacist Union's Day of Shame. An hour later, everyone watching the live broadcast was angry and scolded the people of the Pharmacist Union. Some people who were around the Pharmacist Union were even beaten up. In the Crimson Federation, it was more chaotic because there were too many social people. These social people had begun to target pharmacists. And some even formed groups to rob the local Pharmacist Union. No one from the law enforcement agency came forward to stop it. Just when everyone thought it was over, Yang Bo spoke again to let everyone know that the Pharmacist Union might be seriously injured this time. Ahem. You have made your own confessions clearly. So how about you all confess some of the crimes of other law enforcement team members? Whoever confesses more, I will send him to the lifeboat. As for whether you will be rescued, it depends on your luck. Because the destination of this spaceship is a star. I will not kill you. But you can't escape by yourself. So you can't blame me. So, Yang Bo smiled. I said, I know that the current Grand Master of Medicine in the Blue Water Empire killed the previous Grand Master. And there is a prince in the Blue Water Empire who is said to have been killed by this person. Because he colluded with the current Crown Prince and used a rare chronic poison. The person who executed it was called Dose. Someone said quickly. Very good. You got a chance. Yang Bo secretly exclaimed. Then picked up the man, stuffed him into the lifeboat, and then threw the lifeboat out of the spaceship. The rest of the people also quickly confessed. These guys were indeed A-level members. The oldest one had worked in the Pharmacist Union for nearly 300 years. Yang Bo didn't know much about many of the things they were talking about. But when he heard that it involved a congressman, a planetary chief executive, and the planetary finance minister of the Crimson Federation, he felt that it was not simple. All 8 people were stuffed into the lifeboat by Yang Bo and thrown out. Now you can run for your lives. When you are rescued, it is best to become a witness to the judicial authorities directly. Because everything about you is being broadcast live. Yang Bo announced the news in the spaceship. although other waiters in the spaceship also guessed it. Many people broke down and cried when Yang Bo announced it like this. Then he ran away quickly. Yang Bo also felt that they were pitiful people. There was no need to kill them all. Otherwise his reputation would be bad. Killing innocent people indiscriminately is different from killing with a purpose. Pharmacist Union. Do you like the gift I gave you? I wish you a happy day. In addition, I will throw all the mechas and potions on the spaceship into space. Whoever is lucky enough to pick them up will get rich. Yang Bo finally finished speaking on the live broadcast and prepared to leave. Then he threw all the intact mechas into space, which was mainly to cover up the fact that Yang Bo took the potion materials himself. Because in a dozen hours, a military patrol ship will come here. The military patrol ship will patrol the waterway and clear some large meteorites that have entered the waterway. Captain Koizumi watched his spaceship getting farther and farther away, feeling very heavy. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew he couldn't go back when he saw the lifeboats ejected around him. Yang Bo hid outside Captain Koizumi's lifeboat, waiting for the patrol ship of Wang Mushua's fleet to rescue people. I don't know if Wang Mushua got any benefits, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, because Yang Bo felt that controlling the spaceship was too simple. The spaceship modified by the Pharmacist Union, the operating system, and the security system were very powerful, and he had obtained the authority to control them. Then Wang Mushua's battleship system could probably be easily obtained, which means that Yang Bo, the shameless man, had already regarded Wang Mushua's fleet as his own. Chapter 396 worth 100 billion. Of course, at this time, the Minister of the Alliance Information Security Department publicly apologized. Today's network security incident is the fault of our security department. Here I apologize to everyone on behalf of the security department. At the same time, we have found out that the source of the attack on the network is a spaceship under the Pharmacist Union. Now everyone on this spaceship is wanted by the Alliance. In addition, the Alliance temporarily restricts all Pharmacist Union's own spaceships from performing any navigation missions. The Minister of the Alliance Information Security Department then announced. The members of the Elders Council of the Pharmacist Union wanted to vomit blood. This is a blatant slander. But there is no evidence now. After all, everyone saw what happened on the spaceship. Everyone also knows that the network has an intelligent shielding system. So many sensitive, bloody, and violent images are not shielded. It must be done by hackers. So where are the hackers? The source must be on the spaceship of the Pharmacist Union. Of course, there is a bigger news. The energy system of the Royal Master of the Water Blue Empire exploded at home, causing the Grand Master's private castle to blow up and more than 170 people missing. It is said that a cocktail party was being held here at the time of the incident. The Crown Prince was also seriously injured and is being hospitalized. It is said that His Royal Highness's spirit was shocked and the recovery is not optimistic. Marchstar officially announced that the military has begun to go to the incident area for emergency rescue. More than an emergency rescue, Yang Bo said in front of the camera that the Mecha and the pharmaceutical materials transported by the spacecraft would be thrown away. Wang Mushua found out that the pharmaceutical materials transported by this spacecraft were worth tens of billions. So she ordered the patrol spacecraft to speed up. Zhang Boizhen and Niu Bo looked at each other. Young Master Zhang felt a chill on his back and a little uncomfortable in his mouth. He asked, Uncle Niu, could this be us? Young Master Zhang didn't believe that the ace-free mercenary who contacted him would be the one who appeared in the live broadcast. That would be too scary. This guy likes to put electromagnetic bombs in other people's mouths, so that the biochip will not leave any information. But it looks scary. Master, I think so. Niu Bo was unwilling to believe it. He was full of confidence before. After all, he was also an A+ level strongman. But after watching the live broadcast, he found that if the other party wanted to kill people, he might not be an opponent at all, and felt a huge pressure. Why did this bomb brother look for me? Young Master Zhang felt his scalp tingling. Cooperating with such a pervert? Yang Bo is now called the bomb brother on the internet. He likes to put electromagnetic bombs in other people's mouths. And then bang. Horrible. Perverted. But these methods are used on those damn guys. Why do I feel a little good? Niu Bo was also confused. How could I know why? But since the young master asked, I had to say, maybe it's because they are perverted. And at their level, they should like some treasures. But young master, don't worry. Although this person seems cruel, at least he has some bottom line. He didn't kill people and can fulfill his promises. In fact, these super strong people do whatever they want. But they also have bottom lines. People without bottom lines have been killed by others long ago. Although this matter is so serious, most people will not be disgusted with this person. After all, those guys on the spaceship are really scum. Nyobo certainly knows about these dirty things inside the Pharmacist Union. In fact, big forces inevitably have ways to win over NPUA employees. Even the Zhang family's company is the same. Sometimes they also use some extraordinary means. But they are not as dirty as academic institutions like the Pharmacist Union. Of course, some competition in business is also very dirty. Killing other people's project leaders, various accidents or other things. So young Master Zhang is not surprised. But it's scary to put an electromagnetic bomb in someone's mouth so nakedly. But young Master Zhang is a little excited in his heart. After all, such a super strongman wants to make a deal with himself. Then his brothers. I'm afraid he won't look down on the good things of our brothers. Young Master Zhang said when he thought of this. Young Master, your uncles have a lot of good things. Nyobo reminded him. Haha. When young Master Zhang heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Indeed, his uncles also had a lot of collections. Thinking of his uncles losing their beloved treasures, he was shocked. And the young master can also make a promise. When the young master becomes the head of the family, we can help him with technological equipment. Now Nyobo thought about it, and his vision was also opened. Well, you should first ask him what kind of treasure he needs. Young Master Zhang nodded. Super strong people also need to eat, equipment, and enjoy. There is a team behind this person. He does not need equipment, but his team members must need mechas, battle armor, even spaceships. As long as the young master can become the head of the family, what does it matter? Nyobo continued. Yes. Young Master Zhang was quite surprised by the super fighting power displayed by Yongbo, mainly because it was an extra power that was not exposed to the vision of his brothers and uncles. Many times, it is this extra thing that will lead to unexpected results in certain things. The reputation of Brother Bomb resounded throughout the galaxy. People from different groups looked at things differently. In the eyes of those big forces and dignitaries, the Pharmacist Union must have offended someone. Otherwise, how could it do such a thing? The Pharmacist Union has offered a reward of tens of billions. Some ordinary citizens think that Brother Bomb is a pervert and should not kill people in private, and should hand people over to the judicial department. The other part is silent because they can't cheer for Brother Bomb publicly. As for the super fighting power displayed by Yongbo, it has set off a wave of discussion among ordinary citizens. But those dignitaries and big forces are paying more attention to the team behind Brother Bomb, being able to control the specially customized spacecraft of the Pharmacist Union. This hacking technology is very powerful. Some think tanks of some powerful forces analyzed that this was probably an internal struggle of the Pharmacist Union, because there have always been two factions within the Pharmacist Union. One is the conservative faction, which advocates that the Pharmacist Union should be academic-based and not use points to control the members below. The other faction is the profit faction, which is mainly for making money, manipulating the market price of pharmaceutical materials, and using points to squeeze the members below. It is foreseeable that after this incident, the profit faction suffered heavy losses. The Grand Master, one of the representatives of the profit faction, the Royal Grand Master of the Blue Water Empire, was blown up along with his students and family. Everything in the fortress was melted by the huge energy furnace. The ancient fortress covering dozens of acres was directly turned into a large pit dozens of meters deep, with high-energy radiation inside. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was quick to act. At this level, there was no need for evidence. As long as the Emperor could freely believe that you did it, your whole family would die. Of course, no one knew how many people would die later. A great pharmacist master would implicate many people, but it was no small number anyway. So fast? In less than 3 hours, Yongbo found the patrol ship of the 9th Fleet. Then Yongbo understood immediately. First, Wang Mushua must have ordered the patrol ship to speed up. And second, the lifeboat under his body must have received the signal. The lifeboat would automatically approach the spacecraft with the signal, especially some official spacecraft, and would also approach the waterway. Yongbo could see many lifeboats with his naked eyes. These lifeboats were starting their own propulsion systems and flying towards the patrol ship far away. Wang Mushua remotely commanded the patrol ship to capture the lifeboat. The judicial department of the Alliance had already participated and was supervising remotely. Wang Mushua was very happy. This time, he could get a lot of money. If these people were sent back to the headquarters of the Ninth Fleet first, he would probably be able to get a lot of good things from these survivors. Because the Ninth Fleet has received several huge donations, the meaning is already very clear. These people must have participated in the dirty points transactions of the Pharmacist Union. Now they are taking money for one purpose: asking Wang Mushua not to tell anyone. As for the judicial department, it will definitely receive some donations. As for how to deal with it later, it's just a matter of negotiation. Of course, it is inevitable that someone will take the blame. After all, the matter is so big. These guys are cheap. Wang Mushua can also think that the waiters on the spacecraft will also get a lot of benefits. So don't tell anyone about some things. The warlords in the military were speechless. They could imagine with their toes how much benefit the Ninth Fleet could get this time. Their plan to suppress others failed. They hated that bomb guy. Why didn't you do something earlier? Why did you do something in the area under the jurisdiction of the Ninth Fleet? You could have done it in our. Maybe it's because the Ninth Fleet has a small number of starfield warships? Yang Boyan boarded the warship. The warship was more than 1,700 meters long and more than 100 meters in diameter. Just like a ballpoint pen. This is made of many unit modules. The patrol ship itself is not big. But don't underestimate it. Once the weapon system is deployed, it becomes ferocious. Now the warship has deployed some of its weapon systems, fearing that the bomb guy is still doing things around. The spacecraft of the Pharmacist Union flew directly to the nearest star at high speed, and there was almost no possibility of catching up. However, the commander of the patrol ship looked at the open lifeboat, which was full of the Pharmacist Union's medicine materials, and was so happy that he almost jumped up. This thing is of course a trophy. Then, there are some mechas. As for the arrested people, they will be detained separately. The places where they are detained are remotely monitored by the judicial department. But there is a lot of room for operation. Yang Bo was invisible on the patrol ship and looked around. He felt that this patrol ship was a bit low-end. This time the harvest is huge. Yang Bo was walking around on the warship in stealth, looking at the structure of the warship and the various control systems in the control room, while thinking about his harvest this time. I wonder if Master Zhang is satisfied. The Zhang family has a lot of good things. Ping and Technology Company should have a lot of energy metal materials. Yang Bo now has the idea of building his own new mecha. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of the third-generation mecha is just like that. It's probably going to cost tens of billions of credit points for the materials. The key is that many energy metals cannot be bought even if you have money, and large-scale purchases will soon attract attention. This matter will be considered in the long run. In addition, I will go to the Dimension Company someday to see if there are more Dimension boxes there. I also want to learn the forging technology of Space Mecha. It's just right to practice with the 3 mechas in my hangar. It's a pity that the mechas from the Pharmacist Union can't be taken away. Otherwise, how much experience will I have if I take them all and disassemble and assemble them all? Virtual transformation is virtual after all, so you still have to practice it in practice. But you can learn a lot from virtual transformation. Is there any way to put the space quantum communication equipment directly on the mecha, so that you can control it remotely? First do a few orders for Master Zhang, and then you can ask. If Ping and Technology Company has this technology, it will be even better. Yang Bo was thinking about his mecha transformation plan in his mind. Individual abilities are always limited. Yang Bo used 50% of his strength to kill Inoue. It seemed that Inoue had no room for resistance. But if a mecha hit Inoue at high speed, it could directly smash him into countless pieces, including the armor. The bounty of the Pharmacist Union has increased again. Now this bomber has been rewarded 50 billion, becoming the first person in the Interstellar bounty. This bomber has played big this time. I wonder if someone in his team will betray him. Several super gangster teams in history were betrayed by their own members. Bomb Brother will probably end up in a miserable situation. Actually, the Pharmacist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and other academic institutions are all the same. I also know that in the art circle, if you want to be famous, you have to be led by your predecessors to hold exhibitions. And if you want to be led by your predecessors, what's so strange about this? When we were in college, someone went on a week-long trip with his tutor to get a recommendation. I remember your tutor is a woman? What's so strange about this? Women like handsome men, and men like beautiful women. TSK. But I saw on the internet that Bomb Brother is a member of the Pharmacist Guild. Obviously, the configuration of the Pharmacist Guild spaceship is not low. Almost 10 mechas, some low-power laser cannons. And it is said that there are also space quantum communication equipment and customized super systems. I am afraid that the total bounty for Brother Bomb will exceed 100 billion credit points. Union Technology Company, which provides system support for the Pharmacist Union spacecraft, has offered a bounty of 10 billion. There is no way. The stock price of this company has fallen too sharply. Anyone would be afraid that they would be happy on the spacecraft and then be broadcast live on the whole network. That's true. I didn't expect that I was worth 100 billion. Tut tut. Yang Bo was hidden in the spacecraft control room, listening to the gossip of these guys inside. He was speechless about others calling him Brother Bomb. As for the bounty, how could it be possible? He did it alone. Team. They did it as a team. Captain Koizumi has already discussed with the other 2 people in the control room. They must say that 3 people broke into the spacecraft to control the 3 of them, and then control the spacecraft. Because the spacecraft has already gone to the star, and there is no evidence. In fact, Koizumi felt that he should have ignored the ice dust meteorite, which was strictly speaking his own fault. And he did not activate the emergency system immediately after the alarm was raised. Otherwise it would not have been so easy for someone to control the spacecraft. Koizumi did not want others to know that his negligence had given him the authority, which was a shame for all spaceship captains. And Koizumi vaguely felt that this incident should have been done by someone inside the Pharmacist Union. Otherwise how could they be so familiar with the system? Chapter 397. Another good thing was found. Captain Koizumi and the Ministry of Justice will conduct a remote preliminary trial first, and will send people to March Star for in-depth investigation later. After the preliminary trial, Koizumi and his people will be detained and wait for the subsequent trial. Yang Bo was also a little confused about Koizumi's confession. Why did this guy say that? Yang Bo certainly didn't know that these captains had a procedure for everything they encountered. From the moment Yang Bo broke into the spacecraft, Koizumi activated the emergency plan when the alarm sounded, which could completely cause great trouble to Yang Bo. It was enough time for those law enforcement team members to be fully prepared. And maybe they could get the Mecha. Although Yang Bo is strong, facing dozens of mechas will also cost more hands and feet. If it gets worse, those guys in the law enforcement team will operate the mechas to fly directly into space, and then flee in all directions. What will Yang Bo do? So if this matter is investigated, Koizumi's crime is very serious. So Koizumi will say this to reduce his crime. Otherwise, the insurance company's pursuit of liability alone would be enough for Koizumi and others to pay. The other 2 people in the control room naturally knew about it, so they all insisted that the other 3 people raided the control room. They resisted, but it was useless. Koizumi also showed his injuries. Koizumi's face was deformed by Yang Bo, and it can be checked if it heals again. When Yang Bo was strolling on the patrol ship, Zhou Rui of March Star was a little anxious, because Yang Bo went into the mountains and there was no information, and he didn't reply to the messages. Zhou Rui originally sent someone to follow, but Yang Bo disappeared after entering a cave. Waste. Zhou Rui cursed at the 2 people who were following her. After Yang Bo entered the cave, the people who were following him did not go. After waiting for a few hours without seeing Yang Bo come out, the 2 went in to check and found that the cave was connected to an underground river, and Yang Bo's traces disappeared in the water on the underground river side. Where to find it? The underground river is turbulent in the rainy season. Zhou Rui tried to check the location of Yang Bo's watch, but the supervisors of the Environmental Protection Center were not allowed to check any organization when entering the mountain, because the supervisors were responsible for supervising environmental protection and preventing someone from finding the location of the supervisors and reporting to some bad companies. Yang Bo is really something. Zhou Rui complained while taking people into the mountains to find Yang Bo. The key point was the underground river. Zhou Rui was not completely sure, and did not dare to tell the fat boss and others that the more people were alarmed, the more disadvantageous it would be for Yang Bo. TSK. The commander of the patrol ship looked at the modified mecha and sighed. There are also some lifeboats. Many soldiers looked at them and felt like vomiting. These were those who were unwilling to cooperate with Yang Bo. They stuffed bombs in their mouths and threw people into the lifeboats. The situation inside was very tragic. These are also evidence. Some of these lifeboats were not damaged. After receiving the signal from the patrol ship, They took the initiative to fly to the patrol ship. This is a unique function of the lifeboat. So the patrol ships of the 9th Fleet do not need to take the initiative to search for those lifeboats. These lifeboats will fly over on their own initiative. Some mechas must be captured by unmanned fighters sent by patrol ships. The patrol ship was delayed for 7 or 8 hours, and then left the airspace, maintaining the highest alert along the way because of fear of the bomb brother. Patrol ships are fast, and those passenger and cargo ships, in order to save energy, will only accelerate in the early stage, and will only use some energy when changing routes in the later stage, and rely on inertia at other times. TSK. Don't mention it. Wang Mushua's outfit looks weird. When Yang Bo saw Wang Mushua wearing a white military uniform, the buttons and epaulets were golden, and there was a golden decoration on the chest representing the admiral. A blue and white hat. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her slender neck, and the fitted military uniform showed a beautiful figure, combined with her current temperament. Why is her temperament different from when she was sleeping at home? Yang Bo thought of Wang Mushua's 2 times at his home. One time she was injured, and the second time she talked about love or something. Both times she seemed relatively weak, and this time she was heroic, with a bit of a queen-like temperament. Yang Bo did not check what Wang Mushua was doing, because Wang Mushua, a strong man with super mental power, might be able to sense something strange. Yang Bo now wants to return to March Star in peace, and then modify his mecha. Women, and the like will only delay his career. TSK. However, Wang Mushua's dressing and temperament still made Yang Bo remember it deeply. Uniforms. This will cost extra. Wang Mushua came to the patrol ship and carefully checked the harvest this time. Not bad. Commander Zhang. Your patrol ship has made great contributions. This time I want to commend you. Wang Mushua came to the patrol ship and saw the harvested genetic medicine materials. He found that some of them were ordered by himself. Of course, more were not. He could get so many medicine materials without paying. Wang Mushua was also very happy. She was also happy when she thought that Yang Bo would use these medicine materials to make more medicines in the future. As for the stolen goods, it was very possible that these materials would eventually become medicines and be digested by the fleet. They would not be sold. So how could they be found out? I wonder when Yang Bo can make these advanced medicines. Wang Mushua thought of Yang Bo again and muttered to herself. Then she checked the Mecha again. And the most important thing was some waiters. These must be appeased, because the waiters will be cash cows in the future. Many people are willing to donate to the fleet for what? Of course, these waiters will also receive a large amount of compensation. And they can't be allowed to talk nonsense. Finally returned to March Star. Those waiters, and the members of the Pharmacist Union law enforcement group, whose spine was broken by Yang Bo, all lived under the dual supervision of the fleet and the official law enforcement agencies of March Star, waiting for the arrival of the special team of the Union Ministry of Justice. Of course, the Union Ministry of Justice remotely monitored. Because of the distance, the special team of the Incident Department will arrive in 20 days. This incident is serious and involves many people. There are rumors flying all over the internet, involving some of the members of Parliament. Although these members have issued statements that this is a complete false accusation, no one believes it. It took more than 5 days to go there and back. It only took more than an hour to do the work. The time cost is too high. Yang Bo muttered to himself while hurrying on the road. Fortunately, this time the harvest is very good. The medicine materials are enough for me to do many experiments alone. And there are also things on the Mecca. Huh? Yang Bo came to the mountain and came to the cave where he entered the underground river. He found that there were actually traces of many people entering and leaving here. Yang Bo's tracking skills are no joke. Although invisible, the traces can be seen. Have I been discovered? Yang Bo didn't realize that someone was following him at first. Entering the underground river, Yang Bo found a signal repeater and 2 guys in armor guarding here. Area A 150 kilometers. No abnormalities. Received. In front of the 2 of them was a virtual control center. Yang Bo took a look in stealth. Wow. Is this the system of the Bounty Hunter Union? Yang Bo looked at it for a while and understood that someone was looking for him. With drones and real people. Yang Bo carefully looked at the map that the other party had detected, and then hurried away. Did Zhou Rui send someone to follow me? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Fortunately, I was smart at the time and left the traces in the water. Yang Bo also praised his wit. It seems that I have done a lot of illegal things and have experience. Yang Bo ran hundreds of kilometers in one breath. This is still a blind spot for the search. Yang Bo came out of the underground river and ran directly to the exit. He came to a cave outside, took back the armor and other things, and changed into the equipment he wore when he entered the mountain. Then, continued to move into the mountain, pretending that no one is looking for him. Perhaps it was luck. Not long after Yang Bo showed up, he found the plant he found last time in an area impacted by mountains and water. The plant looked normal on the surface, but the roots and stems had energy glow. Yang Bo started digging, because the water washed away all the soil in this place. Yang Bo picked up several and filled a large bag. Then Yang Bo took out the locator and found that this place was actually his own land. There was no way. His territory was relatively large. An hour later, Yang Bo, who was walking in the river valley, was finally found by Zhou Rui's drone. Zhou Rui spent a lot of time looking for him, and had been looking for him for several days. But she found that it was not possible the first time she came, and she needed equipment. So she disguised herself to transport the equipment. Because she couldn't use any means of transportation publicly, she had to use a camouflage cloak to disguise herself and run into the mountains. So she wasted time. Moreover, the underground river was complicated, because she didn't know whether Yang Bo was going upstream, downstream, or going to other branch underground rivers. So it was very troublesome to find him. Yang Bo? Zhou Rui received a report from her subordinates, and chased him all the way wearing a camouflage cloak. She saw Yang Bo walking in the valley from a distance, and shouted immediately. Ah! Yang Bo had already discovered that a drone was illuminating him with radar, and he estimated that Zhou Rui would come. So he pretended to be shocked. What's wrong with you? Why don't you reply to the message? And how can you go to the underground river? Zhou Rui ran to Yang Bo in a cloak, and started to scold him. Sister Rui, I found something good in the underground river, but I haven't caught up with it. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui's complaining face, staring at him, and felt warm for no reason. You know how difficult it is for us to find you. The procedures for entering this place are complicated, and we entered illegally. Zhou Rui felt that her tone was a bit too much, so she complained quickly. This is my private land. Yang Bo's words made Zhou Rui speechless. What good things did you find? Then Zhou Rui looked at the bulging bag on Yang Bo's body. Mutated plants. Yang Bo whispered. Sister Rui, why didn't I see you send me a message? Yang Bo asked again. Later I learned that after the environmental supervisors entered the mountains, no one could contact them, and they could check their location to ensure the safety of the supervisors, because there were companies that could find the location of the supervisors in history. Zhou Rui said. Oh, are you alone? Yeah. I'm worried about you. Don't run around anymore. There are too many undeveloped areas on this planet. Zhou Rui nodded. Sister Rui, thank you for your hard work. Yang Bo was a little speechless. There were obviously several of you. So why was there only one person? But there was no way to expose it. Let's go back. I don't know if these mutant plants are valuable. Yang Bo directly summoned his flying car. In his own private land, he could summon a flying car to enter without any fines or other things. In public mountains, the land is not allowed. Anyone who wants to enter has a complicated approval process. Even for flying cars, any aircraft flying in these areas has a height regulation, because flying too low will scare wild animals. The people who followed Zhou Rui in search of Yang Bo were wearing camouflage cloaks. Seeing Zhou Rui and Yang Bo get on the flying car, they all shook their heads. Our chairman. I'm afraid he will have to pay for it. The people who followed Zhou Rui to find Yang Bo were all Zhou Rui's confidants. These people knew Zhou Rui's disguised identity, because Zhou Rui disguised herself as a bald head to have an advantage in contacting other people. Many of Zhou Rui's confidants came with Zhou Rui's father. Some of them were similar to servants, and their ancestors had been working for the Zhou family for generations. Half an hour later, the fat boss looked at Zhou Rui and Yang Bo suspiciously as they got off Yang Bo's flying car. Fortunately, the two were dressed neatly, and Yang Bo was still dressed like he was going into the mountains. Yang Bo, you said there is something important? When they arrived at the laboratory, the fat boss couldn't help asking. Yeah, I found some mutant plants here, Yang Bo said, and then took out several plants from the bag. The fat boss was puzzled. Why did this thing look so strange? He reached out and touched it, and he was even more confused. But Joe Ray on the other side had already brought the instrument. After scanning, she was also very surprised. This plant? How come this ball has energy fluctuations? I found it in a place that was destroyed by water. There are many of these plants in the mountain. There is no energy fluctuation in the upper half, but there is still energy fluctuation in the root. Yang Bo nodded. The fat boss was stunned. Yang Bo was so lucky. Do you want to notify young Master Zhang? The fat boss asked. Of course. We have no use for it. And plant mutant materials. This seems to be uncommon. Right? Yang Bo and Zhou Rui looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Buizhen came to the company dormitory of the fat boss. He came very quickly. He came less than 10 minutes after the fat boss sent the message. It's true. Niu Bo just reached out and touched the spherical rhizome of the plant and nodded. Zhang Buizhen was stunned and looked at the three people in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? Yang Bo is so lucky. In fact, Zhang Buizhen knew that it must be Yang Bo who found the mutant fish last time, because the land over there belonged to Yang Bo. This time, Zhang Buizhen also roughly knew that it was Yang Bo, because Zhou Rui and the fat boss were so busy that they had no time to go into the mountains to look for things. In fact, Niu Bo was more surprised, because Niu Bo himself thought that the plant was very ordinary, and he only found out that there was a faint energy fluctuation when he touched it. How could Yang Bo, a young man, find it so easily? How did you find it? Niu Bo couldn't help asking. Yang Bo took out a portable energy detector. I went into the mountains to fulfill my duties as an environmental supervisor. The mutant animals were strange last time. I detected strange plants. I actually wanted to dig this up and make bonsai. I didn't expect to find energy fluctuations during the test, but it was a little low. Yang Bo had thought of a solution long ago and took out a portable energy detector. You still want to give this to me? Although Zhang Buizhen knew that the three of them would definitely give it to him, he still asked. Yeah. Fourth brother takes care of us so much. Besides, these are useless to us, so I'll give them to fourth brother. But there seem to be a lot of these plants. Yang Bo nodded and replied. Well, thank you then. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhang Buizhen really needs fame, thinking of discovering two unknown mutant creatures, one of which is a very rare plant, and the naming rights of two creatures. Zhang Buizhen almost opened champagne to celebrate. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo was not polite. The fat boss and Zhou Rui looked at each other. Only Yang Bo could say this. Tell me, your fourth brother has nothing else. But the equipment, money, and other things are all easy to talk about. Zhang Buizhen immediately said proudly. Chapter 398. Watching the fun. Yang Bo looked at the fat boss and Zhou Rui and said, thank you, fourth brother. But we don't need it for the time being. Okay then. How does Zhang Buizhen feel about Yang Bo's answer? I feel that Yang Bo is quite humane. Zhang Buizhen has seen too many people who don't care about their friends for the sake of interests, and even betray their friends. But Yang Bo gave me a good feeling twice. And Yang Bo knows himself very well. Zhang Buizhen left with the mutant plant. This plant will be taken back to his confidant for research to see if it has any value. Even if it has no value, the naming right alone is incredible. A lot of mutant organisms are discovered every year, but there are very few valuable ones, because many mutant plants and mutant animals are inherently repelled by the human gene system. Brother Jia, Sister Rui, what benefits do you want? But you have to think clearly, and we will give suggestions together later. Yang Bo asked the fat boss and Zhou Rui. The fat boss smiled a little embarrassedly. You are taking advantage of me again. At the same time, the fat boss had already decided to trick his aunt to come here. Yang Bo is not only a genius, but also does not have the bad habits of other rich kids. Now he has a connection with Zhang Buizhen, so it will not be a problem for him to become rich in the future. Zhou Rui also felt warm when she saw Yang Bo, because Zhou Rui knew that Yang Bo could completely ignore her this time, and she didn't expect that Yang Bo would also be willing to share a part of the credit. Thank you, Zhou Rui said with a slight smile. It's nothing. I'll go back first. I didn't expect that this investigation would yield such a big harvest. Next time, I will definitely conduct a careful survey on my private land. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, Brother, let's have a meal together first. Things have been uneasy recently. Be careful when you go out. A group of bandits came to our neighborhood and robbed the exclusive spaceships of the Pharmacist Union. The fat boss spoke to Yang Bo at this time. Yang Bo looked shocked and asked, "The Pharmacist Union is a big force. How could it be robbed?" Not only did they rob, but this group of bandits also killed 2 A+ level genetic evolutionists of the Pharmacist Union law enforcement group, and publicly executed them on the internet. The bounty for the Pharmacist Union and others has reached 100 billion credit points, the fat boss said with some sighs. Yang Bo was even more shocked. 100 billion. 100 billion? Well, this group of thugs used some method to control the system of the spacecraft. This system was manufactured by the most famous spacecraft system manufacturer. Now the stock prices of these companies have plummeted. And according to many people's speculation, these people are still wandering around our March star. There may be accomplices on March star, the fat boss said. Joe Roy said, "Yang Bo, try not to watch it. You may not be able to sleep after watching it." Yang Bo asked curiously, "Isn't there information security on the internet? Swearing words are blocked. Doesn't the security department care about this public execution?" "Who knows? The information security department said it was hacked by hackers. But the Pharmacist Union is in big trouble. I don't know how many people will die this time. The Blue Water Empire has already lost a Grandmaster of Pharmacy, 6 Grandmasters of Pharmacy, and more than 30 Pharmacy Masters. TSK. The fat boss continued. Yang Bo was even more curious when he heard this. And the fat boss continued, "You can go back and check it online. You should be able to see related videos." "Yeah." Yang Bo nodded. And then the fat boss took Yang Bo and Joe Roy to eat together. When they came to the restaurant to eat, Yang Bo was very sharp and heard many people talking about Bomb Brother. TSK. The internal situation of the Pharmacist Union is actually like this. Fortunately, I didn't have any pharmacist talent back then. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen if I went in. These big organizations and big forces are basically like this. And the hierarchy is very strict. You are wrong. Only organizations like this that claim to be academic can threaten you in the name of academics. If you don't compromise, you won't learn anything at all. Yes, if it were other big companies, the worst case scenario would be not to do it. More than 30 members of the Alliance Parliament resigned this time. I'm afraid these guys have been to the Pharmacist Union a lot. TSK. It's exciting to think about it. The pharmacists of the Pharmacist Union look so proud. But they are so good at playing. Hee. I like to watch the guy with the whip the most, beating other low-level pharmacists and making them scream. It's exciting. You are a pervert. Didn't you hear some waiters talking about it during the live broadcast? Let me tell you, there are already places in the Crimson Federation that have launched various new ways of playing. And they say it is the same as the Pharmacist Union. TSK. Yang Bo and the other two entered the box. And the fat boss said, "I don't know how many people from the killer organization will come here this time. 100 billion credit points. As long as you find some clues, you will make a fortune. Someone from our Bounty Hunter Union has also issued a bounty. And there are many people who want to come to March Star." Joe Roy also nodded. "So, brother, you should be careful. These guys are not too easy to do illegal things." Joe Roy said to Yang Bo again. Yang Bo nodded. "I won't go there recently." "Well, you have a good rest. It is said that Admiral Wang has obtained a lot of potion materials, which are said to be worth tens of billions." Joe Roy nodded again. "What's going on?" Yang Bo heard this and asked with pretended curiosity. Joe Roy smiled and replied, "It's not clear in 1 or 2 sentences. Go back and check it out online." "Yeah." Yang Bo nodded, feeling as if he had dug a hole for himself. He didn't have to make all the materials he had lost. After dinner, Yang Bo went home, washed up first, and then looked online. Wow. First of all, various female groups attacked the pharmacist unions in various places. And many people in the pharmacist unions came forward to tell their stories. More than 1,000 members of the lower house of the Alliance have resigned. And more than 100 members of the upper house have also resigned. These people are all involved in the Points Gate incident of the Pharmacist Union. Yes, this incident was defined as a Points Gate incident by the news media. The Forger Union and other unions have issued announcements to explain the points system within their unions. There is absolutely no academic oppression like the Pharmacist Union. These unions have encountered the biggest credit crisis in history, including the Mecca Union and so on. In this incident, the most famous one is the Bomb Brother, with a reward of 100 billion. And it is still increasing. Because the Alliance is also offering a reward for the crime of destroying information security. Hee hee. Yang Bo laughed. What's the use of these bounties? He was the only one who knew about this. Zhang Buizhen could guess it. But would he dare to say it? Zhang Buizhen didn't dare. He didn't dare at all. Because the specific information of the spacecraft was provided by Zhang Buizhen. If he told others, he might be killed first. The bounties of these big forces are not so easy to get. Believe it or not, they will be killed or have a car accident right after they are given to you. Yang Bo found that there were several messages on the watch, which were sent by Annie and Xia. The identity of environmental supervisor is very useful. When entering the mountain, the location will be blocked directly. Good. Yang Bo liked the position of supervisor even more. As long as Yang Bo was detected entering the mountain, the location would be blocked directly for all institutions. Annie sent a message to ask Yang Bo if he had seen the news. It was so scary. Yang Bo replied to the two and planned to go to Annie's place tomorrow to see if the two had made any progress in the Mecha test training. Anne and Xia both feel so lucky recently. They didn't expect that the internal corruption of the Pharmacist Union is so bad. Someone has already revealed on the internet that most of the genetic drugs people inject are inferior products. Anne and Xia can't imagine that if they inject the genetic drugs for the second time, they will be made by the scum of the Pharmacist Union. Will there be any problems? Because these people have twisted personalities. Anything can happen. Although the official has guaranteed that each injection of drugs has been inspected, a large number of people who have failed to inject genetic drugs still stand up to protest. In this world, the Alliance has no credibility. Anyone can protest. As for the official documents, no one believes them. After all, you are both players and referees. The two sent messages to Yang Bo when the incident happened, but there was no response. They panicked. Maybe something happened to Yang Bo. Yang Bo replied that he had something to do, and the two felt relieved. Yang Bo came to the basement and took out his harvest in different categories. First of all, the materials for the medicine. Yang Bo took the materials for the medicine based on the invisible mice and mutant leeches on his side. It's a big harvest. Yang Bo looked at the materials he had harvested and felt happy. These materials were enough for him to use for a long time. In addition, there were the optical computers and control systems of the dismantled mechas. Yang Bo also put these things in the safe. Of course, to isolate all energy detection. This thing needs to be studied carefully. Yang Bo looked at the space quantum communication module. This thing looks not simple, but it is actually more complicated. Finally, Yang Bo looked at a pile of cracked space. 18 cracked space, 2A+ level guys cracked space, and other members of the law enforcement team also had cracked space, all of which were confiscated by Yang Bo. Then, there are some rare metal materials needed to make mechas, and these things are also taken out. I have gained a lot. Yang Bo looked at the list of gains he wrote, feeling very happy. I will be able to start modifying the mecha soon. I don't know when the news of the release of the mecha will be announced. Then I can use the mecha publicly. The training mecha is very suitable for me. This thing only needs to rush forward when encountering something. It does not require any control technology. Of course, this is the case on the surface. Just like a novice driver driving a car to take off. The reason why Yang Bo used this training mecha is because the operating system is simple, which fits his character who can't drive a mecha, and he can also burst out in an emergency. Yang Bo opened the safe again and looked at the energy creatures in the container, without much reaction. These are spoils of war. When I have time, I will figure out the first generation of the Sky Rift. This thing is really useful. Yang Bo looked at the Sky Rift on his side. He had a lot of these valuable things. After putting the things away, Yang Bo prepared to have a good rest. This time he went out and almost didn't sleep because he had to use his stealth ability. TSK. Yang Bo drank milk while reading the comments on the news. It must be said that these netizens have a lot of imagination. But why do I feel like I have done something wrong? And then I go back to the scene to watch the excitement? Yang Bo found that this action seemed a bit strange. Many people are curious about the incident of the Points Gate this time. How did Bomb Brother and his group get on the spaceship? I suspect these guys have already hidden on the spacecraft. It's very likely. Not to mention the spacecraft's speed of thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Do you really think the radar beacon in the channel is just for show? That's right. The nearest channel beacon in the incident area is less than 1 million kilometers away. The spacecraft itself has a radar. if you want to make contact with the outside world. Some scholars have simulated that it takes 11 minutes at the fastest. First, you need to accelerate to approach the incident spacecraft, and then keep the speed synchronized with the incident spacecraft. During this period, didn't the incident spacecraft notice it at all? The radar system of this spacecraft has a detection range of 5 million kilometers. Internal strife is the most terrible. After this incident, the Pharmacist Union is probably seriously damaged. More than that, various places have restricted the travel of local Pharmacist Union senior executives. I think the next step is that various places may want to get more regulatory rights from the Pharmacist Union. Alas, these politicians are all the same. I have done some orders for government departments. Charity receptions are fine, but some even invite female and male stars for public relations. Haha. Are you satisfied? In the future, these girls in the Pharmacist Union will be cheap for those politicians. Maybe they are more corrupt than now. After all, they only need to listen to their mentors before. But now they have to serve the politicians in the regulatory departments. Haha. Watching the live broadcast, there is a goddess in our class. I didn't expect her to be so wild in the video. Haha. How can you get points if you don't do it? Especially if you are an A+ level evolver. Yang Bo looked at many comments. It was normal at first, but then it became a little weird. Of course, there were also female netizens who scolded these people for having no sympathy or something. The two groups that caused the most trouble this time were F-class citizens, or residents, because these people suspected that there was something wrong with the medicine they injected. The second was the women's group, and this group overlapped a lot with the residents group mentioned above. Protests have broken out in various places on the Alliance side, and the branches of the Pharmacist Union have been attacked. In short, in one word, it is chaos. More and more whistleblowers have appeared, and Yang Bo has long speculated about this kind of thing. These whistleblowers are now coming out, and they are victims. Although this kind of thing is often a two-way choice, it is not ruled out that there are also many forced elements. Then it was completely chaotic, and officials from various government departments, famous pharmacists, and pharmacists were implicated. Many people. Is the Brotherhood coming again? Yang Bo found that someone broke the news that the Brotherhood had more than 100 people taking orders this time, all of whom were gold medal killers. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Yang Bo muttered to himself, preparing to take a closer look at this revelation. The destination of these people is of course March Star, because the people on the spaceship may be able to obtain some intelligence here, mainly the 100 billion reward, which is too much. As a killer, especially a successful killer, there is a kind of mysterious self-confidence. Chapter 399 Mecha Confrontation. After watching the excitement for a while, Yang Bo came to the Mecha modification forum. This time, Yang Bo found another good place, which is to watch the game. After the Mecha is modified, there will be a ranking challenge. Different rankings have different rewards. The top 10 can get a real modified Mecha. In fact, it means that the Mecha company recognizes your modification and gives you the right to use a Mecha. TSK. Yang Bo looked at these conditions and found them very generous. Moreover, this place mainly tests the performance of the Mecha. There are restrictions on people's hand speed, so that it can be fair. Otherwise, one is a master level hand speed, and the other is an intermediate Mecha master, which is naturally not equal. There is no need to register or pay money to watch the game. You can watch it directly. There are Mecha ranking battles every day. Yang Bo entered a duel arena and found that this is an island arena. The entire island reaches more than 4,000 square kilometers. The entire island has dense trees, as well as mountains, rivers, and canyons. Two mechas were fighting inside. Both were 9th generation mechas. One of them was humanoid, and the other was a beast, looking like a black leopard. Yang Bo looked carefully at the modification plans of the mechas of both sides, and found that the beast-shaped mechas were very suitable for this mountainous area. They had camouflage capabilities, and were low in height, so they could avoid many radars. For example, they could lurk behind some stones, or other larger trees. The black leopard-shaped mecha was 5 meters long and 2 meters high. Of course, if it was crawling on the ground, it would be less than 1 meter high. The tail of the leopard mecha is a laser weapon. There is a laser cannon in its mouth, and there are cold weapons in its 4 claws. It also has an energy shield. The black leopard is codenamed Death Shadow and ranks 37th. The other humanoid mecha looks ordinary. But Yang Bo took a closer look and found that this guy actually used two cold weapons. The humanoid mecha has cold weapons in front and behind its feet, and a laser cannon behind it. And it is multi-barreled. Yang Bo was very curious why he chose a multi-barrel laser cannon. And then he found that multi-barrels are conducive to energy storage and increased power. Laser weapons require a storage process. Of course, when the power of laser weapons is less than 50%, there is basically no need to store energy. And 100% of the energy generally requires 1 second of storage. And overclocking is also used. Energy weapons can be used in overclocking bursts. But there is a time limit. The mecha has a full power burst, which also has a time limit. The energy system cannot withstand such a huge pressure for a long time. Multi-barrels are used in this situation to reduce the storage time. The humanoid mecha is codenamed the Double Blade Master. It is 12 meters tall and has two cold weapons. One about 5 meters long and the other about 1 meter short. This guy is a good fighter at first glance. Yang Bo also secretly said, "What a guy!" when he saw the weapon configuration of this mecha. The humanoid mecha walked in the hilly area, flying from one hilltop to another. But because there was an extra multi-barrel laser cannon on the back, the rocket backpack was relatively small. The rocket backpack was small, which limited the instant acceleration and jumping. There was no way. The mecha was so big, and there were only so many devices that could be stuffed in it. Of course, the mecha energy system can be enlarged. But as the energy system increases, the size of the mecha must increase, and the overall weight of the mecha increases. Mecha modification basically means castrating some capabilities and increasing some capabilities. The mechas made by mecha manufacturers are relatively balanced because they cannot customize them according to mecha masters, because they don't know who uses their mechas and what their specialties are. Mecha modification is a very popular industry because the military allows mecha modification because it increases the combat effectiveness of mecha masters. Mecha masters are not omnipotent and have their own specialties. Yang Bo's viewing here is from a god's perspective. Yang Bo divides the virtual image into two parts, while watching the shadow of death lurking on the top of one mountain. This guy has a camera or something on his tail, and he uses his tail to detect the whereabouts of the double swordsman. Once the radar is used between mechas, they will be discovered by the other party immediately. The double swordsman is also constantly searching, jumping from one hill to another, and can use the short stay time in the air to detect from a high position. The shadow of death crouched in the jungle, using the terrain as much as possible to avoid the detection of the double swordsman. These are all remote virtual controls, which means that both sides are fighting on the mecha simulation driving equipment. However, there will be actual combat in the year-end rankings every year. The studios that do modification are very rich. Some studios have a lot of mechas. Of course, some studios themselves have 1,000 connections with mecha manufacturers. Yang Bo felt like the car reviewer he had seen in his previous life. Many of them were paid to do things. Yang Bo opened the comments and found that the mecha modification was actually divided into schools. Academic schools and wild schools. The double swordsman has a bit of ancient martial art style. Very powerful. Death Shadow is not bad, although he is a wild school. Come on. Death Shadow is used to sneak attacks. It is of course good to be able to sneak attack on the battlefield. Wild schools are wild schools, and the double swordsman's strength crushes the opponent. The double swordsman is very powerful, and he has two cold weapons, one long and one short. The posture of holding them is in a posture of attacking at any time. It's about to start contact. Yang Bo looked at the comments and found that the double swordsman was about to start contact with the Death Shadow. Things don't seem to be that simple. Yang Bo saw from the god's perspective that the Death Shadow and the double swordsman's humanoid mecha were not far apart. The terrain here is hilly, plus jungle, but from the perspective of the mecha, trees are basically non-existent. Death Shadow controlled the leopard mech, crawling forward, carefully avoiding various trees, avoiding direct collisions with trees to attract the attention of the other party, and using the terrain to cover himself. The double-bladed man controlled the mech, not daring to be careless at all. This kind of place is not very suitable for his mech. This kind of place is suitable for flying mechs, which can stay in the air for a long time and have a large detection range. Unfortunately, the competition venue is random. Yang Bo watched the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer. This was done intentionally by the Death Shadow leopard mech. This leopard mech wants to intercept from the front. but only the front has a radar detection blind spot. Yongbo roughly guessed the tactics of Death Shadow, because for humanoid mechs, the places they have passed and the back are definitely not blind spots. In this kind of hilly area, there is no blind spot unless the flight altitude reaches a certain height. The blind spot of radar illumination is similar to sunlight. You can imagine the radar of the humanoid mecha as a light source, and then the illuminated area is a blind spot as long as there is a shadow. Of course, trees do not exist, and the radar can penetrate directly, but the mountain itself and stones cannot penetrate. Of course, this is mainly because the radar power of the mecha is not enough. If it is replaced with the radar on the warship, it can penetrate hundreds of meters below the surface. But it is not necessarily. Yongbo thought about it carefully again. And there is a problem here, because both sides are very experienced. Yongbo put himself into the person operating the mecha, and he will always be vigilant about the area where there may be conflicts. This humanoid mecha, the two cold weapons are always in a position to be activated. Yongbo found that in the humanoid mecha, the long weapon in the right hand was directly held in the hand, and the short weapon in the left hand was tilted downward. The use of weapons by mechas is the same as that of humans. The sharpness of the weapon itself and the inertial force of the weapon determine the intensity of the attack. Just as the dual-blade guessed humanoid mech jumped and landed on the top area of a hill, the Death Shadow leopard mech, which had long been in the blind spot of the hill radar, instantly pounced on the dual-blade guessed humanoid mech like a real leopard. It was like someone had just climbed up the mountain, and before he had time to look at the other side of the mountain, he was instantly attacked by a beast on the other side. The dual-blade guessed humanoid mech reacted quickly, and the long weapon held in his right hand was swung out instantly, blocking an area in front of him. The Death Shadow leopard mech seemed to have anticipated the opponent's move. While rushing, it turned to the right and launched an attack with a laser cannon at the tail. The double-blade mech saw that the leopard mech actually went to the right, and also dodged to the side. Yongbo hurried to read the comments. The double-blade mech blocked the opponent's way with his long weapon in his right hand. If the opponent dodged to the left, he would just hit the short weapon on the left. The Death Shadow is indeed an elite. He directly jumped to avoid the blockade of the double-blade mech, and the laser cannon at the tail fired instantly. The double-blade mech's entire humanoid mech turned to the left side of his body to avoid, but in fact, he showed the multi-barrel laser cannon on his back. However, this seemed to be the idea of the leopard mech. At the moment when the double-blade mech showed the multi-barrel laser cannon on his back, the leopard mech opened his mouth and fired a laser. Obviously, the leopard mech had already calculated it, and directly destroyed the multi-barrel laser cannon on the back of the double-blade mech with one shot. The long weapon in the hands of the double swordman used the move that had just blocked the way forward for the leopard mecha to make a knife flower and cut it down. Then he took a step forward with his right foot, and the huge long weapon instantly cut down at the leopard mecha. The tail of the leopard mecha slid and barely avoided this attack, but the long weapon in the hands of the double swordman floated to the left at the moment of cutting down. The tail of the leopard mecha was directly cut off. The next second, the entire leopard mecha flew directly from the back of the humanoid mecha. The short weapon in the left hand of the humanoid mecha stabbed the leopard mecha from the back. The arm of the mecha is not like the human arm that cannot be reversed. This guy can rotate 360 degrees. The leopard mecha didn't expect the opponent to be so fast, but now it couldn't change. So energy light immediately appeared on the four claws. In just a moment, the back of the humanoid mecha was torn open, and the head of the leopard mecha was pierced by the short weapon of the humanoid mecha. Death Shadow won. Although Death Shadow's head was hit by a short weapon, the cockpit of the humanoid mecha had been destroyed, which meant that the mecha master had died. There were a lot of comments in the comment area, and Yongbo read them carefully one by one. Too unexpected. I didn't expect the time Death Shadow chose to attack. I thought Death Shadow would wait for the opponent to jump from the top of the mountain before attacking. I also thought the opponent would attack at this time, but I didn't expect him to attack in advance. Double Blade Master was unlucky this time and chose this venue. The environmental factors of mecha war itself also have a great impact. There is nothing we can do about it. Each mecha has its own terrain and topography. Death Shadow's ranking increased by 2. This guy's points should be enough to participate in this year's finals. If Double Blade Master loses 2 more games, he won't be able to participate in the finals this year. I think there is something wrong with Double Blade Master's tactics. No one on the battlefield dares to guarantee that his tactics are correct. because no one knows how the opponent will fight. Yang Bo looked at the comments and admitted in his heart that he underestimated Death Shadow. Yang Bo felt that if he controlled Death Shadow, he would definitely wait for the opponent to fly from the top of the mountain and then directly fire from behind. Unexpectedly, the Shadow of Death launched an attack in advance. Yang Bo guessed that this was also beyond the expectations of the dual swordsman. The location where the double-blade man landed obviously left enough safety distance. Yang Bo carefully watched the wonderful replay of the battle just now, and found that the location where the double-blade man landed on the top of the mountain left enough safety position. But the Death Shadow fighter grasped it very well, and started attacking the moment the opponent landed. The battlefield changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen in the next second. Yang Bo found that it took less than 2 seconds for the two to make contact and decide the winner. This is actually the norm in mecha wars. Most mechas are life or death when they come into contact. Of course, this fierce confrontation will make people's adrenaline soar. Many mecha masters are keen on this kind of battle, just to experience this feeling. And more than 100 tons of mechas. Every collision between each other brings extremely shocking power. This is the violent aesthetics of power, which is brought to the extreme on mechas. Most people in the comment area look down on the leopard mecha. Yang Bo looked at the comment area and found that everyone had no good impression of the leopard mecha. The fighting method of humanoid mecha is more in line with the violent aesthetics of humans. Yang Bo also figured it out. The leopard mech is doomed to not be able to fight head-on like the humanoid mech. If it were me, I would also choose the humanoid mech. The leopard mech seems to have won this time, but it has exposed its own tactics. If we continue to fight in the future, many people will be on guard against this move. Just like the double-blade man landed and retreated 5 meters, and the leopard mech jumped out, which was a joke. And in this kind of confrontation, personal factors are limited. Yang Bo read everyone's comments while watching the battle replay, and then summarized it here. There will be a place to kill time in the future. Yang Bo looked at whether there was a second battle, and decided to see what this year's finals were like. Of course, he could also watch the battle video of last year's finals, but it costs money. Chapter 400 value increases again. Yang Bo watched the modified mecha competition last year again, and it was midnight before he knew it. This mecha modification is really a big deal. But the modified mecha is also afraid that the map will not be suitable for the finals. Natural factors play a big role. Yang Bo found that the biggest influencing factor of the modified mecha competition was the map. No wonder the mecha manufacturers set the performance of the mecha to balance, just to cope with different battlefield environments. Yang Bo understood a little more. The maps of the finals are varied. Some are on planets, some are in space, and some are underwater. After watching it, Yang Bo was moved and searched for Likong again. I actually saw something about Likong on it. And there is also a special forum introducing Likong. Is Likong a product of alien civilization? The first generation of Likong was picked up by people from garbage in the universe? But the universe is so huge. Maybe there are other civilizations that exist. Yang Bo carefully looked at the introduction of Likong. Then Yang Bo entered the room that introduced the first generation of the split sky, which made Yang Bo's eyes light up. Because here is the complete structure of the first generation of the split sky. A virtual three-dimensional image structure can clearly see the design inside, and can be zoomed in and out. Zoomed in to the size of a building, and zoomed out to the size of the split sky itself. And observe the internal structure at will. Does it feel like a layer of chip structure inside? Yang Bo looked carefully at the internal structure of the split sky, which was like the internal structure of a chip, folded up layer by layer. A total of 120 layers. Yang Bo looked carefully at the introduction, and it was divided into a total of 120 layers. Yang Bo thought about the cracked space in his hand, which was only half a centimeter thick at most. I originally planned to analyze the structure of the first generation of cracked space in my hand, but I didn't expect it to be available on the internet. I seem to have many restrictions on surfing the internet before. Why can't I surf the internet now? Is it because it was a welfare house before, and now I am a big landlord? Yang Bo was a little confused. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the Alliance made a comprehensive judgment on the rights of citizens. It was mainly judged by taxes. If a person paid enough taxes, then the rights of citizens would be open to a higher degree. First of all, Yang Bo spent a lot of money to buy his current piece of land, and paid a lot of taxes. This one recently bought a large piece of land, and paid a lot of taxes. Although Yang Bo didn't pay a penny, it was still paid by Yongbo in name. There is also the consumption tax on Yongbo's daily purchases, and the garbage in the gardens in front of and behind the house, which are also taxed. To put it bluntly, Yongbo's credit on the alliance side is getting higher and higher. The higher your credit, the more you rely on the alliance. And you need to rely on the alliance to make money. The alliance is not afraid of you knowing too much. The alliance is most afraid of people who have nothing. This is an unstable factor. They must not know too much. Otherwise they will cause trouble. Moreover, Mechas and Likong are open to ordinary people to attract ordinary people. No one would have thought that someone could make something just by seeing it on the internet. The first generation of Likong's structure was fully displayed in front of Yongbo, which saved Yongbo a lot of work. Yongbo checked the second generation of the sky split again, and found that the second generation of the sky split was completely different from the first generation. The first generation of the sky split had no chip, but the second generation of the sky split had a chip inside, and also had some energy systems. The main attack power of the sky split relies on the ultra-high speed provided by its anti-gravity system, and the beyond visual range combat provided by the chip. The sky split itself also has energy protection, and the original intention of creating the sky split was to deter superpowers and prevent them from doing evil on the planet. The sky split equipped by the planet Guardian can hunt down any criminal superpowers on the planet at any time. Yongbo looked at the structure of the second generation of the sky split and found it was not his cup of tea. So he looked back at the first generation of the sky split, the chip structure of the second generation of the sky split, and the need for satellite relay control. Yongbo dare not make such a sky split. The satellite relay can cut off your communication at any time, which is why those in power are not afraid of the planet Guardian using the sky split to cause trouble. Because the second generation of the sky split is completely a weapon controlled by electrical signals. The first generation of the sky split is a real weapon controlled by mental power. I feel that it's not that the threshold for using the first generation of Likong is too high, but that those in power think that they can't control the users of the first generation of Likong. Yongbo felt that his idea had made those in power think badly of him. Go to bed. After taking a look, Yongbo downloaded the structure of the first generation of Likong directly. In the future, he can use virtual glasses to study and observe repeatedly. I haven't slept for several days. Although Yongbo didn't feel tired, he fell asleep quickly after getting on the bed. Yongbo slept comfortably, while the alliance was in turmoil outside. Many members of the alliance's parliament resigned because more and more powerful politicians were implicated in the scandal of the Pharmacist Union. Those in the Pharmacist Union who stand up now are victims. If they wait until it is found out later, it will be voluntary. Moreover, people have a herd mentality. If one or two people stand up to testify, they will be afraid of retaliation and feel embarrassed. But now the more people stand up, the more sympathy they will have. And they are not afraid of retaliation from the Pharmacist Union. The busiest ones are the Supreme Court of the Union and the Ministry of Justice of the Union. The Supreme Court of the Union has signed more than 500 personal restraining orders, including some members, wealthy businessmen, and some important members of the Pharmacist Union in various branches of the alliance. Because now is the era of intelligence systems. Many times the intelligence system can directly determine the authenticity of the incident based on the evidence submitted by the victim. When Yongbo shot a goldfish to death, it was the online court that made a direct judgment based on the video footage of the incident. The Supreme Court of the Union only needs manual final approval. How long has it been? Some planets have already proposed to supervise the branches of the Pharmacist Guild. However, March Star, where the incident occurred, is relatively calm, because there is no branch of the Pharmacist Guild here. Relatively speaking, the situation of the Pharmacist Guild in the Alliance is better. The Blue Water Empire directly restricts the personal freedom of all Pharmacist Guilds and those above the middle level. The situation under the Crimson Federation is even more bizarre. Each state in the Federation has its own laws. So some states directly take over the management of all the Pharmacist Guilds, including the pharmacists in them, under the pretext of investigation. Of course, it is normal to lose things during the investigation. It is also normal for things to disappear. It is also normal for some talented people to leave the Union. The states under the Crimson Federation are jokingly called local states by the people of the Alliance. Because their states there are simply bandit-like. If they like your things, they will directly come to rob you. If there is no law, they will immediately make a law against you. Over there, it is completely based on strength. There is no way to rely on any law. And corruption is serious. Yang Bo had a good sleep and got up. Then he watched the news after washing up. Good guy. Yang Bo looked at the news, and the biggest headline was that more than 50 people in the Alliance Senate were involved in the scandal of the Pharmacist Guild. And the Alliance Supreme Court had issued a personal restraining order, and summoned some of them. There are more in the House of Commons. And if some shareholders or directors of some companies are involved in the case, then the stock price of this company will plummet. And some companies' stores will be directly smashed by protesting groups. Yang Bo mainly pays attention to how many killers are willing to come here to deliver food. I'll send a message to Zhang Buizhen later. Yang Bo decided to find a place later and send a message to Zhang Buizhen as a free mercenary, asking him to notify him if he has any news about the killer. Don't miss the benefits that come to your door. A few more A+. Yang Bo was very happy when he thought that this level would give him 2 skills. I'm worth 150 billion. This Pharmacist Guild is offering a reward to me. I can understand it. This spaceship control system manufacturer is offering a reward to me. I can understand it. I can understand that the insurance company is offering a bounty. I can understand that the Alliance is offering a bounty. Blue Water Empire. You may have taken too many fake drugs. And you are also offering a bounty of 30 billion. Is the Emperor of Blue Water Empire looking for death? Yang Bo was a little confused when he found out that Blue Water Empire was offering a bounty for him. The total bounty offered by the above departments has exceeded 150 billion credit points. Anyway, I have a territory in Blue Water Empire. When I get there, I must find an opportunity to go and ask their emperor in person what they want from me. Yang Bo muttered to himself and went out invisibly. First, I went to a place in the wild to send a message to Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen didn't sleep all night because this sudden storm actually involved one of his uncles. He has been restricted by the Judicial Department and summoned to the Judicial Department for investigation today. TSK. Zhang Buizhen was a little gloating over the misfortune of his uncle. The situation in Zhang Buizhen's family is complicated. Anyway, his brothers have the support of uncles and elders. Otherwise Zhang Buizhen would not be forced to such a desolate place. Master, Mr. Jiu has sent a message. Niu Bo took the message from Yang Bo and came to report to Zhang Buizhen. Tell him that it's okay. March Star is my March Star. And these bastards, the maggots in the dark, will definitely die if they come here. Zhang Buizhen now regards March Star as his own territory. These people from the killer organization come here to make trouble. Isn't this a slap in his face? Moreover, the target of these killer organizations is their strategic partners, and they must not be allowed to live in peace. The other party asked for some energy metals. After Niu Bo replied to Yang Bo's message, he found that the other party had made a request. Zhang Buizhen frowned slightly when he heard this. The control of energy metals is quite strict. And I can't mobilize too much. You ask him. I will provide information about energy metals. And if they have the ability, they can get it for free. Yang Bo received the news from Zhang Buizhen and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Zhang Buizhen couldn't give him too much energy metal. Thinking of Zhang Buizhen's proposal to give him information about energy metals, Yang Bo also answered a yes. Forget it. I have to find a chance to make a hard trip. Anyway, I have to find a chance to go to the Dimension Company. Yang Bo asked Zhang Buizhen to collect relevant information, and then put away the communicator. Then Yang Bo went to a small villa he bought invisibly. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, no one came to ask. As long as this kind of small villa didn't owe fees, no one would ask. Then Yang Bo came to Annie wearing a sweatshirt, sunglasses and a mask. Captain! Annie and Xian knew that Yang Bo would come today, but they didn't expect him to come so early. Yang Bo was speechless when he saw the two women in pajamas. Nodded and said, change clothes first. And then see your superpowers. The two changed clothes after hearing what Yang Bo said, and then came to the basement. Yang Bo now looked at the green basement, and it was very different from the last time he came. And this was Annie's credit. The growth rate is good. Take it slowly at the beginning. And don't be impatient. Yang Bo checked the speed and number of times the two people used their superpowers. Nodded and said. In fact, Yang Bo didn't know how fast a normal superpower person would grow after awakening. But this didn't stop Yang Bo from praising the two, because things were already like this, and it was useless to say anything bad. So it was better to encourage them. Captain, it's terrible. I didn't expect the Pharmacist Guild to be so dark. After the two of them exerted half of their energy, they came upstairs. Annie said at first after sitting down. Fortunately, I didn't join the Pharmacist Guild. I don't know if you are afraid. I don't even have a pharmacist license. Yang Bo told the truth at this time. When the two heard this, they looked at each other and felt a little scared, but also a little fortunate. I just don't want to go to the Pharmacist Guild for assessment. I always feel that the purely academic organization they boasted about is a bit inconsistent. After all, which academic organization has so much money and such a big power? Yang Bo spoke again. Captain, then how did you learn to make potions? Xia asked in confusion. Purchase potion formulas and potion making videos on the black market. Then can we learn to make potions? Of course. But low and mid-level pharmacists need to invest a lot of money. Just take the simplest and lowest level. Yang Bo told the two about the pharmacist. The two were a little embarrassed after hearing this. And Annie said, we still owe you a lot of money. Captain, put this aside for now. You will definitely make a lot of money by following me in the future. And then pay it back slowly. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, the personal relationships on the Alliance side are a bit similar to those in the West on Earth. And they have a very clear view of borrowing. This government department is too black, selling us hundreds of thousands of E-level gene potions at such a low price. It's a pity that I used to think that the Alliance government was the most honest government, Xia said indignantly. Yang Bo chuckled. Compared to the three countries, the Alliance is indeed much better. How is your Mecha training going? Then Yang Bo changed the subject. As long as it is a human society, various social problems will inevitably arise. There is not much point in discussing this. Chapter 401 Not going back. Not much progress. Stuck in one place. Can't speed up. Every time it gets stuck at the 10-second mark. The speed increases suddenly after 10 seconds. When the two heard Yang Bo's words, they answered with a wry smile. At the beginning, your physical fitness is slowly increasing. And your reactions in all aspects are also slowly improving. Between 3 to 6 months, your physical fitness will basically grow completely. During this period, eat more good food and supplement your nutrition. Here Yang Bo stopped talking, because the two of them were already very plump, proving that they were not lacking in nutrition. Do you want to buy 2 Mecha simulation chambers for you too? Yang Bo knew that there was still a little difference between virtual control and actual control. We don't have money. The annual house deed tax and miscellaneous expenses are a lot. Annie and Xiao looked at each other, and then answered in a low voice. Yang Bo was waiting for the two to run out of money before he could talk about some things. If you two don't mind, we can sign a service contract. You two are now superpowers. And you can help me in some aspects in the future. Of course, the premise is that it does not violate the laws of the Alliance. Yang Bo put forward his own conditions after hearing this. Annie and Xiao have been troubled recently. The house is very good, but there is a percentage of house deed tax every year, as well as various expenses such as water, electricity, and energy, including the cost of cleaning the garden after every hurricane. Captain, will you lose money? Annie asked after hearing this. You don't have to consider me for this, even if you two play games with me in the game in the future. As your physical fitness and reaction ability increase, your control of game characters will become stronger and stronger. But games are games after all. It's not reliable to simply rely on the income in the game. I don't know if you have played games. The later you play the game, the less money you make. Yang Bo was of course fooling the two. As for the military's matter, at least there is no saying that the price of games will skyrocket to a certain extent in the short term. Can we take a look at the contract first? Xia and Annie looked at each other and finally decided to take a look at the contract first. Yang Bo nodded. The people on the Alliance side deal with things in this way. Even if the relationship between the two is good, they have to take a look at the contract first. How can a monthly basic salary of 80,000 be far higher than the E-level standard of the Alliance statistics? Yang Bo drafted a contract and showed it to the two. After the two read it, Annie asked, the minimum salary standard for citizens in the Alliance is a basic salary of 40,000. But the superpowers mentioned here are those with strength attributes. That is, they only increase their physical fitness and have no other superpowers that can release energy. Yang Bo explained. But people with superpowers who can release energy will keep their superpowers secret, because many superpowers restrain each other. Besides, we are still friends. This is just the normal basic salary. The income you deserve in the game will still be given to you. The only thing you have to do now is to reach the minimum threshold of a Mecha master as much as possible. then your salary can be increased. Yang Bo spoke again. Xiao looked at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes and asked with a little doubt, but it seems that our superpowers can't do any work. That's right. Your superpowers are not very good now. Let's talk about it when your superpowers grow up. With your current superpowers, they are not very useful at all. I am also considering this as an investment. The reason why Yang Bo said this is because the contract period for the two is 20 years. Yang Bo did have a gambling nature in it, mainly because of Annie's superpower of life energy. Yang Bo felt that the breeding of rare mutant plants or mutant animals in the future would mostly rely on Annie's superpowers to breed on a large scale. As for Xia's fire energy rays, Yang Bo felt that there was little chance of using it. Once this thing is released outside, it will be easily captured by the planetary warning satellite. When the two heard Yang Bo's words, they felt a little warm in their hearts, because no one had ever cared about them so much. The two also knew the average salary of low-level gene evolutionists in society. The Alliance publishes statistics every year, which is clear. As for the external superpowers, it is not allowed in public places in the Alliance. So in the eyes of the two, Yang Bo is suspected of deliberately helping the two. I sign. Annie looked at the contract carefully. In addition to the monthly salary, there will be a salary increase every month. Although the contract is as long as 20 years, it is stipulated in the contract that no illegal things will be done. Yang Bo didn't care about the contract at all. They would both think about doing illegal things when the time comes. After all, he never thought he would do illegal things before. Now looking back at the many illegal things he has done, if he really follows the League's laws, he will probably go to jail for decades. In other words, they would voluntarily do illegal things when the time comes. And this would not be considered a breach of contract. I'll pay you 1 year's salary in advance. Yang Bo knew the girl's character. He would pay 1 year's salary in advance, so that the two of them would keep owing him money. In addition, I will immediately order 2 Mecha simulation cabins. If you don't have the talent to operate mechas in the end, the worst that can happen is that you can just sell them. If you can operate mechas, I will make money. Yang Bo decided to buy mecha training equipment for the two. After the two signed the contract, they wanted to refuse the benefits given by Yang Bo, but they thought that they didn't have much money now, and they could only look at the good things if they wanted to buy them. So they agreed reluctantly. The mecha simulation cabin arrived soon, and there were also accompanying installation personnel. Why is it so expensive? Annie and the others were also shocked when they looked at Yang Bo's bill. The 2 simulation cabins were as high as 3 million credit points. Look, there are more expensive ones. Of course, Yang Bo knew that there was no cheap stuff when it came to mechas. A mecha that had many functions castrated, or it could be said to be a retired mecha from the military, had only the simplest basic operations, and could only be used in specific areas. This kind of second-hand goods, at least 10 or 20 million credit points. Many big landlords and dignitaries have this kind of second-hand goods at home, because this kind of second-hand goods can also save lives when necessary. I see there are many cheap ones, and this one has 500,000 or 600,000 credit points. Annie and Xia took a look and found the problem. The mecha simulation cabin is also divided into generations. You can see that I bought the 8th generation product. The mecha simulation cabin has many exclusive models, and the cheapest one is the 3rd generation mecha simulation cabin. Yang Bo explained. Why is it the 8th generation? Annie heard this and asked while looking at the official website of the mecha simulation cabin seller. But then Annie seemed to remember something and looked at Yang Bo with wide eyes in surprise. And Xia also looked at Yang Bo with wide eyes. Yes, I have 2 8th generation mechas, and they are flying models. Yang Bo didn't expect the two to react so quickly. I remember that mechas are not allowed to be traded? Annie checked the law and found relevant regulations. The Alliance is in a mess now. In order to deal with possible terrorist attacks, the Alliance will soon enact laws to open up the sale of mechas below the 9th generation. Of course, the weapon system will be restricted. If you buy these 2 mecha simulation cabins now, the price may increase. You have to learn quickly so that you can sell them later. Yang Bo explained. You bought 2 mechas? What do they look like? The two didn't care about the mecha simulation cabin at all, and asked Yang Bo what mecha he bought with great concern. Yang Bo found 2 pictures on the internet and showed them to the two. Wow! The two looked at the mechas in the pictures with their eyes shining. Captain, we want to see the mecha? The two looked at the pictures carefully. You know, it's a virtual image now. It feels like seeing a real mecha. Majestic and handsome, Xia said with a little pleading tone. You should train first, Yang Bo said in a polite refusal tone. Captain, please, we haven't seen the mecha in person yet. Xia suddenly hugged Yang Bo's arm, shaking and begging. Yang Bo's arm keenly felt two elastic things squeezing and pressing on his arm. This woman did it on purpose. Yang Bo was very sure that this was what Xia did on purpose. Wait 2 days. Yang Bo shook his head. Captain, let's just take a look. Really? Seeing Yang Bo like this, Xia hurriedly continued to put pressure on him and hugged him tighter. Okay, I'll pick you up in the evening. Yang Bo was so angry at Xia shaking him. Thank you, Captain. After saying that, Xia kissed Yang Bo on the face. I'll teach you. Yang Bo quickly put aside some bad thoughts and asked the two to use the simulation cabin. The interior of the simulation cabin is exactly the same as the cockpit of the mecha, and all the structural functions are the same, except that the glass of the simulation cabin is replaced by a video screen. Captain, can you drive a mecha? Annie asked curiously while sitting in the cockpit. I only know simple operations, but the mechas have intelligent systems and can be voice controlled. I don't have a talent for mechas, so I need to find someone who can drive a mecha. March Star is a bit chaotic. There are either kidnappings here or explosions there. I want to find 2 people who can drive mechas to protect my safety. Yang Bo lied as soon as he opened his mouth. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely learn how to operate the mecha, Annie said to Yang Bo after hearing this. Here is the power button, with an intelligent boot program. Yang Bo smiled slightly after hearing Annie's words. Then Annie began to operate the machine according to Yang Bo's instructions. Yang Bo came to the other side to instruct Xia how to turn on the machine and operate it. Captain, I agree to what you said last time. Yang Bo just came here to instruct Xia to turn on the machine. And Xia looked at Yang Bo and said, have you thought it through? You should know that the requirements I put forward are completely opposite to the mainstream views of women now. Yang Bo was still a little nervous. Didn't you see that the women's groups protested the most during the Pharmacist Union scandal? There is no mainstream or non-mainstream view. We know from looking for jobs that some mainstream views are completely deceptive. The promises of equality for all and caring for women are gone. If we hadn't met you, the captain, we would still be living in a small apartment and have to calculate every credit point repeatedly. I like the big house I have now and enjoy the feeling of life. All this is brought by you, the captain. Xia is a straightforward person. She thinks her current life is very good and doesn't want to go back to the life she had before. I also know what you are worried about, the captain. I am not the kind of ungrateful person. Xia also knew that Yang Bo was worried that he would be ungrateful in the future. So he sent him a short essay. Well, did you deliberately seduce me just now? Yang Bo looked at Xia's eyes looking at him. So he stretched out his hand and hugged Xia's waist. And one hand began to be dishonest. That's it, Xia answered with 2 words. Then hooked Yang Bo's neck with her backhand and moved her mouth up. Of course, Yang Bo also came over, and his other hand went directly into the clothes. And the touch was super good. But at this moment, a beeping sound came from the cockpit. How about we change places? Xia looked back and saw that it was not a very large mecha simulation cabin. Leave the door open for me at night. Yang Bo also looked at the simulation cabin and felt that it was not as big as the real mecha cockpit. So he whispered, are you not leaving tonight? No. Yang Bo decided not to leave. It was really Xia. The skin of this superpowered woman was different. Moreover, Xia has a smooth figure. Yang Bo doesn't like those who are too thin. They don't feel anything. And those who are too thin will look a little shriveled when they are a little older. And sometimes they look like 2 shriveled balloons. It's better to have a smooth figure, even if you are a little older. And the touch is good. And a smooth figure is more comfortable. How does it feel? Xia looked at Yang Bo's hands on her body and asked Yang Bo with a wink. Yang Bo smiled and asked Xia to operate the mecha. This feeling is completely different from virtual driving mecha. But Xia soon immersed herself in the mecha training. This kind of real operation is very different from training in virtual games. Otherwise, why is it so valuable? Yang Bo nodded. The simulation warehouse has an intelligent guidance system. Yang Bo looked at it for a while and found that Xia had a certain talent in mecha operation and had a high probability of becoming a mecha master. Thinking that Xia could be his female bodyguard in the future, it felt a little exciting. So he left here, and went to Annie's place again. I didn't expect Annie to have gotten the hang of it. It seems that Annie has a high chance of becoming a Mecha master. The most important thing to become a Mecha master is to react quickly. Captain, how is my operation? Annie stopped training for 5 minutes, and turned to ask Yang Bo next to her. The training is good. Captain, I have thought about what you said to Xiao last time. No one has been so good to me since I was a child. I have been dreaming about you these days. I wonder if this is the legendary love. Annie looked at Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo's scalp tingled when he was looked at. Because Yang Bo didn't want to talk about love with others the most. And it would be best for everyone to exchange interests. I may be worse than you think. And even if there is love, I may fall in love with several people at the same time. Yang Bo quickly said. What love? Talk about shit. I don't know if it is love. I don't mind what you said. It's a bit strange to say. I used to yearn for beautiful love. But the reality is cruel. We used to be the lowest level citizens. Let alone love. It was difficult to support ourselves. In fact, Xia and I often talked about the future in despair. At that time, an evolution potion cost nearly 800,000 credit points. And 2 people needed 1.6 million credit points. But after we graduated, we didn't even have 10,000 credit points in our savings for several years. For this reason, we almost did something illegal. We went out to find jobs. I think we found hundreds of jobs since graduation. But no one wanted us. We took the pitiful subsidy and carefully calculated every expense. Even when we went out to buy a bottle of water. I don't want to live that kind of life again. And I found that this world is darker than we imagined. And more outrageous than they advertised. I am scared when I think about it now. If I hadn't met you. Even if we can save 1.6 million credit points. What kind of medicine will the government inject us at that time? Inferior. Unqualified. Or even some experimental products. Your appearance is a ray of light in my life. Otherwise you should not leave at night. Annie said a lot in a soft voice. And finally asked while holding Yang Bo's hand. Chapter 402 Seniority? Yang Bo roughly guessed what Annie's mentality was like now. It was nothing more than that Annie and Xia had been in society before. And their lives were different from what they had imagined before. They still had to rely on cheating subsidies to survive. The various subsidies from the Alliance were indeed good. But they could only allow you to live an ordinary and tight life. Nothing too luxurious would work. Once it was discovered that someone who received subsidies bought luxury goods, they would be warned. And even many of them could not buy them. Even gifts from others were not allowed. Because the Alliance believed that since someone gave you luxury goods, according to this social relationship, you should not receive subsidies. And you would not be like living in a low-rent house on Earth, driving a BMW, and registering the car under someone else's name. The appearance of Yang Bo completely changed the two of them. Of course, Yang Bo didn't really have any thoughts. It was just that things came together. In the game, Yang Bo needed a stable teammate to cooperate with him to brush up his skills. As for the superpowers, strictly speaking, Yang Bo used the 2 as test subjects. Of course, being Yang Bo's test subjects was not bad. At least the 4-star potion was real. As for buying a house, isn't this to make the 2 of them work for him? Maybe in a short period of time. The benefits given are too many, which has led to some changes in their mentality. Well, I won't go back. You leave the door open, and I'll find you later. Will Yang Bo refuse? How could it be possible? He has already said this. Besides, for big foreign horses like Annie and Xia, they would have to pay extra in their previous life. Besides, people of this level are all in very business places. And he is reluctant to give them up. Yeah. Annie was happy to hear what Yang Bo said. Annie's thoughts were different from Xia's. But both of them felt that Yang Bo was good to them. And Yang Bo was mysterious enough. With a good fortune, money and ability. Now even a Mecha was arranged. It was like a girl who was arranged to work. Given a house and a luxury car, most girls could not refuse. Yang Bo felt itchy for the rest of the day. Xia and Annie didn't say anything when they had dinner. As for whether the 2 of them secretly communicated, Yang Bo was not very clear. Finally, it was night, and Yang Bo sneaked into Xia's room. Drywood and raging fire. Xia was exhausted by Yang Bo's overtime twice in a row, and fell asleep deeply. Yang Bo went back to his room to take a bath, and then found Annie to play a relay race. Annie's figure is better than Xia's. Xia's figure is plumper. but not as big as Annie's. Annie's waist and legs are thinner, and her pectoralis major is bigger. But maybe it's because of the superpowers. Although it's big, it's not that kind of soft feeling, but the kind of elastic feeling. You came out of Xia's room? After the first game, Yongbo carefully measured Annie's beautiful figure, and Annie asked with a short breath. Yeah. Yongbo hummed and said nothing. You? Annie wanted to say something, but was blocked by Yongbo, and then worked overtime. In the early morning, Yongbo got rid of Annie, who was holding him like an octopus, and then returned to Xia and worked an early shift. Then he returned to his room, thinking happily about the future. There will be no children if superpowers do not use interference drugs, because of the difference in energy between superpowers, which refers not only to quality, but also to properties. They cannot give birth to offspring, and can only use interference drugs. Although body fluids carry less energy, this thing cannot combine any energy at all. Let's train 2 people for the time being. They can't grow as fast as me in a short time. It will take at least several years. Yongbo knew that a normal superpower needs more than 10 or 20 years to grow. As for mecha control, this is even more difficult to say. There is no way to rely on 2 people to do anything in a short time. And there is no way to let the 2 know the identity of the pirate leader. Xia woke up, got up and threw the blanket and other things into the washing machine. Then ran to Annie's side and found that Annie was also changing the blanket. It feels different. Yeah. He's quite strong. Totally different from what we felt before. Better than a machine. Didn't you say you were going to squeeze him hard? I was promoted, and he squeezed me so hard that I couldn't bear it anymore. Now my whole body is still soft, and it hurts down there. Bah! You were so naughty before. You don't feel any pain anymore. It seems he's stronger than we thought. Yeah. No wonder they say men are different from machines. They really are different. Machines don't feel as good as men. Then go ahead. Honey, it's time for dinner. Yongbo listened to the 2 women calling him to eat together, feeling happy, but still a little uncomfortable. After all, although he and the other 2 were together in his previous life, they went their separate ways at dawn. But now they lived together. Yongbo looked at the 2 people's clothes, both wearing loose home clothes, with rosy complexions, and it must be better to be moisturized by men than by machines. I'll go out later. Let's make an appointment and take you to see the Mecca. I don't have anything to give you. Yongbo said. Thank you, dear. The 2 came up and hugged Yongbo and kissed him. Beautiful. Yongbo was very happy. Just now, the 2 discussed that they would squeeze themselves hard in the future and not let themselves think about other women. Yongbo was thinking about whether they should go together tonight. Yongbo left after dinner, and then returned to his small villa and returned to the big villa in the suburbs invisibly. In the evening, he drove the flying car to the underground parking lot of a shopping mall and picked up 2 women who were wearing hoodies and covered tightly. Yongbo's flying car flew to the mountainous area behind his fortress. The 2 women looked at a gate that appeared on the mountain wall. After the flying car came in, the 2 looked at this place and were very curious. Dear, when was this place repaired? It won't be long. Get in the car. Yongbo came to the battery car used inside and asked the 2 to get in. This is the Mecha warehouse, and we can also do some training here, Yongbo said while driving in the wide passage. Xia and Annie were already shocked that there was such a huge facility in the mountain. It will cost a lot of money. Right? Well, a few 100 million credit points. Yongbo nodded. Although he didn't spend that much. If others wanted to build this, the cost would be very high after going through the procedures. Xia and Annie were completely stunned. What else did this man know about such a huge project? When the 2 came to the Mecha warehouse, they were stunned by the huge Mecha placed in the warehouse. Although the virtual image looks the same as the real one, it feels different when you know it is a virtual image. Xia touched the huge leg of the Mecha, and the cold touch made Xia shudder all over. Yongbo asked the 2 to step aside, then turned on the Mecha, and then opened the cockpit. Yongbo held Annie and Xia on a Mecha. This cockpit is bigger than the simulation cabin. Yes, it feels different. The internal design of the Mecha is actually very user-friendly, and these spaces have some safety measures. You can feel it, and can be easily controlled. Yongbo asked Annie to control it first, while he and Xia watched from behind. Xia leaned her whole body on Yongbo, feeling a little hot all over, thinking of Yongbo's strong body last night. Her body became softer. And this was the inside of the Mecha. Shia touched the wall of the Mecha cockpit and watched Annie clumsily control the Mecha to move forward. Although the view here is similar to what you see on the virtual screen, the feeling is completely different. Annie was extremely nervous. After all, this was a real operation, which was completely different from the simulation chamber. Fortunately, the mechas were well designed, with stability systems, anti-collision systems, and error correction modes. Of course, the error correction mode cannot be turned on during combat, because combat means colliding with the opponent. Run! Run! Annie controlled the mecha and ran wildly in the underground passage. Great! Yang Bo quickly praised the stability of the mecha. But Yang Bo also liked a little sports mode. That is, he could feel the mecha jumping. Annie operated it for a while and handed it to Xia. Annie stretched out her hand and held Yang Bo's arm. She felt indescribably sweet. A mecha. This is a mecha. Dear. Call me brother. What did you say last night? Brother. Come on. Give me a reward. Yang Bo was very happy to be called brother by Annie. And then kissed. Hey. Hey. Be careful. Don't dirty the mecha. Xia watched Yang Bo and Annie kissing, and immediately shouted. Xia was also very nervous now. After all, it was the first time to actually operate it. The two experienced it for more than 2 hours before reluctantly leaving the mecha. Is this your mecha? The two looked at Yang Bo's training mecha. This thing was short and thick. Referred to the body shape of the dwarves in the magic novel. This is a training mecha. And this is all metal. Well, this is very simple. I don't have enough talent. Yang Bo took the two women into the cockpit of the training mecha. The two saw that it was indeed like this. There were only the simplest basic operations, such as running, jumping, rocket backpacks, etc. This is a training mecha, which is used as a target for other mechas. However, when encountering danger, this one has a higher safety factor than a flying car and has a voice control system. Yang Bo introduced. Then Yang Bo sent the two back to the underground parking lot of the mall. Yang Bo returned to the villa in the suburbs, and then sneaked to the small villa in the city and came to Xia. The three of them were together tonight. Originally, the two wanted to be juicers, but they were squeezed repeatedly by Yang Bo. You should do your mecha training well, and I will come to you when I have time. The next day at noon, Yang Bo spoke. Uncle, will you come tonight? Xia called Yang Bo uncle affectionately, which was the name determined last night. No. You should take a rest too. With your physical condition, you are still far from it. Yang Bo looked at Xia, who was walking a little abnormally. How about we buy you a robot? Annie asked boldly on the side. Yang Bo rolled his eyes unhappily. What's so good about a companion robot? It doesn't understand romance at all. Let's go. Yang Bo still has a lot of things to do. I'll come again tomorrow night. These days you will conduct mecha simulation training. And don't stop your superpowers. Yang Bo said again. Got it. Uncle. Got it. Brother. The two called each other differently. After Yang Bo went out, he remembered, it seems that the two people are called by different generations? Exciting. Yang Bo returned to the small villa happily, and then went out invisibly, and came to the suburban park. There was no news about Master Zhang. After seeing Yang Bo leave, Xia and Annie packed up, and went to mecha training. The mecha they saw last night made them miss it. And Yang Bo promised that whoever passed the test first would have priority in choosing a mecha. It's like a sports car is placed there, telling you that as long as you get a driver's license, this thing will be given to you. Full of power, Yang Bo returned to his suburban villa and plunged into the forum for modified mechas. He read it carefully. Mecha modification is a very big subject. Is there a stronger energy engine? A shorter energy burst time is fine. Yang Bo felt that his training mecha relied on collision ability, which required super high speed. Super high speed requires super energy, and super energy requires super engine. Secondary space engine. Yang Bo saw a good thing, but it was too big, with a total length of 4 meters and a diameter of 5 meters. And the training mecha could not fit in it. Is there a smaller one? The more Yang Bo saw, the more dissatisfied he was with his training mecha. Alas, I am dazzled. After looking for most of the day, Yang Bo felt that he was dazzled, and was a little undecided. I won't look at it for now. Just use it. When will I go to the Dimension Company to see if there are any Dimension boxes? and then see if there is any room for modification of the space mecha? Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Yang Bo immersed himself in the complex structure of the first generation of the Sky Rift. A structure with more than 100 layers. And the interior was as complex as a chip. My forging ability is a plus. Otherwise I probably wouldn't understand it. Yang Bo directly enlarged the first generation of Likong into a building in the virtual scene. And could see the three-dimensional structure inside. How about entering the game to brush up some forging skills? But where are the forging skills in the game? Yang Bo found that he seemed to understand half of this complex structure. But he couldn't understand the other half. He thought it was because his forging skills were not up to standard. Chapter 403, Mecha Open. While Yang Bo was struggling at home about what to do first, the Alliance Parliament was voting on the limited opening of mechas to all citizens. This vote was passed with great difficulty. In fact, this vote had been decided long ago. But the interests of the parliamentarians were not balanced well. In this Pharmacist Union turmoil, some guys who did not achieve their interests were actually involved and had to resign. So the vote was immediately held here to catch the other party off guard. So after this vote, the resolution came into effect. But there were also many voices of opposition. These voices of opposition were the forces behind the parliamentarians, who were forced to resign. But the alliance had an advantage. That is, as long as the vote was passed, nothing could be said. And the other two countries also expressed their opinions, believing that this move by the alliance was very dangerous. The reason why the other two countries opposed it was because it would increase the alliance's civilian armed forces. Imagine that invading the alliance in the future. There would be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of mechas on each planet. What should we do? Destroy the planet directly? This is impossible. What is the purpose of fighting? Is it just to destroy the planet? It is better to fight other uninhabited planets. At least the cost is not that high. After Yang Bo washed up and prepared to go to bed, he looked at his watch and found that Zhang Buizhen had sent him a message, asking him to cooperate with the transfer of the mecha tomorrow. Yang Bo was a little surprised. And then he opened the news, and found that the Alliance passed the proposal to open the mecha. Open the rights of the 9th generation, and below mecha to the public. The mecha is specially customized, with some weapons and equipment castrated. In addition, the mecha must be monitored by the planetary warning system in public places. Everyone must have good credit, and no criminal record. In addition, the transfer, auction, and mortgage of mechas must also meet the above conditions. Citizens holding passports of other countries are not allowed to purchase mechas, and are not allowed to take mechas abroad. Mechas must be scrapped, maintained, and serviced at designated locations. Mecha owners must purchase compulsory insurance. Specific mecha travel regulations are determined by each locality, and must not affect the safe operation of existing transportation vehicles, or interfere with the operation of other transportation vehicles. Mechas must be reported and notified in advance when they appear in public places. And warnings must be sent to all people passing through the target public area. Isn't this thing meant to be played at home? Yang Bo came to a conclusion after reading it carefully. But it's true. If a mecha is used in public, who will be held responsible if it gets bumped or frightened? Who will be held responsible if it scares a child? But this is for the rich. You can say it's a benefit for the rich. This is not surprising at all. Isn't Western law on Earth for the rich? What about bail of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Poor people can afford it. Some perpetrators pay bail and run away. Can you find the victim? Some victims have not received compensation for decades. Fortunately, my private land is large enough. Yang Bo read the news and found that the land price has increased everywhere. Rich people buy mechas, which is troublesome in public places, but they can do whatever they want at home. So the value of land is reflected. Even if you buy wasteland in the wild, you have to buy it. What you need to drive a mecha is spaciousness. Then the share prices of mecha manufacturers soared. Mecha manufacturers have launched various series of mechas, from the 3rd generation to the 9th generation. Humanoid, beast, reptile, 3-in-1C, land and air, land model, flying model, etc. Of course, these mechas have castrated some weapons, such as super large cold weapons, which must be configured separately, and laser weapons, which are also customized separately. In fact, laser weapons are still very safe, and there will be intelligent system recognition, and they will not attack others at will. Otherwise the manufacturer will be unlucky. Of course, the lowest price is the training mecha. Yang Bo looked at the training mecha quoted by Ping and Technology Company for 15 million credit points. And the delivery time is uncertain, because there are too many people ordering. Yang Bo went to see the 8th generation flying mecha that Zhang Buizhen gave him, which was more than 80 million. And it was still a basic model. Yang Bo knew that after the opening of mechas this time, the price of mechas would inevitably increase. But he did not expect the price to increase so much. As for the 9th generation mecha, it is more than 90 million. Or more than 98 million to be precise. Wow! This training mecha is more than 10 million. The 3rd generation mecha is more than 20 million. The 4th generation mecha is 40 million. And the 5th generation mecha is 50 million. Isn't this a toy for the rich? Yang Bo quit Ping and Technology Company. But then Yang Bo found out that things were not that simple. Sanma Resource Recycling Company actually sold all kinds of second-hand mechas. And the cheapest one was only 500,000 credit points. Is this thing a first-generation mecha? Yang Bo looked at the mecha, which looked like the mecha in Avatar. Only more than 3 meters high. The cheapest one was 500,000 credit points. Supported installment payment. And was interest-free. With a maximum of 500 installments. The installment payment in this world is very exaggerated. Because people with superpowers live for a long time. After a closer look, it is indeed the first generation of mecha, which is the cheapest. Then Yang Bo looked at the 8th generation mecha in his hand, which only needs more than 18 million. But the energy engine has only more than 3,000 hours of life. It costs 14 million to replace the new engine. But there are other miscellaneous expenses. The price of the second-hand engine varies according to the remaining time. Sanma Resource Recycling Company not only sells second-hand mecha, but also sells various accessories. From engines to various accessories. Yang Bo's saliva is about to flow down. It seems that this Sanma company really has a lot of connections with the military. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This is the company that owns his armor. It almost monopolizes the second-hand armor and second-hand energy weapons. Yang Bo looked at his second-hand training mecha. Okay. The minimum credit points are 300,000. But the battle damage is in good condition. I wonder if I can find a bargain. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Because he has the superpower of photoelectricity. He can see the quality of these mechas. This recycling company shouldn't be that stupid. They will definitely do some appraisal. But Yang Bo threw this idea out of his mind. All-round harvest. Yang Bo knew that many mecha masters didn't have mechas. But even if it was a first-generation mecha, it would be fun. After all, it was still a mecha. Maybe the first-generation and second-generation mechas can be opened as transportation. Yang Bo thought again. After all, the first-generation and second-generation mechas are not as big as mini buses now. And the first-generation and second-generation mechas don't look that scary. But instead give people a cute feeling. And Xia haven't slept yet. They are looking at the mecha they saw yesterday. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect that the Alliance would open up the mecha for purchase. It's so expensive. It must have increased in price. It's not cheap either. We are not looking at the basic model. Look at these configurations. I remember them very clearly at the time. The highest configuration. 140 million. The two women quickly calculated to see how much the configuration they saw at Yang Bo's place was worth. They were shocked when they calculated. Yang Bo's mecha was Zhang Buizhen's, which was many times higher than the highest configuration they saw. Take the life of the mecha engine for example. The mecha manufacturer said that it would be a certain number of hours. And it must break down at that time. Some unscrupulous merchants on this earth sell electrical appliances that, when the time is up, the chip's self-destruction program is activated. Or the background locks you and waits for you to change the motherboard or something. When you change the new motherboard, they take the old one back and activate it. And then replace it with someone else. The life of the motor is the same. We start from the material aspect. And then the shoes too. People will do repeated tests. The material ratio is such that it will break after you walk a certain number of times. Isn't it necessary to put pressure on the soles when walking? If you press a certain number of times, it will break. At least the engine and mecha materials are not of the same level. Not many people can enjoy this kind of special customization. Because Zhang Buizhen is a shareholder. This is a private customization. On the one hand, Zhang Buizhen's family can deduct taxes. And on the other hand, the company also makes money. The price of private customization is arbitrary. At any time, everyone wants a high price. This is the case. One side wants tax exemption. and the other side wants performance. They hit it off. The key is that they are still shareholders, and they can get some of the tax deduction money back as dividends at the end of the year. The two girls certainly didn't know this, but the price they saw now made them feel happy, and they liked Yongbo even more. Look! Annie looked at the 8th generation Mecha simulator again. The price had doubled, and now you have to wait to order it. There are no second-hand ones. Uncle really got it right, Xia said casually. Shameless. Annie hit Xia with the pillow in her hand. You call him brother. I call him uncle. Should I call you aunt or aunt? Xia then hugged the pillow in her arms and asked in Anne's ear. You? Annie threw away the things in her hand and rushed toward Xia. Aunt? Stop it. Oops. Xia begged for mercy. The stock prices of mecha manufacturers soared. Insurance companies soared. And even the stock prices of transportation companies soared. In addition, many mecha modification studios have issued financing announcements. And this move has caused a chain reaction. TSK. Yongbo looked at it for a while, and then went to sleep. I wonder how much the insurance will be tomorrow. Yongbo muttered to himself. The next day, Yongbo came to the company. Nyobo had already come. It turned out that the mecha was registered under Nyobo's name. We are still better as residents. After the fat boss paid the insurance premium, his mouth was full of smiles. 30% off the insurance premium. Yongbo nodded. Because the lowest level citizens only had 30% of the normal insurance premium. Yongbo paid 3 million insurance. And the premium limit was 230 million. Yongbo has 3 mechas, 2 of which are the 8th generation, with a coverage of 200 million and 20 million. And the remaining 10 million is for training mechas. Normally, Yongbo's insurance is 10 million. But we got 7 million less. The insurance for the mecha of the fat boss is 4 million. Because the fat boss has a company. The premium is 40% of the normal amount. It is mainly his 9th generation mecha. And the modified parts are not included in the insurance amount. Which means that if it is damaged by an accident, it can only be repaired as if it was not modified. And the insurance will not pay for the accident caused by your modification. That's right. Zhou Rui is also a 9th generation mecha. Zhou Rui should not have a mecha. But Zhou Rui gave up her foreign nationality a long time ago. And March Star has not issued relevant laws. So it is a borderline ball. Many laws and regulations of March Star, an undeveloped planet, can be relaxed because it needs development. Now the land price has increased. But unfortunately, there is no idle land on March Star. The fat boss said with a chuckle. Yongbo also chuckled. The land price has increased in value. And Yongbo can't sell it. If he sells it, the value-added tax will be very high. Generally, it is a loan or mortgage cash, which avoids a lot of taxes. Yongbo, you can practice at home. Even the simplest walking, running, jumping, etc., which are relatively simple. And try not to rely on the intelligent system of the mecha. There are too many things that can be affected by electromagnetic interference in the mecha. So you can operate as much as you can. The fat boss spoke again. Brother Jia. I will. Yongbo nodded. Are you free tomorrow to make some potions? The fat boss asked again. Yes. Yes. Yongbo nodded quickly. Yongbo, when I'm done with this period of work, how about going fishing together? Zhou Rui really wanted to invite Yongbo to dinner or something. But she was too busy recently. March Star is about to usher in huge changes. Zhou Rui's own identity as a counselor has not yet been obtained. And she is already going through the process. No problem. Yongbo nodded. Then I'll go first. Yongbo took the mecha file and left. TSK. The training mecha doesn't have the networking function. And the mecha is in the owner's private land, not supervised by the Alliance. Yongbo read the relevant regulations carefully. The training mecha is just a piece of iron. It is not a big threat to the Alliance. And it does not have stealth and other functions. As for other mechas, they must be connected to the planetary warning system and the public security monitoring system outside the owner's private land. In the owner's private land, there are no restrictions and no requirement to connect to the network. After all, it touches on privacy. TSK. It seems that the congressmen are very insecure. Yongbo finally understood that those powerful people were afraid of death. After all, those congressmen had huge private lands. When they deployed a few mechas, The defense would be much higher than that of any superpowers. When Yang Bo returned to his villa, he opened the website of Sanma Resource Recycling Company and carefully selected the engines that were suitable for his training Mecha. Sanma Resource Company has many engines that are not available now, such as some first generation, second generation, and some experimental models. TSK. This engine is quite good. Yang Bo looked at an engine, which turned out to be a Mecha engine of the Crimson Federation. But the other party does not provide warranty. Is it a technical problem? Very likely. Yang Bo looked at a scrap engine, which was marked as a suspected Federation Hercules Mecha engine. Hercules is the 14th generation Mecha of the Crimson Federation. How did they get this thing? Did they disguise themselves as bandits to rob it? Yang Bo was also very curious about how this guy got someone else's active Mecha. Chapter 404 Crisis. Yang Bo was just curious, but he had no desire to buy it, because Yang Bo felt that a big company like Sanma Company would not let you get a bargain. And Yang Bo himself was not sure about repairing it. To put it bluntly, the energy engine is something similar to a reactor. Although it is said to be safe, there is still a probability of accidents. Some mechas are designed with a function. That is, once the mecha is damaged to a certain extent, then it will boom. So there is nothing that the mecha company can't do. It just depends on whether it is politically necessary. Of course, there will be no evidence in the future, because the explosion of this energy engine is enough to destroy all evidence. TSK. It seems that the military has accumulated a lot of junk over the years. Yang Bo looked at these things and roughly knew what was going on. Sanma Company is likely to be related to the military, because there are many things in it that only the military can access, such as so many retired second-hand mechas. Who can get them? The military retired them to the Mecha company after they were scrapped. Dream on. Maybe there are new ones inside. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The military would do anything to get money. The Public Security Bureau on March Star had made Yang Bo realize, after several operations, that these guys would do anything for political achievements. Yang Bo killed the killers several times, and the Public Security Bureau did not suffer any losses. But later the news reported how much the Public Security Bureau lost. Anyway, everyone cheated on taxes. As long as there was an excuse, the rest didn't matter. This may be an opportunity. But what is the opportunity to get in? Yang Bo knew that there was a high probability of a chance to pick up a bargain, looking at the dazzling array of mechas and mecha parts of Sanma Company. Of course, they are all second-hand. The better ones are expensive, and the worse ones are cheap. After looking for a while, Yang Bo shook his head, and then thought of his own affairs. I need forging skills now. For the invisibility skill, I have to see if the artificially bred invisible mice can reproduce themselves. If not, it will be a little troublesome. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo's trouble refers to the injection of potions every time. But there are a lot of potion materials. Forging skills? It's a pity that there are no forgers on our planet. And even if there are, as long as they don't provoke me, or they are not extremely evil, then there is no reason for me to kill people and brush up my skills. What about in the game? Yang Bo opened the Doomsday Dungeon game map again. Where can forging be done? Yang Bo looked at the Doomsday Dungeon game map and pondered in his heart. It seems that Zhou Rui's father is a forging master. I wonder why he came here incognito. Is it related to the Forging Masters Union? Yang Bo thought of something else and muttered to himself. Steel plant. This should have forging. Right? Yang Bo saw a steel plant on the map. Go to the game and take a look. Forging skills not only involve cracking the sky, but also involve mecha modification. After all, mecha modification requires qualified parts. Yang Bo decided to go to the game and take a look. After not playing the game for several days, Yang Bo found that the official had sent him a message again. It was a task. 3 tasks? Yang Bo remembered that the official had issued him 1 task before. The task of the ruins. There are 3 tasks now. In addition to a relic task, there is a cleaning task and an exploration task. Cleaning task. Clean up the zombies entrenched in the coordinate area. According to intelligence, there are very special high-level zombies here. Exploration task. Explore a doomsday fortress. It is said that this is where the last elites of this planet survive, and a lot of unknown intelligence is buried. Yang Bo took a look and had no interest. The main reason was that Yang Bo felt that it was meaningless. These bastards in the military were all freeloading on him. Look at the courage badge on this character. These are the abilities of the bionic man himself. But they have been castrated. It's just like Yang Bo saw some cars in his previous life. You bought these functions when you bought the car. And the hardware facilities were all complete. But you had to pay for it before you opened it. Isn't this just treating customers as fools? Of course. Yang Bo felt that it was not cost-effective to go to other places. For example, taking mental power. It is better to brush the farms around. If my bionic man is destroyed, I will probably give myself a rubbish bionic man. Yang Bo looked at these courage badges and so on. They dropped when they died. Doesn't this mean that the ability will be discounted when they die? The game is quite lively. Many people are buying various materials and giving higher prices than the official ones. Obviously, these people are using them to make equipment. There are also many people recruiting people at the resurrection point. Yang Bo understands this. After all, with the surrounding farms being cleared, it is necessary to go to farther places to clear zombies and obtain materials. More and more people are needed to transport supplies. So a large number of ordinary people are needed to serve. In the game, you can easily distinguish who is a superpower and who is an ordinary person, because superpowers are more fluent when operating characters and have stronger attack power. Just when Yang Bo was about to log off the game, he suddenly heard an alarm. Warning, players have triggered the regional super boss, and the super boss is leading the zombies to attack the resurrection point. Warning, all online players, protect the resurrection point. Once the resurrection point is breached, all players' levels will be reduced by 1 level, and all equipment that can be dropped will be dropped. Yang Bo found that his character could not log off at this time. So he ran to the resurrection point and looked at the county town. He found that many players in the county town were running away. Many of these players were in the city. But the zombies in the entire county town came out from various places and gathered in one place. Boom, 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 and near a stadium in the county town, explosions broke out one after another. Yang Bo was a little confused. The equipment at this resurrection point was very sufficient. What could these zombies do? But when Yang Bo picked up the telescope, he realized that he was wrong. Because there were too many zombies this time. And they were not only pure humanoid, but also beast-shaped. All kinds of zombies around rushed to one area like a tide, including rats, wild boars, dogs, cats, humans, and other zombies. Someone mentioned this last time, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Yang Bo also remembered it, as if someone had mentioned this before. But how did the super zombies come into being? It can't be for no reason, right? Is there something special about the place where the super zombies are? Yang Bo had many questions in his mind. In the telescope, Yang Bo looked at some monkey-like zombies, which pounced on the players at a very fast speed. Some of these players reacted quickly, but it took time to change bullets, and they were soon torn to pieces by a group of zombies. Moreover, the strength of the players is also very different, but facing at least hundreds of thousands of zombies, maybe even more. What should we do? The zombies are still gathering. You can see that the zombies in the entire county, within a few kilometers, are running to one place. Are they going to gather together and then attack in one wave? This super zombie actually has such an IQ? How did it happen? Yang Bo was very curious, so he quickly went to the regional channel. Then he heard a lot of curses. Asshole. I told you not to go there. Isn't there a legend about the Union Gang token? Now it's good. Everyone knows that there is a super boss in the middle of the county, and they have to provoke it. The guys in the Justice Gang are rampant in the Mecha game, and they always put hats on others. This time they suffered heavy losses. You kid gloats over other people's misfortunes. Aren't you afraid of being cyberbullied by the Justice Gang guys? What's there to be afraid of? It's just a game. At worst, I won't play it. Hee hee. They have plenty of ways to make you tell your own situation. You see, didn't the Zhang Niao brother and Zhang Niao gang in the Mecha game all get solved? I know. It is said that the leader and deputy leader of the Justice Gang are all women, and they are said to be from wealthy families. It is said that Zhang Niao brother was seduced by these women and some other women. After they checked into a room, the women called the police and reported rape. Zhang Niao brother was sentenced to 5 years. Really? Fake. My buddy is in the Justice Gang, and the people in the Zhang Niao gang also did the same thing. How did your buddy join the Justice Gang? She used a genetic drug to become a woman. Impossible. Brother Zhanya seems to be a loner? Hee hee. The Justice Gang can change women of different styles to hook up with you. If you really can't, handsome boys will also work. There are people who specialize in this business. Unless you are not sociable, you will definitely not be able to escape. Unless you have no friends in the game. Brother Jean is very lucky. He can get a room so quickly. He must be very good looking. TSK. What's good about it? Let me tell you. If you go to the Scarlet Federation, there are also clones of celebrities. How exciting. Hee hee. If you are not afraid, just go. A buddy of mine went to the Scarlet Federation and found a celebrity-like clone. As a result, he turned into a man halfway. It turned out that the time for using the camouflage potion was too long. Bah. What do you mean by your buddy? It's you? Let's not watch the fun. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard the conversation in the regional chat. Who is damaging his reputation? Regional chat is like when you are in a certain place and can hear the conversations around you. It is not a regional mode. You bastards. You just watch the fun. Save people. At this moment, the sound of a loudspeaker startled Yangbo. This is a regional loudspeaker. How much does it cost to shout once? Yangbo looked at the name of the person shouting, Shangguanjingi. The little girls of the Justice Gang. It is said that the Justice Gang used to be an animal protection group. Later, they saw Brother Zhanyu killing small animals in the game. So they gathered together. It is said that they are all rich girls. All little girls. TSK. Brother Zhanyu is really unlucky. Don't go against the rich in this world. I think it's Brother Zhanyu who can't control his lower body. Hee hee. Everyone is watching the fun. Anyway, the Justice Gang is not short of money. Did you see that the people of the Justice Gang rushed out again after resurrecting? These people are brainless. Why are they rushing out at this time? You know nothing. This is called the gang rules. Equipment is being distributed. Everyone come to pick up equipment for free. At this time, someone shouted with a small loudspeaker. Then Yang Bo saw the place where equipment was sold. And a lot of equipment appeared one after another. Everyone. The resurrection point is our resurrection point. In the future, this county town will be the base of our Justice Union. In the future, everyone will be tax-free in our base. In addition, we will reimburse all your losses this time. As long as you have a record of hunting zombies after this time today, we will give you 100 game coins for each zombie. Everyone take screenshots first. After hearing this, Yang Bo had a clear understanding of the wealth of the Justice Gang. 100 game coins. Who are you looking down on? That's right. If our equipment drops, who does it belong to? Brothers, grab your stuff and run. These zombies can't outrun us. There are 300,000 zombies in the entire county. You think tens of millions of credit points are enough to take over the Union headquarters? Are you dreaming? That's right. Longting Union spent 400 million game coins to take over a Union headquarters. Don't be so stingy and embarrass yourself. What surprised Yang Bo was that a bunch of people came out to sing the opposite tune. What do you mean by your plants are fate, Union? Just to speak up for everyone. You just want to grab territory from our Justice Gang? Yes. So what? Yang Bo felt strange. As if he was listening to a loudspeaker in the village in his previous life. But inside it was two groups of people arguing. Yang Bo looked at his supplies. And then left quickly. He didn't dare to gamble with his equipment. If the attributes increased by a few badges were lost, it would be enough to make him sad. Of course. Before leaving, he picked up some bullets dropped by others. Mainly sniper bullets, which were too expensive. And in the place where equipment was sold, there were all kinds of guns and bullets like a mountain. Basically no one picked up the sniper bullets that Yang Bo chose. Because this thing was expensive. Yang Bo can now carry thousands of bullets. And he can brush the farm alone. If the character dies and a few badges are dropped, he will have to carry much less bullets. Not to mention the reaction speed. And then the military will replace this advanced bionic man with an ordinary one. And there will be no place to cry. Brother. Thank you. Add a friend. Yang Bo left the resurrection point and found that there were players from the Justice Gang guarding here. You're welcome. Yang Bo knew that the other party thought he was going to support. So he didn't explain and just said something casually. What Yang Bo didn't know was that these people from the Justice Gang were taking pictures at the exit. Those who took the things and ran away went to the forum to write short essays and cyberbully him. Unless this person really has no friends. Otherwise, with various high rewards, someone will know who it is. Although the nickname cannot be seen in the photo, the equipment is still different, and each character's height and hair color are basically chosen. Even if the whole head is covered by a helmet, it is still easy for familiar people to recognize it. When the bounty reaches a certain level, there will be people who betray their friends. This is the result that the Justice Gang has tried and tested. Yang Bo really went to the county town. And then several people from the Justice Gang said in the private chat channel, 012 went to the city. His moving speed is okay. His strength should be not low. He can be developed into an external member. Yeah. 013. This bastard ran away and went up the mountain. Pay close attention. And then go to the forum to hang him. 014. This bastard also ran away. Dog stuff. 014. This bastard picked up a lot of equipment, including a lot of guns. I will go to the forum to hang him later. It turned out that this group of guys from the Justice Gang were paying close attention to the people who left the resurrection point here, numbering these people according to the order of leaving the resurrection point, and then tracking them. As long as they entered the city, they would ignore them. And if they did not enter the city, they would go to the forum to hang others. Although Yang Bo did not know that someone was watching him. After all, he could not sense it when looking at people with a telescope, let alone in the game. But Yang Bo knew how to hide his weakness. If he ran too fast in a public environment, he would definitely be noticed by others. After entering the county, Yang Bo avoided the fierce fighting area from a distance because he could hear fierce explosions. Are these guys from the Justice Gang stupid? Now the super zombies are gathering their forces. Do they think they can resist? Yang Bo can easily detect the situation in the incident area with the sound wave passive detection system. Passive detection only requires Yang Bo to hear the original sound from the Bionic Man. And then he can draw a pattern in his mind, which is similar to passive sonar. But it is many times more advanced than the passive sonar on Earth. At least in terms of imaging technology. Maybe these people haven't seen the terrifying power of super zombies? Yang Bo thought of the super zombies he encountered last time. Most people would feel numb when they saw the zombies that looked like ant nests. Yang Bo also sensed the area where the super zombies were, and then looked at the map carefully, and then found a place. This is a little behind the zombie nest and the resurrection point line, on one of the buildings. Here you can also see the hill where the resurrection point is. Wait until those zombie bosses come out, and shoot them one by one. There are many players at the resurrection point, and some are firing with sniper rifles, and some are holding laser weapons. But the laser weapons are not powerful. They look normal in the game, but they are actually gray. Laser weapons are most afraid of media, and this fog seems to have some energy, which interferes with laser weapons. The reason why Yang Bo does not use laser weapons is that the attack power of the laser guns here is not very high. And as long as the laser guns hit the zombies, there is a high probability that the zombies will be burned. Most players don't like it either, because laser guns are expensive. But when the battery is out of power, it's just a pile of waste. You said you run away when it's out of power. Will you throw away the expensive laser gun and battery? If you don't throw it away, the weight is there, and you can't outrun your teammates. If you lose it, you will be heartbroken. Ordinary guns are not important. The weight is reduced when the bullets are consumed. If you run away, the bullets are basically used up, and the gun is basically scrapped. There is basically no weight. But the laser gun battery cannot be thrown away. This thing is rechargeable, and you have to carry it with you whether it is charged or not. But now Yang Bo can see that someone is using laser weapons to attack zombies at the resurrection point. So it is obviously impossible that he bought them. The military is really for materials. It can at least get some ordinary cannons. Yang Bo thought that if he had a mortar or a machine gun, it would be so much fun to fight zombies. And it would be great to brush up skills. Right? Unfortunately, the military needs materials from zombies, and they are reluctant to make some bombs bigger. It seems that the military also knows that the super zombies in these counties will collide with the resurrection points. So the areas chosen to build resurrection points are all relatively steep nearby, and they can overlook the hills of the county. Yang Bo carefully looked at the location of the resurrection point again. There were already many gun barrels on it, and some people fired without caring about anything. I guess they don't have to pay for the bullets themselves. Yang Bo, who had nothing to do, opened the forum at the same time. I haven't been to the forum for a few days. The Justice Gang has developed so well? Yang Bo opened the game forum and found that there were several popular posts of the Justice Gang. But at this moment, Yang Bo suddenly felt something was wrong. It was in reality. Yang Bo quickly put the game aside and took off his virtual reality glasses. Why do I feel like there's a fluctuation in my space mecha? Yang Bo put down his virtual glasses, a little frightened, because just now Yang Bo felt that there seemed to be a slight energy fluctuation in his space mecha. Very dark. Could it be that Dimension Company wants to take back its mecha? Can they still get it back? Through energy frequency? What the hell? Yang Bo quickly went online and searched for the news on Patostar at that time. It was found that Dimension Company did say that they could not find the lost space mecha. What they meant was that after these mechas left the factory, the manufacturer would not save the energy frequency of the space mechas. That is, to give customers privacy. Wouldn't these bastards get the insurance compensation and then want to find the mechas again? Then Yang Bo searched and found that Dimension Company had just recently received compensation for the Patostar incident. And his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that when Dimension Company went to Patostar, they knew that the Red Earl would cause trouble, and then lost the space mecha and defrauded insurance? Dimension Company itself has insurance, and wants Patostar rebels as a party involved. They can also ask for a large amount of mental compensation. Yang Bo thought Dimension Company was bad enough. These bastards. What should I do? Yang Bo hurried to the basement, summoned the mecha, and carefully checked it. He didn't find anything abnormal, so he quickly emptied everything in the mecha storage compartment. Do they have a way to get the mecha back? Isn't it possible? Or is it that their space technology can do this? Yang Bo's mind was in a mess. This space mecha has too many advantages. It is hidden and does not need maintenance because the energy metal can repair itself. It's broken. It absorbed the energy of the energy stone on the space button. Will this guy take me over too? Yang Bo thought of the biggest disadvantage again, and his face turned green. You bastards of Dimension Company. Maybe I can give you a surprise when the time comes? But then Yang Bo thought of it. If Dimension Company has the ability to take back the mecha and summon it back across space, then if I metalize myself, wear the battle armor, and sit in the mecha, will I also be summoned to Dimension Company? Damn. Yang Bo is upset now. The research base of Dimension Company must be kept secret. It may take a long time to find it and go there. These bastards actually cheated on insurance. They are criminals and should be killed. Yang Bo has no way to deal with it for the time being, because he knows nothing about this information. How did the space energy stone appear? Yang Bo can only put away the mecha, then go back upstairs and enter the game. Irritable. Damn. If these bastards take my mecha away, then I will kill them at their headquarters. If they take my buddy back, I will give them a surprise. Yang Bo now has only two plans. It seems that I need to take a few more spaceships to make space jumps and improve the quality of my armor. Every day. Yang Bo is also worried. After the game is completed, he will find an opportunity to take a few more spaceships to refine his armor, in case he is taken back by the other party. The armor is a life-saving thing. Chapter 405 Front and Back Attack. This is the result of Yang Bo's several rides on the spaceship. When the spaceship is making space jumps, for some reason, the quality of his armor and space mecha will be improved. When the things are over in the next few days, I will make an excuse to go to the mountain and then go out. Yang Bo has a thorn in his heart. That is, that damn Dimension Company. Is there any way to contact his space mecha? Or even take it back? As much as possible. Be prepared for possible dangers. Yang Bo returned to the game and looked at the messy zombies, feeling upset for no reason. But Yang Bo will not act on impulse. His goal is the zombie boss. As for other zombies, Yang Bo does not need to pay attention to them for the time being. This Justice Gang is really rich. Yang Bo looked at the people of the Justice Gang, one after another. The names of the people in the Justice Gang all contain the word justice, such as Xiao Sun Jingyi, Jinny Delu, Jinny Sun Mao, Jinny Taekwon, Jinny Skateboard, and the people who shout are all women. Of course, there is also a plant that is the Life Union, which is said to be one of the environmental protection organizations. There are many internal conflicts in environmental protection organizations, including those for plants, animals, water, and air. In the absence of external enemies, they constantly fight internally, and all think they are the most important. Take plant environmental protection for example. Their plants provide oxygen to all organisms. And water environmental protection says that life can only exist if there is water. Anyway, there are constant internal conflicts. So environmental protection organizations are very terrifying in the Interstellar, especially the Alliance. But they are inferior to women's equal rights organizations. Yang Bo was watching the fun on the side, and later found out that the Justice Gang had many branches in this game. And the fate of plants was also the fate of the Union. Union token? Could it be a fake news from the military? Yang Bo muttered to himself that the Justice Gang was for the Union token this time. It was said that with this, players could open up their own territory. The establishment of the Union territory requires the construction of various facilities. And the military got it for free again. Yang Bo certainly knew the plans of those guys in the military. Of course, it didn't matter to the players. After all, virtual games are just a bunch of numbers. So it doesn't matter whether the players know it is remote control or not. The Justice Gang will suffer a big loss this time. Yang Bo found that many Justice Gang players directly entered those abandoned buildings. And it seemed that they were going to use these places as firepower points to kill super bosses. Yang Bo also saw a post on the forum that the Justice Gang was clearing out super bosses and getting the first Union token in the game. TSK. Yang Bo thought of the super zombies he encountered last time. They didn't care about the building at all. They just climbed up like spiders. After waiting for 2 hours, the zombies finally started to move. The first was the dense red zombies. These zombies were of different sizes. They began to spread towards the resurrection point in a black mass. The whole game was filled with shrill alarms. Yang Bo also perked up and observed carefully. He found that the route of the zombies this time was like an army. They were on the same route. After the rat zombies, there were cats, dogs, chickens and so on. Moreover, the rat zombies were a little distant from the zombies behind them. So it was not chaotic. TSK. Yang Bo didn't expect that the zombies had such high IQ. Is it similar to the way the queen ant controls the worker ants? The zombie rats rushed into all the buildings on the road like a black tide. And then someone opened fire. At this time, other beast zombies behind began to move, such as dogs, pigs, sheep, etc. These zombies continued to rush into all the buildings on the road. And fierce gunshots and explosions were heard inside the buildings. The Justice Gang suffered heavy losses. Yang Bo saw some players forced to the roof of the house. And there were rat zombies, like ant nests behind them. And then this group of players were overwhelmed by zombie rats. Even though these players had bombs in their hands. But unfortunately, there were too many zombies. Some players jumped down and were overwhelmed by the zombies downstairs. Some players were smart and blew up the stairs. Yang Bo shook his head. First of all, there were limited bullets. And secondly, zombies could climb the stairs. Why does this boss look smarter than the ones I met? Yang Bo was a little confused. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the zombies he encountered last time were not so smart because Yang Bo was alone last time. And the zombie boss didn't feel any threat, and was enraged later. And this time, the Justice Gang had bombs and so many people. So the boss performed normally. So sometimes it's not a good thing to have your own thinking. And it's easy to fall into the misunderstanding of thinking. From the super boss's lair to the resurrection point, it's less than 3 kilometers. And the first wave of rats has entered the range of the resurrection point's firepower. Yang Bo saw that the players on the hill of the resurrection point were piled with various supplies. Bullets, guns, and bombs. More than 100 bombs were thrown out. But the mice were too small and had limited lethality. So the players also opened fire. Some people continued to throw bombs. Some fired continuously. And some laser weapons started automatic attacks with a very high firing frequency. Shocking. Yang Bo was still shocked. Especially the laser weapons, which only needed the lowest power to attack the mouse zombies. So the intensive laser attacks on these mice were very effective. Yang Bo also saw the zombie bosses, which were more flexible than other zombies. A cat seemed to be a small boss, directly grabbing the wall, and then quickly climbing to the roof to attack the players who broke the stairs. Then several players were startled and killed the cat in a hurry. What a pity. Yang Bo did not fire at this time, because Yang Bo knew that once he fired, the super zombie might command other zombies to besiege him. The Justice Gang used a small loudspeaker to remind that there were mutant zombies that could climb the stairs. What was the gymnasium originally? A civil air defense project? Yang Bo was very curious about why the super zombies were in the gymnasium. Rat zombies still entered the resurrection point. But not many of them. Mainly because there were too many rats. Densely packed. Estimated to be more than hundreds of thousands. Fast and small in size. The bombs of the larger zombies at the back were more effective. The fragments in the bombs were not a threat to the small rats. But they were a threat to the larger ones. The explosions rumbled. And the Justice Gang actually charged for live streaming on the forum. With the title live broadcast of Zombie Siege, the number of viewers reached more than 1 million. And it was still increasing. The people of the Justice Gang should not be underestimated. The Justice Gang not only gained fame, but also made money. One person needs 500 game coins to watch the live broadcast. The human zombies finally came out. Like a tide. The county recorded that the permanent population was about 200,000. Many of them were killed sporadically. And there were 100,000. This super zombie called almost all the zombies in the county with one shout. Except for some stuck. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Countless zombies flooded the streets. Black and dense. Among these zombies, a large black zombie is particularly eye-catching. These black zombies run the fastest. There is also a kind of agile zombie. These zombies began to climb the building. Then the players' bases began to be destroyed one by one. But these players were resurrected immediately, with the help of the wealthy Justice Gang. The firepower of the resurrection point was fully opened. And the bombs were like raindrops. Yongbo was far away from the main battlefield. So no zombies were affected here. Why haven't they come out yet? Yongbo muttered in his heart. Why haven't these super zombies come out yet? There are at least nearly 1 million zombies, including animals and humans. Of course, there are many rats. But the rats were injured by laser weapons. The laser weapons are very fast. And there is no shortage of batteries at the supply point. It seems that human zombies are more terrifying. After all, they are much bigger. Animal zombies continue to attack the defense line of the resurrection point. Fortunately, the resurrection point is on the top of the mountain. And the players throw bombs down the mountain without spending any money. Yongbo also despises the garbage skills of these zombies. And there is nothing to regret. What he wants now is the fine skills. Finally, Yongbo saw the super zombie. This guy appeared at the back. This guy was covered with silver gray. And looked like a pangolin covered with scales. Then this guy's hands turned into 2 bone knives. Which looked pale. TSK. Yongbo began to aim. But at this moment, a gunshot was heard from afar. Which was also the sound of a sniper rifle. Yongbo saw the super zombie's body move after being hit. Then the super zombie jumped more than 10 meters away and rushed to the place where the gun was fired. Yongbo then saw that there was also a group of people in the distance. There were several people in this group. These people had various weapons in their hands. And there was also a Gatling machine gun. The super zombie was very fast. In less than 5 seconds, it approached the position of the sneak attack team. And there were many zombies behind it. However, the super zombie was constantly attacked by 2 sniper rifles. But it was useless. When it was close to 500 meters, the Gatling machine gun opened fire. The super zombie was immediately suppressed by the continuous bullets and retreated step by step. Unfortunately, the bullets did not penetrate the scales of the super zombie. These guys also want to pick up the leak? Yongbo muttered in his heart. And then went downstairs. The super zombie was too far away from him. And the opponent was opposite him. So some of the zombies were also attracted away. Planching in. You bastards. You only know how to attack by surprise. Haha. The super boss was not chosen by you Justice Gang. Shameless. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. The two sides started to shout on the regional loudspeaker. And Yongbo finally understood who they were. Shortly after Yongbo went downstairs, he heard a loud bang. Did these guys bury a bomb? Yongbo was shocked when he heard this voice. Haha. Planching in. You idiots. Do you think conventional means can kill the super boss? Your brains are not much bigger than melon seeds. Yongbo heard the gloating voice of Shangwan Jingyi on the regional loudspeaker. Yongbo went straight to the gym this time. Yongbo had already taken a good look at the route and made sure that those bastards of the Jingyi gang would not see his trace. It was not that Yongbo was afraid of anyone, but these sticky guys were very annoying. Yongbo was curious about why the super boss became like this. It was unlikely to be a natural mutation. Most of the gym had collapsed, but most of it was concrete. And there was an underground space here. Not to mention the speed of Yongbo's character. His own attributes were very abnormal. and the speed was pulled to the extreme at this time. In the background of the military game department, the colonel and others were looking at several large screens, and Yang Bo was among them. Everyone was enjoying it just now. The bombs at the resurrection point were like rain, and the bullets were like water. I thought this guy was going to snipe the super zombies, but he went straight to their lair. Don't use your conventional thinking to look at this guy. Every step of this guy is surprising. We still don't know how the super zombies were born. This may be an opportunity, mainly because there is too little data about super zombies. But according to the results of capturing super zombies and cleaning up the super zombies' lair in the past, nothing strange was found. There is not enough data. Why did this planet become like this? Is it because our interstellar laboratory was polluted? Or because of other alien energy? Someone asked. Not sure. It may be our interstellar laboratory. Because in the early days, the management of interstellar laboratories was not standardized, and many interstellar laboratories became space junk. Theoretically, an interstellar laboratory that has lost its energy support, exposed to vacuum, high temperature, low temperature, high radiation in space, and then burned by the planet's atmosphere, basically has no pollution. But I'm not sure. Our scientists in the early days were crazy. Yes, in the early days, they actually did neural network research and millions of people died. There's nothing we can do about this. In the early days, people thought that neural networks were the mainstream, but they didn't expect that human nerves were so fragile. Maybe this guy will bring us a surprise. The gymnasium seemed empty. Yang Bo looked at the bionic radar and found nothing strange. Moreover, the underground was like a huge parking lot. It was an underground civil air defense project. Yang Bo searched quickly inside. It was basically bare and trampled by countless zombies. The area of the first floor was about 30,000 square meters, and the concrete pillars inside were very tall and thick. The steel bars wrapped in concrete don't seem to be a big problem. Yang Bo took a quick look and then went down to the second floor. The second floor was also large. 30,000 square meters was not much. That is, less than 200 meters in width and length. Yang Bo completed the search on the first floor in less than 10 seconds. Then, when he arrived at the third floor, Yang Bo's action made the game back-end very confused. Didn't you look carefully? Maybe you did some reconnaissance first? The colonel didn't understand either. Yang Bo arrived at the third floor and found that there was water on the ground, which was black and turbid, and contact with water indicated mild poisoning. Yang Bo used passive sound wave detection directly after entering the third floor, and soon found clues. However, Yang Bo did not go directly to the place where he found clues, but strolled around and came to a place where water was slowly coming out, because there seemed to be a small mound formed by some dried mud here, and there was a lot of garbage next to the small mound. Yang Bo looked at a moss plant, which was only the size of a palm, black, and not noticeable at all, and was only 3 or 5 centimeters high. Yang Bo took out his cold weapon and started digging. He put the whole piece of moss and soil into the inventory, which was actually in the backpack behind the bionic man. Nothing? Yang Bo thought there was something under the moss, but there was nothing. Yang Bo's operation made the game background dumbfounded. The super zombie is back. At this time, the staff who paid attention to the super zombie said, "Why is it back?" Everyone was curious about why the super zombie came. "I don't know. We don't have vision for the super zombie." The staff shook their heads. The vision of these game backgrounds was given by the bionic man, and then the data model was merged. Yang Bo left quickly and was also very surprised. Are these super zombies induced by mutant plants? In other words, they are similar to humans? Yang Bo thought of the human gene evolution potion. When Yang Bo just came out of the underground exit of the gymnasium, he saw from a distance that the super zombie was back. Oh my god! Yang Bo was speechless. He ran in for less than 2 minutes. Wouldn't this guy go to slaughter those guys at the resurrection point? Roar! The super zombie looked at a bionic man that emerged from his home, roared, and then rushed towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo found that the super zombie was still very badly blown up, and many of its scales were blown off. There were more than a dozen agile small bosses following behind. Run! This is the zombie base camp. The super zombie has a strong defense. As Yang Bo ran, the dozen small bosses behind him caught up, and the super zombie went into the nest. Yang Bo had just run less than 2 kilometers when he heard the heart-wrenching roar of the super zombies behind him. And then the zombies that were still besieging the resurrection point immediately turned their heads. Dumbfounded. The resurrection point was already in danger. There were 100,000 human zombies, and the corpses could flood the hill of the resurrection point. When everyone thought it was over, the zombies retreated. F***CK. The Colonel and others in the game backstage were dumbfounded. What is this operation? How does this guy know that the thing is important to the super zombies? The Colonel looked at the others, with a question mark on his forehead. Boss, don't look at this guy with old ideas. This guy's thinking is really unusual. Let's take a look. Looking at the roar of the super zombie, it is estimated that the thing is very important. Is it a mutant plant? This guy runs really fast. Find a reason to give him a buff. Let him run faster. Military fighters are on standby at any time. Once this super zombie is lured to a certain location, we will take action, the Colonel said. Okay. Then Yang Bo heard the game prompt in the game. Players lead the super zombies away, and the reward is the courage badge. And all attributes increase by 20%. The military sees the benefit? Yang Bo muttered to himself. And then he picked up the pistol and aimed at the small boss behind him while running and fired a series of bullets. Mind control +8. Mind control +8. The super zombies in the back saw their little brothers being killed by the bastards in front, and roared continuously. Then Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded, because he could see that the zombies in the distant suburbs were actually coming towards him. Damn it! Yang Bo cursed inwardly, and then hurriedly crossed the river. To be precise, to a bridge pier on the other side of the bridge, because there must be zombies in other places outside the periphery. This super zombie shouted, and attacked from both sides, and ran away. Chapter 406 Really Dark. Yang Bo is not afraid of being attacked from both sides. After all, he can still fly. The reason why Yang Bo does not fly is that he has his own plan. What is the plan? That is to let the military see his value, and see his means of dealing with these dangerous situations, so that the military will develop stronger bionic people for his use. Of course, this is only the first point, and the success rate is still very high. Because what is the purpose of the military to play this game? Exploring this planet, or testing bionic people? No matter which one, it is inseparable from people like him. What is the second point? That is, Yang Bo gambles to see if he can get the military's bombs for free this time. If the military takes action with so many zombies, he doesn't know how many skills he will gain. Although these human zombies mostly give garbage skills. Who would dislike free things? Yang Bo controlled the bionic man and ran to the river. Yang Bo remembered that there was a bridge by the river. He went there last time, and it was in danger. Yang Bo walked and ran, while quickly picking up the bomb and operating it, and then threw it in the place he passed by. As the bomb time was up, the firing pin was ignited. A flame spurted out. The bomb was destroyed by Yang Bo, and the explosive inside burned directly. Yang Bo wanted to ignite the zombies behind to be hurt by the flames, so that if the military took action, he could get it for free. What is this guy doing? That's right. Doesn't he have a flying backpack? Does this guy have other ideas? Why is this guy igniting? Zombies are not afraid of fire? Zombies are not afraid of small fires, but they are still afraid of big fires. Pay close attention. Fighters on standby. The Colonel only frowned. The game backend would not take action until the critical moment. Because of the trouble, he had to write a report after each action, and then it would be reviewed. Of course, if he did not take action when he should, and caused major losses, he would also be reviewed. Although the Colonel has a deep background, his subordinates would take the blame if something happened, and he would definitely be transferred. After all, the military is not a one-man show. It can be said that the warlords wished that the families of other warlords would die suddenly. Yang Bo was very fast, and the super zombies behind him could not catch up. The large group of zombies behind him formed several echelons. The first echelon was the small boss, the super zombies. The second echelon was some fast-running animal zombies. The third echelon was a lot of human zombies. And the last was some slow-running or disabled zombies. In this process, the zombies trampled on each other, especially when the road was uneven. The zombies in front blocked it, and the zombies behind squeezed over. And then the zombies pressed below were trampled by the zombies one by one, and finally trampled to death. Yang Bo's ignition also worked. The fire began to spread. After many grounds in the city hardened and broke, various plant vines grew from all over the place, and the ground was covered with thick dead branches and rotten leaves. After some zombies were burned by the fire, and then trampled into slag. Yongbo gained skills. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Yongbo was very puzzled. Why do these zombies have so many knife skills? Oh, I understand. Yongbo has always had this doubt. Now thinking about it again, it seems to be understood all of a sudden. That is, when the first zombie appears, the rest of the people must pick up the weapons in their hands to target the zombies if they want to survive. What is the general weapon that can be used? Of course, it is a knife. This guess is almost right. Yongbo quickly came to the bridge by the river and headed to the middle. The middle bridge pier was still intact, but the bridge deck was in tatters. Yongbo used sound wave detection to quickly determine the approximate structure of the bridge, and then took out the bombs to prepare. The bridge here is divided into 5 piers. The middle one is the widest from the 2 on both sides. About 30 meters away. Maybe because of the need to pass a boat or something. The middle pier is also the largest. Yongbo stuck several bombs on the bridge deck on one side next to the middle pier, and then ran quickly. He ran a few steps, and then a running start. At this time, the bomb behind him went off, and Yongbo heard the sound of whooshing behind him, as well as the sound of being hit by a bomb. Yongbo saw the bridge deck below suddenly shook, then began to tilt, and then collapsed. The small boss, who ran fast behind, fell into the river and disappeared. After landing, Yongbo picked up his pistol and fired fiercely at the zombies coming from the other end of the bridge. There were many zombies on the opposite side. A black mass of all kinds, led by a group of sheep zombies, who looked like demons from hell, with shriveled heads and protruding buck teeth. Yongbo shot quickly. Charge +2. Charge +2. These sheep also had the charge skill. Yongbo muttered in his heart. As for whether this skill should be increased or not, Yongbo had no experience. Does the Grandmaster have other skills? Yongbo just muttered in his heart and ignored it. Soon dozens of sheep fell on the bridge surface. Just a few seconds, and then Yongbo continued to change the magazine and continued. Boom! In less than a minute, the bridge collapsed, because the sheep killed by Yongbo hindered the zombies behind. The number of zombies on this section of the bridge continued to increase, and some zombies jumped for no reason. Yongbo hurried back, because he was standing on the bridge. Fortunately, the bridge pier was large enough. The bridge deck on the other side fell off and left half of it blank. The steel bars are also rotten, and they only rely on the support of concrete. Yongbo looked at the broken concrete bridge in front of him and shook his head. The super zombies on the other side roared at Yongbo, and the zombies behind him kept coming. This super zombie was actually pushed forward by a group of zombies. The widest part of the 2 bridge decks collapsed, and the rest of the bridge decks were shorter and had greater support, so they were fine for the time being. By Yubu. Yongbo picked up the pistol, aimed at the small boss, and opened fire. Dozens of small bosses were no more than 40 meters away from Yongbo, and they opened their mouths and roared at Yongbo. Then these small bosses were hit directly by pistol bullets. Mind control +8. Mind control +8. Mind control +8. In a blink of an eye, more than 20 small bosses were named by Yongbo one by one, and a few were washed away by the water. Come on! Come on! Yongbo looked at the super zombie. This guy's legs were a little deformed by a wave of bombs from the Plant Union, so he didn't catch up with him all the way. Yongbo took out the sniper rifle. When the super zombie saw this, he roared at the zombies behind him. It seemed that he wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, these zombies had almost no intelligence, and instead roared with the super zombie. Bang! The sniper rifle fired, and the bullet left a string of sparks on the super zombie. Awesome! Yongbo had expected this long ago. The super zombie's defense is extraordinary. The super zombie roared continuously after being beaten by Yongbo. If this super zombie had not been attacked by the Plant Union once, it might have been able to jump over this distance. But it was a pity that this guy was tricked by the Plant Union and didn't know how many bombs were made. When the Justice Gang at the Resurrection Point saw the zombie retreat, they quickly sent out strong players to explore and see what was going on. You know, this time the Justice Gang spent a lot of money to prepare for the Union token. The game currency was recharged for hundreds of millions, including the resurrection fee for each person, free bullets, guns, and various equipment. Bombs were thrown at the Resurrection Point like a small mountain. But during the fight, The zombies disappeared and retreated? Isn't this a complete deception? What about the two-way rush? Soon a player sent back a message that someone had led the super zombie to bridge number 1 somehow. Plant Union. You are a bunch of idiots. The regional speaker sounded, with 2 beeps in the middle. And the one cursing was Shangwan Jingi. Shangwan is the surname. And Jingi is the name of the union. The Jingi gang was angry. You know, they were still broadcasting live on the forum. And they wanted to get the union token. Now, some players in their gang died several times. And each death cost a lot of game coins. The key is that the equipment they brought was also dropped. What's more infuriating is that some players blatantly picked up bullets and other supplies. It seems that they are definitely stored in the warehouse. Haha. Thank you for the equipment from the Jingi gang girl. I'm starting to pick up bullets. The player with the nickname Little Grass is also Fate also made a trumpet call. Shameless. Bastard. Vile. Giving birth to a son is a freak. Shameless. Many righteous people made trumpets among the trumpets. Haha. I picked up 30,000 bullets. And there are a lot of them in the warehouse. I'm picking up bombs below. Thank you, ladies. The trumpet call made by the player, with the nickname Little Flower, is also Fate made everyone else very happy. Yang Bo was watching the zombies that kept falling into the water. These zombies were squeezed by the huge zombies behind them. The super zombie in the front saw that Yang Bo's repeated sniper bullets did nothing to him. And he also provoked Yang Bo from the opposite side. Yang Bo had just been hitting randomly, trying to make the super zombie feel that he was not dangerous, and that his sniper rifle was a fire stick. So Yang Bo did not hit the zombie's weak part just now. The super zombie was pushed by the zombies behind him, and was on the edge of danger, about to fall into the water. Although the super zombie was already roaring. It was a pity that the zombies behind the bridge deck had no idea what was happening in front of them. Even many zombies on the shore were squeezed into the river from behind. Boom! Finally, the bridge deck could not bear the weight and collapsed directly. The super zombie felt the danger and jumped up directly. Because the bridge deck collapsed. The place where he was standing also collapsed. The super zombie still fell off the bridge pier after one jump. But the super zombie reacted quickly and grabbed the concrete outer wall of the bridge pier with one claw. Yang Bo looked at the super zombie in this posture. So he quickly opened fire. Because now the super zombie was like a live target. Yang Bo aimed at the back of the head this time. The sniper rifle shot the guy in the back of the head. The super zombie was climbing up. But after being hit, the whole body seemed to soften. Then Yang Bo fired the second sniper bullet and hit the super zombie in the back of the head again. Mind control plus 32. This is strenuous. Yang Bo didn't like these super zombies, so he gave them 32 points. They were not as good as those small bosses. It was much easier to kill 4 small bosses. The colonel in the background of the game was speechless. This super zombie was too unlucky. And this player was too lucky. If the super zombie hadn't been tricked, this guy wouldn't be so easy to kill. Nonsense. Didn't this player go to the lair just because he saw the super zombie being led away? This guy's trump card is useless. Boss, you gave the union token now? Well, we need to mobilize the enthusiasm of players to collect materials and find ways to push up the price of union tokens. In fact, our popularity has also risen this time. But the people of the Justice Gang are embarrassed. It's just right that they are embarrassed. This popularity is more eye-catching than a simple boss siege. Yang Bo saw that after the super zombie died, a golden token appeared on the bridge pier where he died. Of course, there was nothing in it. It was presented to you virtually. Union token. The people who saw the scene with a telescope in the distance were surprised. Because of the obstruction of the bridge pier, the players did not see how Yang Bo killed the super boss. Yang Bo was speechless. Did he have to fly over the distance of dozens of meters by himself? Yang Bo came to the other side of the bridge pier and emptied the supplies in his backpack. Of course, the moss he got from the nest was also emptied here. The colonel saw this and immediately ordered, "Get this moss." Yes. So in the invisible place, of course Yang Bo could sense it. There was a sound in the distance. Yang Bo was still squatting on the bridge pier, looking eager to try. Then he took a run, and finally reached out to grab another bridge pier. Then he climbed up the bridge pier and picked up the union token. This scene was broadcast live. People on the forum were envious and jealous. This union token is worth a lot of money. Brother, sell me the union token. I will give you 5 million game coins. Someone immediately shouted on the small loudspeaker. The guy on the bridge pier, Hand over the Union token when you know what's good for you. This is what our Justice Gang worked hard for. Shang Wanjingi is worthy of the style of the Justice Gang. And directly issued a threatening word. Yang Bo was about to go back to pick up something. And then he saw a fighter plane coming to the place where he put his things. And then a mechanical arm stole something and left. I hope it's valuable. Yang Bo was helpless. He was just a lousy worker for the military's game department. If what he got was valuable, then the department would have a future. And the military would continue to invest. Otherwise, if the game department had no future, they might end up making a real game for him. And that would be the end of him. Alas, I hope to give you a pure energy metal bionic man. Preferably one with space attributes. Civilian companies have developed space mechas. And there is no reason for the military to have lower technology than civilian companies. Although he felt uncomfortable. In order to get a better bionic man later, Yang Bo had no choice but to be exploited and deceived. In fact, I am not at a disadvantage. After all, who can be like me and brush skills remotely? Yang Bo could only comfort himself. And then he returned to the bridge pier in the game. And the moss was still there. At this time, a voice sounded in the game. The super boss has been killed. And the remaining zombies have lost their leader, and their morale is low. Now a clearing task is issued. Players in the area get a temporary badge of courage. All attributes increase by 20%. Players in the area double their experience points and rewards for killing zombies. Then the players all scream to kill zombies. And the zombies in the whole city suffered for a while. And the firepower of each team was very fierce. Why? Because there are still hills of bullets at the resurrection point. In the past, players did not kill zombies because bullets lost money. But now bullets are free. And the rewards are doubled. Who would not pull the trigger? The people of the Justice Gang cursed. But other players picked up things while cursing with the Justice Gang. And finally said thank you. Killing people and hurting their hearts. The bullets and bombs of the Justice Gang are prepared for the zombies in the whole city. So, after Yang Bo got the token, he looked at it carefully and found that with this token, he could set up a guild in the game and choose any 4 square kilometers of land as his guild base. Doesn't this mean that this county will belong to the players in the future? But what's the point of doing this? National war. City war. And players need to desperately collect materials? Yang Bo understood the routine behind this guild token. Of course, this is also the routine of other games. Sure enough, the next second, a voice rang out throughout the game. The first Union token fell. And the game officially started the city battle system. The first Union to establish a Union base will receive 50 million game coins in funding support. And the gang will get a 9.5% discount on supplies. The rest will be available soon. This military department not only wants to clear all the zombies on this planet, but also build a city? Will it be a planet of bionic people in the future? Or is there anyone who is immune to this energy or virus? Yang Bo couldn't understand what the military was doing. The player who had just bid 10 million game coins was dumbfounded by the announcement. Someone shouted on the small loudspeaker, "Brother, I bid 60 million game coins." Yang Bo felt that it would be best for him to run away first. So he jumped into the water directly, and then swam away with the current. Poisoned. After Yang Bo entered the water, he was prompted with a slight poisoning. But it was not a big deal. Yang Bo decided to put the token in the auction house, and give it to whoever bid the highest. The Justice Gang is so shameless that they will buy it back even if the price is high. If they buy it back, they can at least get the title of the first. If they don't buy it back, it will be a shame. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and cheated the Justice Gang again. Yang Bo was in the water for more than half an hour before he found a place downstream to climb ashore. Then changed his character's clothes, and hurried back to the resurrection point. They are rich and powerful. Yang Bo returned to the resurrection point, and saw bullets and bombs all over the ground. The Justice Gang members were swearing at the pickers. Yang Bo directly threw the Union token at the auction house, and started the auction in 20 minutes. Because it would be easy to attract others' attention if he started the auction right away because he was at the auction house. Black. Yang Bo looked at the moss in his backpack, which was defined as sundries and worthless. Which means that other players think this thing is garbage. These bastards in the military are too black. At least they give a task item. But it is directly sundries, and can't be sold. Yang Bo was speechless. It was so black. The colonel and others looked at Yang Bo's operation. And one of them said, "This guy is too cautious. These old guys have seen a lot. But this old guy is really interesting." I just don't know if the moss I got is valuable. I hope it is valuable. Otherwise I'm afraid we will really make a game. Boss, the permissions of this bionic man have almost been opened. Should we apply for repeated upgrades to manufacture a batch? The strength of this player has not been fully exerted. It will be beneficial for us to manufacture stronger bionic men. Someone made a suggestion. Boss, this guy is much stronger than the others. That's right. If we give him a stronger bionic man, we can get more information, which is good for our department. The colonel heard this and said with a headache, if it's stronger, we have to use energy metal. Do you know how much it will cost? Boss, you are wrong. Even if it's tens of billions, it will increase our credit? Someone said with a chuckle. That's right. As long as it can bring results to our department. Money is nothing. We are just applying according to normal procedures. Boss, a stronger bionic man may not necessarily bring us more credit. But if our department doesn't use money, will other departments not use it? Besides, isn't it normal for our project to fail? What if it does work? Hearing this, the colonel said with relief, you have been with me for a long time. It is good to have such an understanding. This is the project funding. It is impossible not to have it. Not having it is to help the enemy. Even if I fail, at least the opponent will lose funds. Boss, you taught me well. Wait, I have to find an excuse. I hope the moss is useful this time. If it is useful, I will apply for it myself and customize a full energy metal. The strongest bionic man. For this guy. The colonel shook his head and said, no matter what you do, you must have an excuse that is convincing enough to convince others. Although I have a backer. You know that there are many people who find fault in our military. Thank you for your teachings. Yang Bo quit the game. There is no need to struggle in it. Ignore the knife skills +2 that appeared in his mind. These are the zombies that players kill by fire. The most are knife skills, cooking skills, tracking, etc. Coming to the basement. Yang Bo released the space mecha and sensed it carefully. There was nothing abnormal. But the feeling is not wrong. Yang Bo knew that his perception was not wrong. Yang Bo went upstairs nervously and carefully checked the nearest flight. It was 5 days later, and it would take 10 days to reach the jump channel. It takes a month to go back and forth. I want to come to the jump channel more times. It's troublesome. Yang Bo felt a little troublesome. Huh? Yang Bo found another good thing. That is, he could rent a small spaceship that could jump in space. This speed is fast and saves a lot of time than passenger and cargo spaceships. However, this one is not big. Only more than 50 meters long. About 12 meters in diameter. And has 2 layers inside. I need to think of a way to remotely control the watch. Or find an opportunity to go out? Yang Bo thought to himself. What should I do next? Forget it. However, Yang Bo saw that he had to go to Annie's place tonight. So he went out in stealth and came to the wild first. Did Master Zhang send a message? When Yang Bo came to the wild, he took out the communicator to contact Master Zhang and found that Master Zhang had sent a lot of messages. Chapter 407. There are a lot of people who are thinking about it. Young Master Zhang has been feeling happy recently. Not only has he discovered 2 mutant materials that can be used in genetic drugs on March Star. One is an animal and the other is a plant. Although there is no complete data yet, it has been tested that there is no rejection with the human body. It is not only a good opportunity for him to become famous, but also brings him huge wealth. Because before the results were published, young Master Zhang had united some forces on March Star to divide up the future wealth of the entire March Star land. March Star was developed by the Zhang family, not Zhang Boyzhen. So some people here are still old people of the Zhang family. As the core family, there are many other peripheral families outside. Of course, those who can be arranged to March Star are basically peripheral families that the Zhang family does not pay much attention to. Zhang Boyzhen united some of them. Zhang Boyzhen was sent here, which was the lowest point in his life. So many people showed their original attitudes, which also made Zhang Boyzhen screen them. If the development of March Star is upright, then it is too good when Mr. Jiu appears. Moreover, Zhang Boyzhen was sure that this Mr. Jiu was not someone from his brothers or other elders in the family, because they did not have the ability to arrogantly slap the Pharmacist Union in the face on live broadcast, which became a major scandal in history and destroyed the 1,000-year reputation of the Pharmacist Union. How could such a person be cultivated by his brothers? Master, Mr. Jiu replied to the message. Zhang Boyzhen was a little nervous, because he did not reply to Mr. Gio after sending a message. What did you say? Zhang Buizhen asked immediately after hearing what Nyobo said. He has received it. I hope that the young master will continue to provide information about these killers. Nyobo answered. Tell him that I will update him in time, and ask him to be careful. There are many people coming this time. And they are also very powerful. Zhang Buizhen nodded. When Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen's reply, he also smiled in his heart. The more killers come, the better. Yang Bo wrote down the message sent by young Master Zhang. Then threw the communicator into the dimensional box and put it away. Then emerged from the suburban park and returned to the villa. The Water Blue Empire actually sent an intelligence organization to target me. Zhang Buizhen sent a message saying that 2A+ led the team, which is the most powerful organization of the Water Blue Empire royal family, Falcon. Falcon, it is a dead soldier trained by the royal family of the Water Blue Empire, which means the royal family's hawk dog. Yang Bo sorted out the information provided by young Master Zhang in the villa. The Brotherhood sent 2 top assassins, who are said to be A+ level. The Pharmacist Guild sent the strongest law enforcement team member, the most famous poison master of the Pharmacist Guild, Rattlesnake. TSK. My buddies are too attractive. These guys not only want my life, but also my biological samples for research. 190 billion credit points. How about I sell myself? But the bastards of the Pharmacist Guild have no credibility. Maybe they will disappear or die accidentally after claiming the reward. This kind of thing happens in the Alliance. Someone else claims the reward, and then the whole family dies inexplicably. Then what about the remaining inheritance? Of course, it will be confiscated. Yang Bo doesn't believe what these politicians and those shameless capitalists say. Just offer a reward and see. Yang Bo knows that the most unethical people in this world are capitalists and politicians. Even the ladies in KTV are more ethical than these people. Otherwise he would not get so much land. Although he deserves it. Wait a few more days. If there is detailed information, I will go to the other side of the jump channel to wait, while eliminating the killers and refining my armor in Mecca. Yang Bo has a plan here. Once March Star announces the discovery of mutants, the Fat Boss and Zhou Rui become counselors, and they will have no time to take care of me. I can remotely control the watch to reply to the two. Yang Bo decided to go out at that time. This is how Interstellar is. Sometimes it takes a long time to get to a certain place. After Yang Bo sorted out the information, he went to Annie's villa happily. Of course, still wearing a sweater and so on. Yang Bo has Annie's key. After opening the door, the 2 women were not in the living room. Then he went to the basement and found that the 2 women were in the Mecca simulation warehouse. Yang Bo opened Annie's simulation chamber and found that Annie was controlling the Mecca in her home clothes. One hand operated the joystick and the other hand kept clicking on the buttons. Her whole body kept rising and falling, and some parts that were not controlled by gravity jumped up and down. Fairy. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. If a woman like this went out, people would look at her twice. You're here? Annie saw Yang Bo, greeted him, and continued to operate. Yang Bo nodded and looked carefully. He found that Annie was simulating crossing obstacles, which was a game similar to parkour, in which the Mecha needed to constantly avoid obstacles and cross obstacles. Alas! With a stone suddenly appearing, Annie failed to dodge it, and the Mecha was hit. And then the training ended. Am I hopeless? Annie looked at Yang Bo a little pitifully. Yang Bo shook his head, looked at the time, and said, guess why the Mecha Academy is 6 years at most. Isn't it because the Mecha needs to be slowly adapted to? I'm afraid that I don't have the talent for Mecha and waste the Mecha you bought for us. Annie saw Yang Bo sitting next to her, hugged Yang Bo's waist, and then leaned her head on Yang Bo's chest, feeling the firm chest of a man she had never felt before. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't say, if you can't do it, I will find someone else. Yang Bo still has this emotional intelligence. Take your time. I bought this Mecha cheaply. Yang Bo said. We saw it, and didn't expect the Mecha to be so expensive. You are so good to me. Annie looked up at Yang Bo. Yang Bo looked at Annie's pink face and kissed her. The bitch. After Xia finished training, she was ready to call Annie. But when she came over, she saw that there was no one in the simulation room. So she felt something was wrong. She went upstairs and opened a door, and heard some different sounds. She cursed in her heart and hurried to take a shower. Yang Bo didn't expect Annie and Xia to be so good at playing. One called him brother. The other called him uncle. And Xia called Annie auntie or something, cough cough. This role-playing game with 2 people. And foreign girls. I'm afraid it will cost more money. Yang Bo sat on the sofa. Like an old man. While Annie and Xia were cooking in the kitchen with red faces. Several people came down in the evening. Women have good recovery ability. An hour ago. She said she was weak. Dear. You are so strong. What level have you reached? While eating. Xia was very curious about Yang Bo's strength. I don't know. I haven't taken a formal test. I tested it a few years ago, and I should have reached sea level. Yang Bo said while eating grass. Sea level is so powerful. No wonder some high-level enhancers have more than a dozen girlfriends in the report. Annie didn't expect Yang Bo to be so powerful at sea level. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. In fact, what does this say? Regardless of men and women. When they reach a certain strength, they definitely don't like a strong partner. It's the same for rich men to like young beauties, and rich women to like handsome men. It's the same for genetic evolutionists. How can A-level men like only one A-level woman? Isn't it good to have more than a dozen beautiful low-level girlfriends? Not only are they obedient but also different. The same goes for women. When they reach the advanced level, isn't it good to have a dozen handsome guys? Let these handsome guys do whatever they want. Isn't it good to live like a queen? Xia and Annie looked at each other and decided to train their superpowers more in the future. If Yang Bo's body gets stronger, they may not be able to satisfy this strong guy. Yang Bo certainly didn't know what the two were planning, so he didn't use his full strength. After all, everyone came to enjoy themselves, not to do boring mechanical sports. The main thing was to enjoy this atmosphere. After dinner, Annie said, Mecha training is too exhausting. Especially the repeated failures, which really hit my confidence. Yang Bo sat aside from the 2 people, mainly because he didn't know who to hug if he was close. So it was best to sit alone. Just treat this as a game. Don't be a mecha. And don't feel any pressure. It's the same even if you don't have a talent for mechas. In fact, you don't use it much in normal times. There is an intelligent control system. Yang Bo comforted the 2. You really don't have a talent for mechas. But you play games very fast? Why did Xia not believe it? Just Yang Bo's performance in the game. I don't understand it myself. Maybe it's because my fighting movements are myself. And the mecha is a device. I feel like I'm giving myself to a machine. How should I put it? I don't feel anything. Yang Bo found a reason for himself. Have you really been a killer? Annie asked curiously when she heard this. How is it possible? I just like to play standalone games to kill zombies. When the spaceship is sailing, I'm bored, so I have to go to the game room to kill time. Many times the spaceship has no communication signal. Yang Bo continued to explain. After hearing this, she asked, what does it feel like to ride a spaceship? It's like living in a closed community, with food, drink, and fun, but nothing special. The sailing time of several months is a bit boring. Then why did you come here? The land here is cheap, and it's an underdeveloped planet with many favorable conditions. Of course, maybe it's fate. Otherwise how could I meet you? Well, Annie and Xia were very happy to hear Yang Bo's words. The next morning, Yang Bo got up, looked at the 2 sleeping people, and pulled a thin quilt to cover them. Yang Bo didn't feel exhausted at all, although he played until the early morning last night, mainly because Annie and Xia were very relaxed, and didn't need Yang Bo to remind them to wear various uniforms. The physical advantages of superpowers were immediately apparent. Yang Bo could still work overtime in the early morning, but Xia and Annie could not. After Yang Bo finished taking a shower, he put on yesterday's clothes and left. He still had a lot of things to do. Yang Bo returned home, drove the car, and came to the company dormitory. Yang Bo. The fat boss's face was flushed, and he greeted Yang Bo as soon as he saw him. Brother Jia, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, Brother Jia. I think I can make more potions recently. After all, you will be busy when the news is announced. Yang Bo's words sounded good for others, but in fact they were for himself. Are you okay? The fat boss was moved. Yang Bo was talking about this truth. He would soon be a member of parliament, and he would announce the mutant creatures one after another. The various parliaments on the alliance side were like this, quarreling and going back and forth in the parliament. In fact, most of them were for the interests of their agents behind them, and to give other citizens the illusion that this was freedom and a symbol of fairness. Who actually cares about the opinions of citizens? Why is there opposition to every motion? Because there are people who oppose every motion. These people think that there are people who oppose in the parliament. And this speaks for themselves. In fact, most of these MPs oppose just for the sake of opposing. In fact, don't look at the process of the motion. It's all fake. Look at the result. So the quarrels in the parliament are also for some chamber pots to see. Chamber pots. Finally someone speaks for us. Then after the failure, the MPs still make sensational speeches to pull in a group of people. But in fact, they have already reached their interests behind the scenes. Yang Bo chuckled. I've been training my superpowers lately. And I feel much better than before. That's good. But you've worked hard. Brother Jia. You and Sister Rui have just taken office. And there are a lot of things to do. In addition, I'm going to learn about the formula. I'm going to catch some mutants and try to make the formula myself. After all, in the pharmaceutical industry, you should learn more. Watch more. And experiment more. Yang Bo made himself look like a good kid who studies hard. Okay. The fat boss was very happy with Yang Bo's progressive attitude. What are you talking about? So happy? Zhou Rui was waiting in the laboratory, seeing the fat boss and Yang Bo talking and laughing. She asked. The fat boss told Zhou Rui what happened just now. After hearing it, Zhou Rui's heart moved. Because after the third master killed Bueller last time, Zhou Rui got a mutant creature. Zhou Rui didn't tell anyone. Zhou Rui has always wanted to turn this into her own strength. Yang Bo studied the formula himself. Zhou Rui thought it was a good thing. Yang Bo, you are so considerate. Zhou Rui decided to find a chance to take Yang Bo down. After all, the mutant creature she got was too abnormal. She was worried that it was not her own. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Rui. Yang Bo certainly didn't know Zhou Rui's little plan. Although he knew that Zhou Rui got Bueller's pet. It was a pity that Yang Bo didn't like this kind of rubbish. Look at these pharmaceutical materials. Zhou Rui opened the safe in the laboratory where the pharmaceutical materials were stored and showed it to Yang Bo. So many. This couldn't it be? Yang Bo looked at these pharmaceutical materials. Wasn't it what he did last time? I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Yang Bo Admiral Wang made a fortune this time. It is said that he also got a lot of mechas. Unfortunately, they were locked remotely. The fat boss chuckled. Then let's get started. Make more to avoid delays here when Brother Jia and Sister Rui are busy in the future. I will also concentrate on studying the formula. Yang Bo was ready to start. While Yang Bo was making medicine, Annie and Shio got up. Annie, the uncle is too strong. I feel sore all over. Well, this guy is more robotic than a robot. Robots are not as good as real people. I heard that robots are more rigid. We need to train our superpowers well. Come on. Annie and Shia thought they could deal with Yang Bo. But they didn't expect that Yang Bo was as tireless as a robot. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. Yang Bo's superpowers had not yet been used. Although the energy coverage of the weak parts is not strong, it does not require too much energy. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the somewhat exhausted Yang Bo, Zhou Rui felt distressed for no reason and said, It's okay. I'll go back and rest first. This is actually a form of exercise. Every time you consume a lot of energy, you will be stronger after recovery. Yang Bo was of course pretending. Yeah. Zhou Rui also knew that Yang Bo was right. Yang Bo got on the flying car. The fat boss had prepared a lot of nutritional supplements and put them on the flying car. Brother Jia, I'm leaving first. Have a good rest. The fat boss hadn't finished yet. After the potion was made, it must be registered for future calculations. However, this is very simple because Yang Bo didn't have much loss rate. Yang Bo returned home, changed his previous listless look, turned off his watch, and pretended to be resting. Opening the game forum, Yang Bo saw a row of posts on the forum. The top one was the live auction of the Union token. Yang Bo saw that it was more than 90 million game coins. Most of the other posts were the Justice Gang accusing Yang Bo. One of the titles was, Sisters. Who knows? Encountering shameless guys robbing the fruits of the sisters' labor. Yang Bo saw that it was the guys from the Justice Gang who said that they prepared so much money. And then Yang Bo, an immoral, vulgar, and mean guy, robbed the Union token, and even complained to the game official. What made Yang Bo happy was that most game players had a positive outlook on life. The Justice Gang actually cursed at everyone who replied to the post and disagreed with him. Good fellow. The Justice Gang has ruined its reputation. Yang Bo was speechless when he saw this. He didn't know where the fairies in the Justice Gang got the courage to do this. However, there are too many weirdos in the Alliance. Some social groups like demons and ghosts. And many cults. Because of the freedom of belief here, there are still people in the Alliance who support the Red Earl. This reminds Yang Bo of the Earth, where some Western women traveled thousands of miles to send their bodies to some guys. And they were treated as public toilets after they went there. If these people are caught by the Red Earl, they will be purified first. There is no official news. So Yang Bo entered the game. In the game, small loudspeakers are flying all over the sky. The Plant Union and the Justice Gang are cursing each other. And there are some big loudspeakers, which are basically the Justice Gang cursing each other. Justice Gang Shabby. Eat my 78. Yang Bo saw a big loudspeaker after he came in. The big loudspeaker can be heard by all servers, while the small loudspeaker is regional. The military is making a lot of money. Yang Bo saw these loudspeakers one after another. This is not cheap. The military is making a lot of money. Yang Bo saw a new email and found that it was another task. Yang Bo ignored it and prepared to study the map and go to the next county to see if there are any zombies with forging skills, because there is a steel plant in the next county. At the military, the colonel in charge of the game department saw that Yang Bo did not take any action after going online. And he was puzzled. Boss, why doesn't this guy accept the task? Doesn't he like those equipment? Others in the game department also noticed what Yang Bo seemed to be doing. It seems that he is looking at the map. Some staff members did data analysis. The colonel shook his head. This guy has an unusual way of thinking. Boss, you must be a lieutenant colonel this time. Right? That's right. I didn't expect that the moss this guy got was actually of high research value. Boss, this guy is our lucky star. Last night, the Justice Gang quarreled with others. The loudspeakers have been shouting since yesterday. One every minute. Without stopping at all. What's yours? There are more small loudspeakers. As long as there are Justice Gang members in various places. They have never stopped. This conflict is intensified. If these guys spend as much money as possible, our year-end report will look good. And the bonus will not be small. Right? The colonel laughed. Lieutenant Colonel. No problem. If this guy finds a few more things worth studying, I dare to think about the colonel. Boss, this guy is actually a bit conservative. I guess he is afraid of his attributes being reduced after death. I think so too. If it were me, with such abnormal attributes now and his superb skills, there is no need to risk going to any ruins. The material money of a single farm is higher than the income from the ruins. And it is more stable. Someone agreed. The colonel smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have written a report. The cost of a full-energy metal bionic man is too high. The research department has some designs. But it is hard to say what the final result will be. And you know, some warlords' sons have nothing to do and don't come to play games. So some warlords are unwilling to build one alone. These guys are wasting our boss time. That's right. Boss, we need to think of a way to let us find out the details of this guy. Do you think we can give him a physical reward? If this guy wants to claim the prize, he has an address now. Right? Hey, you are smart. The colonel's eyes lit up when he heard this suggestion. Hee hee. I also like playing games. Although this guy is old, he always has unexpected good results when he does things. This Union Token event will attract more players. When the time comes, we will promote it. A player can earn 100 million credit points at a time. What is this concept? Well, we will promote it once, and then carry out a secondary elimination. Eliminate those whose data does not meet the standards and let them die. Most of those whose data does not meet the standards will die once or twice at most. If they die too many times, they can't bear such a big loss and quit the game by themselves. In addition, I have applied for a batch of bionic people. Those noobs should have been kicked out of the game long ago. They are wasting our resources. That's right. These noobs can't create income for us. Instead, they lose bionic people and increase our data loss. The colonel nodded and asked, what kind of physical reward should be given to this guy? What do you most want to get from playing games? How about giving him the latest model of flying car? What kind of bad idea did you come up with? What kind of nonsense is that? How much money has this guy made in the game? Would he be interested in your flying car? This guy has made tens of millions in the game. And he is a pharmacist. So he must be rich. How about energy weapons or energy armor? This requires energy properties and energy frequency. How can we give it to others casually? We don't know the other party's properties. And the other party can't tell us his own properties. How about giving mechas? Our military has so many mechas. We can find an opportunity to scrap a few of them. It's not easy to scrap mechas now. There are many people eyeing this area now. Because the price of mechas has skyrocketed. The retired mechas used to be considered scrap. But now the price has increased by more than 10 times. What should we do? Everyone discussed it over and over. But no good solution was discussed. Because in everyone's opinion, this guy will definitely not look down on small things that make a lot of money in the game. But for some things that are too expensive, the approval process is very complicated. And there are many people who are watching this aspect. The colonel shook his head when he heard this. Everyone, think about it first. And then find an opportunity to approach this guy. His two teammates didn't play the game. And I think he probably succeeded. This guy is also a pervert. I can't stand the smell of ordinary people. You can play in the water. Add some perfume to the water. Or buy some high-end flowers. Oh my. You old pervert have experience. This is a game invented by the Crimson Federation. It's really useful. You are only qualified to play this. The pores on an ordinary woman are that big. The colonel heard that his subordinates were getting more and more outrageous. So he quickly said, let's talk about business. Let's discuss women in private. Boss, why don't you find a professional to do it? There are many professionals who do this, and can quickly get the other party's information? Someone suggested. Give me a plan and do this privately. The colonel nodded when he heard this. Boss, I understand. When the person who spoke heard the boss's order, he knew that this matter had to be done privately. And then after the personnel were discovered, they would be received by the boss in his own name. Yang Bo studied the map for a long time. But he had no idea that his plan had been half successful. The person in charge of the game department had applied to create the strongest bionic man. Of course, opportunities are accompanied by crisis. Yang Bo didn't know that the colonel was going to find a professional to get his information. Yang Bo simply quit the game and went to the forum to find an intelligence dealer. The intelligence dealers were very curious about why Yang Bo wanted to find the steel mill. But since they were willing to pay, they certainly didn't ask what others were going to do with the intelligence. The virtual game industry of the Alliance is very developed. And there are people collecting intelligence in every game. In the past, these people who collected intelligence mainly provided players with material collection points, boss refresh points, and other guild news, etc. This game is of course no exception. And this game is so popular now. More and more people are participating. Wait for now. Yang Bo was ready to wait for the news from the game intelligence dealers. What Yang Bo didn't know was that in addition to the colonel in the game department, Wang Mushua was also thinking about him. This little man is getting more and more powerful. Wang Mushua received Zhou Rui's message and looked at the string of numbers on the message with some amazement. These are more than 200 gene potions, half of which are E-level and half are D-level. And all of them have reached 4-star quality. It's not that Wang Mushua doesn't need 5-star potions. But 5-star potions are too eye-catching. 5-star potions can be used as collections. And their own value is far greater than the function of the potion itself. I don't know if this little man can get the authority of those mechas in the warehouse. These dozens of mechas are worth a lot of money. According to the current valuation, they have exceeded 10 billion. There are also some mechas from other countries. If you can get their authority, you can get the direction of the other party's mecha development. Wang Mushua thought of a batch of mechas that had just been harvested recently. This batch of mechas are specially customized and modified by the Pharmacist Union. And their value is several times that of ordinary mechas. After all, they are used by the Pharmacist Union Law Enforcement Group, which belongs to the powerful department of the Union. This department is a knife to protect the interests of the Union. And of course, it doesn't mind spending more money on it. After this period of busyness is over, I will train this little man properly. Wang Mushua thought silently in her heart. This is the mentality of a strong woman. Wang Mushua has been silently calculating everyone's thoughts in her heart since she was a child. When a certain person is not seen clearly by her, she will try to treat this person as a problem. Yang Bo caught Wang Mushua's attention because Yang Bo followed Wang Mushua in disguise on the Green Devil Star. Finally, Wang Mushua returned to the battleship and found that Yang Bo was a fake identity. This aroused Wang Mushua's great interest, So when Yang Bo controlled the remote Mecca to kill people on the Pato star, Wang Mushua recognized him. As for what Wang Mushua said to Yang Bo last time, it can also be regarded as true, because Wang Mushua's situation was very difficult at that time. According to the development of that situation, Wang Mushua's final ending was very miserable. As a woman, she really wanted to experience love. But for Wang Mushua, at that time, she felt more regretful. And of course she wanted to see how Yang Bo would react. In fact, Yang Bo also gave Wang Mushua a surprise. After all, it is not easy to find a genius pharmacist. And Yang Bo is no longer a simple genius. With a 100% success rate and a 100% success rate for low-level potions. This is actually not uncommon. But with a 100% 4-star quality. This is not a genius, but a freak. However, Wang Mushua is integrating the fleet recently. On the one hand, many people have entered the fleet. And on the other hand, the patrol of the waterway has to be stepped up recently. More and more people are paying protection fees. If this bomber brother comes out to do 2 more cases, I can collect more protection fees. Wang Mushua also hopes that the bomber brother will come out to cause trouble more. Because the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. If I have the opportunity to meet the bomber brother, maybe I can reach a strategic partnership. The other warlords all support their own pirates. But this matter still needs to be seen. Those bastards in the Pharmacist Guild are not easy to provoke. Wang Mushua still wants to cooperate with the bomber brother. Those who don't pay protection fees will definitely not have a good end. Chapter 408 Travel. Bomb Brothers' reputation resounded throughout the interstellar space in this scandal of the Pharmacist Guild. First of all, the bounty of nearly 200 billion credit points is already the first bounty. Many people speculate that Bomb Brothers should have been famous for a long time. And the number of team members is not large. Bomb Brothers' famous scene is that he likes to put electromagnetic bombs in the mouths of victims. This horrible and cruel scene is deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Even ordinary people know who Bomb Brother is talking about now. Although the Alliance is also looking for Bomb Brother. A large number of people have come out to support Bomb Brother's behavior. Because Bomb Brother killed murderers who were extremely evil. And some people even came out to criticize the Alliance's laws, which serve the rich and large companies and institutions, not the citizens at all. Otherwise, how could the Pharmacist Guild law enforcement group kill people blatantly and escape legal sanctions? A large number of people think that Bomb Brother did a good job and should put bombs in the mouths of those congressmen. There are 2 groups of people who are looking for Bomb Brother. One group wants to cooperate. Bomb Brother's methods are cruel. But this is only on the surface. As a powerful person, he knows a lot of crueler things. But ordinary people don't know. Of course, some people have other thoughts. After all, Bomb Brother is worth nearly 200 billion credit points. Wang Mushua naturally wants to cooperate with Bomb Brother. Because this time, Wang Mushua has received this wave of benefits. Not only did he pick up valuable pharmaceutical materials in the vast starry sky, but also some modified mechas. Of course, what he received more was protection fees from shipping companies. It was a pity that the business on March Star was not very developed. Otherwise Wang Mushua would have received a lot of protection fees. This was also the reason why Wang Mushua wanted to find Bomb Brother to cooperate more. After all, some shipping companies were still very unrespectful. Yang Bo was immersed in the virtual world again, mainly looking at modified mechas. Mecha modification is already a very mature industry. But it does not involve the main energy system and control system. But this is also normal. Mecha modification involves too many things. And the previous market was not enough to support the studio to improve the energy system and control system. Although mecha modification is mature, the quality is not very high. The main reason is that there was almost no civilian modification market before. So no studio was willing to do such a huge and time-consuming energy system and control system. This time, the release of mecha sales should have a huge impact on this industry. But it is not certain. Maybe the policy is controlled by other companies. Of course, Yang Bo was not sure, because some industry associations are controlled by some large companies. And the standards they set are the standards suitable for their own companies. After browsing the mecha modification for 2 hours, Yang Bo opened the news and found that the guild token he obtained in the game had been auctioned for hundreds of millions. A prop in a game was actually worth hundreds of millions. Yang Bo knew that this was due to the influence of the 50 million credit points given by the official. Otherwise, this game prop would not have been sold at such a high price. This also attracted a large number of newcomers to the game. It seems that another wave of unlucky people in the game will suffer. Yongbo knew that every time this time came, some game players would be unlucky and die inexplicably. This was the military giving the quota of bionic people to other newcomers to carry out the survival of the fittest. When I come back from this trip, I still have to do some tasks given by the military. Otherwise it will be troublesome if I am targeted by the game department. Yongbo decided to do some tasks given by the military after this trip. After all, his bionic people can be said to be the latest model. If he wants to continue to get better bionic people in the future, he still has to perform well. That night, Yongbo did not go to Xia and Annie, but quietly prepared at home, mainly for giant training. The next morning, Yongbo went to the company dormitory again, and this time he made 200 potions. Zhou Rui and the fat boss were already a little numb. After Yongbo finished making it, he left again on the pretext of taking a rest. Back home, continued to watch Mecha modification online. The guild token in the game was finally auctioned off, and the auction price reached 120 million game coins. Sure enough, the Justice Gang won it. Yongbo logged into the game, and the Jingyi Gang was shouting to the whole game with a loudspeaker. Of course, there were some discordant voices mixed in. Congratulations to our Justice Gang for becoming the #1 gang in the game. Welcome sisters to join the Justice Gang. Thank you. Haha. Some idiots spent nearly hundreds of millions of credit points for a broken brand. There are really such idiots in the world. Congratulations to the Justice Gang for becoming the best gang in the world. There are many gangs in the game, many of which are groups in reality. The Justice Gang chose a place in the county town next to Yongbo's resurrection point, with an area of 4 square kilometers. As for the specifics, it has not yet been presented. It is said that you can choose a template. It seems that the cheapest template is also hundreds of millions of game coins, and the most expensive is said to be several billion. Is the military really going to build a fortress? Yongbo went to the game forum and took a look, and found that the Justice Gang had already posted the template map, all of which were fortress-like structures. Will they use virtual images to fool the other party? Yongbo was a little unsure. He went online for nothing. And then Yongbo went to the basement for a hearty training. After the training, he fell asleep. This is how the 5 consecutive days passed. After the 5th day, the potion was made. Boss, my superpowers seem to have made some breakthroughs recently. I want to train my superpowers more at home. You are also very busy here, so I won't come for the time being. The spaceship will be launched tomorrow. And Yongbo said to the fat boss today, would you like to have a meal together later? The fat boss nodded and asked, no need to have a meal. I've been making potions like crazy these days. I've gained some insights in potions. I'm also thinking about the formulas, plus some videos I've watched before. Yongbo's meaning is very clear. Don't bother me growing up. It just so happens that we're also going to be busy here. Tomorrow Zhou Rui and I will become members of March Star. And young Master Zhang is going to announce the discovery of mutants within a week, and hold a press conference to name the 2 mutants. The fat boss revealed another piece of news. What happened? Yongbo was a little puzzled, as if the previous plan said that he would have to wait for a while. The fat boss handed a bottle of milk to Yongbo and explained, because the Mecca is open. Many rich people want to buy some private land where the land is cheap. They thought that the land on our planet is very cheap. As a result, when they checked, they found that the land on our planet was sold out in a short period of time. And some people have already started to check. So Master Zhang has to go ahead, which will bring a lot of trouble. After all, some things that should be dealt with have not been dealt with, and some procedures that should be followed have to continue. I am afraid that Zhou Rui and I will have to have frequent meetings for a long time in the future. It just so happens that Wang Muxue is also busy with her own affairs, and many shipping companies there are actively donating money. It was the influence brought by Bomb Brother this time. Speaking of which, Bomb Brother helped us a lot this time, although his style of doing things was a bit too cruel. When Yongbo heard this, he said, I think Bomb Brother did a good job. You are too simple-minded. People like Bomb Brother are old monsters who have lived for many years. Most of them are performing for us to see. Now there is definite intelligence that the incident of Bomb Brother this time is the result of a fierce struggle between the 2 factions within the Pharmacist Union. The content in the news is 99% false. Only the language they say is true. The inside story of Bomb Brother is very complicated. How did Bomb Brother control the modified spacecraft safety system, control system, and communication system? This matter has been strange since the beginning. How can outsiders know the whereabouts of the members of the Pharmacist Guild law enforcement group? They were killed in the wild, and it happened to be on our planet. You should know that our planet is against the Pharmacist Guild. So don't just think who is a good person and who is a bad person. In the eyes of people like us, there are only friends and enemies, not justice and evil. The fat boss was afraid that Yang Bo would be misled, so he said a lot of things in one breath. Yang Bo was also a little surprised to hear the fat boss's analysis. What he did ended up falling on the Pharmacist Guild itself. However, it may also be a smoke bomb released by the Pharmacist Guild itself. After all, the results of its own internal strife are more acceptable to everyone. It would be even more embarrassing to be slapped in the face by an outsider like this. Or it could be the paralysis bomb brother. Anyway, no one knows who Yang Bo is. Even Master Zhang only knows that he is a mercenary of the Free Mercenary Guild. Yang Bo, take a good rest recently. When we finish our work here, we will make a special armor for you. Zhou Rui also spoke up. Zhou Rui never dreamed that she could become a planetary counselor. With this status, the family can slowly develop, because the entire parliament is actually a huge trading field. There are many interests behind each proposal. If others want to get your vote of approval, they have to give you some benefits. Of course, it is impossible to get too many benefits. After all, there are hundreds of people in the entire parliament, and each proposal only needs to get the majority of votes of approval. This also means that I have entered a circle. That is, I no longer need to be a pawn, and I have successfully entered the circle of carnivores. I know. Sister Rui. Recently, I have been training my superpowers at home, and at the same time learning to drive a mecha, and learning a lot about pharmaceuticals. Yang Bo nodded. After Zhou Rui gave me the armor, I can show my armor in the future. It is equivalent to washing another piece of equipment and taking out this equipment that cannot be seen in the light. In fact, Yang Bo, you should buy some mechas of a slightly lower grade. Your training mecha is a bit too simple. The other two 8th generation mechas are beautiful, but the operation is complicated. You just build a huge mecha warehouse, and Master Zhang has a few cheap mechas. Why don't you take them together? The fat boss said again. I'm afraid this is not good. It's okay to give away his mechas? Yang Bo didn't think there was anything wrong with having more mechas. He also needed to practice modifying them in the future. The fat boss explained, these mechas are just a bunch of garbage to him. He can't use those low-grade mechas. As for giving them to others, those who can be given by Master Zhang must not lack mechas. Except for us. However, these low-grade mechas are not very useful to us. They are only suitable for beginners. Yang Bo nodded and didn't ask for it now, because he was going out for a walk tomorrow. So he said, let's talk about it later. Everyone is busy recently. Okay, I'll find a chance to tell Master Zhang. The fat boss nodded. Yang Bo said goodbye to the two and bought a lot of things. After returning home, Yang Bo modified a small thing by himself. That is, he made a simple remote control tool, put the watch on the console, and then used the photoelectric superpower to remotely control the tool he made to turn the watch on and off, and use voice to control the watch to send messages. The reason for adding this tool is mainly to prevent the watch from alarming. Directly using the photoelectric superpower to invade the watch to send messages will be monitored by the security system. This kind of external control method is not easy to detect. Control system, drive system, remote voice module, communication system, mechanical system. Yang Bo has a lot of experience in modifying these things, and bought related equipment online. Isn't this just a bionic arm? Yang Bo found that he was a little stupid sometimes. He designed it here by himself, but he went online and saw that there were bionic arms sold separately. Yang Bo simply bought a bionic arm component. Yang Bo placed an order online, and it was delivered in an hour. This is the advantage of the Interstellar Society. It arrives in 1 hour around the world. Of course, if there is no local stock, and it needs to be shipped from other places, 1 month is the minimum. This kind of individual component originally needs to be controlled by a chip inside. But Yang Bo removed the chip, because Yang Bo can simulate photoelectric signals and directly control the entire bionic hand. Perfect. In the basement, Yang Bo remotely controlled the bionic hand, and the watch was controlled by this hand inside the bionic hand. Although the speed of sending messages is a bit slow, After all, the hands of the bionic man cannot be compared with one's own hands. In addition, Yongbo also added a voice module, so that he can use the watch here to make calls remotely through the internet in the future. As long as there is no emergency, no one will know. If there is an emergency, the worst thing is to turn off the phone and say that you have entered the mountains. The position of environmental supervisor is too good. Yongbo made careful arrangements here, and then went out invisibly, and came to Annie's side. He met Annie when he entered the door, and then hugged her upstairs. Xia came again in the middle. I have to do a few experiments recently, and I won't be here for a short time. Yongbo finished overtime, and started to talk about business. Uncle, if you don't come, what should we do? Do you want us to use the machine? Xia is a person who knows men better, and often teases with words, especially when working overtime. While humming, she also shouted, Uncle, come on. Yongbo slapped her hard. Just kidding. How can a cold machine be as comfortable as you? Xia smiled. You go and get busy. Annie is a person with a weak personality. You train well, and try to pass the Mecha training as soon as possible. Then you can drive your own Mecha. Yongbo was just making promises to the two. He wanted the two to train hard. In the evening, the three of them got up and had dinner, and then worked overtime until midnight. Yongbo let the two go only because the people he was working overtime for begged for mercy. Yongbo's main physique was very strong, and he could work overtime again within a few minutes after finishing one. And the physical strength can keep up. It can be said that it is more than enough. Yongbo left in the early morning, and covered the two of them with a blanket when he left. He returned home in stealth and prepared the things that needed to be prepared. The energy control system in the fortress, and the small things fed in the basement, and automatically fed them. 1 month is enough. Yongbo was going to go out for a month. This time he mainly used space jumps to condense his own battle armor in Mecha. It was really because of the abnormal energy fluctuations of the space Mecha last time that made Yongbo feel very insecure. Yongbo locked the door directly from the inside with metal power. No one could open this door unless they attacked with the main gun of the battleship. So happy. More than 3 hours later, Yongbo had come to the spaceship. Thinking of the double row activity last night, he was also happy. Annie and Xia performed differently. Xia was more active and often had to drive the automatic gear. But unfortunately it only lasted for 10 minutes each time. Annie was weaker, and was basically in a passive state. The two formed a sharp contrast. It takes 10 days to reach the space jump channel. Do you want to fly there by yourself? Forget it. It's too risky. It's not that Yongbo has never thought about flying there by himself, but that's too risky. Moreover, during the space jump, the spacecraft has thick armor to resist energy erosion. If you fly there by yourself, you can't open the jump channel. The heads of the spacecraft and the warships are equipped with jump energy releasers, which means that the energy frequency they release can open the jump channel, and then let the spacecraft itself enter. When I arrived at the place by myself, I only saw a starry sky, and I couldn't see the jump channel at all. The things involved were very complicated. In a word, it takes a huge amount of energy to open the jump channel. Huh? Yongbo looked at a small spaceship docked at the airport, which seemed to be ready to set sail. This spaceship was only more than 200 meters long, silver in color, and shaped like a shuttle, with a diameter of about 200 meters in the middle. Yongbo quickly got out of the passenger and cargo spaceship he was going to take, because Yongbo saw that it was a high-end private spaceship. Passenger and cargo spaceships have to ensure sufficient economy and cost, so the speed in the starry sky is basically in the same range, because the spaceship also consumes energy when slowing down. There is not much resistance in space, and it is almost a vacuum environment. It takes a huge amount of energy to accelerate, and it also takes a huge amount of energy to stop flying and slow down. Small spaceships don't have to care about cost performance. They just want speed. After all, the distance between two planets in the Interstellar is very far. If there were no space jump channel, the distance between the two planets would take at least a year, and some would even take decades or hundreds of years. Yongbo quickly came out of stealth to see where this small spaceship was going. Travel agency? Yongbo came here to look at the airport berth information, and found that it was a travel agency spaceship. The destination of the spaceship was the destination of his passenger and cargo spaceship. But this small spaceship could reach the place of space jump in 5 days. Who are these guys going to pick up? Could it be people who want to come to March Star to make trouble and make money? Otherwise, ordinary people would not hire this kind of spaceship for travel, as the cost of using it is too high. As for those super rich people, they have their own private spaceships. Yang Bo's brain is very flexible now. When he saw the destination of this spaceship, he thought about many things in his mind. After all, his net worth is close to 200 billion credit points. And there are many people who take risks to see if they can make a fortune. There is no shortage of such adventurers at any time, because these adventurers are not afraid of death at all. And they are all thinking about the possibility of 1 in a million. Just like buying lottery tickets. Although the winning rate is so low, there are still so many people buying it. Yang Bo has been in stealth mode, and then stepped onto this spaceship at the last critical moment. It is worthy of being a high-end spaceship of the travel agency. Are the quality of the waiters here so high? Yang Bo got on the highest-end spaceship, and the interior decoration was very luxurious. The interior style can be changed at will, because virtual projection technology is widely used here. Whatever style you want. There is any style. But what attracts Yang Bo the most is the waiters on this spaceship. Both men and women are tall, handsome men, and beautiful women. It's hard to imagine that these people are genetic evolutionists. Yang Bo knew that these waiters were all genetic evolutionists. Most of the genetic evolutionists can only be called genetic evolutionists, because their superpowers are too rubbish, and they may only reach the lowest threshold. Superpowers and genetic evolutionists are completely two different concepts. Superpowers have power beyond imagination, while genetic evolution is just a change in one's own genes. The entire spacecraft is divided into 12 floors, and the height of each floor is different. The highest floor is 20 meters, and the lowest floor is only 2 meters. This private spaceship is still better. Yang Bo entered a maintenance channel in stealth, and found a place where no one was around to reveal his body. The intelligence systems of private spaceships are greatly restricted, because what private spaceships want is privacy. Large passenger and cargo spaceships have complete monitoring modes. On the one hand, they are responsible for passengers and cargo. And on the other hand, they are also responsible for shipping companies. Because there are often some strange complaints or claims, such as falling on the spaceship. The judge will make a judgment based on the video footage of how the passenger fell. Of course, as long as something happens on your spaceship, you must pay compensation. But the judge will make a different proportion of judgment based on the situation at the time of the incident. If it is caused by the hardware facilities of the spaceship or the incident, then the spaceship will pay more. If it is caused by the personal negligence of the passenger, then the compensation will be less. It is impossible for the spaceship to not pay at all. Yang Bo didn't know that this spaceship was actually very related to him. This spaceship was hired by the fat boss to pick up his aunt. The fat boss had been planning to win over Yang Bo. Because of Louis's incident, the fat boss was not going to go home, so he found an excuse to trick his aunt out. However, there was no direct flight at that time, so the fat boss's aunt took a spaceship to another planet. Boring. Yang Bo stayed in the maintenance channel for a day and a night, and felt bored, so he came out again in stealth. The invisible Yang Bo wandered around in the entire small spaceship. This small spaceship is great. I will definitely make one in the future. Yang Bo can see different scenery while walking in this small spaceship. There are beautiful ocean beaches, steep mountains, and colorful underwater world. The salary of these hundreds of service staff is not low. Yang Bo knew that the salary gap between different types of work in the Alliance was not too big. Maybe these low-end waiters have higher salaries than some senior white-collar workers. In fact, the Alliance is harvesting the middle class. The rich have many ways to avoid taxes, and perfectly avoid various taxes in the Alliance. Only the middle class is honestly being leaks. But what should we do if the middle class is harvested? So we can only let the lower class continue to accumulate wealth. When the lower class becomes the middle class, they will be harvested again. But the quality of these waiters is not as good as my own double row. Yang Bo looked at these waitresses carefully. These trained service staff felt a little fake when they smiled. There was no smile from the heart like Annie and Shia. Yang Bo had seen a lot of this situation in his previous life. There are mecha guards? Yang Bo found 20 mechas on the spaceship. And these mechas were modified, as expected of the top 5 travel companies in the Alliance. March Star has developed tourism resources, and the travel company must improve its hardware facilities. After thinking about it, Yang Bo understood. As for whether this hardware facility can be used, it doesn't matter at all, The main thing is to improve the grade. These travel companies have relatively high configurations in various places, and are mainly used to pick up and drop off some high-end tourists. Pudding Interstellar Travel Company. This travel company is called Pudding, and it ranks among the top 5 travel companies in the Alliance. Yang Bo wandered around like this, but he didn't hear any useful information. These service staff kept their mouths shut. Yang Bo didn't know that this matter was closely related to him. After the last Pharmacist Union incident, all people in the service industry were scared to death, because when the Pharmacist Union scandal was broadcast live, the words said by those waiters were simply shattering. Many congressmen were implicated, and some have been detained. Several companies are on the verge of bankruptcy, mainly partners with the Pharmacist Union, such as some test equipment companies. 5 days later, Yang Bo listened to the radio and thought about asking everyone to return to the room. The spacecraft was about to jump, and Yang Bo carefully felt what happened. Yang Bo didn't feel anything abnormal in his body, but Yang Bo could feel the strong energy frequency, even with the thick protection system of the spacecraft. The frequency released by this energy made Yang Bo feel very powerful. Countless energies merged into the Mecha space, and after these energies merged into the Mecha space, they were directly squeezed into the Mecha and the armor. I feel that the Mecha space is like a high-pressure container, and when the spacecraft jumps from the space, it wants to inject a lot of energy into this high-pressure container, so that my Mecha and armor will be more interesting. Yang Bo probably understood the current situation. For a moment, Yang Bo felt that his soul and body had completely lost contact. I saw a colorful energy world at the soul level. What does this colorful world look like? Yang Bo didn't see it clearly, and it returned to normal the next second. Space jump almost stops time. But what does the space channel look like? Yang Bo was very curious. But there are some things that Yang Bo can't figure out, so he doesn't think about them. This time, the quality of my armor and mecha has improved again, especially the energy metal. Yang Bo was very happy. Should I turn the spacecraft around immediately and make another space jump? Yang Bo really wanted the spacecraft to jump back and forth in this space jump channel. But this is just a thought. The next stop is 4 days away. I wonder where this spacecraft will continue to go after it reaches the target. Yang Bo felt a little annoyed again. If he didn't turn invisible, he could play games. It turns out that this spacecraft will go back after picking up people, which is just right. Yang Bo saw the captain's flight plan and felt relieved. Who are they picking up? There's such a grand ceremony. I hope they're not assassins, or I can just kill them. Since boarding the spaceship, Yang Bo has been curious about who would hire such a high-end private spaceship. Chapter 409 Space Shuttle. The huge airport here is much larger than that of March Star, and there are 2 of them, and both have space elevators. It's so beautiful. Yang Bo stood in the airport, drinking a drink and admiring the planet more than 50,000 kilometers away. This planet is very large, blue and green in the middle, and white at both ends. The length of the space elevator depends on the volume and mass of each planet. Pato Star is 30,000 kilometers, and here is 50,000 kilometers. It's hard to imagine that it takes more than 90 years for March Star to get here without a space jump channel. Yang Bo looked at this beautiful planet. The interior of the airport is very large, and the identity is basically not checked inside the airport, because the airport is equivalent to a transit place. As long as you don't land, you won't show your identity. You need to show your identity when you land. The name of this planet is Lodi Star. This is the territory of the 3rd Fleet. This star field has 3 administrative stars. That is, planets suitable for human habitation, and hundreds of mineral planets. Business here is developed, and it is an old administrative star. 2 mutants were found on March Star, one of which was an aquatic mutant that was confirmed to have no conflict with the human DNA system. The discoverer of this fish was Mr. Zhang Guoshan. Please watch the latest interview brought to you by the First Information Channel. Yang Bo turned his head and looked at the virtual projection on the side. Few people would care about this kind of news, because it happened 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the discovery of 2 safe natural mutants on March Star was widely reported in the news, and Zhang Guoshan became famous. Mr. Zhang, how did you discover the mutants? In the virtual projection, the handsome Zhang Guoshan appeared. Zhang Guoshan's outfit gave people a sense of knowledge. That kind of gentle and elegant, as if he had read a lot of books. He said, I like adventure and enjoy discovering some unknown things. This discovery is a little bit lucky. This mutant creature has been confirmed to have lived on March star for a long time. Although the population size is not large, it is at a very healthy level. We have not only discovered mutant creatures, but also artificially cultivated them. I am very happy that everything went well with the artificial cultivation. Jean Bourgeon talked freely. Damn it. No wonder I wanted to buy a piece of land to learn Mecha. But the land on March star was sold out. No need to look. It must have been divided up long ago. These damn guys. A few people in the distance were talking in a low voice while drinking tea. Although the voice was very low, Yang Bo still heard it. Mr. Zhang, do you have any basis for naming this fish striped belly thornfish? Yes. I have formally submitted the name of this fish to the relevant agency, which will certify it later. This fish has black stripes on its body and thorns on its abdomen. I named it based on its biological characteristics. Jean Bourgeon continued. Mr. Zhang, your discovery will bring great opportunities to March star. What do you think about this? This is certainly a good thing. I would like to thank the March star officials for sending an agency to certify my report as soon as I reported this matter. Jean Bourgeon continued. Mr. Zhang, what are the research results of another mutant plant? Research shows that this mutant plant has no conflict with the human DNA system. The next step is to test whether it can be made into a drug material. And I think there may be many mutant creatures on the vast planet of March star that we have not discovered. Jean Bourgeon said again. The reporter asked again gossipingly, Mr. Zhang, it is said that you are from a noble family. Is this true? This is not a secret. But my current discovery is my personal achievement. Jean Bourgeon nodded and said. The people watching the news next to him talked about the young master of the Ping and Zhang family. I don't know where he traded things from, but he is famous here. TSK. Look at what you said. This March star was originally developed by the Zhang family. What do you know? The direct young master of the Ping and Zhang family was exiled to March star. Really? I said that March star is a broken place. It's okay that it has not been fully developed. There is a fiscal deficit every year. It has been even more chaotic in recent times. This remote planet is better to be in charge of an insurance company branch in other star fields. Hee. The Zhang family is going to be in trouble again this time. Young Master Zhang is also lucky. Could it be a mutant creature artificially cultivated by young Master Zhang? It is unlikely. The official of March star has verified that it is a natural mutation. And through DNA testing, this creature has survived on March star for more than 90,000 years. TSK. These bastards divided up the resources of March star before the press conference. Now it depends on whether this mutant creature can become a medicine material. Some mutant creatures are useless. You are wrong. As long as a planet has naturally mutated organisms, there is a high probability that there will be others. I don't know how many people want to explore March star. It is said that the recent flights are full, and some biological companies are flying their own spaceships. A few days ago, I saw an organization singing the bad news about March star. The number of immigrants from March star has reached a historical peak recently, and housing prices have fallen by 70%. Those who sell houses now have nowhere to cry. TSK. What a pity. Yang Bo originally wanted to listen to Master Zhang's gossip, but these guys went to other places. It's time to act. Yang Bo looked at the time and prepared to act. Yang Bo was unwilling to travel through space twice after coming out once. So he planned to hijack the spaceship and let the spaceship travel back and forth several times. After the spaceship docked, the waiters and others came to the airport to stroll around and drink. Each place has its own characteristics, because the people who were picked up had not arrived yet. Yang Bo had time to stroll around. Yang Bo came to the bar. The consumption here was not very high, because there was no tax. It was equivalent to a duty-free shop, so it was very cost-effective to drink here. When Yang Bo entered the bar, he saw a private spaceship waiter happily chatting with a beautiful woman. A few minutes later, the waiter looked at his watch and said to the beautiful woman, "Sorry, beautiful woman, I have to start working." "Okay. Thank you for the wine." "You're welcome. I hope we can have a chance to have a deeper exchange next time." Hee. After the waiter paid the bill, he went to the bathroom. Yang Bo followed him and took the opportunity to knock the waiter unconscious. Then he tied him up and stuffed him into a cabinet in the maintenance passage. He also blocked his mouth and left a bottle of camouflage potion. Then Yang Bo used his camouflage ability to put on the other person's clothes, took the other person's watch, took out his work card, and then walked towards the spaceship. Damn it. Hurry up. Yang Bo came to the place where the spaceship was docked and found that some supplies were being transported. After the spaceship arrived at the airport, it would be replenished and the garbage would be disposed of. There are two types of supplies. One is normal supply, and the other is goods. Just like the crew on Earth, you can carry a certain amount of goods, which is also a disguised welfare. As for why robots are not used for transportation, it is because robots will record the quantity, weight, and category of goods, while manual transportation can carry more. Every airport has people who specialize in this business. Of course, those who can do this business inside the airport are not ordinary people. The shipowner of the spaceship basically turns a blind eye, as long as it is not too excessive. Yang Bo hurriedly carried a box of perfume, and no one cared. After all, he was the spaceship of the travel company. How could something go wrong? The bomber is a rare event. There are so many ships in the channel every day, and there is only one bomber. How can he find himself? The small ships of the travel company do not have any high-value items, and the pirates will not even look at them. Pirates mainly rob the passenger and cargo ships. What is the use of such small ships? These waiters are the most active in doing this because it is related to everyone's welfare. Of course, the profit sharing of these things is fixed. The captain gets how much, and the others get how much. It's really easy this time. That's it. It takes 20 days to go back and forth, and I only pick up 2 people. 2 people? Yes. 2 women. 2 young and beautiful women. TSK. Rich people. We pick up 2 women in one trip. Are we fine later? Yes. They live in the top suites, and don't need our service. Great. Let's continue the game. The apocalyptic copy of the Mecha game. I'd better play this. I've earned tens of thousands of game coins. I've earned hundreds of thousands. Just can't die. Otherwise 500,000 will be gone after resurrection. Or you have to wait for a year. Pete, don't you want to play? The person Yang Bo pretended to be was called Pete. No. Yang Bo shook his head and left. You don't know? Pete is not good at playing games. He died in the game last time, and it will take a long time to resurrect. Yang Bo heard those guys talking about him. The captain of this spaceship was also very comfortable. This kind of mission was too simple. And there were a lot of supplies in the airport this time. And these supplies were a big deal. Each spaceship has different amounts of supplies according to the number of people. These supplies are legal and compliant. One more person can get one more quota, and one more point can be earned. Pete? The captain looked at the person who pressed the doorbell outside the door with a puzzled look. Now that the ship is sailing, isn't this guy playing games in the dormitory? The captain opened the door, looked at Pete who came in, shrugged and asked, "Young man, what do you want to see me for?" "Haha. Your Excellency, Captain." After Yang Bo entered the door, he closed the door, and then approached the captain, with an energy weapon in his hand. There are no cameras or surveillance in the captain's room, even in the crew dormitory, because it involves privacy. After the bomber incident, some service companies even removed all surveillance cameras in some public areas, leaving only surveillance cameras in some public areas such as restaurants. Who are you?" Captain Yam was stunned. Energy weapons. Did he encounter interstellar pirates? This captain's rank is not very high. And of course his salary is not very high. "Captain, do you really want to know who I am?" Yang Bo asked in a light tone, looking at the captain. "No. Sir. No. I don't want to know." The captain quickly raised his hand and took off his watch. "Very good. I have a request now. Here are all my collections." The captain opened the drawer. Yang Bo glanced at the captain's collection, and then said disdainfully, "Poor guy. I need your spaceship to repeatedly jump back and forth in the space jump channel more than 3 times. What do you think?" Yang Bo unbuttoned a button of his clothes and asked. The captain was almost scared to death, because Yang Bo was wearing a layer of red armor under his clothes. The captain's head buzzed. "Bomb brother." "Sir, no problem. But frequent passage through the space channel in a short period of time will cause certain harm to people." The captain was sweating in the constant temperature room, feeling like he was on a stove. Then what is the excuse for not being discovered by others? To be precise, our target is not you, Yang Bo said again. The captain was sweating profusely and said, "Yes. The excuse is a malfunction. There was a malfunction after the spaceship jumped in space. And it jumped 7 times repeatedly." "Very good. I will stay here with you for the time being. Yang Bo put away the energy weapon, opened the captain's refrigerator, took out a bottle of drink, and drank it himself. The captain didn't dare to move at all. Bomb brother. The epithet of brutality. The captain thought of the live broadcast he was watching, and his heart trembled. Do you know how to deal with my current identity? I know. I know. Well, I don't want the third person on the spacecraft to know my existence. Sir, I will release a fault at that time to let everyone enter the hibernation cabin. Very good. You go and get busy. Yang Bo sat on the sofa and drank the drink. Yang Bo has released the vision sharing on the other party. Sir, do you want to find out the frequency of the space jump channel? Seeing that Yang Bo did not threaten anything, the captain asked in a low voice. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Sir, there is actually a good way. There are space shuttles at the space jump point. These space shuttles will make space jumps every day. Confirm. Enough? I'm waiting for someone. Although Yang Bo was very curious about what the captain said, he didn't let the other party continue to talk, because this might be a test. Okay. The captain answered quickly. I'm going to go out and check. Go. Yang Bo waved his hand and said. The captain opened the door carefully, then went out and closed the door, and his whole body went limp. The captain didn't dare to move. Who knows how many people Brother Bomb has? And the opponent's A+ level strength. Even if there is a Mecha, it may not win. Yang Bo didn't care. If this doesn't work, then he will force it. But it's more troublesome to force it. Space shuttle? Well, let's see what happens when the time comes. Anyway, there is much more time than I planned. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The captain thought about it outside, and didn't dare to do anything out of line, because Bomb Brother was too cruel. The captain trembled all over when he thought of a large electromagnetic bomb stuffed in his mouth. Bomb Brother shouldn't be that bad. The captain had no choice but to take a gamble now, because Bomb Brother didn't massacre innocent people in his last performance. The captain used his authority to make special arrangements for Yang Bo's current identity on the spacecraft to ensure that others would not notice Pete's disappearance. I hope the kid is okay. The captain prayed in his heart that Pete was okay while operating. Yang Bo lived in someone else's room in such a swagger, and at the same time used the vision sharing ability to look at the captain, and then looked at the other guy who shared the vision. This guy actually came to the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo discovered that the guy who escaped from the SSS laboratory had come to the Blue Water Empire. The purpose of this person's existence is to take the blame. When Yang Bo's invisibility ability is exposed one day, this person will be blamed. It will not make people associate him with himself. So Yang Bo must pay close attention to the whereabouts of the other party. The ability to share vision should be the power of the soul. It is unexpected that after crossing so many light years, I can still receive the visual sharing over there. Yang Bo now has a guess, because the soul level is a phenomenon that all current science cannot explain. And the biggest threat to human longevity is also the soul. Now humans have many genetic drugs that can keep the human body fixed in the youngest state of 20s and 30s. But unfortunately, the state of the soul cannot be changed at all. The biggest dream of mankind has always been longevity. But unfortunately, no matter how much wealth or technological power anyone has, he cannot stop the aging of the soul. Even some dignitaries have become vegetative in the end. That is, their bodies are in the state of 20 or 30 years old, but their souls have fallen into sleep, or they have no souls. Yang Bo also knows why ancient martial arts are still accepted by the top leaders. That is, the superpowers stimulated by ancient martial arts are not restricted by medicines on the one hand, and the lifespan of superpowers stimulated by ancient martial arts is higher than that of the same level who use medicines. According to the scientific explanation, while the genetic medicine stimulates the superpowers of the body, it also destroys some genes. However, Yang Bo does not know much about this information, and most of it is fragmentary information. Seeing that the captain was still honest, Yang Bo ended the vision sharing ability. Anyway, the spaceship is now in the starry sky, and the captain can't call for external assistance. Huh? Yang Bo looked at what the captain was writing and drawing just now. Lu Feifei. Shinaxiang? Yang Bo found that the captain was writing a mission log. It was commissioned by our company. Yang Bo found that this private spaceship was commissioned by the March Star branch of Njijia, and the travel agency was commissioned to pick up people here. Who is the relative of the fat boss? Looking at the names of the two people, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Could it be the aunt that the fat boss always talks about? Yang Bo suddenly had this idea for no reason. Of course. He just thought about it. And Yang Bo didn't want to meet the other party, because he was not sure whether it was true or not. And Yang Bo couldn't meet others now. The captain came to the flight control room. And the first officer of the spaceship looked at the captain curiously. Captain, aren't you resting? I can't sleep here. You go and rest first. I'll be on duty. The captain couldn't say that there was a dangerous person in his room. Thank you, Captain. The first officer was very happy to hear this. The captain looked at the first officer who left happily, and smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, I took it all on myself. This kind of small tourist spaceship has many service personnel, but not many spaceship control personnel. There are only 20 people in the entire spaceship control personnel. Although the spaceship itself is equipped with mechas as standard, there are only 5 mecha masters, and they are the lowest level. Of course, when promoting to the outside world, the travel company will say how many mechas are equipped on our spaceship to increase the sense of security of customers. But in terms of cost, if the mechas are not used, there is basically no cost. But the salary of the mecha master is not low. And there are various benefits, such as various flight subsidies. So the travel company will reduce the configuration as much as possible in this regard and configure it according to the minimum requirements stipulated by the alliance. The captain's mind was blank, and he thought more of the famous scene of the bomber brother, who stuffed a bomb into someone's mouth and then blew their head off. The captain's shift was over, and he had to return to his captain's room. As for the customers on the spaceship, it was not the captain's job. Just like the driver of a travel company bus is only responsible for driving, and the reception task is given to the tour guide. Sir, the captain returned to his captain's room and saw Yang Bo reading a book from his collection. Don't worry. I don't like to kill people. Generally speaking, I won't kill anyone who doesn't have a criminal record. Of course, if someone wants to do something to threaten me, then I will definitely not be soft-hearted. Yang Bo was reading a book about spacecraft flight. Yang Bo found that there was a route that required more than a dozen space jumps, and thought to himself that he must buy a ticket for this route in the future. Sir, I didn't do anything to threaten you, the captain hurriedly explained. Pete is not in danger of life. He is. Yang Bo spoke again. The captain was relieved to hear this, and decided to go back to save Pete after the mission was completed. Anyway, it's okay for a superpower to not eat for 10 days, or half a month. For the next few days, Yang Bo read books in the captain's room. At the same time, he also learned about the space shuttle. The space shuttle is to verify the safety and stability of the space jump channel. The space jump channel will be unstable due to unknown influences, and the space shuttle is an unmanned device. It is mainly arranged at both ends of the space jump channel, and a space jump will be carried out at a certain interval. Then the relevant data is transmitted to the garrison near the jump channel. Each space jump channel has garrisons from various star regions at both ends, and the space jump channel is just a two-way channel, and the exits at both ends of the channel are fixed. Yang Bo discovered that there are 3 space jump channels around March Star. The 3 space jump channels limit the development of March Star. Yang Bo imagined the space jump channel as a road connecting to the outside world. Some planets are in very good locations, at the intersection of several space jump channels. Such places can develop even if they don't have any special products. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Because the spacecraft has some unresolved faults, please all personnel enter the hibernation chamber. At this time, Yang Bo heard the broadcast. It looks like we are about to jump. Yang Bo was not afraid at all. When everyone on the spacecraft heard this, they quickly dropped what they were holding and ran to the hibernation chamber. The hibernation chamber is a device with protective and healing capabilities. It is mainly used to protect against high-energy rays, strong electromagnetic storms, or super-strong solar winds in the starry sky. Yang Bo felt the energy fluctuations when the spacecraft jumped in space again. This energy fluctuation can cause the energy in Yang Bo's mecha space to fluctuate together. It's like a stone was thrown into his mecha space, causing a ripple. This feeling. Yang Bo carefully felt this strange feeling. Can I travel through space on the surface of the spacecraft next time? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. And then, the next second it seemed as if time stopped. At the soul level of Yang Bo, he found that there were colorful colors all around, and these colors seemed to form a huge vortex. Before Yang Bo could see what the vortex looked like, he seemed to have returned to his soul. Space jump completed. 25 minutes feels like 1 second. Yang Bo looked at the time in the captain's room and automatically adjusted it to interstellar time. "Sir, we will make a second jump in an hour." The captain came to Yang Bo's room and said. Of course. This was his own room before. "Well done. Jump over. Jump back. And I will leave." Yang Bo was going to find a space shuttle, since it was unmanned anyway, so he could stay there for a few days. Okay. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Then the captain hurried to control the spaceship. And the hibernation chamber was still closed. The reason why it took an hour was that the spaceship needed to turn around and accumulate energy. In front of the spaceship was a space jump energy transmitter, which was needed to open the space jump channel. An hour later, another space jump was made. This strange behavior of the spaceship made the garrison here a little curious. However, when the garrison sent a message, the spaceship jumped again. Then the spaceship came back more than an hour later. At this time, the captain received an inquiry from the garrison, and the captain reported that it was a system failure and had been eliminated. When the captain returned to his room, he found that Yang Bo had disappeared, but all his books were gone. The captain was shocked and quickly drove the spaceship at full speed, trying to get back to March Star as soon as possible. Then we have to find a way to bring Pete back and report this to the company. I guess the company's top management will not publicize this matter, because it is likely to affect the image of the entire company. Yang Bo has already left the spaceship in stealth, because the radar on the spaceship shows the location of the shuttle. When Yang Bo left the spaceship, he flew towards the shuttle with a little force, and the whole person relied on inertia in space to fly towards the shuttle. This thing is not big. There is more than one space shuttle. After the space shuttle passes through the jump channel, it will come back in a very short time. If the space shuttle does not return after traveling, the communication beacon and the garrison in the channel, or the relevant agencies that do not receive the signal from the shuttle, will warn the spacecraft in the channel. The space shuttle is like a bullet, with various equipment inside. It is about 20 meters long and more than 4 to 5 meters in diameter. There is also a small airport next to the shuttle. Yang Bo saw 10 shuttles here. When he came to the small airport, he found that it was a maintenance airport. There were 2 people on duty inside, and they were doing maintenance work on the shuttle here. You can't get in here either. What gave Yang Bo a headache was that the shuttles were all closed. Yang Bo did not dare to use his physical body to travel directly through space. It should be fine if I have the armor to protect myself. When the spaceship shuttles, it is no problem to rely on the protection of the spaceship itself. Of course, when the spaceship shuttles, the layers of structure inside the spaceship have blocked the energy erosion. Just when Yang Bo was having a headache, he found a robot flying over and opened the shuttle in the front row. Is this the final inspection? Yang Bo found that the robot flew into the shuttle and followed it in. He found that the robot stretched out a mechanical arm and was checking each device inside. Yang Bo came to the relatively narrow shuttle in stealth, and he had to be careful to avoid the robot. After the robot checked, it went out and locked the shell of the shuttle. Yang Bo looked at the dazzling array of equipment inside and waited quietly. This is a vacuum constant temperature environment, mainly to ensure the normal operation of the equipment. Yang Bo could feel the shuttle's energy engine starting up. After the energy engine accelerated for 20 minutes, Yang Bo could sense the energy vibration of the spaceship opening up space. The effect is multiplied several times. This time, Yang Bo felt as if he was flying in front, and his soul was chasing him from behind. However, the energy squeezed into the space of the Mecca this time was several times that of riding on other spaceships. The energy contained in the armor on my body seems to be more. Yang Bo first checked his body and felt that there was no big problem, and then found that the armor was of higher quality. An hour later, the shuttle made another space jump. The shuttle has to test the space channel once a day. When the shuttle returned to the maintenance airport, the maintenance personnel looked at the data transmitted by the shuttle. Is this energy a bit abnormal? Although it is a bit abnormal, it is still within the safety line. No wonder the spaceship just now said there was a problem. Warn the spaceships in the channel and tell them to pay attention to protecting the safety of the personnel. The shuttle was docked at the maintenance airport. The robot opened the shuttle again, checking the equipment inside while transmitting data. The data was transmitted to the personnel in the maintenance center and found that the data was a bit abnormal. Does my buddy have to wait here? Yang Bo now encountered an embarrassing problem. This energy is too strong. Will it cause any damage to myself? Do I have to stay invisible here and wait for a day? Yang Bo felt a little painful. Do you want to go to the garrison fleet over there? Yang Bo looked at the garrison fleet in the space jump channel not far away. There were 2 small warships there. At this time, Yang Bo felt that the Mecha in his Mecha space seemed to be connected with unknown energy again. Dimension Company. Yang Bo felt it clearly this time. This energy fluctuation was exactly the same as the energy fluctuation when he absorbed the space button. Liar. Actually lied to others that the energy frequency has been destroyed. Yang Bo gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the energy fluctuation this time lasted less than 2 seconds. Chapter 410 Smooth. Dishonest. These liars. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make it easy for you. Yang Bo clearly remembers the announcement of Dimension Company. Their company has no records of the space mecha. After the manufacturing is completed, they destroyed all manufacturing records in accordance with the respect for user privacy. This is also the biggest reason why Dimension Company claimed that the space mecha could not be found. Because in theory, as long as there is data on the frequency of space energy, the space mecha can be found. Now it seems to be pure nonsense. Dimension Company just wants to make a splash to cheat insurance. Now that the limelight is past, they want to come back and find the mecha. After all, Yang Bo's space mecha is almost all made of energy metal. And it goes without saying how expensive the price of energy metal is. At this stage, Yang Bo feels very passive. But Yang Bo then calmed down. Because after these aircraft entered the jump channel, Yang Bo clearly felt the energy frequency. Yang Bo found that the colorful colors in the jump channel are various energy frequencies. For a spacecraft to pass through a jump channel, it must make the energy frequency it releases consistent with the jump channel in order to open the jump channel. As for how long it will take to sail in the jump channel, it is hard to say. Because every time the spacecraft comes out of the jump channel, the time will be corrected by the communication beacon in the channel. 20 minutes is about 90 light years. Yang Bo can only remember this space jump channel. And the time will be adjusted by 20 minutes after coming out. The distance between the star fields on both sides of the jump channel is about 90 light years. If there is an energy frequency when entering, then if the energy frequency is changed in the middle, can we reach another exit? A bold idea popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo did not dwell on the principle of the jump channel, nor on why the aircraft could open the jump channel. According to scientific explanations, these space channels are wormholes that exist naturally in the universe. As for how they are formed, it is difficult to say, and Yang Bo did not delve into it, because others have not studied it thoroughly. Yang Bo does not think he can study it out. Yang Bo thinks more about how to apply it. Then if I wear a battle armor or a mecha, can I release the same energy frequency and pass through the jump channel? Although it takes a huge amount of energy to open the jump channel, it is because the aircraft is not small, but the jump channel is full of energy. So I won't try it blindly for the time being. I don't know if there is a mecha that can pass through the jump channel in the cutting-edge technology. Yang Bo thought a lot of things in his mind. But then Yang Bo felt that it was meaningless for a mecha to pass through the jump channel. In the vast starry sky, a single mecha is not very useful. If it is really locked by a warship, this mecha will be a sitting duck. Yang Bo was hiding on the surface of the maintenance station, thinking about things while waiting for the maintenance station to release the space shuttle again. Yang Bo originally thought he would have to wait for a day. But after waiting for 2 hours, he found that the robot was flying towards a space shuttle in front. What Yang Bo didn't know was that because it absorbed some space energy in the space shuttle, the data of various energy detectors in the shuttle were somewhat high, although it was still within the safe range. In this case, the detection intensity and detection frequency must be increased. Yang Bo watched the space shuttle being opened by the robot and hurried over. The structure inside was almost exactly the same, and the robot was checking various data inside. As for whether it was a remote inspection or an automatic inspection by the robot, Yang Bo was not clear. The space shuttle flew for 20 minutes and then officially began to jump. Why does it feel like a kaleidoscope this time? When Yang Bo entered the jump channel this time, he did not feel that he was always hit by energy when he entered for the first time. Last time, it was probably because the shuttle was too simple, causing me to be hit by energy and not adapt to it. Yang Bo almost figured it out. The last time was because the shuttle was too simple. The protection measures of the shuttle are not as high as those of the spacecraft. The spacecraft itself is a double-layer protection design, and the internal space is a honeycomb structure. And there is a protection design between the honeycomb structures. This space shuttle is relatively simple. because it is mainly used to test the energy fluctuations of the space channel. And it is unmanned. So it does not have a high defense. It has to measure energy fluctuations. If the defense is too good, the test will be inaccurate. After the space shuttle passes, the data is sent to the garrison on the other side. There are garrisons on both sides of the jump channel, belonging to 2-star regions respectively. The energy is still a bit high. It's still within the safe range. We can only increase the detection frequency according to the process. The data brought back by the space shuttle this time forced the 2 staff members in the maintenance station to follow the process. Brother, are you so lucky? Will something happen to this space channel? Yang Bo, who was on the other side, was unsure, because the space channel will also be affected by external energy fluctuations and accidents will occur. For example, a super strong cosmic storm can cause a certain energy storm in the space jump channel, and then various aircraft that shuttled in will disappear. It's a pity that I can't enter this maintenance station. I don't know what happened. However, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. But every time the space shuttle started, Yang Bo got in. I feel that when the space shuttle shuttles through the space channel, it relies on strong inertia. The energy engine of the spacecraft seems to be in a stagnant state in the space channel. Several consecutive space shuttles made Yang Bo's perception of the space channel clearer and clearer. The space channel should be an energy force field node. According to Yang Bo's understanding, the space channel should be a place where the energy force fields released by different celestial bodies in the entire universe interact. Just like every planet has its own magnetic field, and every planet in the starry sky has its own gravity. Just like the gravity of the planet Mars is also spread throughout the starry sky. It can only be said that the closer you are to Mars, the greater the gravity, and the farther you are from Mars, the smaller the gravity. It is almost impossible to measure it later, but its gravity will not disappear and will always exist. Some scientists speculate that it is because of these gravitational fields of the planets that all celestial bodies in the entire universe can be suspended. If these gravitational forces are gone, then all celestial bodies will fall into the endless abyss. Some people speculate that the reason why the celestial bodies in the universe can run at high speed is because of these gravitational forces that make these celestial bodies move. Yang Bo didn't know if he understood it correctly. It's been 5 times. I can clearly feel that the energy metal of the space Mecha has reached a higher level. Putting these illusory things aside, Yang Bo is more concerned about the actual benefits he has obtained. I will leave when a spaceship passes by. I have used the space shuttle to shuttle 5 times, plus the 3 times of hijacking the spaceship and the previous one. A total of 9 times. Yang Bo felt that he had successfully completed the plan this time. Yang Bo is very timid now, because the frequency of the space shuttle is completely different from what Yang Bo knows. Yang Bo learned from the book in the captain's study that the space shuttle shuttles once a day to monitor the energy data inside the jump channel. This abnormal situation now makes Yang Bo a little entangled. No. The quality of the Mecha and dimensional box in my space has been greatly improved. And the energy in the space where the Mecha is located has been compressed a lot. Yang Bo felt that the space where his Mecha was located was like a super pressure cooker. And there was too much space energy inside. These space energies were constantly penetrating into the energy metal of the Mecha and the energy metal of the dimensional box. So when the shuttle started again, Yang Bo did not go in. I have been here 16 times in total. Yang Bo was unsure. He didn't know why the space shuttle was frequently monitoring, for fear that he would encounter the energy storm of the jump channel and be swept away. Yang Bo did not follow the space shuttle into the jump channel this time. Unexpectedly, after the space shuttle returned to the maintenance station, it did not set sail again 2 hours later. What Yang Bo did not know was that the 2 people on duty in the maintenance station were scared to death. The data obtained from the monitoring every 2 hours before were all super high, but within the safe range. This time it was finally normal, and the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that there would be a space channel energy storm, because there had been a space channel energy storm before, which overflowed from the space channel, causing the loss of personnel and equipment near the space channel. It's not because of me, right? Yang Bo's brain is still very smart now, although he does not have much talent in scientific research. He can think of some things at once when he has time. He waited for a day, and when the space shuttle set sail again, Yang Bo got in again. As expected, this is a good thing. This time, Yang Bo found that as long as he got into the space transmission machine, The shuttle would run once every 2 hours. If I don't get in, the space shuttle will not run in 2 hours. The reason why Yongbo thinks it is a good thing is that he will come to space shuttle next time. So there is no need to travel or anything like that. So that's how it is. Yongbo watched the spaceship jump out completely for the first time. Unlike the energy light released in imagination, the whole spaceship seemed to emerge quietly. The whole spaceship seemed to slide out from the darkness. This is a medium-sized spaceship. It is about 2 kilometers long and is a mixed cargo and passenger ship. Sure enough, after the spacecraft passes through the jump channel, the energy engine is extinguished. Yongbo watched the spacecraft restart the energy engine and knew that his previous guess was correct. Yongbo walked back on the spacecraft, feeling happy. The quality of his armor has improved by more than 1 level. The spacecraft drove away directly. In the vast starry sky, it was dark. This is the mainstream of the entire Interstellar. Although there are many stars in the entire starry sky, most of them are dark places. Things went smoothly for Yongbo. And the Fat Boss and Joe Ray on March Star also became March Star counselors. Because the plan was advanced. There were many things to face next. First of all, because of the relationship between mutant animals and plants, March Star promulgated a protection bill and a mutant animal and plant development bill. And the tentacles of the major forces within the entire alliance also reached here. Of course, the most anxious ones were Zhang Buishen's brothers. I thought I would send my younger brother to a remote and desolate planet. But I didn't expect to give others a fortune. Of course, there are other forces. And there are also criminals attracted by Bomb Brother. So for the next period of time, March Star should be very lively. Yongbo has not found an opportunity to enter the interior of the spacecraft. Mainly because Yongbo does not want to attract other people's attention. Yongbo has many ways to enter the interior of the spacecraft, such as opening the maintenance channel or using metal power to open the hatch. After floating in the starry sky with the spacecraft for a week, Yongbo returned to the airport of March Star. Before entering the airport manager will send robots and aircraft to inspect the appearance of the spacecraft. And radiation detection is carried out on the spacecraft. Because the spacecraft is likely to be exposed to solar storms or other cosmic ray radiation during the voyage, thus carrying radiation itself. Yongbo had the opportunity to come down only after the spacecraft docked. The arrangements I made at home didn't work much. Yongbo felt a little annoyed. And it only worked for a period of time in the middle. And he had no chance at all the rest of the time. Because once the invisibility is lifted, it is likely to be monitored by the sensing system of the spacecraft. When Yongbo returned to the villa, this trip took nearly 20 days. There were not many messages on the watch. First of all, Annie and Xia sent several messages. Mainly the messages sent by Yongbo after he left the hijacked spacecraft. In addition, the Fat Boss also sent a message, asking him to contact him when he was free. Wang Muxua also sent a message. After Yongbo replied one by one, he went to the basement to check the little thing he fed. And he was relieved after finding that there was no abnormality. This Mecha. Yongbo found that his Mecha was getting more and more beautiful. Especially the color released by the energy metal of the Mecha itself. Energy metal itself has the color of energy light. And Yongbo's current Mecha is silver all over. I don't know what the actual combat effect is. Yongbo's heart moved. And then he came to his own Mecha exclusive storage at the back. Summoning the space Mecha, Yongbo climbed onto the Mecha. And then began to operate it. It feels no different to operate here. But this is also normal. After all, the energy metal is only external. And the control system of the Mecha itself is still the same. Yongbo was not surprised. Then Yongbo picked up the Mecha weapon. The huge Mecha weapon, which was several meters long, also improved its quality. The whole cold weapon was silver, giving people a feeling of cold light. The Mecha energy weapon in the Mecha felt like in the hands of a warrior who was proficient in swordsmanship. There is actually a swordsmanship bonus. Yongbo didn't expect that he controlled the Mecha to play a circle of swordsmanship casually. And his swordsmanship skill bonus was actually used on this. It seems that there are no useless skills. It can only be said that the application scenario is not suitable. I really look forward to the Dimension Company summoning this Mecha. It seems that I have to find a way to get another space quantum communicator. And then install one on the Mecha. And arrange one in my basement. Even if the Mecha is taken away by the Dimension Company alone, I can control it remotely. At least I can know where the Dimension Company's nest is. And then find a way to snatch the Mecha back. And grab some other things by the way. This kind of company should have good things. After playing a circle of swordsmanship, Yang Bo quickly put it away. Then he left the Mecha warehouse in stealth, came to the suburban park to disguise himself, and then took out the communicator to contact Master Zhang. Master Zhang was in a state of panic because some bastards from the family wanted to snatch the fruits of victory. And many of the original officials on this planet were from the Zhang family. So there were still some people who were not used by him. At this time, Yang Bo sent a message, and Master Zhang's eyes lit up, and he provided some information. Yang Bo looked at the information provided by Master Zhang in the suburban park. Ping and Zhang family sent a spaceship over. An uncle of Master Zhang came to March Star this time. The most important thing is that this spaceship is a privately customized spaceship of Master Zhang's uncle, with many good things. That's it. Yang Bo is going to get a wave of Master Zhang's uncle's spaceship. It will arrive in a week. Yang Bo is going to comply on the road in advance. Yang Bo is mainly interested in the space quantum communication system on Master Zhang's uncle's spaceship. And it is said that there are also the latest 14th generation mechas. The 14th generation mecha has a better and stronger energy engine. This is a trial product within Ping and Company. Of course, it is a trial product, which is actually a mecha for Master Zhang's uncle to guard. Master Zhang's uncle sent treasures thousands of miles away. Yang Bo also knew that Master Zhang's uncle had more than one 14th generation mecha. Yang Bo needed a lot of parts to modify the mecha. And Master Zhang's uncle is still a rich man. It is said that there are many collections on the spaceship, all of which are unique. But what identity should I use to cause trouble this time? I can't use Bomb Brother again. Yang Bo didn't know what identity he used to cause trouble, which seemed more reasonable. In addition, Yang Bo also got some other useful information, such as 2 killers from the killer group have arrived at March Star and have specific addresses. Do you want to trouble these killers? Not for the time being. Let's deal with Master Zhang's uncle first. Yang Bo returned to his basement, carefully looked at the route of his uncle's spaceship given by Master Zhang, and chose a good place to start. It seems that Master Zhang has also reached a cooperative relationship with Wang Muxue, and actually knows the patrol time of Wang Muxue's fleet. Yang Bo also found that the patrol time of the fleet was included in the information. Do you want to use the mecha to attack this time? Just do it. Test the combat effectiveness of your mecha. Yang Bo was ready to do it. Chapter 411 Encouragement. How come I was fooled into being a cannon fodder? But for no reason. Yang Bo felt as if he had been fooled as well. Yang Bo knew clearly that the status of a mecha master was highly valued by the Alliance, mainly because it was a cannon fodder profession. Of course, Yang Bo knew it, but he couldn't help itching to try out the combat effectiveness of his mecha. Maybe this is the charm of the mecha itself. Who can refuse such a steel toy? But then Yang Bo discovered that the mecha itself has such charm, which may have a lot to do with men's love of power. Although there are many accidents with super sports cars and large displacement motorcycles on the Earth, why do so many people still like them? Isn't it because they are full of violence? This may be related to the fact that humans have always admired power. In the process of continuous evolution, humans have defeated one biological population after another, from being on an equal footing with other creatures to dominating other creatures. Humans have gone through a long history. In history, humans not only competed for living space with other species, but also competed for living space with their own kind. Even in the interstellar history here, the number of humans who died at the hands of their own race is far greater than the sum of deaths from diseases, accidents, and other situations. But what identity should I use to attack Master Zhang's uncle this time? Yang Bo had to change his identity, and could no longer use the identity of Bomb Brother. Yang Bo used the identity of Bomb Brother specifically to target the Pharmacist Union, giving outsiders the illusion that Bomb Brother was only targeting the Pharmacist Union. Such a Bomb Brother would have a larger living space. Maybe many people would be willing to secretly support Bomb Brother in causing trouble for the Pharmacist Union. There was the identity of the pirate leader before. Now there is another identity of Bomb Brother. What other identity should be arranged? Several identities should have specific targets. If several identities are integrated into one person, too many people will be offended. If they offend the public, they will be finished soon. There are also many interest groups on the interstellar side. The Pharmacist Union will be too big to be eliminated. Maybe the official alliance will deliberately let Bomb Brother continue to attack the Pharmacist Union. Yang Bo doesn't know anything else, but he lived for decades in his previous life and can see some things very clearly. He must change his identity to cause trouble. And the identity he changed is only for the relatives of Master Zhang. This will give others an illusion that this person has a grudge against the Zhang family or Ping and Company, and will not associate this person with the pirate leader and bomb brother, because the Zhang family also has many enemies. Someone may provide some information for free at that time. To put it bluntly, what Yang Bo is doing now is only targeting a single organization or family. So there may be people who are gloating and watching the fun behind the scenes. If all these identities are combined into one person, others will think he is a madman. And these targeted families or individuals may unite, which will bring trouble to themselves. First, find out if there are any famous Mecha masters in the galaxy, preferably those who are missing. And it is best if they have some grudges with the Zhang family, or with Ping and Company. Yang Bo decided to see if there was a suitable identity to impersonate. The bad thing about the Interstellar era is that the distance from one place to another is too far. It took more than 20 days to go out this time, which made Yang Bo quite helpless. Then Yang Bo started to check on the internet, and found that Ping and Technology Company had many rivals. Ping and Technology Company used to have a biggest rival called Golden Shield Technology Company. Ping and Technology Company is quite shady. Yang Bo took a rough look and found that there were too many problems. The main business of Golden Shield Technology Company is Mecha and drones. At that time, Golden Shield Technology Company was one of the best in the alliance. But because of an accident, Golden Shield Technology Company went bankrupt. The mine of Golden Shield Technology in the starry sky was attacked by pirates, and lost more than 40 mineral stars in a very short time. More than half of these mineral stars are rare metals, which are necessary materials for manufacturing mecha and drones. Finally, according to the investigation report, the number of pirates involved in the attack should be more than 5. And these pirates also robbed most of the rare metals that had been mined, and carried out a devastating blow to the automatic mining base on the mineral star. Jiandun Technology Company was affected by the accident, and its equipment delivery to the military was affected. The military finally claimed compensation, which led to the breakdown of Jiandun's capital chain and bankruptcy. Ping and Technology Company was not a company that produced mechas and drones before, but mainly engaged in finance and insurance. It was after Jiandun's bankruptcy that Ping and Technology Company acquired Jiandun's mechas and drone manufacturing business and further expanded. So this is the mecha of Golden Shield Company. The mecha produced by Golden Shield Company is the spider mecha that Yang Bo saw. The spider-type mecha is more difficult to manufacture. Spiders have 8 legs, and each leg needs a separate control system and energy system. And humanoid mechas only have 4 limbs, which means 4 control systems and energy systems. Just pretend to be this company. Yang Bo didn't care whether the bankruptcy of Golden Shield Company was related to Ping and Company or not. He just wanted to find a hot spot so that people would not suspect that he was the bomb brother. Of course, Master Zhang would definitely not dare to tell anyone, because once he told anyone, he would be the first to suffer huge losses. My mecha is still absorbing energy in the space, and so are my battle armor and mecha weapons. After checking for a while, Yang Bo began to examine the energy in his mecha space. The energy density in his mecha space is already very high, and it feels like a pressure cooker. But there is a lot of space energy in his space. If the energy in the space is absorbed, the quality of my mecha, battle armor, mecha weapons, and dimensional box will be improved again. Yang Bo is looking forward to the changes in the overall combat power after the quality of his mecha is improved. Master Zhang's uncle will arrive in a week, so I will set off in 2 days. Yang Bo planned when to go out, and then went out of the house in stealth. First, he came to the small villa he bought in the city. Now the villas in the city have increased in price. After a long period of decline, the real estate of the entire March Star has risen back in an instant. The price of Yang Bo's 2 villas increased by more than 30%. However, this did not mean anything to Yang Bo, because Yang Bo could not sell the villa. Yang Bo came into the villa invisibly, put away the armor, got up, put on the clothes that had been prepared long ago, and went to Annie's place happily. Dear, Yang Bo just opened the door and saw Annie sitting on the sofa downstairs, shaking her big white legs and listening to music. After seeing Yang Bo, Annie rushed up at once. After a passionate kiss, Yang Bo hugged Annie and sat on the sofa, and examined Annie with one hand. And the other party also posed in a posture that was very convenient for Yang Bo to examine, while feeling the softness and elasticity of his hands. Yang Bo listened to Annie talking about what happened in the past few days, and put her arms around Yang Bo's neck and said, "Now I can release my superpower 10 times. And half of the energy is left. There are already a lot of plants in the basement. And there is no way to move these plants back to the yard, which will attract other people's attention. In terms of mecha training, although it has not reached the requirements, I feel that I have made great progress. How is your research these days?" And talked a lot. "The research is not going well. I just came to see you because I missed you. I have to go back to test in 2 days. Yang Bo will leave again in 2 days. So of course he can't say that the research is going well." "What research is it? Is it pharmaceutical manufacturing?" And was very happy to hear this. "It is about the research on the formula of genetic medicine. The formula of medicine involves property issues and quality issues, and it requires continuous testing." Yang Bo roughly explained to Annie the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the properties of the potion formula. "Is it so troublesome?" Annie didn't expect that the potion formula would be such a troublesome thing. "It's not very troublesome, as long as you understand the reason. Your growth rate is the best I have seen. The first thing a superpower person should do is to increase his energy." Yang Bo praised and generously. Although Yang Bo didn't know the status of other superpowers, Annie's progress was also worthy of recognition. "Uncle!" At this time, Xia came up from the basement and saw Yang Bo and Annie hugging each other, shouting with a little smirk, "I'll cook for you today." Although Yang Bo was thick-skinned enough, he had to push Annie away. Yang Bo didn't want to give the two of them the illusion that he was just here to do business. He didn't want to give the two of them the feeling that he wanted to go to bed as soon as he entered the door. Although he thought so in his heart, Yang Bo sneered at the food in this world, which was all pre-prepared dishes. In other words, the vegetables you bought were basically cut, and the sauces inside were also prepared. You can take them home, squeeze the sauce on them, and then mix them, and you can eat them. Otherwise, other meats should be placed in the oven and eaten after heating, or even cold. As for the superpowers, most of them eat nutritional meals, which are mixtures similar to toothpaste to be precise, and the taste is not good at all. I am a bachelor. Of course I can cook." Yang Bo smiled. Yang Bo asked Annie to order some ingredients he needed online, and then made 6 dishes and a soup in the surprised eyes of the two women. "Uncle, have you learned cooking skills?" Xia asked while looking at the finished product. In the Alliance, real chefs are high-paying and enviable. As for housewives, they basically cook semi-finished or finished products at home. "No, I'm just good at research." Yang Bo had just talked with Xia. The energy of superpowers is still growing rapidly. However, in terms of mecha training, although there has been some progress, it has not reached the threshold of mecha masters. "Uncle, can we go and see the mecha again?" Xia and Annie were thinking about the 2 mechas in Yang Bo's mecha warehouse. The 2 mechas selected by Yang Bo look very elegant and full of artistic atmosphere. Because they are flying mechas, they are quite cool in shape. Wait a little longer. Anyway, you can only look at them now. I'm busy recently and can accompany you for 2 days. Yang Bo has no time now. Let the 2 go to his place, mainly to reduce the number of times the 2 go to his place. Recently, I used my life superpower and found that I seem to be able to feel the thoughts of plants, Annie said to Yang Bo while eating. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. "It's just that you didn't notice it. Do you remember that when you released your superpower, you automatically stopped releasing it? Later, I asked you to continue releasing your superpower, and then the plants grew wildly?" After Yang Bo said this, Annie immediately woke up. "Do you mean you knew this at the beginning?" There is a guess in this direction. Generally speaking, releasing superpowers, especially continuous superpowers like yours, generally will not stop halfway. At that time, I asked you why you stopped, and you said you felt enough. This should be the feedback information from the plants to you. But before there is definite evidence, I dare not make any judgment, because everyone's superpowers grow in different directions, even if 2 people have the same attributes. Yang Bo explained. So that's it. Annie and Xia have also learned a lot about superpowers recently. Of course, the information they get online now is more than what they could get when they lived in an apartment before. Although the citizen information of both of them is the lowest, they live in different places now. And network services and information security will judge the identity and status of the user based on the IP address. The higher the user's social status, the more information they can know. Because the higher the status of the user is, the more information they can know. Of course, They will not oppose the alliance system. And the barefoot guys will have to conceal some information from the alliance because they are losers or leaks under the alliance system. For losers or leaks, they don't need to know too much, because that will lead to social chaos. I think our superpowers are not very useful. I have read a lot of laws of the alliance recently. It is illegal to use superpowers rashly. It feels boring. Xia said again at this time. That's what you said. But you saw how much chaos happened on March Star a while ago. Do you think superpowers are still useful if you encounter such a gangster? Yang Bo couldn't say that there were many ways to avoid the planet's warning satellite. But he couldn't let the two people think that superpowers were useless in this society. So he spoke up. There were many things that Yang Bo couldn't tell the two people now, because he was not sure how far they could go with him. If the two do not have the talent of Mecha masters, then they can only be their own women. To be their own women, they do not need to know more about the dangers of this society. They just need to dress up beautifully and serve themselves well. If the two have the talent of Mecha masters, then Yang Bo does not mind that they know more, because in this way, they will definitely participate in his career. I will find a way to get you 2 sets of armor later. Yang Bo still has to prepare equipment for the two. The superpowers of the two are also relatively rare in the alliance. Whether it is Xia's fire energy ray or Annie's life superpower, then we must perform well tonight. Xia smiled. Annie rolled her eyes at Xia unhappily, and then asked, the armor should be very expensive. I see that the cheapest armor online is sold for 10 million credit points. I will find someone to customize it for you at that time. Not the second-hand goods that are taken from the dead on the internet. When Yang Bo said this, he thought of the second-hand goods he bought, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 412 Confession. Take it off a dead body? When the two heard Yang Bo say this, they immediately looked at Yang Bo in amazement. Are you looking at the armor sold by Sanma Recycling Company? In order to highlight the value of the armor, he customized for the two. Yang Bo prepared to explain to them. Yang Bo is also very good at dealing with women. You should say good things about them, and show the advantages of the things you give them. It's on their website. There are still many mechas. Most of the mechas there are second-hand goods. Could it be that people have died in these mechas? The two nodded when they heard Yang Bo's words. Sanma Company has a military background, and most of its mechas are retired. And of course there may be dead mechas. Sanma Company is the only company that can clean up battlefield resources and recycle them. Moreover, the energy frequency of customized armor is consistent with its own superpower frequency. It is rare if the second-hand armor purchased can reach 90% of its own energy frequency. Customized ones can reach more than 98%. The higher the energy frequency consistency rate, the better the use effect. Yang Bo is most looking forward to Annie's life energy superpower. This life energy superpower may help him realize the self-breeding of invisible mice. That should be very expensive. When the two heard Yang Bo say this, they immediately felt that customized armor was more expensive. Some armors are as expensive as a mecha, because the armor has a wider range of uses, and the armor is more concealed and more suitable for use in the current environment of the Alliance. The two understood what Yang Bo said. That is, the armor is more practical when dealing with danger. Is it more expensive than the mecha? Yang Bo's words completely overturned the two people's cognition. In their cognition, a piece of armor with 10 million credit points is already a great existence. They didn't expect that there is an armor that is more expensive than the mecha. Of course it is like this. The value of the armor is different according to the proportion of energy metal. The top armor can use its own energy to release a layer of energy shield outside the armor, which can resist the attack of low-power energy weapons. But everyone's armor attributes are kept secret, which is the same as everyone's superpowers. The nature is the same. When the two heard Yang Bo's explanation, their eyes lit up, and they were very much looking forward to owning the armor. Our property has appreciated in value. At least 30%. Annie told Yang Bo another good news. Congratulations. Yang Bo smiled. That night, Yang Bo enjoyed it well. But with the physique of the two, they were no match for someone like Yang Bo. Yang Bo was very happy to see the two beauties hugging him. This kind of top-notch beauty is rare even on Earth. The key is that the blonde beauties on Earth don't have such delicate skin. They just don't have the talent to be mecha masters. They can be my own secretaries in the future, hee. Yang Bo thought of some action movies about secretaries and bosses in some movies he saw in his previous life, and he was looking forward to his future life. The next day, Yang Bo checked the superpowers of the two. Xiao's fire energy ray attack power was still insufficient. But there was one advantage of the fire energy ray. That is, there was no sign. It can be used to sneak attack or attack other people's weaknesses. In addition, it can also attack some sensitive equipment, such as radar or some detectors, to achieve unexpected results. Whether it is a mecha or any high-tech equipment, there are some sensitive equipment. Once these sensitive equipment or detectors are damaged, it will be fatal to the high-tech equipment. The more high-tech things are, the more complex the structure is, and the more weaknesses there are. Annie's life energy superpower can not only make plants grow rapidly and vigorously, but also has a certain optimization ability, as if to accelerate the evolution of plants. The evolution of plants is very slow, and plants in different regions adapt to the local environment through long-term evolution. And Annie's ability seems to speed up the evolution of plants. The specifics still need to be tested for a long time. But because Yongbo has something to do temporarily, he did not say this. Then the two conducted mecha simulation training again. I didn't expect the mecha simulation training to be so difficult. No wonder the original owner of this body didn't have the ability to operate a mecha. I have to kill others to gain the ability to drive a mecha before I can operate a mecha. The next day, Yongbo got up and saw the two people on his bed. They were sleeping soundly now, so he covered them with a blanket and left. First he returned to his small villa in the city, and then he left and returned to his big villa. These two people finally became council members. Even if they are council members of this remote planet, these two people are considered to be outstanding. Besides, the development of March Star is changing with each passing day. Yongbo looked at the figures of the fat boss and Zhou Rui in the news. This is the local news channel of March Star, reporting some proposals. Master Zhang doesn't seem to be able to do well. Yongbo looked at the local news and found that some objections were raised to the previous land policies and land transactions. It is believed that the large-scale sale of land on March Star some time ago was a premeditated act to divide up the wealth of March Star. Some members of parliament proposed to thoroughly investigate the qualifications and backgrounds of those who bought the land. But it is true. March Star was developed by the Zhang family, not Master Zhang. And now that such a big news has been revealed on March Star, there will definitely be other people who offer better conditions. People are like this. Yongbo shook his head after reading for a while. The biggest hot spot in the Alliance news is still the scandal of the Pharmacist Guild, because more and more people are implicated. And it seems inevitable that there will be a big surprise. Moreover, the scandal of the Pharmacist Guild is not only fermenting within the Alliance, but also has a strong destructive power in the other two countries. Many states in the Crimson Federation have declared the Pharmacist Guild an illegal organization. As for the Blue Water Empire, a Grandmaster and more than a dozen masters have died. And senior pharmacists have also died. In addition, many nobles have been implicated. Not to mention the merchants. Yongbo came to the basement and summoned his space mecha. Then he began to use the metal superpower to shape his space mecha. Yongbo shaped the entire mecha into the appearance of a regular 8th generation mecha, and changed the mecha's energy weapon into an axe. The entire mecha turned white. White impermanence. Hee hee. Yongbo looked at the pure white mecha and felt strange. There is one more thing to do before leaving. Before leaving, Yongbo found some donation accounts of charities and environmental protection organizations on the internet. This uncle of Master Zhang asked him to deposit all the money into these accounts. As long as these charities and environmental protection organizations receive money, no one can take it back. This time, I will help Master Zhang complete it and ask him to prepare some energy metals for me. But where can I find information on forging armor? Yongbo has the ability to forge, but there is always a process for how to forge armor. After Yongbo cleaned up his house, he went out in stealth. Of course, the dimensional boxes must be emptied. It's a pity that the dimensional box is too small. Maybe it will only be cheap to Wang Mushu at that time. But Wang Mushu's fleet construction is also considered his own investment. Yongbo arrived at the airport smoothly and climbed onto a spaceship. It's painful. Yongbo lay on the spaceship, waiting quietly, because he would have to stay on it for at least 2 days. The main reason was that he was a little bored in this state. He wanted to do something but couldn't do it. There were many sensors and detectors on the surface of these spaceships. If he was not invisible, he would be easily detected. Yongbo carefully recalled the information given to him by Master Zhang. Master Zhang had many uncles, but this time the one who came was his direct uncle. That is, the younger brother of Master Zhang's father. In the family, the rights of the direct line and the collateral line are completely different. Master Zhang's uncle is a senior executive in Ping and Financial Company. This time, he came to March Star on his own private spaceship. This spaceship is called Yinlong, which ranks 36th among the private spaceships in the Alliance. As for the specific cost, it is confidential. Young Master Zhang's uncle is named Jean Letian. As for how old he is this year and his current family and marital status, Yang Bo is not very clear. But he knows that Mr. Zhang Lishan's private spaceship has many private collections, each of which is worth hundreds of millions of credit points. Mr. Zhang Lishan's private spaceship also has its own armed forces. Of course, in name, these are members of a security company. But this security company is a subsidiary of Ping & Company. This subsidiary provides security services to others. Good food, good wine, good beauties, good antiques. Yang Bo remembered young Master Zhang's evaluation of his uncle. That is, Mr. For Good. Yang Bo is now riding a passenger and cargo spaceship, which is only more than 500 meters long, which is relatively small among spaceships, because there is no gravity in space. The size of the spacecraft can be built very large. These passenger and cargo spacecraft cannot land on the planet because of their large size and weight. Although Yang Bo has the photoelectric superpower to interfere with the spacecraft sensors, there is no need to do so. Just turn invisible. Yang Bo also knows that Master Zhang's uncle definitely has no good intentions when he comes to March Star. Yang Bo was bored for 2 days. When he arrived at the place where he left, he saw from a distance that the spacecraft disappeared in the dark starry sky. To be honest, it is very difficult to find a spacecraft in this starry sky with the naked eye, because it is almost pitch black. But in this dark starry sky, there are detection waves, which are the energy waves of the channel beacon detecting the channel. The channel beacon is mainly to ensure the safety of the channel. If some unknown celestial bodies invade the channel, it is necessary to remind the passing spacecraft to avoid or send some patrol warships to clean up the foreign objects invading the channel. I don't know what the warning data of these channel beacons is. No matter what kind of reconnaissance equipment or smart devices, there is a data limit, including the satellite on the planet's defense system to detect the energy fluctuations on the ground. It must exceed a certain value to trigger the alarm. Yang Bo directly revealed his body, and the whole person just quietly floated in the channel. Yang Bo used his own photoelectric superpowers to directly absorb all the energy waves and light that can be absorbed. Yang Bo's method is a bit rough, mainly because he doesn't know what the energy frequency of the channel beacon is. If he knows the energy frequency of the channel beacon, he can just absorb this kind of energy frequency and make himself disappear. Here we come! Yang Bo felt bored and a little terrified in the void, because the dark starry sky was all around him, giving him an inexplicable sense of depression and loneliness. Mr. Zhang Lishan's spaceship also has a strong detection capability. Of course, every spaceship has this capability, including the passenger and cargo spaceship that Yang Bo took a few days ago. It's just that the radar performance of each spaceship is different. Radar illumination is actually the same as flashlight illumination, which does not mean that it can illuminate the starry sky in all directions. That can also be achieved, but it is not necessary because it consumes too much energy. On the one hand, the radar irradiation distance is enough for the spacecraft to make many choices. On the other hand, 99.99% of the radar irradiation is useless. That is, nothing happened. The detection range is actually more than 10 million kilometers, worthy of being the 36th private spacecraft on the Alliance private spacecraft ranking list. Yang Bo easily sensed the detection energy wave released by a spacecraft in the distance. The spacecraft will use radar to continuously illuminate the starry sky of 10 million kilometers. Yang Bo himself absorbs all the energy waves released by these radars, so that the radar cannot receive the feedback energy waves. The speed of the spacecraft in the starry sky is very fast. For humans, 10 million kilometers is already a long distance. But for the spacecraft, it is just a few minutes. No matter how powerful the spacecraft is, it is like a drop in the ocean in the starry sky. Yang Bo looked at the spacecraft that slowly appeared from a distance. If the position of the spacecraft was not known accurately, it would be impossible to find the other party with the naked eye. The channel in the starry sky is basically several million kilometers wide. When the spacecraft sails in the channel, the distance between each other must be at least 1 million kilometers. The main reason for this regulation is to prevent pirates. There is enough distance between the two spacecraft so the other party can have enough reaction time. On the Elong spacecraft, the captain is watching the data transmitted back by the radar vigilantly. All unknown things within 10 million kilometers around the spacecraft will be detected by the radar. If there is anything suspicious, a drone will be sent in advance for reconnaissance. Boss, John Lousy is also very lucky. He was exiled to this remote planet, but he can still turn things around. 7 or 8 people in the control room were staring at the data in front of him, and one of them spoke up. That's Zhang Xixiao. You can't call him Zhang Laosi. The captain replied unhappily when he heard this. How long will our boss take to leave March Star this time? Another person in the control room asked. I don't know. We shouldn't ask too much about the boss's affairs. All we have to do is to do our job peacefully. The captain was also troubled by the gossip of his subordinates. Boss, it's okay for us to talk about it in private. We are concerned about the boss's affairs. My girlfriend is waiting for me to go back. Another person in the control room said with a smile. The captain shook his head when he heard this. We probably won't be able to go back in a short time. You'd better let your girlfriend come here. Boss, our boss won't take over March Star in the future. Right? There's nothing fun in this remote place. That's right. It's not as comfortable as traveling with the boss before. And all the expenses are paid by the company. There are only a few people on March Star. And there's not even a space elevator. You have to take a small spaceship to go up and down. Why would our boss come to March Star? Even if mutant creatures are found here, those genetic pharmaceutical companies will definitely not use these mutant biological materials. You should know that our Zhang family doesn't have much influence in genetic pharmaceuticals. And the other party is unlikely to use the biological materials we provide. The captain sighed slightly when he heard this. You are right. There are only 2 mutant creatures on March Star. Even if they can all be used, the income they bring is not as high as our boss's income in the financial company. What's more, in terms of medicine, nothing from our Zhang family will be adopted by the gene pharmaceutical company. Boss, tell our boss. Let's go back early. Otherwise, there will be problems at the financial company. At this time, a shrill alarm sounded in the spacecraft. 2,600,000 kilometers. Unknown object. Reaching 31,250 kilometers per second. A rapid alarm sounded in the control room, and a staff member shouted loudly in the communication channel. Radar locked. Continue analysis. The captain calmly issued orders. In the starry sky, the probability of encountering unknown celestial bodies is very high. The radar cannot be locked, and the radar cannot identify what the other party is. The voice of the radar controller came from the communication channel. Sound the alarm for the entire ship, and all personnel are on alert. The captain's face became solemn when he heard this, because most celestial bodies can be distinguished by radar, and those that cannot be distinguished by radar often mean huge risks. Just after the alarm for the entire ship was sounded, a voice sounded in the communication channel. Lao Wang. What happened? A magnetic voice asked in the communication channel. Boss, an unknown high-speed moving object was found. The captain answered calmly. Boss, the other party seems to have locked our spaceship. Our spaceship has changed its trajectory, and the other party's trajectory has also changed. Another voice sounded in the communication channel. This voice was also heard by the boss, who immediately issued an order. Everyone prepare for battle. Lao Wang. Prepare to turn on the laser cannon, and be careful to destroy it after use. Okay, boss. Yang Bo wanted to show his figure in the distance, so that people would not suspect that he could be invisible. Because Yang Bo's purpose was not to kill people. If he wanted to kill everyone on the spaceship, Yang Bo could approach invisibly. And even so, Yang Bo did not dare to gamble. No one knew whether the spaceship had synchronized data with some background in the distance. Once the spaceship disappeared or a major accident occurred, the background synchronized data might arouse suspicion from others. Besides, Yang Bo was not a person who killed innocent people indiscriminately. Of course, if Master Zhang's uncle did not behave well later, or confess something, then Yang Bo might send him to death. Chapter 413 Contact. Yang Bo was very nervous. After all, it was the first time he had a direct battle with a spaceship. This spaceship looked like a private civilian spaceship on the surface. But Yang Bo knew that this spaceship had been modified. The spaceship had a laser cannon. But it was not a high-powered battleship laser cannon, but a modified laser cannon similar to the one Yang Bo seized last time. The reason why many illegal armed forces choose this modified laser cannon is that people cannot find out the source of the laser cannon. For regular laser cannons, each system has a number. Although Yang Bo's speed has reached an extremely abnormal level, he did not feel how high the speed was in the vast universe, because the surrounding scenery was all black. If there were no instruments, he would almost think that he was still in the same place. However, Yang Bo could find out through the beacon of the channel that his current speed had reached more than 30,000 kilometers. The radio communication signal released by the communication beacon allows the aircraft to calculate its own flight speed. This is more than 30,000 kilometers per second. This number is a very exaggerated number in the eyes of Earthlings. But in the interstellar era, this is a relatively normal number. With the development of interstellar technology, both the energy engines of mechas and fighter jets can generate extremely powerful explosive power when there is gravity and air on the ground. The instantaneous acceleration of mechas can reach more than 10 Mach, which is driven by powerful energy engines. If mechas or fighter jets have energy shields, the speed can be even higher to an incredible level. With the energy shield, there is no need to worry about the friction between the air and the mecha or the fighter itself. As for space, it doesn't matter, but it is rare to drive the mecha to this speed, because there are inevitably cosmic dust or some cosmic garbage in the universe. If you are unlucky, a collision at such a high speed will result in the destruction of the machine and the death of people. The main reason is that the radar of the mecha is relatively rubbish. The detection range is relatively small, and the recognition and feedback speed of cosmic dust or cosmic garbage are relatively low. The time for people to react is relatively short. Even if Yang Bo is at such a high speed now, it will take nearly 1.5 minutes to approach the spacecraft. 30% of my own energy has been consumed. Yang Bo sensed the energy reserves in his body. 30% of the energy was used to release gravity superpowers to assist the mecha to accelerate. And only then did it reach this. Now this distance is still a safe distance, because the attack range of laser cannons generally does not exceed 500,000 kilometers. Laser weapons are indeed more powerful on the ground, because the distance on the ground is not very far. In space, if a laser is released at a long distance, the opponent has a high chance of dodging it. And there are many other means, the most important of which is energy shield. Laser weapons are difficult to dodge, because no matter what kind of radar the energy wave speed is, it cannot be faster than the laser. This also caused the warships in the interstellar era to shoot at each other, a bit like the oldest artillery shooting at each other in the early days of the Age of Discovery. Where to hit depends on luck. Yang Bo was a little nervous, but more of his adrenaline surged, because he didn't know when the opponent's laser weapon would be launched. On the Lotte spacecraft, the atmosphere was very solemn, and the staff responsible for radar data continued to operate the radar for detection. Report. Can't tell what the other party is? The other party's speed is uniform. Report. Deeper detection is also impossible. Laser cannon ready. The captain looked at the other party's data and frowned slightly. More than 30,000 kilometers per second. It is unlikely to be a man-made object. Laser cannon is fully charged. The weapons officer answered immediately. The captain was still struggling, because once the laser weapon was released, the energy fluctuation would be captured by the signal base station. And then, there would be a lot of trouble. Boss, the other party is only 1.1 million kilometers away from us. Someone on the spacecraft reported. Captain! Fire! The captain gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Lasers hit long-distance targets, relying on luck. 1.1 million kilometers. It takes more than 2 seconds, and laser weapons can only predict the trajectory of the opponent to attack. Yang Bo watched the distance from the Lotte getting closer and closer, and the mecha began to shake left and right. And the shaking was based on Yang Bo's own gravity ability. Yang Bo found that in space, especially at high speeds, only a small amount of gravity was needed to deviate the mecha's course. TSK. The first time Yang Bo used too much force, he saw a laser passing by him. In theory, light should be transparent. The white laser in the movie is due to the medium. The laser of the battleship can be seen because of its high power, but it is not so conspicuous and not white. In addition, there is still cosmic dust in space. In just a few seconds, Yang Bo has already approached a distance of 1 million kilometers, which is considered a dangerous distance in the cosmic channel. The safe distance between spacecraft is mainly to ensure the safety of both parties. Yang Bo has been using his own photoelectric superpowers to constantly interfere with the radar energy waves of the other spacecraft. because any imaging device is imaged through radar energy waves, and then through the feedback energy waves using a certain algorithm. The real visual distance is very limited. Very limited. Even optical imaging is also imaged through reflected light. Yang-Bo's photoelectric superpowers can not only interfere with energy waves, but also interfere with light wave reflection. Theoretically, as long as Yang-Bo simulates the energy frequency of the other party's radar, he can achieve high-tech stealth. Unfortunately, there are many modes of radar, and it is necessary to know the other party's radar settings in advance. There may be hundreds or thousands of energy frequencies in 1 second. Captain, we didn't hit the enemy. Captain, the enemy has locked onto us. According to calculations, after we change our orbit, the enemy will also change its orbit. Everyone enters combat position. Fighters and mechas are in place, and all non-combatants enter the safe area. The captain of the latte immediately issued an order. Everyone on the entire spacecraft quickly took action, and the Mecha masters came to the Mecha warehouse and started the mechas. Fighter pilots also came to the fighter warehouse and started their fighters. Laser cannon. Attack at will. The captain now feels a little numb. What exactly is an aircraft with a speed of more than 30,000 kilometers per second and cannot be detected? You should know that the spacecraft radar on the latte is the most advanced radar to date. It has multiple detection bands and multiple detection methods, and can easily identify many aircraft. The radar on the latte can be said to be more powerful than the radar of the main battleship. But the power is not as high as the radar of the main battleship, and the detection range is not as wide as the radar of the main battleship. But it should have more advantages than the radar of the main battleship in terms of recognition. Captain, the number 1 laser cannon missed. Captain, the number 2 laser cannon missed. The voices of the next 2 subordinates made the captain feel that this matter was not simple. Captain, the trajectory of the suspicious target has changed. Captain, the suspicious target is 703,000 kilometers away from us, and the speed has dropped to 29,700 kilometers. Captain, the suspicious target is expected to meet in 20 seconds. In fact, the captain can see the reports of these subordinates, but he just reported the key points in the communication channel. Lao Wang, send a distress signal to the army and say that our spacecraft has a problem. At this time, Jean Letian issued an order in the communication channel. Yes, boss. Hearing this, the captain immediately sent a distress signal to the fleet. There must be a legitimate reason to send a distress signal to the fleet. If a distress signal is sent to the fleet by mistake, it is a serious violation of the law, because in the past, there were cases where a distress signal was sent very wrongly. The fleet was lured away, and then the pirates robbed other spacecraft. Captain, the number 1 laser cannon missed. The number 2 laser cannon missed. The captain clenched his fists when he heard the words of the 2 weapons officers. Due to the modification of civilian spacecraft and its own energy system, as well as the laser cannon itself, it does not have the powerful firepower of a military laser cannon. The spacecraft engine starts at full speed. The captain of the Latte spacecraft decided to take advantage of its own advantages. You know, in the vast starry sky, if you miss it, it will be difficult to catch up again. The speed of the suspicious target has dropped to 23,000 kilometers per second. The speed of the suspicious target has dropped to 20,000 kilometers per second. When the captain heard this, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of monster is this?" The speed dropped to 0.30 kilometers per second in 2 seconds. The target speed dropped to 17,000 kilometers per second, and it is expected to contact in 20 seconds. The target speed dropped to 15,000 kilometers per second, and it is expected to contact in 21 seconds. The target speed dropped to 13,000 kilometers per second, and it is expected to contact in 23 seconds. A series of broadcasts stunned everyone. In just a few seconds, the opponent's speed dropped from more than 30,000 kilometers to 13,000 kilometers per second. This is beyond the performance of any aircraft on this side of the Interstellar. Reducing speed in space also requires reverse thrust, so the acceleration time is relatively long, and the speed reduction time is also relatively long. The suspicious target is 103,000 kilometers away. Start the optical detection mode. Boss, the photos taken in the optical detection mode are very blurry. The optical detection mode is only suitable for close-range observation. The captain looked at the blurry photos and couldn't tell what it was. The spacecraft engine is started at full power. The spacecraft is accelerating. The order issued by the captain just now has finally begun to be executed. The acceleration of the energy engine of the spacecraft does not mean instant acceleration, but a process. The suspicious target is 78,000 kilometers away. The optical detection mode still cannot identify the other party. The report of a staff member made many people feel numb. What is the concept of 78,000 kilometers? The distance between the Earth and the Moon is more than 300,000 kilometers, and the terrain above can be seen with a better telescope. Although the Mecca is only more than 8 meters high. Don't forget that this is the interstellar era. The optical detection mode can't identify the other party at a distance of only 1/5 of the distance between the Earth and the Moon. The suspicious target is 52,000 kilometers away from us, and it is expected to contact in 25 seconds. The laser cannon reduces power and fires at full force. The captain is numb. Reducing power can increase the attack frequency of the laser cannon. Yang Bo has no choice. If he directly hits someone else's spaceship at the high speed just now, it will be like an egg hitting a stone. Of course, it is possible that his Mecha also destroyed the other party's spaceship. But he can't think about it. So Yang Bo kept slowing down on the road, which led to Yang Bo's contact time with the other party getting longer and longer. Suddenly, a ray of energy appeared around Yang Bo. Hit? But why is the power of this laser cannon so low? Yang Bo knew that he was hit by a laser cannon. But this laser cannon did not break the energy shield of his Mecha. It's just that the light of the energy collision generated by the collision of the laser and the energy shield is so dazzling in the starry sky. Captain, the second laser cannon hit the target. Captain, according to the analysis of energy fluctuations, the other party is using an energy shield. And it should be a Mecha holding an energy shield. Damn it! The captain realized at this time that the unknown suspicious target was actually a Mecha. The laser cannon hit the energy shield, and the energy fluctuation data generated was compared to know the energy frequency of the energy shield. Boss, there is a suspicious target approaching us. The captain hurried to report at this time. Lao Wang, turn on the public channel communication mode and help me shout to the other party. If you have any requests, just ask directly. John Letian also had a premonition that things were not good. The guys who could fly at such a high speed in the starry sky were basically desperate criminals. Moreover, the advanced radar of his spaceship could not identify who the other party was. So the things the other party used should be higher than his own equipment. However, John Letian shouted in the public channel, and Yang Bo was destined not to hear it. Because Yang Bo used the gravity superpower to arrange a gravity field around the entire Mecha. Otherwise, Yang Bo's Mecha would not be able to slow down so quickly. John Letian was still shouting in the public channel, who is coming? I, John Letian, have nothing else. I can give you whatever you want. I, John Letian, am also a senior executive of Ping and Financial Company. If something happens to me, it will be difficult for you to escape the fate of being hunted by the entire galaxy. John Letian was shouting in the public channel, and the captain was giving orders to the Mecha on the spacecraft. Mechas, prepare for battle. Fighters, prepare for battle. So the spacecraft approached the direction where Yang Bo came from, and the hatches were opened one by one. And then the Mechas were hung inside the hatches. Yang Bo could now see the energy light released by the energy engine of the spacecraft from a distance. Or the long-tail flame was so conspicuous that you could see the hatch of the spacecraft open. And the Mechas were staring at it, ready to go. Occasionally, a laser would hit Yang Bo. But Yang Bo dodged most of them with his coquettish movements. Yang Bo's Mecha was in the air, just like spinning. The trajectory was also erratic. But there was a center line, which was the spaceship. The laser shortcoming at this time also came. The laser lock attack was calculated in advance, and Yang Bo's Mecha could not lock at all. So the laser could only attack the suspicious area. The speed of the suspicious target dropped to 1,500 kilometers per second. The suspicious target is expected to contact the spaceship in 12 seconds. The captain was waiting for Yang Bo's Mecha to slow down to a certain speed. Then the fighters and Mechas on his side could be dispatched. Mechas are in place. Your main task is to hold back the suspicious target. Fighters are in place. Your main task is to use your own laser cannons to attack the target. The captain wanted to use Mechas and fighters to hold back Yang Bo, and then escape with his own spaceship. Latte. I am the 9th Fleet of the Alliance. May I ask what happened to you? Finally, after the distress signal was released, it finally received a response 1 minute later. There was nothing that could be done about it. The distance was too far. We encountered a suspicious target. Requesting rescue. The captain of the latte quickly sent out a distress signal. And then, there was nothing else. Because this distress signal was sent through a communication beacon far away. The communication beacon in the channel could not use the expensive space quantum communication technology. Although the latte and the military have space quantum communication. But not everyone can access the military's quantum communication system. This damn military? The captain of the latte hammered the metal panel of the console. Send out the fighters. At this moment, the captain of the latte saw that the speed of the Yongbo mecha had slowed down to a speed that the fighters could intercept. 5 fighters broke away from the spacecraft and rushed directly towards Yongbo's mecha. I saw it. A white mecha, an energy shield in one hand, and a big axe in the other hand. Finally, a fighter pilot saw Yongbo's true face from a distance. This was what Yongbo deliberately let the pilot see. Because Yongbo had light superpowers. And he could directly deflect or interfere with the reflected light on his mecha. So that even human eyes could not see it. Yongbo didn't want to expose too much of his strength. And he came out this time to change his identity to make trouble. If he was not seen clearly, how could he let others know that this was another person? The laser cannons on the 5 fighters fired intensively. Yongbo saw 5 fighters roaring over. And suddenly released the gravity field. And the mecha accelerated instantly. Yongbo dodged the first round of salvos from the 5 fighters. Mechas guard the spaceship. You are allowed to use any means. The spaceship spins and changes orbits. The captain issued another order. The leader saw that the current situation was not very good. So he left the mechas that were ready to be sent out directly on the spaceship. After Yongbo accelerated, he drifted and successfully avoided the second wave of attacks from the fighters. Then Yongbo passed by these fighters. Space wars are like this. Both sides fight, and you rush to my side. And I rush to your side. Because it is very inconvenient to slow down and turn around in space. How did he do it? The captain was almost angry. Because Yongbo's mecha trajectory was too weird. And this kind of trajectory could not be formed by human operation. Captain, contact the suspicious target in 5 seconds. Contact the suspicious target in 3 seconds. The suspicious target entered the laser cannon. Shooting blind spot. The captain saw that Yongbo was about to board the ship. And immediately issued an order. Mecha Team A combat team welcomes the battle. Team B is on standby. And Team C protects the boss. Formally contacted the suspicious target. When this report was completed, a rapid alarm sounded inside the entire spacecraft. Intrusion alarm. Invasion alarm. Chapter 414, I can't stand it. The captain of the latte wanted to smash the intelligence system of the spacecraft. There was an intrusion alarm at this time. Why didn't it sound at 1,000,000 kilometers? That's because at the warning line of 1,000,000 kilometers, the radar did not recognize that it was a mecha. Go ahead. Whoever kills this guy will get a bounty of 500 million credit points. Jean Letian shouted loudly in the communication channel. Thank you, boss. Everyone shouted in the communication channel of the latte. The mecha team intercepting outside looked at the mecha that landed on the spacecraft. The mecha was only more than 8 meters high. Not very high. But it felt weird overall. And there was a word money on the chest. This is actually the one site makes money of by Wuchang on Earth. Yongbo's mecha looks like a person. Just like a person wearing a tights. The previous 3 generations of mechas had edges and corners. Yongbo used metal superpowers to shape the energy metal on these mechas. A mecha squad has 7 mechas. 3 close combat. 2 long range. And 2 fire suppression. But here 4 are fire suppression. Yongbo's mecha spun and landed a few hundred meters away. Long before this, several mechas opened fire. And Yongbo used the energy shield in his hand to block most of the laser attacks. The energy shield is mainly used to protect the weak parts of the mecha, such as the body and the radar system of the head. The opponent's attack is also mainly aimed at the weak parts of the mecha. Because the power of the mecha's own laser cannon is not too abnormal. The opponent tried to use the laser cannon to continuously consume the energy of the energy shield. Once the energy shield is exhausted, it will lose its function. Energy shields are usually powered by batteries and are disposable equipment. It's not that Yongbo doesn't want to attack these mechas directly from the starry sky, but these mechas are standing on the spaceship. The speed of the mechas is the same as that of the spaceship, just like a person standing on the Earth. For the third person, It is still in high-speed motion. Yang Bo cut in directly from space. If he wants to attack these mechas directly, he needs extremely strong control power. And he must also pay attention to prevent the speed of the spaceship from spinning. If he is not careful, he may be hit directly by the huge spaceship. The spaceship spins, which is to use the huge body of the spaceship to spin, mainly to defend the mechas from boarding the ship. It can be said that Yang Bo has demonstrated his super control when he landed on the spaceship, because the spaceship is not only flying forward at full speed, but also spinning. Although the radar can calculate the trajectory of the spaceship's flight and spin, it requires a very high level of operation for the Mecha Master to land on the spaceship and stabilize the mecha itself. A small team of 7 mechas, 4 of which were laser attacking, and the other 3 were close combat mechas, which accelerated suddenly the moment Yang Bo landed on the spaceship. 14th generation mechas. Yang Bo looked at these mechas with shining eyes. The entire appearance of these mechas looked more sci-fi. There was a layer of glittering light on the surface of these nails, which was the energy shield unique to advanced mechas. Yang Bo looked at the energy shield in his hand again. His energy shield could be said to be equivalent to the ancient shield made of rattan on Earth. The energy shields of the 14th generation mechas are equivalent to the bulletproof coating on the warship when Yang Bo crossed over. Not only is there a huge gap between the two, but the protective power is also very huge. The speed of the 3 mechas is extremely fast, and the mecha masters of the 3 mechas are fearless, because the 14th generation mechas are the strongest mechas so far, and the 15th generation mechas are still in the laboratory. Even the 14th generation mechas are only equipped on a small scale. The strong confidence of the mecha masters comes from the strength of the mechas. And it is also because they know these 14th generation mechas very well that they have such confidence. What's more, the opponent is suppressed by the laser cannons of 4 mechas, and there are 3 melee mechas on his side. Come on! Yang Bo watched the 3 melee mechas flying towards him. The 3 mechas have mecha cold weapons in their hands. One of the blue mechas has 2 long swords in its hands, and the edges release blue arcs. Another mecha was red, holding a long sword in its hand. The sword was more than 5 meters long and nearly 1.5 meters wide. It looked thick, and the entire blade was shining with white light. The last mecha was black, holding 2 5-meter-long short spears in its hands. 14th generation custom mecha. Yang Bo paused as he watched 3 mechas rushing towards him. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. When Yang Bo rushed forward with his mecha, he threw out the energy shield in his hand. Yang Bo's mecha did not retreat but advanced, which was beyond the expectations of the 4 mechas that provided fire support behind him. Any long-range weapon has a range of fire. Yang Bo's counterattack caused the mechas that supported him to lose their range of fire in an instant, because the 3 mechas on his side firmly blocked Yang Bo's mecha. The energy shield in Yang Bo's hand directly hit the black mecha, and the black mecha waved a black short spear in one hand. Of course, it was very short for a mecha, but very long for a person. The black spear was 5 meters long and at least 30 centimeters in diameter. He directly used the black short spear in his hand to smash the energy shield. Yang Bo changed the shape of his mecha weapon into a 5-meter-long axe. This is a double-edged axe, which looks like an oval, with blades on both sides and a handle in the middle. Yang Bo did not make any extra movements, but just held the axe tightly and pointed the axe blade directly at the mecha in front. Mecha battles do not require many fancy moves, because their own speed can make any attack method play a huge role. The other 2 mechas were a little surprised to see Yang Bo not retreating but advancing, and Yang Bo threw away the energy shield in his hand, which was even more unexpected. The blue mecha and the red mecha cooperated tacitly. Several spots of light lit up on the front of the blue mecha. This was the intelligent system of the 14th generation mecha. According to the collision position of the 2 mechas, a shield was generated at the key part of the mecha. The red mecha next to it bent down and swung the weapon in its hand towards Yang Bo's legs. The mecha did not need to swing the weapon, but just put the weapon on the opponent's running track, because the 2 sides were at a very high speed. Once they were cut by the weapon, the machine would definitely be destroyed, and the people would die. The distance from Yang Bo to the spaceship was not very far, and the 2 sides instantly accelerated to a speed of more than 10 Mach. In the blink of an eye, the mechas of the 2 sides collided with each other. This is impossible. This is an illusion. The spaceship control room was closely watching the invading bastard. The moment Yang Bo's mecha landed on the spaceship, 3 mechas launched attacks at the same time. The moment Yang Bo's mecha landed on the spaceship, he threw an energy shield at the black mecha, and his mecha collided with the other two mechas instantly. The blue mecha was hit like a bowling ball. Forging plus 32. Such a message flashed in Yang Bo's mind. But Yang Bo had no time to think about anything else now. Retreat. The red mecha was a little confused. He cooperated with his teammates. His teammates fought hard with the opponent, and he directly attacked his lower body. But at the time of the collision, the opponent's upper body collided with his teammates, and the lower body and a pair of legs disappeared. Then he looked carefully and found that the opponent had changed his posture, and the whole mecha seemed to be lying down. The mecha master of the red mecha had no time to think about how the other party did it, and could only shout. What was even more terrifying was that the blue mecha was hit by Yang Bo's mecha and hit several mechas behind it. There were 4 mechas behind to provide fire support, and 2 of them were directly hit by the blue mecha like bowling. And this time, they flew into space. At the moment of flying out, they were smashed by their own spaceship. Forging plus 32. Mecha repair plus 32. Yang Bo did not expect that the 2 unlucky guys on the other side would be smashed by his spaceship. When Yang Bo rushed towards the 2 mechas, he noticed his weakness. When Yang Bo's mecha was charging, the axe in his hand actually formed a layer of defense. The 5-meter-long axe stood upright in front of the mecha. The opponent's mecha weapon would definitely not confront the axe, so it would definitely choose to attack the legs exposed outside the axe's defense layer. The axe is only 5 meters long, while the mecha is more than 8 meters high, and the lower half of the legs has a weak point of 2 or 3 meters. Yang Bo felt that if he was the opponent, his companion would definitely choose to attack the weakness if he confronted him. So when colliding, Yang Bo directly consumed his gravity superpower and changed his posture. Although he consumed 10% of his gravity superpower, he avoided a fatal blow. Retreat. The opponent is likely to be an A+ level superpower. Just when the red mecha gave a warning, the captain also saw Yang Bo's operation clearly and felt his scalp tingling. In such a short time, the mecha could actually change its posture like this. The only explanation is that the mecha master's own superpower changed it. But unfortunately, when the captain just finished speaking, the other 2 mechas were smashed by the spacecraft. After Yang Bo knocked the opponent away, he didn't care about him at all, but took the opportunity to attack the red mecha next to him. Didn't the red mecha bend down and cut off the legs of Yang Bo's mecha with a weapon? After Yang Bo knocked the other mecha away, the mecha was lying down. Yang Bo swung his hands, and the 5-meter-long double-edged axe instantly chopped towards the bit mecha next to him. Unfortunately, he didn't hit the opponent, because the red mecha was also accelerating when it cut Yang Bo's legs. So Yang Bo's axe attack missed directly. The reaction is still slow. The energy system and control system of this 3rd-generation mecha are like this. Yang Bo was a little disappointed that he didn't send the red mecha away. But the next second, Yang Bo's rocket backpack was fully opened, and the whole mech rushed towards the remaining 2 fire support mechs like a cannonball. The mech masters of the 2 fire support mechs instantly aimed their laser cannons at Yang Bo. Yang Bo only had time to use the axe of the double-sided axe to block the key part of his head. Of course, the distance between the 2 sides was very close. That is, both sides held the mentality of mutual destruction. One side used laser cannons to continuously attack the flying Yang Bo, and Yang Bo himself used the mech to hit others. It was like 2 soldiers fighting. One side directly picked up the bayonet, and the other side directly picked up the pistol, and suddenly fought together. F***CK. However, the next second, the people in the control room were stunned. The laser cannons of the 2 mechs hit Yang Bo's mech at least more than 30 times. It would be fine if it hit the axe, but the laser hit Yang Bo's mech. It didn't leave much trace, and the part hit by the laser burst into a dazzling light. Energy metal. Someone in the control room yelled, because this has overturned many people's cognition. Laser is a kind of energy, and energy metal contains energy. To be more precise, the energy released by the laser is offset by the energy contained in the energy metal. It's a bit like a shell hitting a tank's reactive armor. 30 lasers hit Yang Bo's mecha, causing a dazzling fire to burst out on the surface of Yang Bo's mecha. But Yang Bo's mecha was fine, and the other 2 long-range support mechas were hit away by Yang Bo like hitting a golf ball. If it were an ordinary mecha, the 14th generation mecha could completely resist such an attack. Unfortunately, Yang Bo's mecha has a collision skill. and the huge force directly penetrates the energy shield defense of the 14th generation Mecha, as well as the body defense of the Mecha itself. The huge force destroyed all the structures, energy systems, and control systems inside the Mecha. As for the Mecha Master inside, he was also crushed into pieces by the huge force in an instant. The destruction of the Mecha energy engine made the Mecha release all its energy in an instant. From a distance, it looked like two brilliant fireworks, and it took less than 3 seconds from the time Yang Bo landed on the spaceship. Mecha repair plus 32. Sniper plus 16. 2 pieces of information flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo is not entangled in how much power killing these people will bring to him, because this thing is mainly about 2 words: random. Yang Bo is standing on the surface of the spaceship at this time, with 7 mechas, 1 black and 1 red. The Mecha Master of the black Mecha is numb. He just charged once. How come the whole team is gone? The Mecha Master of the red Mecha felt a chill on his back. His teammate was knocked out. How could it explode? Is this something a human can do? The Mecha Master of the red Mecha cursed in the communication channel. A Mecha made of pure energy metal. The material cost alone must be 500 million or 600 million credit points. The people in the control room were also stunned. MMP. There are actually people like this, willing to use so much energy metal to build a Mecha, and then come out to rob. Did the boss just say to retreat? The Mecha Master of the black Mecha suddenly said something. Then the red Mecha turned around and ran away. And the black Mecha was not far behind. The captain of the latte was full of bitterness. Now the fighter plane could not take off because the spaceship was spinning. If he was not careful, the fighter plane would be smashed. In 3 seconds, a super mecha combat team was almost wiped out. The hearts of the people on the latte who saw this scene sank. No one knows the combat effectiveness of the mecha combat team better than these people. The Mecha Masters who lost 5 mechas are all masters, and one of them is likely to be promoted to Grandmaster. I only want money this time. At this time, Yang Bo finally spoke on the public channel. The captain of the latte felt funny when he heard this. Sir, don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to lie now? I never lie. I just can't stand others being richer than me. Now I give you 3 minutes to stop the spaceship. Otherwise, I will start to dismantle it. Yang Bo really couldn't find any excuse to rob others. Before the captain could say anything, he saw Yang Bo's mecha slide to a place in an instant, and then chop down fiercely with the axe in his hand. A big hole was chopped out of this place by the axe, and the captain saw the mecha reach into the hole and tinker with it. A passage was opened. How did he know the maintenance entrance? The captain shuddered at the thought. The captain had no idea how much Yang Bo knew, and Yang Bo also had the skill of warship maintenance. Although he had not really repaired a warship, he had a better understanding of the structure of the spacecraft, and he could also use sound wave detection to directly find the weakness of the spacecraft. The entire surface of the spaceship looks the same, and there is no way to know where the weakness is. But Yang Bo can easily find it. I destroyed this place just to let you see my strength. If you don't want the entire spaceship to get out of control, then it's best to do what I say. Also, let Jean Letian, the old glass, prepare the money. I heard that there are many good things on his spaceship. Let him prepare a list first. Otherwise I don't mind killing you all. Yang Bo spoke again. Jean Letian was in the luxurious room, and when he heard this, he cursed, "You are the old glass. Your whole family is old glass." However, Yang Bo couldn't hear this because Jean Letian was speaking in the internal communication channel of the spaceship. Boss? The captain was speechless now. What kind of monsters are there on March Star? Some dare to kidnap and blackmail the Admiral, and some dare to challenge the Pharmacist Guild. Now I meet another weirdo who comes to rob me. You can make super armor with energy metal. Why do you need to rob me? Jean Letian cursed in the internal communication channel. I told you long ago that our mission might be dangerous. In the control room, several staff members gathered together with ugly faces. That's right. Didn't you see on the internet that several assassin organizations have sent top assassins here? I don't know which corner this guy we met this time came out of. There must be a superpower behind this guy. Do you think it's the Blue Water Empire? After all, the Blue Water Empire lost a crown prince and a grandmaster of pharmacy this time. It is very likely that only an authoritarian country like the Blue Water Empire can accumulate so much energy metal to build a mecha. This mecha is probably hundreds of tons, excluding the control system inside. At least 60% of it is energy metal. This mecha master is so disgusting. The Mecha itself is made entirely of energy metal, and he is pretending to hold an energy shield. It's what he deserves. Those Mecha masters usually have their eyes on their heads. You can't say that. Why can't you say that? A few idiots came up and more than half of them died in less than 3 seconds. They usually brag about how powerful they are. I don't think you can become a Mecha master. You are jealous and hateful here. Don't you envy? Are you a Mecha master again? I envy you too. After Jean Letienne finished his roar, he opened the public channel. I am Jean Letienne. How much do you want? How much do you think your life is worth? Yang Bo didn't expect Jean Letienne to ask him directly on the public channel. We are the 9th Fleet of the Alliance. Please prohibit all illegal activities. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. But the next second, another sentence came from the public channel. Chapter 4:15 3 minutes not yet arrived. Jean Letienne and Yang Bo were both speechless. Jean Letienne knew how far away the 9th Fleet of the Alliance was from him. Old Wang, turn on the spacecraft's hold mode. Although Jean Letienne was bargaining with Yang Bo on the public channel, he privately issued orders to the captain. The captain of the Letienne received the order and immediately issued it on the internal channel. The spacecraft will enter the hold mode in 1 minute. All units please prepare according to the previous drill. 1 minute countdown. Many personnel below rushed to the safety cabins in various cabins after hearing this order. And Jean Letienne himself also left behind his confidants and entourage and randomly entered a separate safety cabin. There are many good things on my spacecraft. I wonder what you are interested in. Jean Letienne delayed time with Yang Bo on the public channel, and then hid in the place he thought was the safest. The spacecraft is not big or small, but if you hide a few people, there is still a high probability of waiting for the rescue of the Alliance fleet. I want all the good stuff on your spaceship. Yang Bo answered in the public communication channel. How could you take away so many things by yourself? Do you have accomplices? Jean Letienne was testing Yang Bo's bottom line while speaking. Who stipulated that I should take them? Can I just smash them? I feel very painful when I see you rich people enjoying them. I like to destroy other people's beloved things in front of others. I look forward to your performance at that time. Yang Bo disguised himself as a bastard with a twisted mind. Jean Letienne cursed when he heard this. Are you sick? Your Mecha is worth tens of billions of credit points. Aren't you a rich man? My Mecha is specially built to punish people like you. If it weren't for this Mecha, I wouldn't be able to get close to you. So from another perspective, it is because of your existence that I spent so much money to build this Mecha. You all judge. Because of you, I have spent a lot of energy and money in vain. Shouldn't I take it back from you? Hearing this, everyone inside the spaceship was speechless. What kind of weird remarks are these? This guy is definitely a member of the Alliance. 100% sure. After all, only the Alliance is prone to such weird things. Guy. The person who can think like this must be from the Alliance. The Federation and the Empire will not allow such a person to exist. He would have been beaten to death long ago. But this guy is so arrogant. Why haven't we heard of him before? There are so many things we haven't heard of. Look at what happened on March Star last time. Who would have thought that the leader of the pirate group was hiding in this remote planet? And the powerful bomber brother. Will we die? It is very likely that if we die, those bastards in the Alliance will definitely not make the news of our death public in order not to affect others. Several staff members in the spacecraft control room were talking in a low voice. And the door of the control room was closed. The control core of each spacecraft is very confidential. Just like the warships and aircraft carriers of other countries on Earth. There is a core control center, and only insiders know where it is. Jean Letienne came to a hidden safety cabin that had been prepared long ago. The safety level of this safety cabin is very high. Are you mentally ill? How did you survive until now? Jean Letienne used manual control to lock the hatch, while mocking Yang Bo on the public communication channel. This safety cabin has a full set of survival systems, which can ensure that the people inside have enough survival time and space. You should be ready now. Do you really think I am just standing here talking to you? Do you think I came to this spaceship alone without preparation? Yang Bo certainly knew that people like Jean Letienne would definitely not give up. The reason why Yang Bo did not rush into the spaceship at the first time was to defeat the other party psychologically, and also to wait for the other party to hide. Now I declare that I will only target the rich man Jean Letienne. Of course, if any of you want to get the insurance money, I don't mind giving you a ride. Jean Letienne heard what Yang Bo said and shouted loudly on the public channel, whoever kills this bastard, I will pay 5 billion credit points to the Alliance's 9th Fleet. If you save me, I will donate 5 billion credit points to build the 9th fleet. Jean Letian. Just wait for me in the safe cabin. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to directly follow the signal in the public communication channel, and found the approximate range of Jean Letian. No one had expected Yang Bo's strange superpower. Who could have thought that someone could use superpowers to track communication wireless signals? There are many devices that can indeed track the other party's wireless communication signals. But there are also many software that can block others from tracking. Yang Bo tracked the wireless communication signal, but he only knew the line where the other party's signal was input, and he didn't know the content. Because Yang Bo knew that once he wanted to read the content inside, it would trigger the communication system alarm. The captain of the latte had no way out at all, and the strongest Mecha team lost 5 people. Holding mode is activated, and no personnel are allowed to move without authorization. The captain of the latte issued a notice at this time. Rich people like Jean Letian are most afraid of death. So when customizing this spaceship, they created many traps inside. Because Jean Letian knew that if he was in danger one day, others would definitely go after his money. As long as he was not caught by others, the danger would not be very big, because he was behind Ping and Technology Company. Jean Letian. I will pull you out within 3 minutes. Please prepare the funds in advance. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and started running on the surface of the spaceship. Warning. This is the 9th fleet. Please stop all your illegal activities. At this time, the voice of the 9th fleet came from the public communication channel again. There is no way, because the message from the public communication channel of the spacecraft is transmitted to the channel beacon. And then, the channel beacon is transmitted to the official of March Star. And then, the official is transmitted to the 9th fleet. The channel beacon has a space quantum communication module, although it is said that it has to pass through the official of March Star. In fact, the official of March Star and the 9th fleet receive the message almost at the same time. The most serious delay is the distance between the spacecraft and the channel beacon. Generally, there is at least a few seconds of delay, or even a delay of more than 10 seconds, because the distance between channel beacons is different. Some are millions of kilometers, and some are tens of millions of kilometers. Haha. I'm waiting for you. Jean Letian looked at his own safety cabin and laughed confidently. Jean Letian has enough confidence, because there are more than a dozen such safety cabins on the entire spacecraft. If the crew members and other people are hiding in the safety cabin, there are dozens of safety cabins. Each safety cabin has the most stringent protection. That is, after being locked from the inside, it can only be opened violently from the outside, or from the inside, and no smart devices are used. The safety cabin has an independent battery-powered lighting system and survival system. It can allow people to persist for a month. The entire cabin is made of extremely expensive energy alloys. This alloy can not only resist the attack of energy weapons, but also resist various physical attacks. It is generally used for the protection of warships or large energy engines. Listen, everyone on the spaceship. As long as you hold on until the 9th fleet arrives, each person who is alive will be rewarded with 20 million credit points, and each person who died will be rewarded with up to 100 million credit points based on their merits. Jean Letian shouted loudly in the public channel again. Each of the 5 mecha divisions who died in the battle just now will be compensated with 300 million credit points. This is my personal compensation of 300 million credit points in addition to insurance. And I will transfer the money to their personal accounts immediately. Jean Letian said with great wealth. Jean Letian's words excited everyone on the spaceship. You should know that there are many places on the spaceship that the mecha cannot reach. The space where the mecha can move on the spaceship is limited. The reason why the spaceship is designed in this way is actually to prevent possible mecha invasion. When the captain of the spaceship heard this, he directly issued an order: follow the boss's order. Everyone fights freely, but be careful that the other party triggers the minefield. Yang Bo only heard Jean Letian's public clamor, but did not hear the heavy reward behind Jean Letian. Jean Letian also said this deliberately for Yang Bo to hear, making people think that he is an arrogant guy. In fact, people like Jean Letian are meticulous. Although Jean Letian doesn't believe what Yang Bo said, he still wants to do everything he can to stop Yang Bo. And why did Jean Letian raise so many people? Isn't it just for today? Yang Bo's mecha has a very strong record. It solved 5 master-level mecha masters in 3 seconds. But in the eyes of others, he also has an advantage. After all, there are many restrictions on the actions of mechas inside the spaceship. And there are many minefields inside the spaceship. These are actually installed smart bombs with identity recognition capabilities. This is also the last sentence the captain said. Be careful of minefields. Which actually means be careful of accidental injuries. After all, this is not a game. In the game, if you don't open a team to hurt yourself, it's okay to throw bombs. People like Jean Letien must have a lot of security personnel when traveling, including mecha divisions, fighter pilots, and some superpowers. At this time, the captain looked at the position where the mecha driven by Yang Bo stopped and frowned slightly. The next second, Yang Bo swung the axe in his hand, and the huge axe chopped the surface of the spacecraft fiercely. A deep mark was immediately cut on the surface of the spaceship. How is it possible? Jean Letien, who was in the safety cabin, saw Yang Bo take action, and his face changed drastically. Because Yang Bo was standing on the safety cabin where Jean Letien was. But there was a distance of more than 40 meters between the two. No one in the entire spaceship knew where they were. How did this guy know where I was? Jean Letien looked at the silver mecha that was cutting the outer shell of the spaceship and broke out in a cold sweat. Then Jean Letien quickly took off everything on his body and checked carefully. No! How did this guy know where I was? Jean Letien carefully checked everything on his body and found nothing abnormal. But watching Yang Bo operate the mecha, he had already destroyed the outer shell of the spaceship. Although the outer shell of the spaceship is also battleship armor. The axe in Yang Bo's hand is made of energy metal. Plus the mecha is over 8 meters high. How much strength did he use? Jean Letien was suspicious. But at the same time he encouraged himself, don't worry. There is another safety cabin above my safety cabin. And there is another safety cabin next to it. I entered randomly. And no one on the entire spacecraft knew my exact location. The safety cabin is made of special metal with energy protection. And the energy metal weapons used by his mecha are not very effective at all. 9th Fleet. 9th Fleet. If you can successfully rescue me, I will donate 10 billion to the 9th Fleet. Jean Letien raised the price again. Because the last time Jean Letien issued a reward, the 9th Fleet did not give any response at all. Old Wang, how long will it take for the rescue ship of the 9th Fleet to reach us? Jean Letien couldn't help asking in the internal communication channel. Boss, 1 minute and 30 seconds ago, the 2 deputy ships of the 9th Fleet sent their positions. If our current speed remains unchanged, we should contact the other side in 9 hours and 12 minutes. The captain of the Letien reported to Jean Letien. Stop the other side at all costs. As long as you throw a bomb at the other side, you will be rewarded with 5 million credit points. And no results are required. Jean Letien saw that Yang Bo was about to chop out a hole for the mecha to enter and exit. So he issued a bounty in the internal channel. After Jean Letien issued the bounty, the internal channel exploded. Boss, look at us. Boss, don't worry. We will definitely hold him back. Jean Letien's subordinates heard that there was such a good thing and expressed their opinions one after another. No one said anything about the bounty in front of Jean Letien. Because facing such a mecha division, no one had any chance of winning. Although many people were thinking in their hearts that they would show off in front of the boss later. They had to see the timing. Anyway, their lives were the first. Jean Letien's words now indicate that there is no need to face the opponent directly. Just place bombs on the opponent's route. Or sneak attack from a distance. Just throw bombs at the opponent directly. As for whether there is any result, the boss has no requirements. Lao Wang, open the bomb warehouse. Jean Letien directly ordered the captain of the spacecraft to open the bomb warehouse. Yes, boss. The captain of the Letien felt that even if he could escape this mecha this time, he would face a lot of trouble later. After all, the spacecraft can carry bombs, which is already a serious crime. More than 20 superpowers put on their armor and rush directly to the nearest bomb warehouse. It's called a bomb warehouse. But in fact, it's just a place in the spaceship where some bombs are hidden. The number is not too large. The Alliance is quite perfunctory in checking the private spaceships of rich people like Jean Letien. And most of them are exempted from inspection. The reason why the Alliance does this is that if the things these people carry cause major impacts or losses, they have enough ability to compensate. This is a bit weird. Just like that. My car has 10 million insurance. Can I hit people at will? But there is no way. This is the Alliance. Although this explanation is not an official explanation, the general idea is like this. However, the deeper reason is that those congressmen basically have private spaceships. And there may be more illegal things on their private spaceships. After all, the spaceship is in the universe, and some desperate people may appear. It is reasonable to have some weapons on the spaceship for self-protection, as long as it does not cause major impacts. The worst case is a fine. Yang Bo was also a little speechless. Many passages inside the spaceship could not be passed by Mecca. If we go in through the entrance of the spaceship, it is obviously not a wise move. There must be some self-protection things in these private spaceships. Yang Bo knows a lot about the privileges of powerful people in the Alliance. Is there someone down there? However, Yang Bo felt something was wrong. It seemed that someone was doing something sneaky inside the shell of the spaceship that he had destroyed. Yang Bo controlled the Mecha and stomped his feet fiercely. When the Mecha stomped its feet, a vibration was heard inside the entire spaceship. Although each cabin of the spacecraft has soundproof and radiation-proof facilities, each cabin is connected by a hardware connector. Yang Bo's stomping directly detected the internal situation of the spacecraft through vibration. Bombs? These rich people are really unscrupulous. But it seems that I also like to do illegal things. Yang Bo complained in his heart. But when he thought about the many illegal things he had done, he understood the other party. Sir, there are still 2 minutes. Jean Letian was in the safety cabin, watching Yang Bo operating the Mecha and stomping his feet hard, thinking that Yang Bo had no way to hold the spacecraft, and gloated on the public channel. Jean Letian. Yang Bo originally wanted to use the Mecha to forcibly break the outer shell of the spacecraft, and then pull Jean Letian out. However, these bastards in the spacecraft actually installed a lot of bombs. Yang Bo is a superpower, and the Mecha is indeed a space mecha, and it is made of energy metal. But whether it is Yang Bo himself or the Mecha, they have to stay away from bombs. And these bombs are definitely not ordinary bombs. After all, the things that Jean Letian and his men are going to use to save their lives may be specially customized. Jean Letian also laughed when he heard Yang Bo calling his name. Jean Letian also saw that more than 20 Mecha masters and fighter pilots on his side all took a lot of bombs, and were ready to attack the invaders at any time. Jean Letian felt that he was safe. But the next second Jean Letian's eyes widened, because Yang Bo controlled the Mecha, left the current place, and rushed to a place farther away. When Yang Bo came to this place, the Mecha wielded a 5-meter-long double-sided axe, and chopped fiercely at the outer shell of the warship. How did he know this place? This is a larger maintenance passage, and the hatch was opened directly under Yang Bo's violent destruction. Then the silver Mecha successfully entered the spacecraft. In less than 10 seconds, the captain of the latte discovered that part of the monitoring system had been damaged. 20 seconds later, it was discovered that part of the energy system was damaged, and the huge alarm inside the spacecraft was accompanied by a harsh warning. Warning: the energy system is damaged by 28%. Warning: the intelligent monitoring system is damaged by 34%. Warning: part of the cabin control system is damaged by 21%. The captain of the latte frowned because he lost the trace of Yang Bo's Mecha in the intelligent monitoring system. Lao Wang. Where is that bastard? Jean Letian also found that Yang Bo's Mecha disappeared, and his heart suddenly lifted in the monitoring system. Then in the next second, Jean Letian was stunned, watching an energy weapon pierce through the wall of the safety cabin that he was proud of. Then this glowing energy weapon directly opened a large hole in the wall as high as a person. A piece of silver-white metal as thick as a palm was kicked into the safety cabin. Jean Letian. The 3 minutes are not up yet. Then a figure flashed in. This person was wearing pure black armor and holding a bright energy weapon in his hand. Help! Jean Letian let out a piercing scream. Chapter 416 Explosion. Jean Letian's scream startled Yang Bo, and even scared the others in the communication channel. Jean Letian was indeed frightened. To be more precise, he was still in shock. Jean Letian knew better than anyone what material his safety cabin was made of. This was used as a battleship engine energy shield. That is, all spaceships and battleship engines have a shield, which is mainly to prevent damage, such as high temperature and huge energy explosion radiation caused by engine explosion or damage. Once the spaceship engine explodes, a jet of energy will be formed and sprayed to the back of the spaceship. As for the front of the spaceship, there is no big problem because there is an energy shield. The material of this safety cabin is made of this energy shield. It was actually cut open by an energy weapon. This is something that has never been heard of or seen before. But the facts are in front of him, and Jean Letian has no choice but to believe it. In fact, what Jean Letian saw was an illusion. The energy weapon in Yang Bo's hand did emit a dazzling light, which looked a bit dazzling. And this thing did look very powerful. The energy engine shield is still a kind of metal. And the structure of Zhang Lishan's safety cabin is not as thick as the energy engine shield. On the surface, it seems that Yang Bo used a perverted energy weapon to cut the wall. But in fact, Yang Bo used a metal superpower. What the hell are you yelling about? If you yell again, I will castrate you. Yang Bo was startled and shouted angrily. To say that Zhang Lishan's roar just now scared the people on the spaceship in the communication channel. Yang Bo's words made everyone's jaw drop. I say, our boss is not cheating insurance. Right? A staff member in the command room couldn't help but ask his companion next to him. Shut up. The captain shouted immediately after hearing this. Of course, Jean Letienne couldn't hear these words. But the captain also had some doubts in his heart. First of all, the safe cabin where the boss was hiding. Even the captain didn't know which one it was. The captain didn't know how many of these safe cabins there were. At least more than one. Then even the captain himself didn't know which safe cabin the boss was in. How could the invading enemy easily invade the boss's hiding place from the surface of the spacecraft in less than a minute? The reason why it was less than a minute was because it took less than a minute for Yang Bo to enter the spacecraft. Damage the intelligent monitoring system. Damage the energy system. And then the boss screamed. Even the captain himself suspected that his boss was cheating insurance. You? What are you going to do? Jean Letienne looked like a young man with quite mature charm. In fact, this guy was quite old. But these people had many maintenance methods. Robbery. Yang Bo waved the energy weapon in his hand confidently. Jean Letienne was also wearing a silver battle armor. But unfortunately, the energy weapon was placed aside. And Jean Letienne looked at his battle armor to make sure whether his battle armor was as strong as the wall of the safety cabin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jean Letienne turned off the communicator and begged for mercy. Transfer. Yang Bo shouted coldly. Jean Letienne was stunned when he heard this. Is this guy a fool? He transferred money and robbed. This is just like encountering a robber on Earth. And then taking out a payment code to ask you to pay. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare my life. Slap. Jean Letienne was stunned. And then quickly begged for mercy. Because this meant that the other party might kill him. The sound that ended Jean Lishan's begging for mercy was Yang Bo slapping Jean Letienne. Transfer the money first. And then tell your people not to move. Otherwise this thing in my hand might accidentally cut something. Yang Bo said lightly. No problem. How much did you rob? No. No. How much do you want? Jean Lishan's mind is full of doubts now. He was hiding so secretly on this spaceship. How did he find himself? But now is not the time to think so much. Now it is important to save his life. In addition, was this customized spaceship made with shoddy materials? After all, the chance of using the safety cabin is very low. Some customized spaceships will never use these safety cabins in their lifetime. Jean Letienne decided to wait until he returned this time and make up for the losses from these guys. This spaceship must have been made with shoddy materials. Otherwise, how could an energy weapon break through a palm-thick wall? How much do you think you are worth? Yang Bo didn't know how much money the other party had. As long as the money you give is enough, then your personal safety can be guaranteed. Of course, if I think the number you give is not enough. When Jean Letienne heard this, he had a number in his mind and was ready to say it out. But when he heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. Then I don't mind using this thing in my hand to cut off some of your organs or limbs. I believe some illegal organizations are willing to pay a high price to obtain Mr. Jean Lishan's biological samples. Jean Letienne listened to Yang Bo's calm tone and doubled the number in his mind. If it really doesn't work, you can also let your subordinates cooperate with you to perform some movies that are not suitable for minors. I believe that Mr. Jean Lishan's starring role should be worth a lot of money. When Jean Letienne heard Yang Bo's last sentence, he tripled the number just now. Then he said in a slightly embarrassed tone, in fact, I don't have much assets. Especially credit points. Are you sure you don't have much assets? Then let's not talk about it. I like those stingy people the most. Because after these people die, his property will be happily spent by his heirs. And his wife will inherit his property, and then find other men to enjoy it. Yang Bo smiled. Jean Letienne felt a little disgusted for no reason. Why was this robber so disgusting? But what the other party said made Jean Letienne feel reasonable. Actually, I can think of a way. Jean Letienne was a little embarrassed and quickly changed his words. Tell me, How much do you think you are worth? Yang Bo waved the energy weapon in his hand twice. 6 billion credit points. Jean Letian reported this number, with a bleeding heart. I am not satisfied with this number. Mr. Jean Letian, you have two choices. The first is that I cut off your lower body. And the second is to find a few of your male subordinates to cooperate with you to make a movie. Yang Bo said directly. I really don't have any. Then I'll ask Mr. Jean to come with me. My Mecha storage compartment is empty. I originally wanted to use it to decorate your antiques or other things. Now it seems that Mr. Zhang is the greatest wealth. I believe those pirates and killer organizations are willing to accept Mr. Zhang and give me a good price. 8 billion credit points. I'm just going to borrow. Jean Letian gritted his teeth and said, Papa. Before Jean Letian finished speaking, he was slapped hard by Yang Bo. You really think you are a person? I'll give you one last chance. Life or death. Yang Bo put the energy weapon under the neck of Jean Letian, who was a little confused. Spare my life. 11 billion credit points. I can only take out so many things at most. And I still need a mortgage loan. Jean Letian quickly begged for mercy, feeling the long-lost pain, and also felt the danger of death. Yang Bo grabbed Jean Letian's head with a rough hand and carved it hard on the wall. This safety cabin is only about 2 meters high and about 10 square meters. It has a separate survival system. I am driving a Mecha with 10 billion credit points just to rob you of 11 billion. I will give you a chance to reorganize your words. Friendly reminder. You can borrow money from everyone, embezzle public funds, and even borrow money from banks. Yang Bo gently pinched Jean Letian's head with his hand. Jean Letian felt as if his head was clamped by a huge mechanical table. The huge force made Jean Letian feel the coldness and horror of death. I'll borrow. Jean Letian was so scared that his legs went limp. Jean Letian was still a B-level superpower. But now, he had no courage at all. On the one hand, he was used to a rich life. Even if he had a strong superpower, he didn't have the courage to fight with Yang Bo. At this time, the voices of other people finally came from outside. And then 2 people in armor appeared, waving energy weapons in their hands and shouting loudly. Boss, how are you? Boss, are you okay? The voice outside was very loud. The entrance to the lifeboat was actually next to a passage. After Jean Letian turned off the internal communicator, the captain issued an order to use all means to save the boss. These mecha divisions on the spacecraft also have fighter pilots and their own guards. Some of them were ready to attack Yang Bo with bombs. But Yang Bo changed of place. In addition, now that the captain has issued an order, these people started looking for it on the spacecraft. On the one hand, these people are brave. After all, this is inside the spacecraft. And some places are equipped with smart bombs. These people think that no matter how strong Yang Bo is, he can't have much ability under the destruction of these bombs. So these people have an idea. That is, if they can't beat Yang Bo, they can use the various traps in the spacecraft to escape Yang Bo's attack. Or even lead Yang Bo into the trap. As for safety, a large number of people think they can take risks. After all, big bosses like Jean Letian have plenty of money. As long as the boss survives this time and performs a little better, he will have a prosperous and wealthy life in the second half of his life. People with superpowers, who can come out to be guards for others, actually have a bit of adventurous spirit. Moreover, when rich people like Jean Letian recruit guards, they first require the guards to have a spirit of sacrifice. The 2 Mecha masters wearing armor were lucky and chose the route to find the place where Jean Letian was hiding. Oh my god! F***K. 2 Mecha masters in armor stared at the wall of the safe cabin in amazement. There was a big hole on the wall that was nearly 1 person high. And it was obvious that the wall was cut open by something. The 2 were shocked by this scene. You have to know that this is a safe cabin, with the thickness of the wall, let alone cutting it. Even a small laser cannon would probably be scrapped before it could penetrate it. Perhaps only the secondary guns of the battleship could penetrate this wall. What's wrong? The captain of the latte heard the 2 voices in the communication channel and felt something was wrong. So he asked quickly. The 2 looked through the big hole in the wall of the safe cabin and saw that their boss was being grabbed by the head and hit against the wall by a man in black armor. Wearing black armor, the energy weapon in the man's hand was as dazzling as the sun. Just this one glance made the 2 people in armor tremble all over, because they could already imagine that the wall of the safe cabin was cut open by this energy weapon. You're just in time. Mr. Jean Letian, ask your subordinates to move all the collections on your spaceship. I've said before that I like to destroy their favorite things in front of others. Yang Bo saw two people in armor coming outside the safety cabin, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he said to Jean Letian in a light tone. Although Jean Letian couldn't see Yang Bo's expression, he could imagine what kind of expression the man in front of him had when he said this. It should be a very disgusting expression. What are you still doing? Do as he says? Although his heart was bleeding, and he wanted to cut Yang Bo into pieces, he had to bow his head under the eaves. Boss, we'll go right away. The two Mecha masters came here with the hope of getting rich. Now that they are ordered by the boss to move the collection, they will surely be hated by the boss later. As for rushing to save the boss now, that is what a fool would do. Why do you risk coming out to be a guard? Is it just to die? Isn't it to make some money and make life better? In other words, everyone risks coming out to be someone else's guard in order to live a better life. And even the laws of the Alliance are exempt from liability for not saving people when knowing that they are in extreme danger. Then the two of them ran away quickly. Looking at the two people running, Jean Letian couldn't help but curse. Of course he didn't curse, because the man next to him really dared to kill people. At least it would hurt to slap him a few times, then take advantage of this time to transfer the money. Yang Bo didn't want to kill young Master Zhang's uncle. As long as he robbed young Master Zhang's uncle, that would be enough. Not only can he get some benefits from Jean Letian, but he can also get what he needs from young Master Zhang. Very happy. Yang Bo is very happy now. After all, this win-win feeling is so good. Please tell me the account number. Sir. Jean Letian vowed to use all means to dig out the people behind the accounts he transferred money to, and make them pay for his losses. Yang Bo directly reported an account number, which is the donation account of the Alliance Environmental Protection Center. Sir, is this account to transfer all the money? I only have tens of billions of credit points in my account. Jean Letian asked Yang Bo in a low voice. Transfer 100 million at a time. As many times as you want to transfer to this account, until there is no money in your account. Yang Bo said. Jean Letian was a little puzzled and asked in a low voice, why do you have to transfer so many times? Because you will feel heartbroken when you see the money in your account disappearing one by one. And I will be happy when I think of you feeling heartbroken. Yang Bo tried hard to make himself into a person who hates the rich. Jean Letian hurriedly transferred the money, while secretly cursing this dead pervert in his heart. Because if Yang Bo didn't say it, Jean Letian himself would not feel it. But when Yang Bo said this, Li Shen's heart was bleeding when he transferred a sum of money. Jean Letian now has this idea in his mind. How many collectibles can these 100 million credit points be exchanged for? These 100 million credit points can be used to spend in high-end entertainment venues for more than half a year. Then the more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the more he cursed Yang Bo in his heart. This dead pervert. This is the first account. You will transfer all the money you borrowed to another account later. Yang Bo was killing people. Not only did he want the other party to transfer all the money in his account, but he also wanted Jean Letian to borrow money. On the other side, the two people who had just run out heard the captain of the Letian constantly asking questions. One of them quickly replied, Captain, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The captain of the Letian scolded unhappily, Joer, you have a problem with your brain. Tell me the good news first, and then the bad news. Another person who just ran under Yang Bo's nose quickly reported, the good news is that the guy in the silver mecha outside has given up the mecha and is now wearing a suit of armor. The captain of the latte heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It was much easier to deal with wearing armor. But he felt something was wrong and immediately asked, what's the bad news? The bad news is that the other party has found the boss before us and has held the boss hostage. We just saw him beating the boss. Sure enough, the guy named Joe Air's next words shocked everyone. The captain of the latte asked in an incredible tone, is the boss a fool? How could he come out of the safety cabin? Others also had this idea. What is the meaning of the spacecraft safety cabin? Jean Letian had already turned on the communicator at this time. But he was just listening. Hearing the captain's words, he cursed in his heart. Captain, according to this, there are two more news. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that the boss is still in the safety cabin. And the bad news is that the other party cut a big hole in the wall of the safety cabin. Joe Air was a bit of a mouthful. Sun Jinhai. You say? The captain of the latte obviously didn't believe what Joe Air said. Captain, Joe Air is a talkative person. But what he said is true. I just took a video, and will transmit the situation to you immediately. Sun Jinhai is the guy who was with Joe Air. The captain heard this and shouted, "Didn't we say that we are not allowed to bring filming equipment on board? Privacy is very important on private spacecraft. Especially those customized by rich people. So there are many regulations, and you can't carry many things. I just recorded it. Didn't the boss say how much it costs to drop a bomb? I'm afraid I won't remember it clearly later." Sun Jinhai answered confidently. "Captain?" But the captain didn't reply. So Sun Jinhai asked tentatively. Little did he know that the captain was already stunned. The video shot by Sun Jinhai just happened to show a man in black armor grabbing a man's head and banging it against the wall. And the head that was banged against the wall was so familiar. It was his boss's head. And his boss's armor was a specially customized super armor. And it was obvious at a glance that it was real. There was silence in the control room. Everyone felt very shocked that their boss was being grabbed by the head and banged against the wall. What made the control room silent was the silver-white metal section as thick as a palm in the safety cabin. There was also a piece of silver-white metal in the safety cabin. Just by looking at it, everyone could tell that the piece of metal in the safety cabin was cut out from the wall and then pushed in. Did I see a ghost? The captain couldn't help but swear. You know, the safety cabin is a standard feature of private spacecraft. How much sense of security does this safety cabin bring to the captain and other staff? And now you tell me that the wall of this safety cabin can be easily cut into a big hole. How could the captain's mentality not explode? Such safety measures. Isn't this a deception? What are you going to do now? After cursing, the captain finally came to his senses and asked. Sun Jinhai sent another video. The captain heard Yang Bo asking Jean Letian to order his subordinates to move the collection over and smash it for fun. The whole person was in a state of shock. Captain, should we follow the boss's order? Sun Jinhai asked at this time. Are you idiots? Your boss is still being beaten by others. At this time, a voice sounded in the communication channel. Chapter 417 Leaving. Boss! Zhang Tianla's shout startled everyone. And the captain shouted quickly. Move all the collections on my ship here. I mean all of them. Jean Letian shouted loudly in the communication channel. The captain understood immediately after hearing this. The boss has so many good things. And the robber must not know all of them. But the next second, a voice was heard. Don't be petty here. I can accurately know the route of your spaceship and find you. Jean Letian. So quickly. Do you think I don't know what good things are on this spaceship? If there is one missing, the rest of you can wait to find another boss. Sir, I don't mean anything else. Jean Lishan's eyelids jumped when Yang Bo said that. He was already calculating in his head. Who knew his itinerary this time? And who knew how many treasures were on the spaceship? You mean I shouldn't remind you? As the target of robbery? Don't you even have this awareness? After Yang Bo finished speaking, he slapped Jean Letian hard. The voice in the communication channel made everyone on the ship's eyelids jump. The boss who was so high up was slapped in the face. Keep transferring the money. And borrow money quickly after the transfer. I have already figured out your details. Don't give me an excuse to kill you. I am too kind. If it were someone else, I would have kidnapped you and asked you to give birth to 100 children. And let these 100 children go back to your Zhang family to fight for the property. Yang Bo's words gave Zhang Letian and the others on the spaceship goosebumps all over their bodies. How can there be such a sinister, despicable, cunning and shameless person in this world? He said he was kind while saying extremely vicious words. Jean Letian was also frightened and trembled all over. The guy in front of him was too vicious. If he really did this, the Zhang family would be in chaos. So when you borrow money from your family, make it clear. If I am not satisfied, hee. Yang Bo's last hee sound was meaningful. Jean Letian hurried to transfer the money. It is actually very convenient to transfer money now. Especially for big customers like Jean Letian. There are many privileges in the bank. 3 minutes ago, the news of the transfer of the Union Environmental Protection Association every 20 seconds attracted the president of the Environmental Protection Association and a group of senior executives. Because 100 million credit points are transferred every 20 seconds. 900 million credit points have been transferred in 3 minutes. And this transfer seems to be continuing. The Union Environmental Protection Association is a charity organization mainly used to protect the environment. Although this protection association can also receive a lot of donations every year. Such a large amount, and such frequent transfers have never happened before. Do you have any information about the transfer? The president of the Environmental Protection Association directly started a virtual meeting. It can be seen that the people in the meeting are virtual projections, and the real people are in their respective offices. There is no information about the transfer yet. The other party is very confidential. The head of the financial department shook his head. Could it be that the transfer was made to the wrong account? Someone said. It's impossible. The financial management system of the Alliance is very strict. Even if there is some technical intrusion by hackers, only small transfers can be made. This kind of transfer of 100 million credit points each time is only a privilege for the super rich. Different credit ratings have different risk control systems within the bank. The head of the finance department said. Press spokesperson. Please prepare. When the donations are completed and confirmed, we will hold a press conference. It should be a donation from a rich person on his deathbed. We must vigorously promote this matter and let others do charity. The more they donate, the stronger our Environmental Protection Association will be. The president of the Environmental Protection Association doesn't know what's going on. But this is a good thing and must be promoted. President. What about this money? The head of the finance department felt that the transfer was a bit abnormal. This way. Take out half of it and allocate funds to each branch and its subordinate branches. And the remaining half will be used to buy funds. The president of the Environmental Protection Association also felt that these transfers were a bit abnormal. So he used the money first. Although there is no possibility of refunding the money received by the charity. Who knows who this person is? Which is why the president of the Environmental Protection Center has to issue a news announcement. Repeated large transfers to an account require a series of verification methods. Yang Bo knew about it. The first thing about the process is that the transfer device must be a dedicated device. And then, there are various biometric verifications and verification information sent by the bank. These all need to be done by Jean Letian himself. In the past, financial management used a fully intelligent system. As a result, some hackers invaded other people's personal terminals and then used the fully intelligent system to transfer all the money. Now the transferor must verify in person, using fingerprints, voice prints, irises, and other different verification methods. Too slow. Transfer 1 billion at a time. Transfer it quickly and borrow money. Yang Bo found that Jean Letian could only transfer 300 million in 1 minute, which felt a bit slow. Okay. Jean Letian was about to cry. He had transferred more than 100 million. Every time he transferred a sum of money, he looked at the few words of successful transfer, and his heart was bleeding. However, facing Yang Bo now, Jean Letian did not dare to have any thoughts, let alone say a word, for fear that he would be kidnapped by the kidnappers and return with more than 100 children more than 10 years later. At this time, a voice came from outside. The captain of the latte came to the safety cabin in armor. Abnormal. The captain of the latte looked at the wall next to the passage. The safety cabins are all next to these walking passages, so that people can enter the safety cabin as quickly as possible. Of course, only Jean Letian knows about this safety cabin. Looking at the big hole cut directly into the wall of the safety cabin, the captain of the latte felt that the armor he was proud of on his body seemed to not exist at all. What armor's defense can compare with the defense of the safety cabin? Where is that guy's Mecca? Forget it. Maybe there is more than one person. And the Mechas all have intelligent defense systems. The captain was already thinking about where Yang Bo's Mecca was. But he was not sure that there was only one person. The captain now suspected that Yang Bo was someone sent by Jean Letian himself to defraud insurance or something like that. It doesn't make sense otherwise. As the captain, he didn't know where the boss was hiding. But the robbers knew it so easily. And the captain was still guessing in his heart that Yang Bo might be someone on the spaceship. Boss. The captain saw his boss, Jean Letian, blinking, as he was constantly operating the watch in his hand. Jean Letian looked at the box held by the captain, and his heart was throbbing. Oh! Cigars produced on the mother planet. And they are pure handmade, growing naturally without pollution. Yang Bo saw a man wearing armor, holding a box in his hand. Sir, we will do everything you say, and we are very willing to cooperate. Please don't hurt our boss. The captain still had to speak for the boss at this time. Throw the box in. Yang Bo looked at the beautifully made wooden box with many carvings on it. This was a high-level hand-carved box produced by the mother planet. Throw? The captain was a little surprised. This box of things was not cheap. Millions of credit points. Hurry up and throw it. Jean Letian heard the captain's hesitation, and immediately transferred the money while shouting, because the bastard next to him was very heavy. And it hurt a lot. Really hurt. Bang! The captain threw the cigar box in his hand into the safety cabin. Heartbroken. Except Yang Bo. Everyone else present felt heartbroken. This box and the things inside it are worth millions. Jean Letian used to show off to his subordinates. The next scene scared Jean Letian and the captain so much that they almost turned around and ran away. The man in black armor reached out to the cigar box that fell to the ground. You have to know that the man in black armor was more than 3 meters away from the cigar box. The next second, the cigar box slid directly from the ground to the man's feet. The captain swore that he really didn't feel any superpower energy fluctuations. Jean Letian was so scared that the watch in his hand almost fell off. This could only mean one thing. That is, the mental power of the person in front of him has become so strong that he can move objects in the void. Mental power is called the right hand of God in the Alliance, because mental power is invisible and can do many unexpected things. It is equivalent to having an extra hand. It was originally called the magic hand, but later everyone thought that this name was more ordinary. So the ability to move objects in the void with mental power was called the right hand of God. Jean Letian, look at your favorite cigar, Yang Bo said in a faint tone, and then stepped on the box. Jean Letian was distressed. This box of cigars was enough for him to carry for half a year. When he attended a party, everyone had this kind of cigar. But he didn't. How embarrassing. The next second, Yang Bo kicked the box of cigars that he had stepped on and kicked it away. The broken cigar box and cigars were scattered in the passage outside. Comfortable. Yang Bo deliberately said 2 words. Jean Letian, the unarmed captain, and the other people in armor behind him cursed in their hearts, pervert. At the same time, they were more vigilant. Don't provoke these perverts. Because ordinary people can't understand their ideas. The brain circuits of these perverts are very different from those of normal people. Everyone is here to make money. Don't provoke this pervert. It's not worth it to get killed. Mr. Jean Letian, do you feel sad? Yang Bo turned his head and asked Jean Letian. No, not at all. As long as you are happy. Sir. Jean Letian hurriedly replied while transferring the money. Bang! The next second, Jean Letian felt dizzy. And then his head came into contact with the wall. And he felt dizzy. I am very disappointed with your answer. It feels meaningless that you don't feel sorry for me. Yang Bo said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. The captain in the passage outside, and the people with other things behind, saw their boss being severely ravaged by the man in black armor. I felt comfortable for no reason. After all, this boss used to show off his wealth in front of people like me. However, I was more vigilant about Yang Bo, because people like Yang Bo seem to have some twisted minds. I added 2 words to the perverted evaluation just now. Super perverted. Feeling sorry. I feel sorry. This is worth more than 1 million credit points. Although the value is not very high. If you want to buy these things, you must have enough qualifications. Jean Letian didn't expect that his perfunctory answer just now would make the pervert in front of him dissatisfied. And he hurriedly explained loudly. Continue to transfer the money, and then I'll give you 20 minutes to borrow 10 billion credit points. If you can't complete this task, I have a lot of fun stuff here. Yang Bo's voice was very calm. But Jean Letian shuddered when he heard this. He didn't know what kind of horrible idea this pervert had when he said fun stuff. I will complete the task. I promise. Jean Letian felt that 10 billion credit points were not a big problem. After all, he had so many fixed assets, and also owned some shares of subsidiaries under Ping and Technology Company. It doesn't seem to be that difficult. So let's increase it to 15 billion. As long as you transfer the 15 billion to the account I specify. I promise not to kill people. Actually, I'm a very kind person. Let me see the next person with the collection. Yang Bo didn't give Jean Letian a chance to speak, and directly called the people outside to come in. Jean Letian wanted to chop the guy in front of him into pieces with a knife. He promised so well. But this bastard actually increased the price. If he didn't agree, this bastard might do it again. Why is he so unlucky to meet such a pervert? Hurry up and take out all the collections. And also bring my collection worth 300 million. There are also oil paintings worth 200 million. Jean Letian saw that Yang Bo wanted to smash things for fun. So he quickly asked someone to do it. Tell me why the aesthetics of you rich people are so weird. This kind of wood carving. The second person brought a piece of wood carving, which was black and carved with an animal. This person quickly threw the wood carving in his hand into the safety cabin. Yang Bo's spiritual power found something wrong as soon as it touched the wood carving. The material seemed strange, and there seemed to be something inside. It doesn't look like a valuable thing. Are you trying to fool me with something worthless? Yang Bo looked at the guy holding the wood carving outside. Sir, this is one of our boss's favorite wood carvings. It has a history of more than 10,000 years. Our boss spent 120 million credit points to buy it back at the auction. It is a product of the old times of the mother planet. The man holding the wood carving, who was seen by Yang Bo, hurried to explain, because he was really afraid that this pervert would mess with him. Hurry up and get the others. The aesthetic taste of rich people is really weird. Yang Bo kicked the wood carving away. Kicking this piece of wood carving, he used the vibration to detect this thing. It was found that there was indeed something wrong with this wood carving. Then Yang Bo's mental power moved, and the wood carving flew back again. It made others sweat. Jean Letian, you have to give me another 1 billion credit points. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he picked up the energy weapon in his hand and directly split the wood carving. The middle of the wood carving was not pure wood, but there was something else. What is this? Jean Letian looked at the inside of the wood carving, which seemed to be a circle of metal wire. This is a kind of eavesdropping device. This circle of metal wire can absorb the vibration of sound, and then transmit it to the fixed receiving device through the metal rod in the middle of the metal wire. Yang Bo didn't understand this thing, but when he kicked it just now, he found that the vibration on his foot could be absorbed by this metal wire, and then vibrated the metal rod in the middle. It was found that the vibration of this metal rod was in a certain direction. Jean Letian looked at the things in the wood carving. His face turned green. You know, this wood carving is in his study. Is it worth 1 billion? Yang Bo asked with a grin. Worth it? Jean Letian probably guessed who was making trouble, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Hurry up and transfer the money. 16 billion credit points. 20 minutes. Double it in more than 1 second. Yang Bo said. Jean Letian hummed, not daring to say anything else. Yang Bo raised his hand, and Jean Letian was so scared that he quickly squatted on the ground and hugged his head. Ha ha ha. I was upset because you agreed so readily, and I wanted to beat you up. But seeing you like this, I'll let it go. Yang Bo laughed. For no reason. Yang Bo felt that being a bad guy was quite pleasant. And was he too immersed in the role? Jean Letian was still transferring money. 1 billion in 20 seconds. Seeing the money in his account decreasing, Jean Letian felt distressed. But he had already made up his mind. As long as I can get out alive, I must dig out the person behind this account and double the compensation for my losses. Next. The next person took an oil painting. Tear it up. Yang Bo pointed at the person holding the oil painting and said, Sir, I dare not. The person in armor holding the oil painting trembled in his hand, cursing Yang Bo in his heart. If he tore the oil painting, the boss would ask him to pay for it in the future. Waste. Throw it in. Yang Bo asked the other party to throw it in. After the oil painting was thrown in, Yang Bo rubbed it hard on the ground with his feet, directly rubbing out a big hole. Jean Letian felt even more distressed. This oil painting is an antique. A good thing that money can't buy. Sir, I have transferred all the money in my account. Jean Letian had to bite the bullet and said at this time, Borrow money. 20 minutes. 16 billion. I keep my word. Yang Bo said. Jean Letian was relieved when he heard this. Double it if it's more than 1 second. Double it again if it's more than 2 seconds. If you can't make it up, I have an excuse to punish you. I am actually very fair. You can only choose one between money and life. Since I want your money, I won't take your life. Of course, if you don't get enough money, hee. Yang Bo chuckled when he said this. I'll borrow it right away. Jean Letian quickly operated on the smart terminal. The first thing was to borrow money from the bank, mortgaging all the things under his name, including shares. This process was very fast, because rich people like Jean Letian had a high credit rating. Then Jean Letian had to borrow money, first of all from his family. Next, Yang Bo was destroying Jean Letian's collection again. Jean Bourgeon on March Star had been thinking about his uncle for a day, wondering what happened to him. At this time, Jean Bourgeon found that his uncle Jean Letian sent him a message to borrow money. Borrow money. 500 million? Jean Bourgeon obviously felt something was wrong, because his uncle was very rich. worth hundreds of billions. So he tentatively replied, Uncle San. What do you want to borrow money for? Jean Letian was borrowing money from several people at the same time. Seeing Jean Bourgeon's answer, he immediately replied, urgent need? Uncle San. I recently bought land with my money. It's only 500 million. Why do you want to borrow money from me? Jean Bourgeon was more direct. Anyway, their relationship was not very good. I owe you a favor. Help me to raise 500 million in 10 minutes. Jean Letian replied quickly. Jean Bourgeon obviously felt something was wrong. His uncle was so rich. And 500 million for his uncle was a bit too cheap. Could it be? Jean Bourgeon was suddenly shocked. Could it be that his uncle was robbed? Jean Bourgeon felt like a cat scratching his heart. How did Mr. Joe treat his uncle? There were at least tens of billions in his uncle's account. Uncle San. I'll try my best. But you know I don't have many friends. Let alone much money. Jean Bourgeon decided to agree first and then delay. Jean Letian saw Jean Bourgeon's answer and cursed in his heart. This little bastard is not a good thing. He refused to lend me money. Jean Letian's popularity is still good. He borrowed money from his family and added bank loans. He raised 16 billion in more than 10 minutes. At this time, Yang Bo had smashed a lot of things. And the valuation was at least more than 10 billion. Sir, I have raised the money. Jean Letian said to Yang Bo carefully. Because he was not sure how Yang Bo would react to the news. Give this account. Transfer the money as quickly as possible. Yang Bo took out another account, which was the account of a radical group on the alliance side. The proposition of this radical group is to scold politicians and believe that the alliance needs an intelligent system to manage the country instead of these dirty politicians. I can transfer the money in 2 installments. Jean Letian said quickly. I will let you go as soon as you finish the transfer. Yang Bo answered affirmatively. And then smashed another collection of Jean Letian. Jean Letian quickly transferred the money to the account Yang Bo said. Because he wanted to be free too much. A minute later, Jean Letian completed all the transfers. Now Jean Letian is no longer worried about the money, but about his life. The transfer is done. Jean Letian said with courage. Then let's go. Yang Bo made a gesture of invitation. Jean Letian's subordinates in the passage were all wearing armor, and they were relieved to hear this. Jean Letian took a tentative step, and then looked at Yang Bo's reaction. Finding that Yang Bo did not react at all, he hurried out. Then Jean Letian stopped the next second, looked at Yang Bo who was following him and asked nervously, Sir, didn't you say to let me go? Yes. I will leave with you. Otherwise, I will wait here for the people from the Alliance warship to catch me. Yang Bo patted Jean Letian's shoulder, as a matter of course. Chapter 418 The Truth. Jean Letian was speechless after hearing what Yang Bo said. Yang Bo said again, I know you still have some tricks up your sleeve. So for my safety, now please ask everyone on your spaceship, except the captain, to get on the escape pod and eject. The reason why Yang Bo waited for Jean Letian to get to the safety pod before coming here to block him was because Jean Letian's men were said to have extremely powerful superpowers. Yang Bo didn't dare to bet whether these guys had something similar to the sky-splitting technique. There were many capable people in this world, and maybe some of them could restrain their own abilities. And Jean Letian's space in the safety pod itself was not large. Yang Bo was confident that he could threaten Jean Letian in the first place when encountering any problems. Letting Jean Letian go is simply a bad idea. Who knows if Jean Letian has any assassins? When Jean Letian heard Yang Bo say this, he laughed dryly and said, Sir, you are joking. Then let me put it another way. Take your belongings and get out of my spaceship. You and I will go to the spaceship control room first and ask the captain to give me the authority. Yang Bo said with a chuckle when he heard this. Jean Letian wanted to say something, but he saw the energy weapon in Yang Bo's other hand scratching his body. A big hole was immediately cut on Jean Letian's armor. Jean Letian shuddered, because his skin had already felt the energy released by Yang Bo's energy weapon. It felt that if the guy next to him hadn't been more precise, he would have been ripped open today. Except Lao Wang. Everyone else should follow what this gentleman said. Jean Letian quickly gave the order. I'll give you 3 minutes. If I know that there are other people on this spaceship within 3 minutes, I will slap Jean Letian in the face. I think Mr. Jean Letian, who was rescued, must feel very uncomfortable when he thinks of being slapped because of you. He might even cause trouble for you. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. Others quickly dropped their things and ran away, secretly cursing Yang Bo for being shameless. A person of such high position and power as Jean Letian might go crazy and cause trouble for others after being insulted like this. Jean Letian's face fell instantly. The robber in front of him was meticulous. He thought that he could gather people and kill this bastard immediately after he came out. Unexpectedly, this bastard not only followed him closely and patted his shoulder, but also asked everyone on the spaceship to get out first. The captain of the Letian was a little embarrassed because Yang Bo asked him to stay. Lead the way. Yang Bo asked the captain of the Latte to lead the way. Yang Bo was wearing armor and put one hand on Jean Letian's shoulder. People who didn't know him would think they were good friends. When they came to the control room, the captain of the Latte looked at Jean Letian. Give him the control authority. Jean Letian's heart was bleeding. He had put so much effort into this spaceship. There were so many good things on it. It took more than 5 years from the design to the manufacturing of this spaceship. The style of the interior decoration was all chosen by himself. But now it seems that it will be gone. The captain handed over the control authority to Yang Bo, who skillfully operated the system on the spaceship. The captain of the Latte narrowed his eyes when he saw this, because there are not many people who can fly a spaceship. Although flying a spaceship is very simple now. When the spaceship encounters an emergency, it depends entirely on the captain's command. There are many unexpected situations in the vast starry sky. If something goes wrong, the spaceship will become space junk. And then if you are lucky, it will be discovered by others after dozens or hundreds of years. Is there anyone else on the ship? I will start the spaceship self-destruction program. I hope that the people on the ship will leave as soon as possible. Yang Bo is not sure if there are still people on the spaceship, so he will notify them first. Why did Yang Bo destroy the spaceship? That's because he wanted to dismantle the space quantum communication module on the spaceship, and also see if there is anything valuable. Another thing is the cutting of the safety cabin. Yang Bo himself uses metal superpowers, and there is no evidence if the spaceship is destroyed. Captain, you should leave too. Yang Bo said to the captain of the Latte again. Boss. The captain of the Latte looked at his boss. If you don't leave, I'll slap your boss. I'm a good person. Although you think I'm a bad person now, you will eventually understand that I'm indeed a good person. Yang Bo really wanted to see Jean Letian. If he knew that the accounts he transferred money to were 2 charities, he didn't know what his expression would be. Lao Wang, you go first. Jean Letian had a sad face. The captain of the Letian nodded and left, because the pervert in front of him said that he wanted to make the spacecraft self-destruct. And this guy might really do it. Yang Bo beat Jean Letian so hard that he fainted, and then put a confinement collar around his neck. Then Yang Bo ran wildly in the spaceship. The intelligent monitoring system inside the spaceship had been shut down by Yang Bo just now. Yang Bo was now about to harvest, mainly to dismantle some parts of the Mecha on the spaceship. These parts are all made of energy metal. Some parts of the Mecha are made of energy metal because they have to withstand extremely high forces, especially in some energy system node parts. Yang Bo was cautious while walking, fearing that some desperate people would stay on the spaceship. Good guy. When he came to the Mecha warehouse, Yang Bo saw that there were still more than a dozen mechas, and these mechas looked extraordinary. Mechas are generally not allowed to be disassembled privately. If they are broken, they can only be sent back to the factory for repair. So there is no equipment to disassemble mechas on the spaceship. Yang Bo took the energy weapon in his hand and disassembled the energy engine of the Mecha first to prevent these mechas from being remotely controlled. The energy engine of the Mecha was disassembled quickly, and then Yang Bo began to destroy these mechas and look for accessories containing energy metals. It took less than 20 minutes for Yang Bo to violently destroy and dismantle all the parts containing energy metals. Then Yang Bo hurried to a maintenance station to drive out his hidden Mecha. The reason why Yang Bo did not put the Mecha into the Mecha space on the spaceship, or use the dimension box to store these spoils, it was because Yang Bo was afraid that if the spaceship did not self-destruct later, some people would find some unfavorable speculations from some surveillance or traces. All these parts were put into the Mecha storage box, and then Yang Bo hurried to dismantle the space quantum communication module. He put the module in the storage box of the Mecha. As for Jean Letian's collections, Yang Bo didn't want them at all. In Yang Bo's eyes, these collections were not as valuable as an energy metal part, and these collections were not easy to sell for a rich man like Jean Letian. Even if Yang Bo could find a way to sell them, he could only get 10% of the price at most. Moreover, these collections would become clues for the police to track him down, and Yang Bo was not short of money. People who thieves often leave clues when selling stolen goods, and are caught by the police. After Yang Bo prepared everything, he operated the spacecraft to fly to the nearest star at full speed, and continued to accelerate. If there were no accidents, this spacecraft would fly directly into the star. If the spacecraft kept accelerating, it would reach an incredible speed. Mr. Jean Letian, I hope we don't meet again. Next time we meet, I will double my robbery. Yang Bo slapped Jean Letian to wake him up, dragged him to an escape pod, patted Jean Letian on the shoulder, and kicked him into the escape pod after speaking, and then started the escape pod. Jean Letian was somewhat confused when Yang Bo woke him up, and then kicked him into the escape pod again, and he hadn't reacted at all. Yang Bo had already taken this opportunity to attach himself to the escape pod in stealth, watching the spaceship leave the course and fly away. Jean Letian only reacted at this time, and cursed in anger in the escape pod. Yang Bo couldn't hear it outside the escape pod, and he couldn't see inside even if this guy cursed inside. More than 7 hours later, Zhang Lishan's escape capsule was captured by 2 deputy ships of the 9th Fleet. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. Jean Letian shouted after his escape capsule was opened. Yang Bo was not far away at this time. Although the escape capsule had been scanned just now, the battleship scanning system could not scan it after Yang Bo became invisible. Boss! Boss! I'm so glad you're okay. My spaceship? Go and tow my spaceship back. Jean Letian was very distressed when he thought of the things on his spaceship. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to tell you that the speed of the Letian spaceship has reached an incredible speed. And according to our calculations, the Letian will fall into the star in 32 hours. A middle-aged man in a colonel uniform said, Mr. Zhang, I suggest you check your body first, and then we will make a preliminary understanding. This is the commander of this battleship. Thank you. Please help me connect to the police station. Jean Letian also knew that this was not the time to make trouble, so he answered politely, Here I would like to thank Mr. Zhang for donating to our 9th Fleet. The commander said with a smile. Jean Letian felt even more distressed because he had promised in the communication channel before that he would donate as long as he could be rescued. Everyone, please follow our staff. Many places on the warship involve confidentiality regulations. If you enter the confidential area without authorization, you may be attacked by the warship's internal warning system. The commander said these words to these people, mainly to fulfill his obligation to inform them. If the commander did not inform these people, and then these people broke into the confidential area and were attacked by the internal alarm system of the warship, then the commander on the warship would likely be suspected of committing a crime. If these people were informed that there was a problem, then any problem would have nothing to do with the people on the warship. Jean Letian and his men were taken to a place similar to a leisure place, where there was a hall that could accommodate these people. I wonder which rich person is about to die. And he actually donated so much? That is, the Environmental Protection Association received more than 10 billion donations today. And another group also received 16 billion credit points in donations. It must be that a rich person is about to die. And it is useless to take so much money. Many rich people have nothing but money in the end. But these should be the 2 largest charitable donations in history. Just after arriving in the leisure hall, the soldiers who were originally entertaining here stood up and talked to each other while walking. Yang Bo saw the people on the Letian from a distance, with a look of astonishment on their faces, because outsiders are not allowed to wear armor on the warship. Everyone has taken off their armor now. Excuse me. What did you say? Excuse me. What's the donation you just mentioned? Jean Letian was a little stunned, but he was still very polite, and turned his head to ask the people who had just talked. The hot news of the Alliance today is that someone donated nearly 30 billion credit points in less than an hour. The Environmental Protection Association received more than 10 billion credit points, and another group received more than 16 billion donations. The person who was discussing just now looked at Jean Letian and explained. Jean Letian heard this explanation and quickly looked at the commander and said, Sir, can you please look at the accounts of these 2 charities for receiving donations? The commander shrugged and gave an order on the smart watch. A virtual projection immediately appeared on one side of the hall. Then the transfer account of the Environmental Protection Center and another charity was directly displayed. Ah! Jean Letian looked at the 2 familiar accounts and shouted to the sky. I will kill your whole family. I will kill your whole family. Jean Letian jumped and cursed, because these 2 accounts were the accounts where he was robbed and then transferred. The captain of the latte and some people probably guessed what happened to their boss today. He is really a good man. The captain of the latte thought of Yongbo, who always emphasized that he was a good man. He didn't expect that he was really a good man. It's just that this good man was generous to others. And then robbed his boss of nearly 30 billion. And then robbed the spaceship. The commander saw something wrong and wanted to persuade Jean Letienne by force. The captain of the latte quickly stopped the commander. And then whispered his guess about the matter. The commander of the warship heard this. His eyes widened. There was such a robber. Could it be your boss's enemy? The commander felt that this matter was very strange. Not like a simple robbery. Jean Letienne was a superpower after all. And after venting, he calmed down again. Everyone on the latte is suspected. Before the investigation is clear, everyone on my private spaceship is strictly prohibited from leaving. Jean Letienne thought of the various unusual places that were robbed today, and felt that someone was tipping off the robbers. Yongbo looked at Jean Letienne's eyes, and he wanted to eat his subordinates. And he also smiled in his heart. Chapter 419, The Fun is Big. Not only Jean Letienne suspected this matter, but even most people on the Letienne spaceship suspected that there was a traitor. Because this matter was too bizarre. Mr. Jean, don't worry. According to our statistics, all the people on your spaceship are here. The commander on the battleship was now very curious. Did Mr. Jean Letienne donate nearly 30 billion credit points to charity? What kind of bizarre robber is this? How could he rob like this? Interstellar pirates and other robbers basically don't rob credit points. Because in the Interstellar era, robbing credit points can easily be traced to the robber's accounts. Interstellar pirates usually rob supplies and personnel. Supplies and other things can be easily sold in other countries, as long as they are changed. However, credit points, no matter how many accounts you penetrate, can be found for you in the interstellar era of super-intelligent systems. Thank you. Although Jean Letienne already knew this fact. And Jean Letienne felt that he was holding back a breath in his chest. This breath seemed to blow him up. Mr. Jean, please follow me. I will contact the sheriff of March Star immediately. The commander of the warship also wanted to hear how Jean Letienne was robbed. Yongbo strolled on the warship. This warship was about 500 meters long and was a cylindrical object with a diameter of about 50 meters. The warship was divided into independent unit modules. Once a war occurred, the outer layer of the entire warship would release an energy shield. The warship's guns would shrink inside the warship when not in use. A 500-meter-long warship can be divided into about 10 modules. Even if a warship is damaged in the middle during a war, it will not affect the warship's continued combat. And each unit module has an independent energy supply system. This is the energy stone used to supply energy. And the endurance of a single unit module can reach several years. Of course, if it is full power defense or attack time, it may not be certain. It feels that there are not enough people. Probably because it is not fully staffed. Yongbo strolled on the warship. And the interior of each unit module is similar. It's just that some unit modules have different functions, such as unit modules for storing fighters or mechas. And the most common thing on the warship is various robots. The maintenance robots can even repair the warship while fighting. The maintenance robots do not need people to control them. The set program will automatically repair the warship as long as it finds damage. These mechas and fighters are standard configurations. These bastards in the military will definitely rob them in the future. Yongbo strolled to the Mecha warehouse. It is found that these mechas are all standard configurations. Some people say that standard configurations are abnormal, because each mecha master and fighter pilot has different habits. The mechas and fighters need to be modified to a certain extent. It is more suitable for mecha masters and fighters. The so-called standard configuration is also called basic configuration. Each mecha master is good at different directions, and each fighter pilot is good at different things. But if you want to optimize the mecha, you need professional personnel to collect the simulation data of the mecha master and then reset it. I will have to give these warlords a good beating when I see them in the future. Yongbo now regards these mechas and fighter planes as his own property. After all, the commander of this fleet is his partner, which means that this fleet is his own. Just like a company opened by partners on Earth, it is also his own company. But I don't have the opportunity to learn about these warlord families for the time being. I wonder if Master Jean knows about these warlord families. Yongbo strolled on this warship with peace of mind. And the commander of this warship was about to drop his eyes, because of what Jean Letienne said when he reported the case. How do you feel about it? Anyway, the commander of the warship has never seen such a weird robbery. And the sheriff of March Star almost couldn't help laughing here, Because Jean Leishan's experience. In the eyes of outsiders. How can it be so weird? Mr. Jean Letien? Are you sure that the other party used energy weapons to cut open your safety cabin? After listening to Jean Leishan's statement, the sheriff of March Star rubbed his forehead and asked. Jean Letien was very dissatisfied and video chatted with the sheriff on the battleship. Mr. Adrian, you have asked me for the second time. I am now very sure and certain to tell you that what I said is the truth. The commander of the battleship did not believe that what Jean Letien said was the truth at all, and muttered in his heart, I am afraid that Jean Letien lost face and said so. The sheriff Adrian of March Star suppressed his smile and said, Mr. Jean Letien, I think I should popularize it for you. The safety cabin of the private spacecraft is made of super energy alloy. Even the secondary guns of the battleship may not be able to destroy the safety cabin. Adrian really had no choice but to take notes like this. Because if such notes were submitted to the intelligence system, the intelligence system would prompt that it could not be submitted at all. If someone could use energy weapons to cut open the safety cabin of a private spaceship, then the safety cabin standards of spaceships in the entire interstellar spaceship would have to be completely redone. And all spaceship manufacturers would have to become defendants. Officials who set relevant standards would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Jean Letien certainly didn't know that his subordinates had secretly recorded the video. When he heard Adrian's words, he immediately became furious. He picked up his watch and released a small virtual projection. Adrian, open your dog eyes and look at this. This is my transfer record today. What do you mean by this? Do you think I'm lying? I'm going to use nearly 30 billion credit points to say that I'm a waste? And do you know how much my spaceship is worth? How much is the collection on the spaceship worth? Adrian looked at Jean Leishan's transfer record and cursed this damn rich man in his heart. You deserve to be robbed. Adrian is also a member of the Zhang family. But now, he is a member of Zhang Buishan. So he is a little gloating about Jean Leishan's experience. After all, the person who can be a sheriff on this undeveloped planet is not an important figure of the Zhang family. It is better to be a senior executive of a safe company on other planets than to be a sheriff on this planet with a fiscal deficit every year. Mr. Jean Letien, I deny your accusation against me. I can't submit the archive for what you just said. Although Adrian cursed in his heart, he still explained seriously on his face. Idiots. These idiots in the Alliance. I must complain to them. Jean Letien was furious here. Jean Letien turned his head and looked at the commander of the battleship. Is there really no way to intercept my spaceship? Mr. Jean Letien, no aircraft can catch up with the spaceship that has been flying at full speed for several hours. The main reason is that your private spaceship has too good performance. The commander of the battleship almost laughed again when he said this. The performance of a private spaceship is definitely better than that of a battleship, especially in terms of speed. Because if a private spaceship encounters an interstellar pirate, it can completely use its performance to escape. Jean Leishan's face turned green when he heard this. If the sheriff cannot submit his own report record, then doesn't it mean that he can't report the case this time? Adrian also felt that this matter was a bit strange. So he asked, Mr. Jean Letien, do other people on the spaceship have any evidence? I'll ask right away. Jean Letien said hurriedly when he heard this. Adrian watched Jean Letien disappear in front of the video, and quickly sent a message to Zhang Buishan. Zhang Buishan always felt that his uncle was unlucky, since Jean Letien sent a message to borrow money last time. But now it has been so long, and there is still no information. I am embarrassed to send it to my uncle. After all, I said at that time that I should answer my uncle as soon as possible. Master. Good news. Zhang Buishan was watching a video about forging when Niu Bo rushed in. Zhang Buishan knew it was good news when he saw his butler was so out of control. Niu Bo. What is the good news? Zhang Buishan quickly stopped the video. Jean Letien reported to the police that he was robbed of nearly 30 billion credit points. These are the two hot spots in today's news. The Environmental Protection Association received more than 10 billion donations, and an anti-politician group received 16 billion credit points in donations. Niu Bo quickly handed the message sent by Adrian to Zhang Buishan. Zhang Buishan quickly took the smart device that received the information. Awesome. A Mecha alone dared to rob a private spaceship. And it was a spaceship of a super rich man. And even avoided the laser cannon. Zhang Buishan saw the record of Yang Bo rushing to Jean Leishan's spaceship alone. And he praised it repeatedly. It's amazing. No wonder he can leave a message on my glass. One person single-handedly challenged a Mecha team. And it was a Mecha driven by a master-level Mecha master. My uncle lost 5 master-level Mecha masters at once. Master. Nyobo brought a glass of fine wine and handed it to his master. It's time to celebrate. Nyobo. You pour a glass too. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he saw Nyobo like this. His butler had watched him grow up since he was a child and knew him too well. Thank you, master. Nyobo also poured a glass. Has my uncle drunk too much? Someone actually used an energy weapon to cut open the safety cabin? When Jean Letian saw the following paragraph, he said that Yang Bo used an energy weapon to cut a big hole in his safety cabin and got in. He felt that his uncle was drunk. Master, it is not certain yet. Nyobo shook his head. This matter is too big. If it is confirmed to be true, the safety standards of the entire spacecraft will be invalidated. But master, we can take a gamble. If this matter is true, the stock prices of some enterprises and companies will fluctuate. Nyobo thought of another thing. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Uncle Nyo, what you said makes sense. Go and prepare immediately. The reason why Zhang Buizhen thought this matter was true was because Yang Bo's performance last time was too amazing. The performance of Bomb Brother last time could be said to be a demon. Although Zhang Buizhen didn't want to believe some things in his heart. Sometimes opportunities are rare. Besides, Jean Letian hurried back to where the others were. Lao Wang. I just went to report the case and take a record. Jean Letian directly pulled Captain Lao Wang aside and told him what happened just now. Boss, we secretly took photos and videos. Lao Wang said quickly. Okay. Whoever secretly took the photos will be rewarded with 10 million credit points. Zhang Buizhen didn't care that someone on his private spaceship had a hidden camera. If it were any other time, he would definitely kick this person out of his spaceship. And maybe even claim compensation. Lao Wang called Sun Jinhai, who took the hidden camera, to come over and hand the secretly filmed video to Jean Letian. You bastard. Jean Letian saw the video of himself being hit hard against the wall by the robber. Forget it. I'll give you 20 million as a reward. Jean Letian still had some money. And he gave 20 million credit points to Sun Jinhai directly. Lao Wang. You don't manage strictly. So I'll deduct your bonus this year. And don't go out and talk nonsense. After Jean Letian finished speaking, he took the video and hurried to report the case. My spaceship was insured. And my collections were also insured. If there was no video, I couldn't report the case. And Captain Lao Wang was just stunned. Fortunately, Sun Jinhai quickly said, Captain, I'll give you the bonus. Those credit points probably can't be taken back. John Lishan's heart was bleeding. There was no way to get back the credit points that had been transferred out. After all, Jean Letian knew what the Environmental Protection Association and the Anti-Politician Group were. These charitable groups, no matter what the donations were, they would collect the management fees first. Adrian, the sheriff of March Star, was curious when he saw Jean Letian hurried back. Could it be that what this guy said was true? Adrian, open your dog eyes and take a look. Jean Letian quickly transmitted the video to Adrian. The video started with Sun Jinhai, who appeared outside the cut safety cabin, and Yang Bo was pressing Jean Lishan's head against the wall. F***CK? Adrian was focusing on the safety cabin. The big hole on it that looked different. This thing is a laser cannon. And it can't make such a big hole. This super energy alloy contains energy that can offset the energy of the laser. The energy in this energy alloy forms layers of tight mesh protection. As for Jean Letian being hit against the wall by the man in black armor, it was even more shocking. Jean Letian is a super rich man. And a super rich man was treated like this by this man in black armor. Adrian felt cold all over after watching it. Because this robber was too perverted. Even other people in the Public Security Bureau who saw this video felt that the man in black armor was super perverted. What about transferring money one by one? So that you can feel heartache? What else? I will destroy your favorite things one by one in front of you. The more sad you are, the happier I am. What else? When you die, your children will happily inherit your estate. And your lover will take your money to find other gigolos. What else? Leave my spaceship. When did robbery become so justified? And he said shamelessly that I am a good person. Of course. The most perverted thing is that this guy can actually cut open the safety cabin with energy weapons. Adrian privately sent a message to Jean Buizhen. Because once this video material is submitted to the judicial system, the spacecraft safety standards of the entire alliance will be a piece of waste paper. Of course, the premise is that the video material is true, which requires the intelligence system to judge. It's going to be a mess. Adrian knew that a piece of video material was confirmed by the judicial system. And then, there would be a lot of fun. Chapter 420 Chaos. At this time, Adrian needed to delay time. Because Adrian knew that whether the video was true or false, Master Zhang had to be prepared. Mr. Jean Letian, I have seen the video, but there are still some questions in it. Adrian raised some questions in a formal way. Jean Letian answered them one by one. And the insurance would only pay after reporting the case. The commander of the battleship was also dumbfounded at this time. Because the video was transmitted to the sheriff of March Star through the battleship's communication system. And of course he could see it. If it weren't for his good quality, the commander of the battleship would probably jump up and down. Because of the material of the safety cabin, it won't break even if the entire spacecraft is broken. Not to mention that there are no tools on the spacecraft that can destroy the safety cabin. Even if the spacecraft is recycled, these safety cabins will be thrown aside, and no one will repair them, because the cost of recycling and processing this thing is too high, and any energy-related things will have little impact on it. And the cross-section of the wall of the spacecraft safety cabin can be seen to be a real super-energy alloy material. The commander of the battleship felt a chill on his neck, and then quickly sent a message to the commander of the Ninth Fleet, His Excellency the Admiral. This matter was too big, and the entire ship's safety system had to be reevaluated. Of course, the commander of the battleship also had doubts about the authenticity of the video. Adrian finally waited for Jean Boision's response, then took a deep breath and submitted the video material to the judicial system. After the video material was submitted, Adrian breathed a sigh of relief. After Adrian submitted the video material, the personal work terminal of the Chief Justice of the Ministry of Justice immediately popped up a warning message. Several judges were shocked by the sudden warning message. Then, they quickly opened the warning message and found that it was a video file. After watching the video file, several judges also took a breath. Because according to the Alliance Super Intelligent Brain System, this video file was true and valid. Several judges could only veto the Alliance spacecraft safety standards according to the established procedures. The Alliance judges jointly vetoed the Alliance safety technology standards. And this news instantly alarmed the Alliance Spacecraft Manufacturing Association, the Alliance's production safety department. It will even affect the dissemination of existing knowledge. After all, many people still have to learn how to manufacture and design spacecraft. The safety cabin is the last guarantee for every spacecraft. Because the safety cabin is not only used by private spacecraft, but also has a protective shield made of the same material as the safety cabin outside the energy engine of large passenger and cargo spacecraft. When suppressing the rebellion on Pato Star, Yang Bo remotely controlled the unmanned armor, hiding in this protective shield, allowing the opponent's laser cannon to attack. Several judges then quickly issued relevant warnings to various senior officials of the Alliance. Chaos. The Alliance was in chaos all of a sudden. Safety technical standards are the most important technical standards in the entire Alliance. There are too many industries and people involved. Several justices quickly formed an ad hoc meeting, and the Alliance Parliament also quickly convened a meeting. The way to end the chaos now is to characterize this matter as a special case. However, characterizing a special case requires very strict conditions. First of all, it requires 90% of the members of the Alliance Parliament to agree to pass it, because this involves safety technical standards. So the number of people required to vote is relatively high. Then the Alliance's several judges must agree to it before it can take effect. As for the spacecraft manufacturing, the entire spacecraft manufacturing was stopped because of the warning of the intelligence system. Because the spacecraft manufacturing is also built with the help of the intelligence system, the insurance company also received a warning. When the safety cabin technical standards are not up to standard, all insurance regulations must be changed. Many spaceship captains also received warning messages, and they were numb after seeing the news. To put it in a more vivid way, someone found that the 25 type steel bars used in a building can be broken by one person without any tools, and the entire building is useless. Now Yang Bo's unintentional action is like this, which directly affects the safety technical standards set by the Alliance. Of course, this system is still very good. As long as problems are found, all warnings will be issued. It will not be like when on Earth. Many things can be covered up by relationships. So many people knew the news in the shortest time, which immediately caused a comprehensive turmoil in the stock market. Spaceship insurance accounts for a large proportion of the insurance industry. When the safety technical standards of the spacecraft are not met, the insurance risk is the greatest. So the stock price of the insurance company plummeted at the first time. Then, there are the industries related to spacecraft manufacturing. When the spacecraft you manufacture is judged to be unsafe, it is normal for the stock to fall. Adrian is continuing to take statements from other people on the Lotte spacecraft. The news that Jean Lotte was kidnapped and extorted for nearly 30 billion credit points was exposed. This was officially announced by MarchStar. Because such a major case must be reported to the public. And the public must have the right to know. So after a day and a half, Yang Bo followed Jean Letian and his group back to the ground from the airport in an invisible way. Jean Letian was picked up by the people from the Public Security Bureau. And then Yang Bo returned to the villa in an invisible way. This is pure slander. Yang Bo returned to his big villa, came to the internet room, quickly opened the news, and found that the headline was that a super perverted robber appeared in the 9-star region. The news basically described in detail that John Letian's private spaceship was robbed by an illegal armed element. Yang Bo looked at the description of the news and found that it was similar to what he did. The comments below said all kinds of things. This robber has 4 abnormalities. The first is his strength. After all, he dared to rob a spaceship by operating a mecha alone. If he was given a fighter plane, wouldn't he challenge the spaceship alone? The second abnormality is his psychology. This is not surprising. After all, people with normal psychology can't do robbery in this society. The third is his language. You can tell how abnormal he is from his language. The fourth is his financial resources. It is said that the mechas of this abnormal robber are all made of pure energy metal. According to the evaluation of the people on the spaceship, this mecha is worth tens of billions. What the above said is right. But this guy can operate a mecha and challenge a team of all master-level mecha divisions. His strength may have reached the Grandmaster level. The Grandmaster level may be a little short. But the Master level is 100%. You are talking nonsense above. Do you know that the mechas used by Jean Letian's mecha guards are all 14th generation mechas? And they are specially customized. The mecha used by the pervert brother had no long-range attacks throughout the whole process. Grandmaster level mecha masters simply cannot do this. This world is crazy. Really crazy. Grandmaster level mecha masters drove energy metal mechas worth tens of billions to rob. And then the robbed people transferred the money to the accounts of 2 major charities. I always feel that this may be revenge. Otherwise, who is crazy enough to rob like this? I feel that Jean Letian is defrauding insurance. After all, there is still a chance to get the money transferred to charities back. Don't dream above. The Environmental Protection Association announced the latest fund usage yesterday, before this news broke. More than half of the funds have been distributed to various departments. And the other half of the funds have been used to buy long-term funds. If Jean Letian has the ability, if the money is taken back, the alliance will no longer be an alliance. How much power is behind the Environmental Protection Association? That is, there is also the anti-politician group, which also announced the use of funds at the same time. Let's put it this way. Even if Jean Letian wins the lawsuit, he will probably have enough time to get the money from these 2 groups. How can he win? The donations from the charity group have never been refunded. And if Jean Letian wants to win the lawsuit, the robber must be brought to justice and admit that he forced Jean Letian to transfer the money. What the above said is very correct. The perverted brother must be arrested first. And then, the judicial department will make a conclusion. Jean Letian can sue to get his money back. Does the judicial department dare to arrest the perverted brother? With the strength of the perverted brother, I am afraid that he can kill all the bastards in the judicial department. The mecha of the perverted brother must be a super mecha. And the energy weapon in his hand must be specially made. Maybe it is an energy weapon specially used to cut the wall of the safety cabin. Anyway, there are many doubts in this matter. I am personally engaged in spaceship design. The safety cabins of the super rich's private customized spaceships are only known by the rich themselves. Generally, there are more than a dozen safety cabins. When encountering danger, the super rich can enter a safety cabin at will. Why can the robbers find Jean Letian within a minute? Everyone says that Jean Letian is cheating on insurance. This is not in line with common sense. After all, Jean Letian has lost tens of billions of credit points? Jean Letian, this idiot, also borrowed 800 million from me. Someone posted such a sentence in the comment area. Just consider yourself unlucky. Jean Letian mortgaged all the company's shares. All the real estate under his name is said to be mortgaged. I see. Several banks have issued announcements. Yang Bo felt relieved after reading the comments. And then he had time to look at his watch. I found that only Annie and Shia sent me messages, asking how the experiment was going. And there was no news from others. Fatty Boss and Joe Ray wanted to care about Yang Bo. But now they are both counselors. And they have a lot of things to do. Wang Mushua was also busy improving the strength of her fleet. And Yang Bo provided a lot of high-quality medicines. Yang Bo first went to the basement to check all the little things he fed. Then he put out his mecha and took out all the spoils of this time. How can I learn forging technology? I wonder if Master Zhang is willing to help. Yang Bo was also confused. Forging technology was monopolized by the Forgers Union. Just like the Pharmacist Union before. The quality of the mecha has improved. And the speed of automatic repair has also increased. Yang Bo carefully checked that the outside of the mecha was hit hard by the laser cannon. Energy metal contains energy, which can offset the energy of the laser. However, it will still leave traces of being hit by the laser on the surface. With pits and bumps. Of course, if it is a warship, Yang Bo would not dare to approach it at all. There are too many energy weapons on the warship. And the power of the secondary guns of the warship is at least 3,000 times that of Zhang Lishan's private spaceship. And the main gun may be tens of thousands of times. I feel that if the laser cannons on Zhang Lishan's private spaceship are 10 times more, I dare not go. Yang Bo carefully looked at the battle record. Because the energy that the mecha itself can provide is limited. When the number of the opponent's laser cannons increases, the attack power increases, and the attack frequency increases. The energy peak of the mecha is so large. Once it exceeds the energy peak of the mecha, the defense of the mecha will be broken. This time, I must let Master Zhang get something good. Yang Bo needs a lot of energy metal to prepare to modify the mecha. Yang Bo took a nice bath, cooked a delicious meal, and had a good sleep. Then he got up and checked the number of spaceships that had recently docked at March Star. The reason why Yang Bo did not contact young Master Zhang earlier was that when he came back, he contacted young Master Zhang and found that there were no spaceships docking. Only military warships. Young Master Zhang would definitely guess that he came back with the warship. So Yang Bo had to wait until there were several spaceships docked at the airport of March Star before contacting him, which would make young Master Zhang confused. So Yang Bo went to watch the news again, and waited until the evening to go out and contact Master Zhang. Yang Bo was also shocked when he saw the news. There was a news report that Zhang Letian had 2 A-level bodyguards, who used the sky split. And someone reviewed the development of the whole incident. When Zhang Letian was robbed, the bodyguards had no chance to attack. Yang Bo was very glad that he made the right decision at the beginning. In the narrow space, Yang Bo didn't know whether his armor could withstand other people's sky split. Moreover, in the narrow space, as long as the opponent released the sky split, he had no place to hide. And the distance was too close. So there was no way to avoid the sky split. The speed of the sky split can reach tens of Mach. This thing uses energy stones as energy. And the explosive power is very abnormal. Within the visible distance, it can be said that it is instantaneous. Be more careful when doing things in the future. However, Master Zhang did not report this information. And must find him to get more energy metal. I just said that I am a good person. Yang Bo saw someone on the internet calling himself a hero. But it seems that a hero is not a compliment. Yang Bo vaguely found something wrong again. Then Yang Bo replied to Annie and Shia, saying that the experiment was not going well, and he had to continue. Yang Bo still had to find Master Zhang, and had no time to go to the two of them. Uncle San, you can stay with me temporarily. There must be a traitor in your situation. Zhang Boizhen took Zhang Letian to his place, because all of Zhang Lishan's accounts were frozen, and he would go bankrupt next. Zhang Boizhen was very happy, and tried to sow discord with Zhang Letian. I know. You go, and do your work. Zhang Letian waved his hand impatiently. If he hadn't come to target this bastard this time, he wouldn't have been robbed by that perverted guy.